vary. See terms and conditions at TrackPhone.com.
Ever since I got the new Galaxy Z Flip 4, I've been learning all these new tricks with my dog Finn. Like how to take the best selfies at the park. I just set my phone down, put it in flex mode, and capture hands-free pics from multiple angles.
Aww.
Or how to capture our training sessions for his followers. I simply wave my hand to start recording video. Good boy! Plus, the Z Flip 4 is compact and fits perfectly in my pocket.
Oh, wow!
Visit Samsung.com today to get the new Galaxy Z Flip 4.
Get Labor Day savings at Lowe's. Buy one, get one 50% off select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams Paint and Cabot Exterior Stains via rebate. And save on Lowe's exclusive Stainmaster laminate flooring starting at $269 per square foot. It's 3 times wear resistant and backed by a lifetime limited warranty. Shop Labor Day savings now at Lowe's. Stainmaster claims compared to standard residential grade laminate. See warranty at Lowe's.com/Stainmaster. Conditions and exclusions apply. See store at Lowe's.com for paint details and restrictions. While supplies last. Offer valid through 9/7.
If you have a small business, Staples has your sign.
Banners for my bakery?
Staples has your sign.
Oh, posters for my new pet store.
Floor decals for a pharmacy.
Every day, Staples associates help every kind of small business create bold signs to make big impressions. And now get $10 off custom signs, banners, and posters when you spend $50 or more. This is your sign, so print it big at Staples. Ends 10/1. Visit staplesconnect.com/thisisyoursign for details.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. But not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
In Menlo Park, we're looking for sunny skies, highs near 77.
Weather brought to you by the Odyssey app.
Get your favorites on the free Odyssey app. Listen to local and national news stations, plus your music, sports, and podcasts for free wherever you are on the Odyssey app.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast.
Oh, yeah.
Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shesky.
Well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take him out! This is the morning roast on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Oh, baby. We made it to Wednesday. And what a fun Wednesday is going to be here on the Morning Roast. Good morning to everybody out there. Getting off your graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is up? If you're getting ready for work, or if you're on the roadways, what is up? Good morning. Happy Wednesday to everybody out there. Craig back on the board. What is happening? Lubman. And, of course, nice guy Stephen Langford in for Joe Shasky, the Butcher. We're going to continue to roll about the 49ers. Got a quick little snippet about the Warriors, actually. The executives picked their NBA champ for the upcoming season. They picked their best Western Conference team. And you wouldn't believe the slight the Warriors got from the execs. So we'll get into that a little bit later in the show. We got a great guest list. Phil Simms going to join us at 7:30. Two-time Super Bowl champ with the New York Giants. You know he has takes on takes on takes about Jimmy Garoppolo. And speaking of Jimmy, Shanahan and Lynch, they held their conference call. And there was a lot of Shanahan in that. A lot of Shanahan speaking about Jimmy Garoppolo. And here's the latest. Langford, he's cleared.
Yep.
He's going to practice tomorrow. Niners are off today.
Yep.
Get back on the field tomorrow. He's going to practice, and he will be the backup quarterback week 1 against the Chicago Bears.
We got plenty of time to talk about Jimmy coming up here, but I was pretty, on the 53-man roster overall, I was pretty surprised at some of the moves that they made.
Which one caught your eye at first?
Well, the first one was... Well, first off, it was Jason Poe. Jason Poe, I thought this dude, he had a lot of athletic ability. I mean, this dude is 6'1", and he's mauling people over. But then in that third Texans game, when you're paying attention to him, when he gets to that second or third level, it seemed like he was missing block after block. So that didn't really feel like it was going to be his place with the team. Didn't feel like it was that strong. But also, Keikomo Toure, another guy who showed out in preseason, number 53. He was an edge rusher. I thought he was going to add to the depth of the D-line, but they ended up waiving Toure. And, he didn't really show out in that third game either, so maybe they wanted to see what he looked like against the Texans to see if he could do it consistently. But I was taken surprised by that. And then number 3, them keeping Brock Purdy as the third quarterback. Like, what the hell happened there, Bate? They're keeping Brock Purdy as the third.
Last year, they only kept 2 quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
They're keeping 3 this year. Maybe they felt the 49ers, they couldn't sneak Brock Purdy through waivers to make the practice squad. But I was shocked. And I was alarmed when Shanahan mentioned yesterday in his conference call that if Jimmy wasn't around, Brock Purdy would have been the number 2 quarterback behind Trey Lance week 1 in Chicago. That blew me away. Brock Purdy would have been your backup quarterback behind second-year quarterback Trey Lance.
Yeah.
That worried me a lot. That's why it's a good thing Jimmy is back. There's no doubt about that. My biggest surprise, baby, it's not Trey Sermon, per se, but I got a sneaky one. Jordan Willis.
Yeah.
Jordan Willis. Do we all remember the Green Bay game?
Yeah.
The block.
Yeah.
I was surprised they let go of Jordan Willis. Also, Malik Turner looked like it was going to be a good special team player.
Yeah, we thought we thought they were going to hold 6 wide receivers and that they had the wide receiver, or Malik Turner at least had that 6 wide receiver spot locked up. But it turns out they're not keeping all 6. They're keeping Tyler Kroft in his place.
Tyler Kroft. So, forgot to say good morning to everybody on YouTube and Twitch, and of course the Comcast Business text line. YouTube's already humming. They're already saying, why didn't we trade this guy? I didn't trade this guy.
Yeah.
I see one Giant text, Giants going for first or worst in the West. Yeah, the Giants are bad. They're bad. They lost 6 in a row.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not exactly. Yeah, Brandon Crawford's going to get a lot of the looks at the errors, but really it's because he didn't have Brandon Belt at first base. Like, for all... I know we crush Brandon Belt. We tend to do that on this show. But I will say this, from everything that we've seen in his career, one thing he's been very consistent with, because he's been so inconsistent at the plate.
Right.
Sometimes he looks like he's the best hitter in baseball, then most times he looks like he deserves to be in the bottom third of any lineup in the league, 7th, 8th, or 9th. But at first base, I don't think it's disputable that he was a very talented first baseman.
No doubt.
Very good at first base. And now that you're putting in, what was it, your mean Mercedes playing first last night? Was that who it was? Sheesh.
Can I admit something?
What's that?
I watched the first 3 innings and I was done. I said, I can't watch this.
Yeah.
What am I doing? I'm going to flip on Hard Knocks. I'm going to watch Game of Thrones. No, I have not watched the N1 doc yet on Netflix. Actually, you know what? I did watch that. The players got hosed on that. They got holes.
I need to watch that one.
Yeah, that's all I'll say. About
Don't they have the Tim Donaghy one too?
Yeah.
They have the Donaghy one. I forgot. I think it's called like Flagrant Foul or something.
Came out yesterday.
Yeah.
So Malik Turner getting cut.
Yeah.
Maybe they could bring him back. Jordan Willis out. Apparently, I see here on the Comcast Business text line, he resigned after being cut. I need some validation on that one because last I checked, he wasn't on the roster, but I could be wrong. Rob Guerrero is going to join us at 8 o'clock, 8 in the morning. He has some thoughts on Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah?
He's from Niners Nation, so that'd be a lot of fun to get into it. Going to be a big Jimmy show. Big Jimmy show. So, Jimmy Ward on short-term IR. A lot of people saying Willis could be brought back. That was one. I was like, wait, we're going to cut Jordan Willis. They traded for him when he was a New York Jet. I think he's been a very good Niner. So if he is coming back, that's a good move, I believe, for the 49ers. But Trey Sermon, he's back. JaMychal Hasty's out. Trey Sermon in. And they keep the young man Mason. Mason made the roster. Number 41, he's running hard. So little surprises here and there, but that's what happens when you have a stacked roster.
It looks like Tyler Kroft and Jordan Willis will both return to the club after being released because they put Jimmy Ward and Curtis Robinson on the short-term IR. So for the first 4 weeks of the season. And I'm glad that Jordan Mason made the roster.
Yeah.
Because going into the 53-man, I mean, yesterday we were, constantly talking about Jimmy Garoppolo because what else would there be to talk about? Well, the other thing there would be to talk about would have been the running backs and what they're going to do there. Are they just going to keep 4 and keep Kyle Juszczyk on and have a backfield with 5 guys? Are they going to keep 5 running backs and make that total to 6 and turn that total into 6? Are they going to cut Trey Sermon and JaMychal Hasty? It felt like JaMychal Hasty was going to be the odd man out.
Yeah, he hasn't been able to stay healthy.
Yeah.
He hasn't been able to stay healthy. And what is he outside of just being a guy who can run between the tackles? He runs hard. I like Hasty a lot. But young man out of Baylor, the Baylor Bears, they're producing players left and right. I'm not giving up on Trey Sermon. I think there's still something there with Trey Sermon, especially in the pass game on third downs. I think he could be a damn good receiving back for the 49ers, so we'll see about that.
You know what was interesting? Yesterday I was catching up on Peter King's Football Morning in America. Now, I know he did join Damon and Ratto yesterday, but and he also said that you can't have a turd in the quarterback room. That was a highlight from Peter King's interview with Damon and Ratto. But
yeah, that's a little weird verbiage.
Yeah, you can't have a turd in the quarterback room, Bonte. That's the number one rule.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
But I was reading his Football Morning in America column for NBC Sports, and he went through 20 little fantasy tidbits, and one of them was pick a 49ers running back, any 49ers running back. And he said that Elijah Mitchell is going to be the bell cow. Elijah Mitchell is going to be the dude, which I think we can. I think that's a pretty safe summation there. I think it's a pretty safe hypothesis for what's going to happen during the season. Elijah Mitchell should be the guy. But then he said Trey Sermon is going to be the number 2. And no one's really going to focus on that because, they're not.
I can see that. I can see that, though.
You think so?
Yeah, absolutely. I can see that.
Man.
Jeff Wilson Jr.?
That's what I see. Is it going to turn into that?
But you never know with the 49ers backfield. I wouldn't guess.
Really don't.
Outside of Elijah Mitchell, I wouldn't guess on who's going to get carries, who's going to get snaps, who's going to be inactive on game day. Is Sermon going to be active on game day? Is Mason going to be active on game day?
Right.
I have no clue. No clue whatsoever what's going to happen in that running back room. But you got a good running back coach in Anthony Lynn. Shanahan knows the run game. We'll see about that.
Yeah, Jordan Mason I like, though. I'm glad that he made the roster. I was thinking that he was going to be the odd man out to get cut, possibly along with JaMychal Hasty if they were just keeping 4.
Yeah.
But Jordan Mason and what he's shown me, and this is different to Trey Sermon. Trey Sermon in that Texans game, he made a couple of really nice runs. But there were also times where he was very indecisive behind the line of scrimmage. And I go back to Matt Breida and Raheem Mostert. Now, Matt Breida had the fumbling issues. Like, that was one of the reasons as to why they had Raheem Mostert really take over. And then, of course, the injuries to Matt Breida as well. But I felt like Raheem Mostert, when he was in, he was way more decisive.
Yeah, no doubt.
Like, when he'd get the ball in his hands, he'd see the lane that he's going to run through. And no matter what happens, he's going to hit that spot. Well, I saw the same thing from Jordan Mason compared to Trey Sermon. Trey Sermon behind the line of scrimmage was very indecisive. And instead of trying to cut inside and maybe go in between the guard and the tackle, he tried to bounce outside when it really wasn't working, when there wasn't an open lane. With Jordan Mason, even if he was making the decision to bounce outside, he did it right away, and he hit that. I was impressed with Jordan Mason personally. I thought he should have made the 53-man roster. I'm glad he did.
Yeah, no, he looks good. He runs the ball hard. He may see the field at times. Elijah Mitchell looks like he bulked up. He averaged 4.7 yards a carry last season. It's no joke.
He was a stud.
He was a stud last year, so I think he was a dark horse for Rookie of the Year with the way he ran the ball, but he missed 6 games in the regular season, so that kind of took him out of the running there. But look, Trey Sermon's back. I'm glad that Jordan Willis did get brought back. I think he's a good special teamer, a nice situational pass rusher for the 49ers. That just shows how deep they are on the defensive line. A lot of people said bring Jaquiski Tartt back as he was cut by the Philadelphia Eagles. And you know what the Niners do on defense with their safeties. Both of the safeties are interchangeable.
Right.
We see Jimmy Ward sometimes play in the box. Hufanga's playing the deep third, or Jaquiski Tartt last season playing the deep third or the deep middle, deep, whatever. Bring it back, Tartt. I'm not mad at that because you need some veteran leadership back there without Jimmy Ward the first 4 games. Tarvarius Moore, if he gets to start, I'm going to be screaming. I'm going to be a little nervous about that because he takes bad angles, doesn't tackle well. I'm not sold on him, especially with the Niners cutting to Sean Gibson. Now, Tony Jefferson got cut by the Ravens yesterday. Do you take another look at him? I know he was in camp with the 49ers, wasn't healthy. Maybe you take another look at him. I don't know, but Jaquiski Tartt would be a nice addition to this team, bringing him back. And look, I know we're all ticked off about the NFC Championship game. When he dropped the interception, the momentum did swing. There's no doubt about that. That was the play we're going to focus on because you always focus on the play. But he was a damn good 49er, a good hitter, a good tackler. I wouldn't mind him being back in red and gold.
I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to it. He'd be a better option than what you got with Moore. There's no doubt about that. But my main question would be, can you maximize his ability when Jimmy Ward is not on the field? Because him and Jimmy Ward, they used to play high school, right? They used to play on the same high school team, if I'm not mistaken. Him and Jimmy Ward, they worked very well together. They made a very good, they were a part of a very good secondary for the 49ers. When Jaquiski Tartt and Jimmy Ward were in, they were in sync with each other. I wonder what that would look like with Tartt and Hufanga compared to maybe Moore and Hufanga. So in that instance, I'm a little more skeptical. I was actually reading this article yesterday too from Ted Nguyen. You know Ted Nguyen. Ted Nguyen from The Athletic.
Ted Nguyen.
He does fantastic breakdowns of everything. He started out with the Raiders, then eventually turned into a national NFL guy because they realized they have something special with him as a writer. And he was writing about Justin Fields and had his 5 preseason takeaways. And there was one where he said Justin Fields seems a little more decisive than he used to be with the football. A lot of times last year it was hold on to the football because he had a terrible offensive line.
Terrible.
So he'd hold on to that football a little too long and wouldn't make the right decision right away because football is so quick. I don't think people realize as a quarterback, you can't just hold on to the football and just think that people are going to be open. No, you sometimes got to make the decision right away because guys are only going to be open for a little amount of time. They were running this play where the defense was in cover 3 and the safety totally bit on what the wide receiver was going to do, and it let Cole Kmet wide open on the corner in the end zone. The cover 3, you're normally supposed to block that corner route right there, but it was wide open. And I'm thinking about that first week in the 49ers game on September 11th, and I'm like, man, if that happens with the safeties, if they're in cover 3 and they miss an assignment, Fields is no slouch, man. I know
Fields could sling that pill.
He can, man.
He could throw that rock, man.
It's that defense I'm a little down on. The offense, though, they could maybe they can maybe do something.
They could do a little something. I like Eddie Robinson though at safety for the Chicago Bears, number 4. He looks really good. Roquan Swift's going to be playing for some money. He's going to be moving around. Roquan's a beast. He's going to want his money after the season. So we got all next week to break down the Chicago Bears, and I cannot wait.
I love it.
Football's
back, baby.
Football is back. It is back. But Bears do have speed. By the way, did you see who made their 53?
Who?
Dante Pettis.
Dante Pettis?
Dante Pettis.
Congrats to him, man. Shout out to Dante.
Dante Pettis.
What a time. Coming back from the doghouse with Kyle Shanahan. I thought Dante Pettis was going to be the real deal.
Yeah, I did too.
His second year with the team, everyone had him as the sleeper pick, Who are your sleepers for fantasy this year?
Didn't quite work out.
Didn't pan out.
All right, so this is an interesting question real quick. Does anybody know if they have already retired Curry's Davidson jersey number? They're going to do that, I believe, this weekend. He's going to receive his diploma from Davidson,
right,
and they're going to retire his jersey up there. I guess they have to do it before the season, obviously, because Steph Curry played in the NBA. Probably can't get back out there to Davidson. So I believe they're going to do that this week. I know Marcus Thompson is out there in Davidson, in North Carolina, to go see what's happening with Steph Curry.
I saw our guy Jason Dumas interviewing him yesterday.
Jason Dumas is blowing up, man. What's this guy?
He's everywhere.
He's everywhere, dude. Everywhere. He's on the greens. He's getting all the views. I'm like, man, Jason Dumas can't do no wrong right now. Can't do any wrong. By the way, #random, as Guru would say. There's a digitalcommons.pepperdine.edu page up on my screen here. Religious and spiritual beliefs, practices, professional attitudes, and behaviors of clinical and counseling psychology interns. Who the hell was in last night? With Dan Devone? Dan Devone, what the hell are you doing? Looking up religious stuff during the show?
That sounds like a pop-up. Is that a pop-up?
No, it wasn't a pop. It was up. It was up.
Well, I mean, it popped up. Do you think it popped up? I don't know if you searched it.
It was on tab.
I don't know. I'm not going to make any snap judgments. You know how many tabs I open, Bonte? It's crazy, actually, when I open my laptop when I get home.
We got Manti Te'o up on the computer in this studio here, so some sort of conversation maybe around that.
Actually, in the green room, we had someone searching up whether Tom Brady got plastic surgery during the 2-week break. What are people searching around here?
At night. What are they searching at night? All right, here, before a couple bits here, the big story of the day, obviously, Langford, and we're going to talk to Phil Simms again at 7:30.
Yeah.
Jimmy Garoppolo, and I'm just going to play Lynch's opening statement.
Oh, boy.
And the timeline of the contract. It's a little long here. Here's the opening statement from John Lynch, GM of the 49ers. They spoke yesterday at 11:45 here on the West Coast, of course. Lynch, his opening statement about bringing Jimmy Garoppolo back.
Yesterday was a really good day for this organization. It was because of our belief in our team as it's currently constructed that we wanted to add another piece, and it was from in-house with Jimmy, and we're really pleased that we were able to do it. It took everyone's cooperation. It took a lot of patience, and we feel that was rewarded.
And here's the timeline of the contract with Jimmy Garoppolo.
I think we've been consistent, with a player of his caliber. You don't just allow him to walk. And then other things complicated, as we've talked about a lot, with his shoulder surgery. And so that never materialized. Obviously, there were going to be some deadlines, but Kyle and I just started floating the idea probably a month ago. What if we kept him here in a backup capacity? At some point we shared that with Jimmy. It was important for Kyle to let Trey know, that may be a possibility, and I think that's the right thing to do. But the crux of the matter, this wasn't going to happen, and I understand it completely from Jimmy's side. He had his current contract, and they were going to exhaust every opportunity. His agents, Carter Chow and Don Yee, have been doing this a long time, and they probably rightly so. I remember at one conversation, think if this were your son, you'd wait for every opportunity to collect that whole salary, and the way you do that is, a lot can happen. And so they waited it out, we waited it out, but we had been in communication, and then it came to fruition yesterday morning.
And that's John Lynch, his opening statement and the timeline of the contract negotiations. Now, some people say it happened within the last 48 hours, dating back to yesterday. You heard John Lynch there say a month. I'm not sure when it started, but it's actually smart business when they did start the process, because a lot of people are saying, well, why not let Jimmy compete with Trey in training camp? Well, if that happens and Jimmy beats out Trey Lance, now I don't believe that would happen, but if it did, then you have to pay Jimmy the full $24.2 million.
Yes.
So from a business standpoint, this was a smart move to have him wait it out. And then, a week before the regular season, hey, Jimmy, what are your options?
Right.
Here you go.
Now, I believe that this move, the reason I was saying yesterday, and maybe this was something that I missed out on talking about, maybe I missed something here, but when I said, this decision wasn't made till the last minute, well, because they clearly, it sounds to me like they were not planning on sticking with him through this year. Like a month ago, when they started talking about it a month ago, it sounded like John Lynch was saying, oh, wait, we have an opportunity here to sign Jimmy Garoppolo. We have an opportunity. Teams aren't going to pick him up. Maybe they thought another team was going to be giving him some sort of paycheck that was maybe north of $6.5 million in base salary.
Right.
Maybe there was going to be another team, and they had that mindset. So I think I believe everything that they're saying here. And I'm curious to hear what Kyle Shanahan had to say about it, because I think that overall this move wasn't premeditated.
Right.
I don't think this was their plan all along.
No. Nobody's plan.
No.
Nobody's plan. So we'll break it down a little bit more. We got a lot of Shanahan sound.
You know whose plan it was, Bonte?
Whose plan?
Evil Jimmy. I'm debuting a character. Evil Jimmy. Evil Jimmy. That's coming up in 6:50. I know coming up next we want to talk
a little snippet of Evil Jimmy.
Evil Jimmy. It was me who did it. Evil Jimmy. 6:50.
That face.
Yeah. Evil Jimmy.
Kind of look like Chucky.
We got the cameras on here.
Kind of look like Chucky.
Evil Jimmy.
Face?
It was me.
Oh, man. And we'll get into the Brock Purdy, man. Brock Purdy, a lot of hype on Brock Purdy. Gosh, I can't believe he made this damn roster. I can't believe it. I'm going to stick to my guns. I don't think Brock Purdy's a good quarterback. I don't give a damn what we saw in training camp, what we saw in the preseason. Brock Purdy would have been the number 2 if Jimmy didn't sign. How would that have worked out? Anyway, what's coming up on game, sponsored by Lucky California, Evil Jimmy, little Warrior snippet here. We got more Shanahan sound from yesterday. Down in Santa Clara, Jimmy Garoppolo is back. Niners set their 53-man roster. Again, that is sponsored by Lucky California. Incredible foods leads to unforgettable times. So Lucky California has the deals that paved the way to a spectacular Labor Day weekend. Bone-in ribeye steaks are just $6.99 a pound in a max pack. Lucky California, the golden state of eating.
Trista Crick will bet you out. Betting week 1 of the NFL season can seem like a crapshoot because we really don't have much data to go on. So let's look at historical trends to find an edge. Here's one to consider. The Pittsburgh Steelers are just 3-7 in the last 10 years against the spread in their season opener. This year, they are a 6.5-point underdog at Cincinnati. If history is any judge, hammer the Bengals and hammer them hard. I'm Trista Crick, helping you beat the books.
Staples has everything for school at great prices. So this year you won't go back to school. You'll be ready to move forward and master 5th grade math.
I can't do this. It's impossible.
Not you, Dad, your daughter. Staples will help her move forward.
Right.
Right now, Staples comp books and number 2 pencils are just 50 cents each. Plus, 2 pocket paper folders are only 25 cents each. Everything on your list at amazing prices. Staples, we're not going back. We're going forward to school. Ends 9/3, in-store only, limit 30.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Live on DAZN pay-per-view, September 17th, Part 3. Canelo versus Triple G. To take the trilogy, Bad Blood, a score to settle, controversy, brutality, pure hostility. For victory, for history, for the trilogy. Canelo Alvarez versus Gennady Golovkin. September 17th, live on DAZN pay-per-view. Visit DAZN.com.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No, we tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our clients' best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we have one transparent management fee structured, so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly, different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT, and make us your last stop.
Bart is turning 50, and we'd love to celebrate with you. Get 50% off your ride in honor of Bart's 50 years of service to the Bay Area when you pay with Clipper. That's 50% off Clipper Bart fares for the entire month of September. Add Clipper to your digital wallet for free. If you're eligible for other Clipper discounts like youth or senior fares, you get to take an additional 50% off those too. Details at bart.gov/50 years. That's bart.gov/50 years. Celebrate Bart's 50 years of service with us this September. Let's go!
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
Why choose proven quality sleep from Sleep Number? Because our Sleep Number 360 smart bed is really smart. It senses your movement and automatically adjusts to help keep you both comfortable. Plus, it's temperature balancing so you stay cool. It's even smart enough to know exactly how long, how well, and when you slept. Our smart sleepers get 28 minutes more restful sleep per night. Sleep Number takes care of the science. All you have to do is sleep. Don't miss our Labor Day weekend special where all smart beds are on sale. Save 50% on the Sleep Number 360 limited edition smart bed plus free delivery when you add a base. Ends Labor Day. To learn more, go to sleepnumber.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. An oil change with quality oil like Castrol Edge Full Synthetic can help your engine get more out of every tank. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $37.99. Get what you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Detroit Lions tried to trade for Nate Sudfeld. Looks like Nate Sudfeld is headed to Detroit. Lions expected to sign the former 49ers backup Nate Sudfeld after he was cut yesterday ahead of the 1 p.m. deadline where teams had to submit their final 53-man roster. Now, of course, we're going to see guys come up, come down, go on IR. But the 53-man roster for everybody in the league, all 32 teams, have been set. And Nate Sudfeld looking to sign with the Lions after they cut their backup quarterback and Hard Knock star David Blau?
I believe so. Blau.
David Blau?
I believe it's Blau.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Wasn't he so... I feel like he was on Hard Knocks before. What roster has David Blau been on?
I don't know if he's been on Hard Knocks before, but I know Jared Goff's been on it. This is his third time.
It's
his third time being on it.
Haven't featured him much.
No, they haven't, because it's his third time. It's his third time. The only thing
that's where David was. He was with the Cleveland Browns.
Oh, really?
I didn't think he was on Hard Knocks on that one with Tyrod Taylor, Baker Mayfield.
He was on that one?
I think he was on that one.
Where Baker Mayfield had that weird RV quarterback room. You remember that? He had the RV specialized just for quarterbacks. This is where we come to hang out.
Yeah.
Where quarterbacks can get away from everyone else.
Yeah.
Come on, dude.
Yeah.
Cool. You have an RV.
Story. Yeah.
Camper van? I don't know what it was.
Yeah. How about this? I love Feds and I love trolls. 510 Comcast Business Text Line. Out of nowhere. How about those Oakland A's looking real good right now?
Yeah.
Is that supposed to I'm not even going to go there.
What?
This segment is presented by Golden State Lumber and Building Materials for professional builders and contractors throughout Northern California. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Hey, real quick.
It's a 3-game win streak, man. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is cool for them.
Cal Stevenson, Fremont guy.
It is cool. Before we get back to Jimmy, just real quick, I want to get your quick thoughts on this. Executives, scouts, coaches in the NBA,
right?
They did their yearly anonymous poll, where they picked the NBA champ, they picked the West Final champ, East Final champ, the MVP of the league, all that good stuff. How about this? The Western Conference champions, according to scouts and executives. The Clippers got the most votes with 8. Suns 3, Warriors 3, Nuggets 1. NBA champions, Clippers 5 votes, Bucks 4, Celtics 4, Warriors 2. Warriors 2. Now, there was an East scout who said Klay Thompson is going to be better. They're coming off the championship. Wiseman's back. Moody Poole will both be a year older, and as well as Kuminga. You've got to pick them because of experience. But a lot of people going heavy on the Clippers. Your thoughts?
I can understand that from I'm looking at this team on paper, because the Clippers on paper, they're a very good team. I mean, when you got Kawhi, Paul George, Norman Powell, you just make the addition of John Wall. You got guys like Reggie Jackson, Robert Covington, Marcus Morris Sr., who's decent enough as a wing player. The only thing they're not taking into account is the amount of games that these guys are actually going to play. Like John Wall, he's actually been through some very dark times. If you haven't seen it with John Wall, just go check out that article. The things that he was going through with his tore Achilles. He had deaths in the family during the COVID, when at the height of the pandemic. Like, he's been going through some tough times. So I don't want to just say, well, he's been hurt the whole time. How can you count on him for this season? But those are the facts. Ever since 2019, really, he hasn't been able to stay on the court. He hasn't been able to stay healthy. And I love John Wall. But just to say that the AFC, that the champs for the Western Conference are going to be the Warriors, just giving them 3 votes compared to 8 for the Clippers. I mean, the Suns are getting 3 votes.
Right.
The Suns, I find that even more disrespectful that the Warriors are tied with the Suns. If you want to give the Clippers the top spot, then fine. On paper, they look like a fantastic team.
Right.
You know? But the fact that the Suns looked like they were imploding last year, what? The Suns lost
to the Mavericks.
To the Mavs!
So they got 3 votes. And not to mention, Chris Paul's a year older. Can they stay healthy? What's their depth look like? I'm not a big.
You had everything going on with DeAndre Ayton.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Yeah, I'm not buying the stock on the Phoenix Suns. So just a quick poll there.
Yeah.
Warriors, they're going to start training camp soon, September 24th. Chase Center is going down. Then they go to Japan and they start the regular season October 18th. So basketball will be here before you know it. We had a quick segment here. I wanted to get your thoughts on that, because
part
these
of it,
polls, anonymous polls, and like MVP stuff, right? Like MVP, they were talking about the MVP of the league, and Steph Curry got 1 vote. Giannis got 5. Luka got 4. Embiid got 4. Morant got 1. No Jokic.
No Jokic, huh?
The back-to-back MVP. No MVP.
Even though Jokic is, going to have Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. back.
Yeah.
They're going to be a better team.
Yeah.
I don't know. What, JaMychal Green not on that team anymore because he's on the Warriors? But what? They're just not going to give Jokic that? Look, man, the preseason polls, you just can't believe any of them. I mean, think about it last year heading into the playoffs. Think about the amount of publications, whether it was ESPN or Fox Sports or anybody. They had the Lakers all winning the Western Conference.
All of them.
Everyone had the Lakers winning the Western Conference. And then what do you know? Things happen during the season, so I'm not going to put too much stock into it. One of my favorite things of throughout this article, though, was what was the most surprising move of the offseason?
Yeah.
Now, they have team-to-team moves. Rudy Gobert to Minnesota was the top vote getter. But then you got DeJounte Murray to Atlanta, which was surprising. Russell Westbrook still being a Laker. Pretty surprising. Malcolm Brogdon to the Celtics. Okay. No huge moves among the elite contenders. Okay. But my favorite one, James Harden taking a pay cut. I love how that's a category. I love how that's in the category. James Harden took a pay cut. What? And yeah, okay, a pay cut. He's, oh man, I want to make these players better. It's like, dude, you didn't take that much of a pay cut. It's not like you're taking Tom Brady types of pay cuts where it's like you're only making 10 or 11 million while these other players while you can pay these other players. It's not like that type of pay cut.
Yeah, no.
All right.
No. I'm not even. Don't even get me started.
And he cut out
James
birthday
Harden.
cake, apparently. Did you see the birthday cake thing?
Don't even get me started.
We were
on
getting
James
on
Harden.
Gabe Kapler about the steak cake and not eating the steak cake because he doesn't eat cake. James Harden took a whole ass cake and threw it out the boat window.
James Harden's having a fun summer. He's been hanging out with Kevin Durant. I'm gonna say my James Harden thoughts for basketball season.
Yeah,
I'll start. I'm gonna leave that alone.
But good.
The Warriors getting a little disrespected again in the polls.
Good. Because they use that as motivation.
Oh, they do.
Good.
They do.
Steph says he's seen it. That was all the emotion that he poured out. What was it? Game 3 against the Celtics?
Oh, game 4.
Game 4, excuse me.
3 points.
Man, that's more motivation for the Warriors. So good. That's what I say. Good.
You're already in character.
Yeah.
Evil Jimmy. Looming large. Plus, we'll get back into Shanahan sound. Phil Simms, 7:30, to talk more about Jimmy Garoppolo being back and the Niners' final 53-man roster. Yes, sir. A lot of people coming at me saying, you're going too hard on the third-string quarterback, Brock Purdy. I'm going to leave Brock Purdy alone. He made the roster. Good for him. It is a great story. Last pick of the draft, number 3 quarterback with the 49ers. There. I'm positive about Brock Purdy. I'll leave him alone, folks. This show's about Garoppolo, Trey Lance, though, because there's still a lot. We got to peel this onion, baby. Phil Simms, 7:30. Rob Guerrera, 8 o'clock, Niners Nation. But Evil Jimmy's coming up next on the Morning Roast, and that's sponsored by Fremont Bake. Full-service baking, no compromises.
Pink Floyd's Roger Waters. This is not a drill.
We're doing a show in the round. It's something new. I'll look forward to the challenge.
Featuring his songs from the golden era of Pink Floyd. Friday and Saturday, September 23rd and 24th, Chase Center in San Francisco. Tickets on sale now at rogerwaters.com.
This is not a drill.
Produced by AEG Presents.
Okay, you know those amazing spots only the true San Francisco locals are in on? Like Square Pizza. That place with the square pizzas? Or Mama Hoo-Hoo? The spot for sweet and sour chicken that's anything but so-so.
Order up!
You know, with the Granch dressing. And all the other spots the real SF locals know without us even saying them. Yeah, they're on DoorDash. San Francisco gets it. DoorDash has it.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years? Like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models. Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake and tire replacements, oil changes, and much more. It's the ultimate convenience. Easy booking, transparent pricing, on-time arrivals, and service right in your driveway. No waiting rooms and direct access to your mechanic with friendly and reliable service. No middleman or upsells. They're so sure you'll love the convenience. Take $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50. Kirby, your driveway mechanic.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
We all know someone who's all work and no chill. Trust me, that used to be me. But then I found Galaxy Z Fold 4, which allows me to do more things at once. Much better. Now I can take video calls from my phone and use it to take notes at the same time.
Wait, are you at the spa?
Or check my shopping list while ordering more scented candles and face masks on the foldable, expansive screen. Don't take your to-do list one line at a time. Multitask so you can relax.
Get the new Galaxy Z Fold 4 at Samsung.com today.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
If this were a Reese's TV ad, you'd be staring at a Reese's peanut butter cup. And sure, my voice is peanut buttery smooth, but still, you need to see the peanut butter cups, right? No? I can really just say Reese's and you'll go get some? Okay, Reese's. 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 Really working, actually. Reese's. Reese's. I'm on to something. Reese's. 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 Reese's.
Long weekends are all about getting a little you time. And at the Home Depot, you time means you building, you drilling, you doing, you recharging, you saving, and you going back for more. Do Labor Day your way and get a free 18-volt battery with select Milwaukee Power Toolkit purchases at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Nachos! Hey, I'll take some. And some Frank's Red Hot. Nah. You're just gonna eat these boring nachos with no flavor. Frank it up! Frank it up! This guy finally gets it.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by Beat the Street. For tips to win a $5.6 million prize. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh my God!
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Phil Simms, 7:30. Rob Guerrero, Niners Nation. 8 o'clock. Excuse me, I almost said 8:30. 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock, Rob Guerrero. I got caught up in the beat. Come on, Craig Mack. Come on, sing the lyrics, man. Give me the lyrics here, man. Come on.
Okay, now, ladies.
Come on, man. Slapping. That's got to be going this morning. Lubman has no idea what's going on. Hey, Lubman, how about this? Fix your collar. All right? Fix your collar, buddy. Real quick before we get back into the 49ers. The show called with Lubman last night was absolutely epic. Absolutely epic.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere, he just starts going off about the Giants. I'm like, hey, Lubman, we're not discussing the Giants tomorrow. We're not talking about them. They stink. They're now even with the Diamondbacks in the standings. They were 55 games better than the D-backs a year ago. They suck. They've lost 6 in a row. Nobody's going to the game. And he goes, well, Star Wars Day on Sunday. I said, people still go to that. Right? And I was like, that's still a thing? Sorry, Star Wars fans. I didn't know it was still a thing. But he's just going off about the Giants. He's giving me all these takes. I'm going to love him.
Yeah.
We know they're mediocre at best. There's no reason to get mad over this baseball team.
Right.
They're done. They're cooked. Relax.
I mean, that right there is why I'm mad about this baseball team. They're done. They're cooked. They're bad. They're just completely unwatchable, and it's incredibly frustrating.
Well, the thing I love about sports talk radio and sports talk in general is because we're all sports nuts, so we're consuming this stuff every single day, and you get a lot of pent-up thoughts. You know, ones that maybe not a lot of people can understand because you're just so consumed by it. And it's just like people, you'd say the same thing to someone else, and they'd be like, "What is it? What the hell are you talking about?" So I think Lubman just had a lot of pent up emotion and just poured it out in that phone call.
Well, that's twice in a 3-day span. Sunday, he was going crazy about getting swept about the Twins. I'm just so frustrated. Dominic Leone will throw a strike in a stupid rain delay, and you have 2-0 lead in top of the ninth. He's losing his mind over the Padres. Like, dude, football starts. We got a great college football slate on Saturday. All right, you got Arkansas, Cincinnati. You got Florida hosting Utah, and then you got the big boys. You got Notre Dame, Ohio State. I believe that game is at the Horseshoe, and somebody else plays at 12:30. It's another monster game on the Oregon against the Georgia Bulldogs in Atlanta. Then you get FSU, LSU Sunday. Then you get
Go Tigers.
Clemson, Georgia Tech. I mean, hey, pause, go Noles. But listen, he's going crazy about the Giants. Like, look, we got Garoppolo mania, Evil Jimmy's lurking, Trey Lance, 53-man rosters, and Lubman's going crazy about the damn Giants.
This is the life I live, Bonte. It's my existence. It's my cross to bear.
It's a painful life.
This is the way I live. Sam Lubman. I love him.
It's a painful life. Hey, Sam, get out of the house. Get out of the house, will you?
What time was that at, by the way?
Let me pull this up here, because let me see. I'll pull it up right now. It was Sam Lubman. This is the last call of the day, actually.
You know, rant
7:08.
You make him sound like Jimmy Dugan when you break down this rant. He's like yelling, "Why do you throw home with a 2-run lead?"
Oh, dude, well, Austin Slater just got picked off, so he was losing his mind. And I was like, well, Austin Slater looks hurt. He just bruised his pinky. He'll suck it up.
Did you see how dislocated it was?
Well, the way you made it seem like it was nothing on the phone call. 7:08 p.m. at night. I'm trying to put baby Chaz down, and he's losing his mind about the Giants. Even Anna said, hey, tell Lupman to pipe it down. I don't need that energy right now. She said that.
Oh,
so that's where our producer's head is at.
I like how it's also 15 minutes into the Giants game, too.
Yeah, 15 minutes into the game.
15 minutes into
it was
it.
that Austin Slater stolen base. So Slater draws that walk. Kuiper's like, oh, he's 11 for 11 in stolen base attempts. I'm thinking to myself, that's literally what you say right before a guy gets thrown out on the bases. Literally, like 10 seconds later, Austin Slater gets picked off and thrown out on the bases. It's just like... I'm going to bang my head on the wall really quick. Hold on.
It was crazy.
Yeah, bang your head over the Giants. Hashtag game up, man. Or is it game down now? What is that? I still don't know.
Game off at this point.
That's good. That's good material.
Game off, game done.
All right. Let's get into something here, because Jimmy Garoppolo, sure, he's been one of the more, I think in my lifetime, the most underappreciated 49er, especially at the quarterback spot. Under Jimmy Garoppolo, when he starts a game in the regular season, 49ers are 33-14. In the playoffs, they're 4-2. It's pretty damn good. It's been a damn good Niner. But he's back now, and we had no clue that he was going to be back. And we're going to play a lot of sound from Shanahan. We'll get right back into it, folks. I promise you, if you missed it, we have it all up. But Jimmy does have an evil side. He doesn't speak much. He doesn't tweet much. Doesn't post on Instagram much. But we all believe there's an evil side to him, Langford. We all believe it.
Who's Langford?
Oh, wait. Is that Jimmy Garoppolo?
Evil Jimmy. I'm Evil Jimmy. You think $6.5 million is going to be my base salary this season? Well, let me tell you something, Bonte. $15.5 million in incentives, and I'm going to earn every single incentive that I can. Because you know what I'm doing? I'm Evil Jimmy, and I've been doing this since last season. I'm looking to sabotage Trey Lance. I've been doing this since last season, Bonte. I'm Evil Jimmy.
Okay, Evil.
Who do you think it was that told Kyle Shanahan to have Trey Lance run the ball 16 times in his first start? Who do you think it was?
Donnie.
No, it was me, Evil Jimmy. I had him run 16 times because I knew he would be hurt through the season and there'd be no chance that he could start in my place.
Why would you do that to your own teammate when he's trying to win a game in Arizona?
Because I wanted to play the season and I knew Trey Lance was lurking. I knew that he was Jason Momoa in that meme right behind Superman. I knew that he was coming up on me.
I thought you were there to help Trey Lance and mentor him.
I am Evil Jimmy. Don't worry about what Trey Lance had to say at the media about how I'm his brother and how I treated him like a teammate. No, I am Evil Jimmy.
Then how come you left Trey Lance out to dry against the Houston Texans? You didn't play that week, and he helped you guys get to the playoffs after you stunk it up in Tennessee.
Did you see what I did at the end of the season? I made up for it. I said I had an avulsion fracture in my thumb. No, I did not. I acted like I played hurt to the end of the season. You know why? Because I am Evil Jimmy. You know what else I did?
What did you do?
You know what else I did? I dipped my hand in a vat of olive oil in that Rams game, and I gave a high five to Jaquoski Tart.
And you know what Jaquaski Tart did?
He dropped an interception.
He dropped an interception. You know why? Because everyone's going to blame Jaquaski Tart, when in reality it could have been me. But you know what? I am evil Jimmy. It was Jaquaski Tart's fault, and everyone's going to blame Jaquaski Tart. This was all the master plan, so fans would have a reason this offseason to bring me back.
So... Evil Jimmy, is that why
They don't blame me. They don't blame me.
No, trust me, Evil Jimmy. We're all blaming you. We blame you a lot.
They blame Jaquaski Tart. You said it at the beginning of the show, Bonte, because I am evil Jimmy.
Listen, so is that why you waited until March 8th to get the shoulder surgery? Why couldn't you get it right after the season? Was this your plan all along?
Bonte, you're reading my mind. We're mind melding. You know too much about evil Jimmy. I held off that surgery so I would stick with the Niners because I knew this would be my best location to stay. You know what else I did this offseason, Bonte? You know what I did? Because I'm evil Jimmy. You know what else I did? Hey, you know that report from Michael Silver? That I ghosted the 49ers in 2017 to 2018.
Sounds like you're evil. Sounds like something you would do.
That's exactly what I did. I did that this offseason, and I told Debo to do that exact same thing when in talks for a contract extension. I taught him how to vanish from the 49ers. You know why? Because I'm evil Jimmy.
Are you the reason why Rich Scangarello is now in Kentucky coaching offense and Brian Griese's now here? Is that your doing?
That's a move. That's a move I didn't have much to do with. Kyle Shanahan did that under my hat. I didn't expect him to do that. I didn't think he was going to do that.
Oh my God!
Because I am evil Jimmy. You know what else I did?
What did you do?
I told Trey Lance this offseason, work as hard as you can. And then you know what I did after that? I went to Colin Cowherd and I said, Colin, he's suffering from arm fatigue. Get this out on your radio show right now. I told them about the arm fatigue, Bonte.
So wait a minute.
I'm evil Jimmy.
So wait, evil Jimmy, are you the one also telling Mike Florio and Chris Sims everything with the 49ers and what Shanahan is thinking? Were you the one that leaked the Mac Jones news?
Who do you think told Chris Sims to rank Trey Lance behind Kellen Mond in his quarterback rankings? It was me, evil Jimmy. And you know what I'm going to do this year, Bonte?
What's that?
Oh, I'm going to do a lot this year. I'm going to do a lot. First off, I got a patch guy. I got a guy who created patches, and I'm going to create a C, and I'm going to run out leading the team in week 1 against Chicago. I'm going to be the one leading. I'm evil Jimmy.
Oh, boy. Does evil Jimmy like clipboards?
I don't like clipboards, Bonte, but I like game film, and you know what I've been doing? I've sat George Kittle, Trent Williams, all in a room together, along with Debo Samuel. And I've showed them every lowlight that Trey Lance has had so far in his career in the NFL.
So let me get
I'm not focusing on the highlights. I'm focusing on the lowlights. You know why? Because I'm evil Jimmy.
Well, lastly, evil Jimmy, are you the reason why this line looks shaky? Are you the reason why Lincoln Thomason left? Are you the reason why? Because you didn't want a lot of protection for Trey Lance in his second year as an NFL quarterback?
I told Robert Saleh, you need to go get Laken Tomlinson right now so that the line wouldn't be built up for Trey Lance in his first year starting. I got $14.5 million to make it incentives, Bonte. I am evil Jimmy. I will make my money.
Too evil, man. You got me shook right now.
Huh?
Evil Jimmy, please don't reappear ever again.
Why not?
Because you're evil.
Well, you know what I'm going to do.
Person.
You know what I'm going to do. I'm going to lead this team to a championship once that offensive line gets Trey hurt. And you know what I'm going to do. I am going to stick with this Niners team for the rest of my career. And you're going to have everything to talk about on Sports Talk Radio. I'm evil Jimmy.
Bye-bye, evil Jimmy.
You know what?
Bye-bye, evil
Let me say this.
Bye-bye, evil Jimmy.
Let me say this
Bye-bye.
about Jimmy.
Wait.
Money time! Money time!
Maybe Jimmy's going to say that after the season. You're not going to just snap from evil Jimmy back to nice guy Stephen Langford. And by the way, a lot of people saying you need to slap it to a Slim Jim, sound like Macho Man or Hulk Hogan.
Yep.
Maybe we're going to Undertaker at time. I have no idea. I have no idea what is going on.
It's evil Jimmy. I don't know. He's left out the studio now.
Yeah, he's gone.
He's
Bye-bye,
gone.
evil. Get that spirit out of here.
No, I'm just thinking he's got $14.5 million in incentives, right? We're all saying, oh, he took that pay cut, $6.5 million he's going to be making at base salary. But he has plenty of opportunity to make more money going into this season.
No doubt.
So I just like to think that there's some sort of evil side to Jimmy because he's just too good. You know what I mean? He's just too good of a guy. And you're going to hear from Kyle Shanahan. I can't wait to hear what Kyle Shanahan had to say because it just seems like everything that we talked about yesterday, all the intangible stuff, this could cause some turmoil in the locker room, whatever it is. It doesn't feel like there's going to be any of that. But if there was like an evil side to Jimmy, and he had like the devil on his shoulder telling him what to do. I mean, come on, man.
Of course, 650 Comcast Business Text Line. You still hanging out with porn stars, Evil Jimmy?
Evil Jimmy.
So Mike Garoppolo tweeted out the details of the contract.
Yeah.
$6.5 million fully guaranteed base salary. He's going to get $29,000 per game if he's active. $29,000 per game if he's active. Getting a $20,000. Imagine getting a $29,000 check, man. That's every single week. It must be good. $250,000 for each game he takes 25% or more of the offensive snaps.
Yep.
Another $100,000 for each of those games the team wins. $500,000 for one playoff game he takes 50% or more of the offensive snaps. He's going to make another $500,000 for 50% or more of the offensive snaps in the conference championship game if the Niners make it that far. $500,000 more if he wins the conference championship game. So you do the math. We're adding up millions now. $1 million if he takes 50% or more of the offensive snaps in the Super Bowl. A $15.45 million maximum value. No trade clause. No franchise tag clause. So we could get over the trade clause. He could weigh some things.
He has 8 different opportunities to make money this season, Bonte.
And depending on who you talk to, he may have a chance to do that.
Oh,
he
boy.
may have a chance to do that. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Stephen Langford in for Joe Shasky, the Butcher. I am Bonte Hill. Evil Jimmy is gone. Craig is here. Lutman's here. YouTube, Twitch. What is happening? Everybody out there on the roadways getting off your graveyard shifts. Good morning to everybody out there. Lutman putting people in YouTube jail. That's what's going on. That's what I'm seeing in the YouTube chat.
Really?
How does he monitor that? But let's get back into Shanahan and Kyle Shanahan's response to Jimmy Garoppolo returning.
If there was any chance of Jimmy remaining with the club, why wasn't he in meetings, and why was he not out there on the practice field to get him best prepared for the regular season?
I think that was because the chances were, to me, it seemed slim to none, just with the possibility of that happening. I mean, I told Jimmy came in here the first week of training camp, like I told you guys we would talk. I mean, we talked regularly because he was up here. He wasn't in meetings or practice, but I remember the first week of training camp, me saying to Jimmy, like, hey, if you...
Oh, great cut. Somebody cut that off. Good job. Here's the initial discussion with Jimmy.
Jimmy came in here the first week of training camp, like I told you guys we would talk. I mean, we talked regularly because he was up here. He wasn't in meetings or practice, but I remember the first week of training camp, me saying to Jimmy, like, if you don't like any of these opportunities, if you don't go to the place you want, you can't get the contract that you want, we would love to have you here as a backup in a backup role in that deal. But I want you to know that we feel that way. But I also think there's no way you're not going to get something as this goes throughout training camp. And Jimmy agreed with that.
So Jimmy agreed with it because I think this was the best option. This is why I believe Don Yee, everybody's calling him the terrible agent. I think Don Yee did his client a solid. They played the game the right way. And by that, I mean, think about 2023. Jimmy could go be a free agent. He'll be the marquee guy on the market. He's going to get at least $12 million a year because the perception of Jimmy now is this guy's a consummate professional.
Yeah.
He said nothing. He's been beaten over the head by his fan base, by some media members, including yours truly. He's been kicked to the curb, and he has said nothing. Nothing. Maybe behind the scenes he's saying a lot, but he said nothing. His teammates actually love him. They love him. They do. They really do. And so I think Don Yee, knowing that, saying, hey, let me keep my client in San Francisco. They got the surgery late, March 8th, right? They waited. Now, if he didn't wait a month, he would have been throwing the football in late May. Maybe he gets traded for it. Maybe he's in Carolina. Maybe he's somewhere else. But the fact that he waited on the surgery and was like, Washington was like, oh, we want Jimmy. Jimmy probably do that. Don Yee probably do that. And we're like, yo, keep me away from that organization. I played for the Patriots and the 49ers. I do not want to go to Washington to that second-rate organization. It is a mess under Daniel Snyder, an absolute mess. Shout out to Brian Robinson Jr. Hopefully he's doing well after being shot. What a crazy story that is.
Yeah.
But Don Yee having Jimmy Garoppolo back in a situation where he knows the playbook and his teammates know that, man, he's been around for some big wins with us. Instead of going to a very new team, having to throw the football and ramp up.
Right.
And he might not even be ready. You know what I'm saying? There was a question about whether or not he'd be ready for week 1. I think Don Yee did his client a solid. And yeah, everybody's going to focus on the pay cut. Well, he's already baked in $100 million. And if he plays well, if he does get spot duty, or if he just holds the clipboard all year and doesn't say anything, he's going to get paid next year to be a starter. Somebody's going to be looking for a quarterback, and he'll get that money because of his record when he's in the lineup. So I think Don Yee actually did his client a solid here, and they used their leverage. They took their time. And now look at him back in San Francisco. You don't think he's going to have a chance to play if Trey Lance, say, starts 1-3? Or if Trey Lance gets hurt behind this offensive line, Langford? I think Don Yee did a great job.
Yeah, I think that when you really look at the teams, because the counterpoint to that would be, well, then he would have gotten traded somewhere and possibly been making more than the $6.5 million in base salary that he'd be making this year with the 49ers. But when you look at those other teams that he could have been drafted to, you got... drafted to. You got the Panthers, right? That was number 1. You got the Steelers, who were right there, but that Steelers team, that offensive line is trash trash. It's not good this year. It's not going to be good this year. Najee Harris is going to have his work cut out for him in that backfield. And whoever's the quarterback, Mitch Trubisky to start. I actually think Kenny Pickett's eventually going to get a starting job with that team. He looks pro ready. So look, I think Jimmy Garoppolo, dodged a bullet with that one.
Yep.
You got the Seahawks we could have gone to. Like, the Seahawks were that team. Mike Holmgren was on with Kruger and Willard yesterday. You have that sound?
I have it right now.
Because Mike Holmgren was saying this about Seattle, and Mike Holmgren, who lives up there and has connections, he said something very interesting about the Seahawks and Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh, I do. There have been a lot of changes, and as soon as Russell Wilson left, then they were trying to figure out how they're going to do this, and Baker Mayfield's name came up, different names came up, but once Mayfield left and went to Carolina, then who's available? I can remember sitting at my desk when we were trying to find the quarterback in Seattle. We eventually got Hasselbeck, but creating lists. Draft choices was one, trades were another one, free agents were another one. So the list gets narrow for a starting quarterback, and Jimmy was in that. I think people they're hard on him. There have been hard on him as far from an outsider looking in, but he's a good player, and I know the Seahawks would have been interested.
And that's Mike Holmgren, who should be in the Hall of Fame. He's got Super Bowl rings to his name. Great offensive coordinator, great head coach with the Seattle Seahawks, great head coach, of course, with the Green Bay Packers, where he won a Super Bowl as a head coach. Jimmy is a solid player. But
he wouldn't have fit with the Seahawks. That was the point.
With the Seahawks.
Yeah, I mean, DK and Tyler Lockett. Jimmy G knows his style of play. Like, he knows that they're not going to fit to what he does.
But also, everybody's focused on the pay cut, right? Oh, he went from 24. John Yee got him played. He didn't get to 20. He's already got $100 million in the bank. He's got $100 million in the bank. He's made out like a bandit as a second-round pick. All right? He's gotten his money. He's played in big games. He's got endorsements. That pay cut is a minor setback for a major comeback for Jimmy Garoppolo. Let's be honest. He plays in 3 games this year, and the Niners go 2-1. And Trey Lance takes over. Obviously, he plays the other 14 games, and the Niners go into the playoffs. But Jimmy says nothing. We know how this league is. They're going to say, man, Jimmy says nothing, man. He's going to be perfect in the locker room, blah, blah, blah. They're going to give him at least $12 million a year. So he's going to make up that money in the future, and he's only 30 years old, where we're seeing quarterbacks play until their late 30s. Now, is Jimmy going to play until his late 30s with his injury history? I have my doubts.
Yeah, I actually have my doubts about Jimmy being on another team in general. Think about the career that he's had.
Wait, what do you mean by that?
Well, with the Patriots and the 49ers, he's had relatively the same system with those two teams that he's played with. Quarterbacks leading up to the age of 30, that doesn't happen very often. When we were making the Derek Carr to Jimmy G comparisons, it's okay. You can make them. You can make the comparison to how they are as a quarterback and look at the stats and everything. But what you got to acknowledge is that Derek Carr had been through offensive coordinator, head coach, offensive coordinator. I mean, to his own fault to an extent with Todd Downing back, I think it was 2017 that year. But Jimmy's been with 2 coaches his entire quarterback life. He understands the Niners system. Like, I don't know if he's going to thrive outside of this 49ers system. Like, if he was to go anywhere else, I didn't think he was going to do much with Seattle. Sure, they'd be an okay team. Maybe they'd get an extra couple of wins, but you need a good defense along with Jimmy. That's what's been proven so far.
That was the biggest thing. Jimmy wanted to be on a contender, so of course he's going to take the backup job here.
For sure.
This is a better situation as a backup
than any of those other teams.
Seattle.
The Giants, nope.
Yep.
But, we can't rule out, though. Yesterday we talked about it. I can't 100% rule out a trade come the November 1st deadline. It really wouldn't benefit the Niners, but
depends where they're at.
But it depends where they're at.
Depends where they're at.
And if another team that's contending is willing to give up some pretty high draft capital, let's just say they're wanting to give up a second rounder, which would be more than the third round compensation you'd get for keeping Jimmy Garoppolo on this team through the year. If they can get higher than that, I wouldn't be shocked if he's moved by the deadline on the 1st.
Well, let's continue this conversation on the other side. I want to get into some Trey Lance sound. Trey Lance is the starting quarterback, and all of a sudden people are making these wild conclusions that, oh man, Trey Lance, it's an indictment on him. He hasn't played well. He hasn't done well in training camp. Blah, blah, blah. What does it mean for his future in San Francisco? We're going to get into that on the other side. Plus, Phil Simms, 2-time Super Bowl winner, Super Bowl MVP. He was lights out in that Super Bowl game against the Denver Broncos. Check that out at the Rose Bowl. He lit them up. We're going to do that at 7:30 with Phil Simms, and we'll get his thoughts on Trey Lance, Jimmy Garoppolo, the 49ers, and any surprise cuts. 888-957-9570. Trey Sermon's still on the roster. Trey Sermon, still on the roster. That's coming up, and that will be sponsored by Valley Transportation Authority.
Looking for a fulfilling career with opportunities for job growth? Is paid training, excellent medical and dental benefits, and a pension important to you? Then apply to become a VTA bus operator, providing VTA customers with a great transit experience. Visit VTA.org/point-A and apply.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Okay, you know those amazing spots only the true San Francisco locals are in on? Like that place with the square pizzas? Or Mama Hoo-Hoo? The spot for sweet and sour chicken that's anything but so-so. Order up! You know, with the Granch dressing. And all the other spots the real SF locals know without us even saying them. Yeah, they're on DoorDash. San Francisco gets it. DoorDash has it.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Whether you're buying a new car or used one, it's a big investment, which is why you should choose Pennzoil Platinum. It helps extend the life of your engine and protect it up to 15 years or 500,000 miles, whichever comes first, guaranteed. That's because Pennzoil's base oil is made from natural gas and 99.5% free from engine clogging impurities. The proof is in the Pennzoil. Enrollment required. Keep your receipts. Other conditions apply. See pennzoil.com/warranty for full details. Find it at Firestone Complete Auto Care.
T-Mobile believes customers deserve to get more without paying more. Everything from entertainment benefits like Netflix on Us, to travel benefits, to Scam Shield protection, all with taxes and fees included. So the price you see is the price you pay. When you're a T-Mobile customer, you get over $225 in value every month in benefits with our Max Family Plan.
That's like paying for nosebleed seats and getting to sit in the front row.
That's right. At T-Mobile, your family gets over $225 worth of value and benefits with our Max Plan each and every month. Plus, with our Price Lock Guarantee, we won't raise your rate plan price for talk, text, and data ever.
That's like paying for a cab and getting a stretch limo.
At T-Mobile, you get value beyond the expected.
Qualifying service required. Value based on included monthly benefits. Sales tax and regulatory fees included in Max's monthly price. Price Lock guarantees rate price of talk, text, and data for new accounts with qualifying service. Exclusions apply. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Pink Floyd's Roger Waters. This is not a drill.
We're doing a show in the round. It's something new. I look forward to the challenge.
Featuring his songs from the golden era of Pink Floyd. Friday and Saturday, September 23rd and 24th, Chase Center in San Francisco. Tickets on sale now at rogerwaters.com. This is not a drill. Produced by AEG Presents.
Straight Talk Wireless knows there are plenty of reasons you might need a new phone. But switching to a better wireless provider doesn't have to be one of them. Keep your own phone and save when you switch to any Straight Talk Wireless plan, like our $45 Silver Unlimited plan with unlimited high-speed data and 5 gigs of hotspot, plus nationwide 5G on America's best networks. Keep your own phone. Switch to a better wireless plan. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise. Requires a compatible unlocked phone and KYOP kit. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. See latest terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
Now, local businesses can get closer to every customer in their city with fast, affordable shipping. Introducing USPS Connect Local. You want speed? We deliver same or next day. You want savings? We give you supplies at a flat rate. You want less legwork? We do free pickups. Move your local business forward with the United States Postal Service. Let's connect at USPSconnect.com/local. Specific markets, restrictions apply. Same day or next day delivery expected, but not guaranteed with entry close to final destination.
I love Law & Order because it's the same episode every single time.
John Mulaney is bringing The Lost back to the Bay Area, September 17th at the Concord Pavilion. For your shot of tickets, listen to Willard and Dibs every morning this week at 10:30.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
This is Trey Lance right now in the car, driving up to Santa Clara. You can't break my soul. You can't break my soul. Oh, it's Trey Lance moving. Jimmy Garoppolo.
I hope Trey Lance has a little more rhythm than that.
He probably does. Trey Lance right now. You can't break his soul. He's still the damn starting quarterback
I just
of the
quit
49ers.
my job. I'm like, Beyonce, you didn't quit a job. You haven't had to quit a job. I was just watching a video of Beyonce on Letterman talking about breaking up with Destiny's Child when she was like 23 or 24 years old.
Dude,
come on, man.
That album slaps, man.
Oh, it's great.
It's a great album.
It's just when I hear that song and she said, I just quit my job. I'm like, no, you didn't. How dare you? Even though she's speaking for the masses.
Yeah.
She's not speaking for Beyonce.
It's a lot. Don't quit a job if you don't have another job.
No.
That's my advice today. Don't do that.
That's all it does is it incentivizes people to quit their jobs. Like, don't quit your job.
Don't do that. But you can't break Trey Lance's soul.
No, you cannot.
Can't do it. Can't do it. Can't do it at all. He's going to be all right. But Peter King joined Damon and Ratto yesterday. We're going to talk to Phil Simms in 10 minutes. We're going to get his thoughts on this. Then we'll take some phone calls. 888-957-9570. That's the Comcast business text line. I see all your texts coming through YouTube and Twitch. Subscribe to us on YouTube and Twitch. Don't forget about the Odyssey app as well. Download that bad boy. All the sports talk, music, podcasts are available completely free. And you can catch every single Warriors game live on the app along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. Follow your favorite teams, station, radio shows, and podcasts now by downloading the free Odyssey app. Phil Simms again in 10 minutes former Super Bowl MVP, Super Bowl winning quarterback two times. He's going to join us and get his thoughts. And we know Uncle Phil comes on here and brings the heat.
Yep.
Man, how many people have bond tape on their cue cards? Well, I have a lot of people on the cue. The cue card, I actually need a new pack of cue cards. Because ever since Jimmy Garoppolo restructured his deal to come back to the 49ers Tuesday, a lot of people were counting Trey Lance out. I'm seeing a lot of people jump off the Trey Lance bandwagon. And I'm still riding with 5.
Do you need a new stack of cue cards because of that, or because you lost the other one and you need to create a new one?
No, I need more. There's a lot of haters out there. There's a lot of Trey haters saying it's an indictment on Trey Lance. And Michael Silver, before we get to Peter King, I'm going to play this one. Here it is. The reason the 49ers, via the San Francisco Chronicle, are hedging their bets is because they're worried about Trey Lance. For all his promise, he won't be good enough to get their built-to-win now team to its only acceptable destination, with York hoisting the franchise's 6th Lombardi trophy. Come on, man. Here's what Peter King had to say about the way Trey Lance might be feeling at the moment.
If you were to say to me what concerns you most about this, and I don't care how nice and genial and welcoming and, hey, this is going to be great that Trey Lance is saying or he said to Kyle Shanahan or whatever. Seriously, how would you feel right now if you were Trey Lance? You know, it's easy to sit here and say, oh, my God, this is going to be great. It's going to be just like last year. How possibly deep down could he feel that way? He's got to feel, to some degree, like they don't really have faith in me and they got to backstop me with the guy who brought us to the playoffs last year.
Interesting. And he followed up with this on Trey Lance.
We're talking human nature. And we're talking about a situation where, if you think about it, they handed you this job early in the offseason. The team is yours. It's all yours. And then after the preseason, they do something that no one thought was possible. And I don't think really they thought was going to be very possible either. They bring the starter back. And again, I understand exactly what you're saying. This is the way the guy should think. This is the way team guys should think and do think, and I get it. All I'm saying is that I would be surprised if Trey Lance doesn't have some feeling of, they doubt me a little bit here.
And if they do, maybe he does. But I think Trey's ready for this. Trey's built for this.
None of us are going to know really what Trey Lance is thinking. None of us are going to know. Only Trey Lance is going to know. He's not going to tell the media. He's not going to tell Kyle Shanahan. He's not going to tell John Lynch. He's not going to tell Jimmy G. Maybe he does. But the question is, does that show on the field? I don't think it's going to show on the field. You know, like how many times have we truly seen that? I'm curious to see what happens in Tennessee. With Tennessee, what happened with Malik Willis and Ryan Tannehill, and Tannehill saying that, look, it's not my job to mentor this dude. There could be something there to read into it, but with this, it doesn't seem like there's anything that Trey Lance, there's no problem that Trey Lance seems to have with Jimmy as the backup. My only question is with Jimmy. I mean, Jimmy's got $14.5 million in incentives. I'm sure that dude is itching to get on the field to be the starting quarterback. I wouldn't be surprised if Jimmy's out there, possibly, thinking, hey, Trey, I mean, if you don't pan out this season, they're going to bring me in, and I can make a little extra money.
Jimmy's
when money's
a competitor.
On the line,
Jimmy's a competitor.
For sure.
And I think we're underestimating that. Jimmy is a competitor.
Yeah.
You can say what you want about him. He is a competitor. All these dudes want to play. Now, they root for each other to have success. That's for sure. These dudes want to play. Like, Jimmy's not on the sideline saying, man, I hope Trey Lance throws 5 picks today. He doesn't want him to go through that. He doesn't. Nobody's rooting for that. Not on that team. Maybe some fans are, maybe some media members, I have no idea.
Yeah.
But nobody on that team is rooting against each other. With that said, Jimmy wants to play. And Trey Lance is going to have to ball out. He is. And I believe he can ball out.
Trey already getting a dose of the Twitter, social media, hairstylists that are out there. Did you see that during his press conference? The video that was posted?
I'm not going to get into that.
The dude has helmet hair, and everyone's talking about his hair. It's like, welcome to the NFL, Trey Lance. This is what happens when you're speaking. People just have to comment because they're insecure about themselves and just have to insult somebody because it'll make them feel better.
Well, listen, I'm very secure. Right. But there is a thing with haircuts. And, what Trey's rocking right now. No, he can get away with it because he's Trey Lance. But there's going to be a point in the next 2 years where he's going to have to come home. He's going to have to go bald. It just is what it is.
Oh, my God.
You can't be receipting like that, dog. I'm sorry. You're my guy. You're my quarterback, man. I can't have you looking like that, Trey. Come on, man. I don't know what's going on up top. I don't know what's going on, man. Somebody save him. I got a barber for him. My guy, Pat. Pat, what's up, man? Sacred Heart Cathedral won their first game. Antoine Evans was good. He can hook you up. So, you don't have to, you can be secure. But it is what it is.
I'm saying that's what people...
Craig Mack knows.
That's what people go on Twitter for. That's the only reason that people go on Twitter, so they can insult somebody that's of higher stature than them because it makes them feel better. It's like, well, Trey Lance is the starting quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers, but he has bad hair, though, so I'm going to make fun of it. Come on, man. I just welcome to the NFL. That's what it is. We always
make fun of hair.
That's what social. That's
we make fun of hair all the time. LeBron James was making fun of his hair forever.
Kind of just did it with Lubman at the break.
Yeah, Lubman right now looks like a dude named Bartholomew. What the hell has he got going on?
Barnaby, I guess.
Yeah. Bartholomew's.
Remember when Trey Young had the whole Trey is balding? The whole New York crowd was just chanting at him.
My goodness.
That's what we do. Now, when it comes to my lining, man, I look at it every day like, damn, what's going on these thin edges here, man? The soft spots. It's important. It's important. That's all. Trey's just going to have to come home. It's okay. Come on, man. I'm not going to go in there on Twitter and be like, yo, Trey Lance got a bad haircut, but you're going to have to come home.
He does look a lot better with the headband. The one that they have in all those team pictures with the headband that's kind of pulling it all back. I will say that.
So maybe he has to wait for a second contract because, we talk about how much linings cost now. I mean, he ain't got the money to get a haircut.
I mean, haircuts are expensive.
They are
They're very expensive.
They can be worth it, though.
There's nothing better than better. I mean,
tell me your confidence isn't at its peak right after you get a haircut.
I've got tweets saying that, hey, man, you walk out the barbershop, man, you feeling like $1 million.
You really do.
With $5 in the bank account.
You really do.
Don't matter.
You take a look. You go in your car. You take a look in the rearview mirror.
Everything
then
feels better.
Then you go to sleep. The next day you wake up and you're like, oh, yeah, I got a haircut yesterday. And you feel good about it.
Feel real good.
That confidence.
That confidence through the roof.
For I don't know, maybe a week and a half. And then after that, it's like, oh, man, all right, when do I got to get back?
Right. Trey got to get, we got to hook Trey up. We got to hook Trey up. We got to hook him up.
It's just like we always ask, like, what's your welcome to the NFL moment? Trey Lance is going to be like, my welcome to the NFL moment is when I got up to the podium for the first time and people commented on my hair. For the first time in the 2022 season. He's been up there before.
Yeah, he has. Brock Purdy, will he be at the podium? Ooh. John Lynch confirmed this yesterday.
Brock has earned his way on our roster, so he'll be on the roster as well on the 53.
Larry Krueger somewhere is fist pumping because Brock Purdy is made the number 3 quarterback. However, what was crazy is that if Jimmy Garoppolo didn't sign, and even the biggest Jimmy Garoppolo hater has to admit, Brock Purdy is your number 2 quarterback going into Chicago. Yeah, it's kind of good Jimmy's back. And then let's just keep
it is, yeah.
You could be the biggest Jimmy Garoppolo hater out there. Would you really want Brock Purdy as your number 2 going into Chicago?
Well, I also think the reason that they brought Brock Purdy back, though, was because he was the better of the 2 between him and Nate Sudfeld. I'll say that for Purdy. He was the better of the 2. And who's to say the Niners aren't a little bit skeptical about Jimmy's health and what's going to happen through the season? Like, maybe they think, oh, well, this is going to be a necessity here. Like, if we go to Jimmy Garoppolo, let's just say we have to go to him early out of necessity. Then what if he gets hurt? What are we stuck with here?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, if Trey gets hurt and Jimmy gets hurt, you're in for a disaster. And I personally don't think that... I mean, we just saw Nate Sudfeld get picked up by the Lions in place of David Blow or whatever it is. And he just had a great game in the preseason. Like, did you see the Hard Knocks? I mean, I don't want to spoil anything.
Because I only watched 20 minutes of it.
Right, but it's like if you watch David Blow... That was the first time I saw this news this morning. I thought, man, they really cut this dude. Kind of ruined the next episode of Hard Knocks. But
there's one more after this, huh?
But point being, they were willing to sign Nate Sudfeld. I think somebody would have signed Brock Purdy. So they wanted to keep him on the roster. I get it. I get it.
Here's what Shanahan said yesterday about, let me know when we get Phil Simms. This is what Shanahan said yesterday about Jimmy dealing with the pressure last year, and he expects with Trey to deal with the same pressure.
Jimmy dealt with that from the drama, as you say, outside of the building. He dealt with that every single game last year because we drafted a young guy. So every time we lost, he heard it. It was from the narrative and everybody, because that's the position. It's the quarterback's fault, or it's whatever. And Jimmy had to deal with that for a long time. I don't think that affected us last year in that case. And I think we persevered through a lot of stuff and just tried to do what was best on the field. And I don't see any difference this year. We feel very strongly given the keys to Trey. We felt that at the end of last year. We were really excited what we thought that could do for our team as a whole, and we're excited about everything he's done and all these opportunities he's gotten throughout this offseason. And I can't wait to get him started on our team in week 1. And having Jimmy there as a backup makes us feel really good, because we have a starting quarterback as a backup. The rest of the league had a chance to get him, and I'm just feel so fortunate that he's still here in that case. And in no way has that hurt our team. It's only helped our team.
That was Kyle Shanahan, of course, talking about the pressure. And with that, let's welcome in Uncle Phil. That's right, our uncle here on the Morning Roast. We love having Phil Simms on the air, 2-time Super Bowl champion, of course, Super Bowl MVP, 2-time Pro Bowler now on Inside the NFL. Of course, you see him on CBS for the pregame shows, and he's got thoughts. We already know. So, Phil, good morning. Welcome back to the Morning Roast. We're excited to have you back as football season is about 8 days away. Bills, Rams, that'll kick off the season. Phil, I got to ask you right off the rip. When you saw the Jimmy Garoppolo news that he restructured his contract with the 49ers, what was your initial thoughts when you saw the news?
I was not shocked. Maybe a little surprised, whatever you want to say in that regard. But I think that, sooner or later, you guys have heard all this. I'm sure you've said it 1,000 times. Mm-hmm. When you look at the San Francisco 49ers, no matter what, I looked at them all off season during this preseason as a team that, am I going to pick them to go to the Super Bowl or lose in a championship game or something like that? Because I think the roster's that good. So anytime, and I say this not only about the 49ers, about every team in the league, which I don't think they put enough into the thought process of the backup quarterback. And when you have a good roster and your window of opportunity is there, you got to buy some insurance. And, hey, you can say whatever, Brock Purdy, yeah, great career at Iowa State, all these other things, but is he going to be the guy that comes in case something happens that doesn't go well, your quarterback gets hurt, and still take the team and accomplish what you want? And the answer, of course, is no. So when I heard Mr. York talking about we'd love to have Jimmy back, watching the preseason, just seeing that, I never really thought there was a team out there that was going to trade for Jimmy Garoppolo. I know every quarterback situation, got to trade for Jimmy Garoppolo. All you got to do is look at ESPN. Got to trade, got to get him, got to get him. And, they act like these trades are so, we're going to do it. My point being, I didn't think he would be traded. I couldn't see the team that was going to reach out there for him. And it in the end, it worked out great for the 49ers.
So you weren't shocked. We were all shocked because we heard all offseason, hey, we're looking for a trade partner. And I agree with you, Phil. Once he had the surgery March 8th, about a month and a half after the season, I thought there's no way a team's going to trade for him when you know he can't throw a football until late June, maybe early July. How are you going to take a chance like that with a new playbook, a new team? So I didn't think he was going to get traded either, but I am shocked that he didn't get cut or released with the way the 49ers, their dialogue all off season, Phil. So I'm a little surprised that you're not surprised that he is back. But I agree with the Brock Purdy stuff. You can't walk into week 1 with him as your number 2.
Of course, my opinion changed as the off season went along, and we got into training camp and preseason football. And there's so many things there. Everybody acts like, if Jimmy Garoppolo is traded to Cleveland, he'll be ready to start next week. Let's give it a little credit here about pro football. It's a little harder than that. Even for quarterbacks to go in, learn systems, get adapted to all the players and everything else, that's tough. So, but again, when I heard the fact that as the preseason after week 1, whatever, I just started thinking. Then I started feeling different and hearing different about what the 49ers. Once Mr. York said, we would love to have him back, I went, this is the first little domino to fall that made me think, okay, they are thinking about bringing back Jimmy Garoppolo. I don't like nicknames a lot of times. So
how do you like the Uncle Phil
Jimmy Garoppolo
nickname?
Deserves it. He went to a Super Bowl. He went to a championship game. And he can have a nickname because that's pretty good accomplishments right there.
Yeah, one of the talking points, Phil, was now with the addition of Jimmy that this could cause some issues in the locker room. And I want to ask you, is there any truth to that, or is that just something that the media and maybe certain segments of the fan base, maybe that's just a narrative they try to create that really just isn't reality?
No, that narrative is real. I lived it. It is. Anytime there's any question about your quarterback, players are going to talk about it, and they're going to have opinions, and they're going to have, he's my favorite, I want this one, things like that. So that talk will be in the locker room. You can't avoid it. And, for Trey Lance, it's not the greatest scenario going into this season for him. Of course it's not. But if he's tough, which he is, and, you got to be mentally really tough and just go. And don't worry about it. Don't worry, he's back there behind me if I don't play well. Well, if you have those thoughts at all, trust me, as a quarterback, then you have no chance. But I don't know Trey Lance, but I know he's plays hard. He must love football because he's in great shape. He works hard at it, all those things. So the opportunity, you look at the schedule, there's a great opportunity, I think, for him to get off to a really good start, to quiet everything down. And we won't talk about Jimmy Garoppolo, of course, until the 49ers lose or Trey Lance doesn't play the way we want him to.
Right.
Things like that. Of course, you guys know that.
Oh, no doubt about that. Phil Simms on the Morning Roast right now. Of course, two-time Super Bowl winner inside the NFL. It's NFL on CBS. Phil Simms knows all. He does it all. He's been in this game. So take us through the controversy that you went through, because you were in New York City, and we know how that media market is. It is rabid. You're playing under Bill Parcells. There's probably a lot of friction there. Take us through. How did you navigate through the adversity of a quarterback controversy?
Well, the controversy really kind of came through. The big one for me was after we won the Super Bowl, and I was hurt for it, and Jeff Hostetler won. So the following, that off season, all during training camp, everything, that's all that was talked about. And I heard players, my teammates talking about it in the locker room, and, it just wasn't a great situation. And, look, I'll be honest, I didn't make it a great situation sometimes either, because, you're combative, you want the job, all these other things, and can't read the paper. And, of course, at training camp, you got to listen to the fans, too, and how they react to you. And sometimes you can't let that bother you either, because, I would just say overall the opinion was everybody wanted Jeff Hostetler because we just won the Super Bowl.
Right.
And so that situation, but I knew the players were talking about it. I heard coaches talking about it. Guys would say things to me. I just go, oh, wow, you guys are talking about this at night? And that's when it does affect the football team, and it's going to be talked about. There's nothing you can do about that.
Well, this is what I worry about, because I do want to ask you about Trey's mechanics and how he looked in the preseason and what you saw, because I know you break down all the film. But that's the one thing that I'm interested in, because the Deebo Samuels, the Brandon Ayuks, the George Kittles, the Trent Williams, Kyle Juszczyk's, Fred Warner's, Nick Bosa's, they won a lot of big games with Jimmy Garoppolo. And I just worry that if the Niners do get off to a slow start, and I think Trey Lance is going to be a fantastic quarterback. I'm high on Trey Lance, Phil. We had the conversation last year where I thought he should have started week 1, and you tried to check me and say he wasn't ready yet. But I do wonder if he gets off to a slow start, that the Deebo Samuels of the world are going to be like, you know what? We won a lot of big games with Jimmy Garoppolo. And that chatter starts to happen. I worry about the young man in Trey Lance there. That could break anybody.
Well, look, not to go against you, but that talk, of course, is going to be there. And there's nothing you can do about it, really. And if this is, as you say, shatters his confidence, it does whatever you want to talk, it's really going to, then he's not the man.
Yeah.
Listen, almost every quarterback is going to go through some unbelievably tough times. I mean, everybody's not going to live the charmed life of Patrick Mahomes with great talent, great coaching, players around him and all that. So there's always going to be, tension, conflict, whatever. And you got to handle that. And is it easy? No, it's not. And but I just, of course, you guys know better than me. I watch all the San Francisco 49er games, preseason, regular season, but I don't watch it as intently probably as you, because this is what you're talking about all the time.
Right.
But we know this for sure, right? We haven't even seen the Trey Lance game plan. And we are going to see it, next week in Chicago, and we're going to see it in Seattle, and then, we'll have an idea what they really want to do, willing to do, and all the new plays they have installed that they haven't shown anybody yet, that's going to come out. And I think it's going to give Trey Lance a great opportunity to get off to a good start and quiet everybody down.
What did you see from Trey Lance this preseason, Phil, as you were breaking down the film? I know he had a limited amount of possessions to work with, but what did you see from Trey this preseason?
Sometimes preseason, playing in some that where it went well, not well, but whatever. You're not game planning, maybe just a little bit. But I saw so many, I'll just say this real quick, so many quarterbacks around the league, backups and third stringers came into games, and, I said, God, are these teams game planning for these preseason games? Because these quarterbacks, this is maybe one of the best off seasons or preseasons I've ever watched, where quarterbacks just had outstanding games and moments and things like that. But just to go to Trey Lance, look, is he a naturally gifted passer of the football? No, he is not. But I've always said this and believe it. And Jalen Hurts, you name guys, when you stay in the NFL, every year you got to be a better passer of the football. Now, Trey Lance can throw. We know that. He's got a strong arm and all that. But he's got to control it more. And in the NFL, for quarterbacks, you got to be dead-eye accurate on all those short throws to make easy catches so they can get extra yards and things like that. And his throwing was, I would say, not, if I'm just going to judge, I'm being fair, I'm being honest, it was not good during the preseason. It just wasn't good enough. Too many balls that got away from him a little bit, off target, not perfect spirals, things like that. And the only thing that's going to correct that is practice and time on the field to get him more comfortable in an offense that's going to be more relying on the pass than he had at North Dakota State. So that's just some thoughts. But, you didn't draft him at the third pick of the draft because you thought he was just a great passer of the football. You drafted him for so many other reasons, too. Big, physical, can run, strong arm, leader of men, smart, all that. Those are things that you kind of look for, too. So it'll be interesting to see how he handles this whole situation. I believe he'll get off to a really good start, and it'll quiet everybody down.
I hope so, Phil. Phil Simms on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, two-time Super Bowl champ, Super Bowl MVP, of course, inside the NFL, and, of course, NFL on CBS every single Sunday and sometimes Saturday as well. Phil Simms knows quarterbacks as well as anybody out there. So how do you feel the Niners handled the Jimmy Garoppolo situation? Because a lot of people are discussing that out here, Phil. The way they navigated, it feels like, and I'll say this, I'm 39 years old. I remember when the Giants, when you were on the sidelines and you guys beat the Niners at Candlestick Park. I remember the 7-3 game on Monday Night Football. This situation to me was one of the more bizarre situations I've ever seen, with Jimmy Garoppolo throwing on the side field, Niners basically saying, hey, we may trade this guy. How do you think the organization handled this situation?
Well, it's easy. We're all geniuses after the fact, of course, and they didn't handle it well. I just can't imagine that if I was a young starting quarterback and the job is yours and all this other stuff, but we got this guy over here throwing that's done all this good stuff in the NFL, won a lot of games for us. He's just going to work out. It's just strange, and it had to be uncomfortable at times. But here's what we all know why they did this, because they were trying to create a great market for him out there. And I'm sure, and I maybe during the off season thought, well, sooner or later maybe Jimmy Garoppolo will get traded to a team and give him a chance to be the starter and a franchise guy once again somewhere else. But as time went on, of course, that started to change. And then I start really looking at the other teams. Is there a sense of urgency to bring him in here? I never really saw that with any teams, and none. Right. Not Seattle, not Cleveland. Who else was out there?
Carolina, Washington, but Washington made the move for Carson Wentz once they knew Jimmy Garoppolo was hurt and wasn't throwing the football until late June, early July.
Yeah, so, that Carolina, I always knew or thought that Baker Mayfield was the guy they wanted to try to get a hold of. They finally did. They just waited it out and got him at what they wanted to pay for him and not what, the Cleveland Browns wanted. So it worked out for, I think, both teams when you talk about Baker Mayfield.
Phil, Trey is going to have a very short lease among the fan base. I mean, if he has one bad game against Chicago, then people are already going to be calling for Jimmy Garoppolo. But with Jimmy waiting there as a backup quarterback and Kyle Shanahan saying, look, I got 2 starting quarterbacks on my roster. Where's the disadvantage in that? How long of a leash do you think the team will give Trey Lance to perform this season before they think about going to Jimmy G?
Well, listen, I'd say to Trey Lance, welcome to the NFL, big man. Here we go, and this is part of it. And I know everybody and you guys talk about it. It's easy to say, kind of hard to do. Don't listen to the radio. Don't read the paper. Hell, don't even go to the supermarket. Have somebody else go for you because you don't want to hear it. It's whatever's out there. But I think he'll have time to establish himself. Surely they're not going to judge this. And look, the fans, of course, are going to judge it by the end of the first quarter of the Chicago Bear game. We're going to know the answer.
Yeah.
I can already tell.
Every throw, Phil. Every
throw. Oh, my God, he's going to be dissected. I just love preseason football. Oh, in practice today, he was 6'11", but he threw an interception. The offense just doesn't look. Oh, my God, shut up. Shut up. I love people to go to one practice and, well, their season's over. Practice terrible today. Oh.
Let me ask you something about this because I left training camp. I went on vacation. And I was watching from afar all the reports and everything to kind of stay afloat with the 49ers. And when did it jump the shark? Because I've never seen a preseason like this where everybody, oh my gosh, this guy looked bad in the preseason. Oh, they're going to stink. Oh, this throw. Like, it's the preseason. How vanilla is the preseason when you play? Like, Jerry Rice was on the other day. He said, hey, we took the preseason seriously. However, we still installed vanilla game plans. I think it's all jumped the shark. Practice stats. Preseason
oh my
football.
God! Practice stats. Just listen. Just get the newspaper, roll it up, and hit me in the back of the head. Okay. My God, these practice stats. Listen. That's what we've turned into. And I'm not a big numbers guy. I don't watch them that much. I do it all by feel. He throws this. He's great under pressure. Well, you're great under pressure when you're a really good thrower and you have good receivers who can beat the coverage or whatever. Yeah, that makes you really good under pressure, things like that. All this stuff I hear, the numbers, but that's what we've turned it into, strictly that. Not any feel for really how you played and what went on and why the numbers are what they are. So, drives me crazy a little bit, but again, that's what we live in. You turn the TV on right now, and any station, sports station, and somebody's going to go, well, on 3rd down and 5 and less, he's the best quarterback in the NFL. I don't care. I just don't care. So I always say this, too. When I judge them coming out of college, I'm not right all the time.
Right.
And, of course, I'm wrong a lot. But I never know and don't care what the team's record is. I don't know the quarterback's numbers. All of his quarterback rating, his QBR, turn to Fox if you want to hear the whatever about all the his QBR in the fourth quarter is just not good. Whatever. I don't care. I judge the guy. I don't care who the head coach is. I'm not drafting the coach or the players of the system. I'm just the player.
Yeah, no doubt. Hey,
that way it doesn't cloud my mind. I'm surely, and especially for college players. I mean, I understand you give it a glance, but I'm sure not going to judge it off of numbers in college. My God.
Yeah.
There's such a discrepancy in talent in a lot of games. It's not like the NFL where every week your butt can lose if you go out there and don't play well. So
no doubt.
That's just my thoughts.
Yeah, Phil Simms on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Look, let me ask you this because you've been in that situation with hospital.
Wait, I don't mean to interrupt you, but man, my heart's beating fast. I'm getting riled up here.
Hey, Phil, that's what happens every time you come on here. You need to join us every single week.
Wait, what was it? Let's see. Was it? Let's see. When we were out there, when y'all were yelling at me about the draft.
Mac Jones, Trey Lance.
That was a great draft for me because I was down in Miami or went on the radio station down there. And they kind of knew where I was going. And I said, I would take Justin Herbert, not even a question. In fact, I said, I would take him with the first pick of the draft. I would have taken him over Joe Burrow. It's really, really close when I did it. And so I got off the radio. So I called the host, Joe Rose. The next day, I said, Joe, how'd it go? He goes, oh, Phil, it was awesome. I said, oh, good. I'm glad it went well. And I said, what were the phone calls like? He says, they crushed you.
well,
and I said, that's why I went on, because I knew they would, and it'd make good radio, and I gave my opinions, and of course the fans just crushed me.
Let me get this comment to you, Phil, before we ask you another question. Our boy Tyler Miller, he's one of our day one roasters. He's basically saying Phil Simms is a nerd. He doesn't like what you're saying right now, so you're pissing off Tyler Miller right now.
Who's a nerd?
You are. He's calling you a nerd.
Oh, Tyler, who in the hell are you? Calling me a nerd. I'll tell you what, how old are you, Tyler?
He's probably about 30. He's a big diehard Niner fan, man. That's like what you said. Doesn't agree with your opinion. So just give you some insight on what's going on our show with our roasters, because we're live on Twitch and YouTube. So next time, Phil, we do this, we got to get you via Zoom on YouTube and Twitch so we can all see your face. Yeah. We can
you know what? I got to tell you, listen, nothing you can say will upset me, but Tyler calling me a nerd, I'm going to tell you. Tyler, just for you saying that tells me that you are.
Oh, boy.
You got me?
Oh, you gotcha.
He listen, for anybody to call me a nerd, he must be a nerd. I don't know.
let me ask you this, Phil. Let me ask you this. Look, Jimmy Garoppolo's going to be holding the clipboard, right? We know that.
Right.
So, and I've been in locker room dynamics before, like just not on the pro level or even the college, so I'm not going to go there. But, how can you root for the guy in front of you when he is essentially taking your job?
Well, that's the same. We've talked about Trey Lance so much and everything how he's going to handle it mentally and everything. And the same goes for Jimmy Garoppolo. I think he knows the situation. I think he'll be extremely relaxed because he knows most likely the only thing he can be is the star that comes in and rescues the team. But otherwise, you try to take a different approach. And this, people say this all the time, but I really mean it about him. The situation he is in is really so good for him right now that he can really support, Trey Lance. And I don't know Jimmy Garoppolo. I don't know if I've ever talked to him. But the fact that I think he's just that kind of guy that will be somebody that Trey Lance can talk to, and it will help him and say little things that only maybe quarterbacks know about how to play, and it can help Trey Lance out.
Phil, just hypothetically here, let's just say whether, Trey Lance plays poorly or possibly gets hurt and Jimmy Garoppolo has to come in. I mean, doesn't the lack of having a training camp and an offseason to work with his players, having the shoulder surgery, not being able to throw really until late July, I mean, isn't that going to hamper him into the regular season? Or if he does end up playing, should we expect the same Jimmy after all of that?
Well, there might be a little adjustment for him, but he'll catch on pretty quick because he has great experience. And he's had success on the field and all that, so that gives you confidence. And sometimes, you maybe not even ready physically, but you're so confident mentally and all this other stuff that, you're like, hey, I can't play bad.
Right.
You can be that way sometimes. I didn't feel that way very often, but every once in a while, like, man, I feel pretty good. This is going to work out well tonight. But it will take a little bit for him, but again, he's not going to get the job right away. That's for sure, we know. Yeah. And I think two things would have to happen for Trey Lance to be taken out. Forget the injury part, but they're going to have to lose, and he's going to have to play bad. You're going to need both of those, I think, scenarios before they decide we got to make that switch. Because I think it'll take a lot for them to make a switch, but the one thing they've done, at least they gave themselves some insurance in case there's an injury to Trey Lance somewhere down the line.
All right, quick two-part, couple questions here before we let you go, Phil. We do appreciate the time, man. You're always fascinating.
Well, I figured, I got to even this show out, so you had to get a nerd on the line. So here I am. Because you guys, everybody out there is so cool.
No, man, you got to come out here, eh? God, what is out here in California, man? You got jaded out there in New York City, man. They beat you over the head, Phil. You can get some love out here on the West Coast. But look, I got a quick question about Nick Bosa, but first I'm going to ask you about Brian Griese, the quarterback coach. I know you're into it. I always see this clip, man, when you're asking about Bruce Arians, the quarterback coach, when he was in Indianapolis. You're like, who's this quarterback coach? So what's your thoughts on Brian Griese taking the job? Because that kind of came out of nowhere, where he's now coaching the quarterbacks straight out of the booth. What's your thoughts on Brian Griese?
Well, I think it's great. I really do. I mean, listen, my wife she's died down a little bit in the last, about a month ago. She goes, I'm still kind of upset you never coached. And I just said, wow, really? So I would have been a head coach. I feel confident sooner or later. And I said I'd have been fired about 3 times, and I would be even angrier than I am now. And so coaching it's a really tough world or whatever. But I love it when ex-players go in there. Quarterbacks like Brian, he's telling those quarterbacks and showing them things that they've never heard before. So because he played the position, great experience, success, all that, and it is good to have somebody in the room that's played the position that will understand what you're going through, physically, mentally, everything like that. So I'm sure it's going well, and I would think Brian is, man, if you love football, when you start you have to coach, and you just focus on that one thing, it's a tremendous job, and I know he'll do a great job out there in San Francisco.
All right, last one for you, Phil, and we got to run here, but we appreciate the time. You played with Lawrence Taylor, you play with Carl Banks, play with Carson, you play with some great players, Pepper Johnson. Who does Nick Bosa remind you of? Because he's looking like a generational talent right now.
Oh, my God. Well, I guess I would have to say he reminds me a little bit of Lawrence Taylor because he's so explosive and so fast around the corner. And, you always hear this saying about great rushers, they can bend. I mean, he can put his shoulder on the ground and still run full speed. That was what made Lawrence. Lawrence was not a workout king like Bosa is, that's for sure. But he was such an unbelievable athlete. He could play any sport, great basketball player, picked up golf, 2 handicapper, things like that. But Lawrence just could twist his body and run full speed no matter where it was. And that Nick Bosa has a little of that in him. And that's what you always hear it in the draft. Oh, he's a bender, this kind of stuff. But it really is true, and it's really valuable. And, man, quarterbacks, thank God they changed a lot of rules and all that, because if they didn't, I know it's a quarterback-driven league and they get a lot of stuff, but if they didn't make these rules, the Nick Bosas of the world would be knocking these guys out every week. And the NFL doesn't want that. So
wow, Phil, we're gonna do this.
You got to protect them,
no doubt. We got to do this again very, very soon. Week 1's coming up. We got the Bills and Rams next Thursday night, and of course the Niners traveling to Chicago to take on the Bears at Soldier Field. That's gonna be a lot of fun.
Legend.
It's gonna be a lot of fun here, Phil. We always appreciate the time, your insight, and everything. And hey, look, man, if you're a nerd, it's okay. Nerds are cool.
Well, listen, when I get out there, you got to introduce me to Tyler. I want to see him.
Oh yeah, he comes by. He comes by. Oh yeah, he'll come by too.
Once I meet Tyler and he's 6'4", rocked up, and says, "What do you want?" And I go, "Nothing. Just good to meet you."
Well, you might be surprised. Tyler Miller's our guy, but I don't think he's 6'4". Phil, we'll talk soon, brother.
All right, guys. Thanks so much. Have a good day.
No problem. Phil Simms. We'll react to that. Oh, we got Rob Guerrera coming up right after 8 o'clock, so we're going to do that and react to Phil Simms. A lot of good stuff there. 888-957-9570. Your text coming up and your phone calls as well. But first, the injury report.
It's time for the Injury Report.
That really hurt.
Brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
All right, very quickly here, John Shea, the SF Chronicle, the Shea Hay Kid reporting that Joey Bart will go on the 7-day concussion injured list, which is unfortunate for him after taking a foul ball off his face mask during Monday night's Giants loss to the Padres. Meanwhile, Brandon Bell got a second opinion on his right knee and is expected to decide soon whether or not he'll undergo surgery to end this season. Giants season is basically over. They're just playing out the part in the month of September when the calendar flips tomorrow. Their injury report brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Rob Guerrera, Niners Nation. He's got thoughts on Jimmy G. That's coming up on the roast.
Breathe new life into life at home with IKEA Festival. 10 topics, one purpose. To get more out of the homes we love. What are you passionate about? Art? Dance? Music? Food? Fur babies? Get inspired, create, and share with us. With celebrations, giveaways, IKEA family offers, and live streams with expert advice. It's all happening at IKEA Festival. Join us from August 26th through September 10th online or at your local IKEA store. Learn more at IKEA-USA.com.
Are you ready for your palm reading, my dear?
Yeah, let's do this.
I sense
that you crave something.
More reliable.
Right. You know you deserve better and want out of a relationship.
Yes, with my big name wireless carrier.
You're who now?
My big name wireless carrier. That's why I switched to Xfinity Mobile. Now I get unlimited with 5G for $30 per month on the most reliable 5G network.
Let's talk about your aura. It's so...
And get this. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, that's actually really impressive.
Yep, but you already knew that, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I definitely saw this coming.
Start seeing savings today. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line per month. Switch today. Xfinity Internet required. Price comparison for 2 unlimited lines under available 5G pricing plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds up to 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Most reliable based on root metrics. US report. Comcast analysis of mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data from Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q2 2022.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
Golfers, tee it up this year at the Golf Mart for the hottest new arrivals from Callaway. Featuring the new Rogue ST drivers, Callaway's most stable driver ever, with tungsten speed cartridge, jailbreak speed frame, and AI flash face. Engineered for max speed and forgiveness. 4 different models to fit every golfer's needs. Think speed, go Rogue. Swing by the Golf Mart and get custom fit for the new Rogue ST drivers today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee, and shop us online at worldwidegolfshops.com.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Sides and totals are obviously awesome, but how can you not love betting on props?
Nick Costos, co-host of You Better You Bet, 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern on the BetQL network.
I love it because it's like playing fantasy sports, except you're betting on the game. Which player is going to have a lot of success in the game? I think prop bets are absolutely tremendous and a different way of thinking about handicapping and betting on a sporting event.
All the insight you need to bet smarter is at BetQL.com. And listen to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and Ken Barkley, streaming weekdays from 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern on Odyssey.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're speaking another language, like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
Babbel.
Babbel. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast.
Oh, yeah.
Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take him out! This is the morning roast on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, baby, what a fun morning. Welcome back to the morning roast. Phil Simms just joined us. That was some fun stuff with Uncle Phil. Phil Simms, two-time Super Bowl winner. In a few minutes, Rob Guerrera. They call him Stats on Fire. Stats on Fire. Niners Nation podcast host for SB Nation, NFL, and Niners Nation. He's got thoughts on Jimmy Garoppolo as we continue to keep this moving here. But there's a lot there to take away from Phil. Nice guy. And by the way, good morning, everybody on YouTube, Twitch. Log on to Twitch. Log on to YouTube. Like us, love us, do what you got to do. We see y'all on Twitch and YouTube, of course. Comments are firing away. Comcast Business Text Line and everybody out there getting to work, getting off your graveyard shift. What is happening? Got Craig Mack on the board. We got Lubman looking like a dude named Bartholomew. Yeah, Bartholomew.
You got to have Bartholomew in there, not
Bartholomew. He looks real dapper there with his Miami Hurricanes polo. He's still freaking out over the Giants. He's the only guy in the Bay Area right now, who cares about the damn Giants. They lost 6 in a row. That's the Giants mention, last mention of the show. Giants lost 6 in a row. They are cooked. And, of course, we got nice guys.
I'll just say this about for Giants fans. Go look up the grand slam that Marco Luciano hit last night for the Eugene Emeralds, all right? And try not to get excited. That's all I got on the Giants.
Get my Stephen A. on here saying, hey, nice guy, I'm here to tell you right now. We don't care. We don't care.
I thought you were going to tell me the Giants are going to go back to the playoffs.
We don't care about Luciano.
Back to back.
We don't care about the Giants. We do not care.
Can I just say something about Phil Simms though? Because that interview was awesome. Phil Simms is always great whenever he comes on. If you see that Phil Simms is going to come on to the morning roast, that's appointment listening every single time.
No doubt.
But I did find it fascinating when we asked about Jimmy Garoppolo. How's he going to be feeling? You know, we haven't really seen this version of Jimmy Garoppolo with the 49ers. And by that, I mean the backup quarterback version. Like the backup quarterback version of Jimmy Garoppolo over there in New England. Well, you got 2 teammates in Martellus Bennett and also Julian Edelman. Right. Martellus Bennett instigating it, calling Jimmy the B word for how he handled a certain situation.
Yeah.
I believe, I forgot, it was 2014, I think?
No, it was a Thursday night football game.
In 2015,
against
maybe?
the Buffalo Bills. Maybe 2015.
I think it was 2015.
Yeah, 2015, the season before he got traded.
But the point is, we haven't seen a version of that Jimmy Garoppolo with the 49ers. Since he's been here, it's been his team. He's been the starter. And now he's got another guy. Like, is it going to be, kumbaya within the locker room for Jimmy G? Or is there going to be a point where Jimmy G is like, man, all right, I got to flex a little bit. Like, I've taken this team to the NFC Championship and the Super Bowl. Like, I got to, this is my time now. You know what I mean? I wonder if we're going to see a different version.
No doubt. I wonder, too. By the way, 707 Comcast Business Text Line. Our guy, Posy in P-Town, listening all the way in Bora Bora.
Damn.
That's some dedication.
Posse's a P1. I think I've met Posse before.
Yeah, Posy in P-Town out there on the Odyssey app. And don't forget to download the Odyssey app. We got everything, man. We got Warrior games, live Warrior games. You got sports, you got music, you got a little bit of everything. Download the free Odyssey app. It truly is a great app. And look, man, follow your favorite team, station, radio shows, and podcasts now by downloading that free Odyssey app.
Hey, man, in a few months, you know I'm on that Odyssey app with the Christmas playlist. You know what's up with the Christmas playlist, man. I was playing them all last year. Fire Christmas playlists on the Odyssey app.
Again, don't fire up the Christmas playlist until after Halloween.
I'm not saying I'm doing it now. I'm not saying I'm doing it.
You got to be a real nerd to start celebrating Christmas in September. Christmas lights do not go up in September. They don't go up in August. They go up after. Actually, you know what? It should be after Thanksgiving.
I was about to say, you're saying after Halloween.
My bad.
Can't do that.
No. After Thanksgiving. We had this whole rant last year about that. After Thanksgiving, you start celebrating Christmas.
Right.
Because Thanksgiving, to me, is the best holiday out there.
Agreed.
All the food, all the football. You get a little hoops, get a little shopping, Black Friday, all that stuff. Christmas, to me, is just like, oh, man, just get this over with.
Yeah. I mean, I'm English, so, we don't really celebrate Thanksgiving over there in England. So Christmas means a little more to the family. So it's interesting over there. We have Thanksgiving, then Christmas. Not much time separated in between the two. But over there, all they got is Christmas. So it's like when Christmas happens, that's a big time of the year. And then Guy Fawkes Day.
What the hell is Guy Fawkes Day?
I don't even know, but it's Guy, Fawkes.
I don't even want to know. That was one.
You don't want to learn about different cultures?
Who's our guy who always comes at me about celebrating Christmas early?
Casey and Marin.
Shout out to Casey and Marin.
Yeah.
He's a good dude.
That was a fun little standoff you guys had last year.
Yeah, no doubt. He sent some donuts or something like that. But one of the big takeaways.
Yeah, what was your takeaway from Phil?
So there was a couple things. One about Trey Lance, how he shouldn't be faced with having Jimmy G back in the locker room. Phil basically said, if this shatters his confidence, then he's not the man. There's always going to be tension, and there's always going to be conflict at the quarterback spot in the NFL. And that was important because I agree with that. If Trey, that's why I wanted Trey to compete with Jimmy in training camp. But I get the business side of it because if something happens to Trey and, Shanahan decides, you know what, we're going to stick to Jimmy. Then you have to pay him the $24.2 million. So this way, he comes in later. He still knows the playbook. I like this way. But he's right. If it shatters his confidence and he can't rise above this, Trey Lance that is, then he may not be the guy for the 49ers long term. He may not. So that was my big takeaway there. And then the narrative being real about Jimmy being back in the locker room and how it would affect the 49ers. Because the narrative is real. I lived it. That talk will be in the locker room. You can't avoid it. For Trey Lance, it is not the greatest scenario.
I gave you the worst case scenario yesterday, and I don't know if it's going to come true, but the worst case scenario would be, well, Deebo Samuel, your $25 million a year man, he's not getting the football as much as he wants to. He knows with Jimmy under center that he's going to be getting the football. Trey Lance and Brandon Ayuk, it seems like the chemistry's there. It feels like Brandon Ayuk is poised for a fantastic season this year. If Brandon Ayuk's going off, getting all the targets, Deebo Samuel's not, doesn't seem like they're in sync. Watch them clash in the locker room. Deebo watch Jimmy, Ayuk watch Trey, and then, that's what it could turn into.
I would have totally disagree with you.
Yeah.
But
I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just hypothetically speaking here.
But, talking to multiple people with the 49ers, and we saw how it all played out with Deebo in the offseason. He showed a lot of immaturity. Social media stuff. The throat slashing like, I'm not coming back to the Niners. All that nonsense. He shows some diva tendencies. As we used to say on Bonte Steiny and
Diva tendencies.
DTs.
I remember that.
He showed a lot of that. A lot of that. And there's no doubt in my mind, if he don't get the touches this year that he did last year, Deebo has it in him to throw a little hissy fit here and there. So that's something I'm going to be watching for. But let's get Rob Guerrera, Stats on Fire, Niners Nation. And apparently, and I've seen some of the tweets, I've heard some of the clips. He's not too thrilled about Jimmy Garoppolo being back. So, Rob, good morning. Welcome to the roast, man. Long-time follower. Been watching your work for a long, long time. You do a lot of great stuff. Why are you not happy about Jimmy Garoppolo being back with the 49ers?
Good morning. Thanks for having me, guys. Well, I'm not happy about it because this team, every opportunity, they just chop the legs out from underneath Trey Lance every single time. Everything that they are saying about Trey Lance is be patient. He's going to have growing pains. It's going to take time. We're going to lean on the run game and the defense. Yet everything that they are doing with Trey Lance says, you better not struggle. You better not have any growing pains, because if you do, we've got your replacement that we brought back from the dead, basically, to come in and back you up now and look over your shoulder. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's not like a lot of these other guys who started as rookies last year, like Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson. They didn't exactly have veteran starters just waiting as backups. But how long of a leash do you think that the team is going to give Trey Lance? Because we're even seeing something that, even after week one, if he struggles, the team could be thinking about Jimmy Garoppolo.
Well, that's the thing, right? However long it was, it just got shorter by re-signing Jimmy Garoppolo. It has to be. And the 49ers can try and talk this down and say what a great thing this is all they want. But the truth is in what they do. And what they are doing is they're trying to hedge their bet. They have this Super Bowl roster, and so they don't want to seem willing to go through the bumps in the road that you're going to go through when you draft a quarterback as inexperienced as Trey Lance. That's why this whole thing doesn't make any sense. If you want to say, we can't afford to have growing pains because we have a chance to win now, that's fine. But then why did you draft the most developmental quarterback in the entire draft? So it's just, what is the plan here? They never seem to have a plan.
Not when it comes to the quarterback position. I think they have a plan, Rob. And we're talking to Rob Guerrera, Niners Nation, of course, Stats on Fire on Twitter. I do, but the quarterback position, I'm with you here where under Lynch and Shanahan, the quarterback spot has been mismanaged. Starting with the 2017 NFL draft when they passed up Watson and Mahomes, right? They don't even scout them. Then they draft C.J. Beathard in the third round. And then, oh, snap, he's not any good. Brian Hoyer's not any good. Let's pivot and trade for Jimmy Garoppolo. But the whole point of not drafting Watson or Mahomes was because we're waiting on Kirk Cousins. It all doesn't make sense at all. But let me play devil's advocate here. I do think this is a good insurance plan because I looked at the backup spots. Brock Purdy, Nate Sudfeld, I'm not sold on. Sudfeld's going to Detroit. Purdy's now the number 3 quarterback, which is shocking to me. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not impressed with him. But that's why I think Jimmy Garoppolo is back, and that's why I don't think it's necessarily a bad move to have number 10 back on the sidelines.
From a purely football standpoint, I agree the quarterback room is stronger. But look, you've had Phil Simms talk about it. Every former player, Kurt Warner was talking about it with Rich Eisen. The locker room is going to question why they are going with this young, inexperienced kid if they struggle early in the season because of all the credibility that Garoppolo has built up with that team. They're going to be like, what are we doing messing around with Trey Lance when we've got a guy that we know we've won with, just sitting here, basically. And the irony of all ironies in this whole thing is that if Trey Lance comes out and plays like Jimmy Garoppolo has played with the Niners, he's going to get replaced by Jimmy Garoppolo. It's the most absurd scenario I can possibly imagine. Like, do people forget this team did not gain a single positive yard the last 12 minutes of the NFC Championship game? That's not an exaggeration. Like, that happened. That was real life.
Yeah.
But the team is just continuing to stick with Jimmy Garoppolo, and I don't know why. You can't put all your chips in the middle of the table.
Rob, especially after the signs have told us that they don't really trust Jimmy Garoppolo, which is mind-boggling to me. Maybe they do trust Jimmy, but I go back to Super Bowl 54 where they don't call a timeout. They run a 2-minute drill, and they let all the clock run, and there's the image of John Lynch in the suite saying, timeout, timeout, timeout. And then on the flip side, with a minute 49 left, he said, oh, well, let's throw the ball 4 straight times with 3 timeouts with the ball at midfield. So the signs have told us that they haven't trusted Jimmy Garoppolo. Yeah, he's back. That's the most mind-boggling thing to me.
That's the part of this that doesn't make any sense, is that you can see the lack of trust there. 3rd and 7 against the Packers, when you're like, hey, if we don't get a first down, this field goal could be really sketchy here. It's freezing cold. It's snowing. 3rd and 7, what other team in the league hands the ball off? And thank God the human get-out-of-jail-free card, Deebo Samuel, ran the ball for a first down because he's incredible. But, that just shows the lack of trust with Jimmy G, so they can say that they're all in on Trey Lance. But it is clear that there is something that they have not seen from him, because you don't do this. You don't risk a potential split locker room if all you want is a good backup quarterback. It's clear that they have something about Trey Lance that they don't like. And they can say all they want, but the proof is in what they do.
Rob, Jimmy took the pay cut. $6.5 million is the base salary of what he'll be making. Do you think that with the addition of Brock Purdy to this 53-man roster, that was also a surprise? I didn't think they were going to keep 3 quarterbacks. But now that they've kept Brock Purdy, are they just setting Jimmy G up to possibly be traded before the November 1st deadline, or is he going to stick with this team through the season?
Well, that's possible. They could still move him. He's certainly more attractive on that contract. But, yeah, that's kind of a scary thought, right? Like, our 2 quarterbacks that we're going to go into are Trey Lance, who's super inexperienced, and the last pick in the draft. Again, that's part of it with Jimmy Garoppolo. He's not judged by what I think should be the standard for an NFL quarterback. He's always judged by, who else is on the 49ers? What other crappy quarterback is on the 49ers, right? We heard, he's better than Nick Mullins. He's better than C.J. Beathard. Yeah, great. Congratulations. Those guys are trash bags at quarterback, okay? That's not the standard for what you want on your team. And so here we are again, and it's like, the backup options were Sudfeld and Purdy, so I guess we got to have Jimmy Garoppolo back. That shouldn't be the standard of whether you can have a job on this team or not.
Yeah, this leash is not going to be long for Trey Lance. I do agree with that, and it's going to be fascinating to see that. How do you think Trey Lance will fare, especially behind this offensive line that has a lot of warts? There's going to be basically 3 new starters, and then Mike McGlinchey on the right side. Everybody keeps saying Trent Williams and Mike McGlinchey are going to be back. Well, Trent Williams is going to be back. Do we not remember the images of Mike McGlinchey in 2020? This line is going to be problematic, and that's why I worry the most for Trey Lance.
Yeah, I think it's going to be kind of helter-skelter. It's not going to be smooth. That's not who Trey Lance is. He's not a natural thrower of the football. He's going to miss some guys that Jimmy Garoppolo would hit. I think that's clear from the little that we have seen from Trey Lance. But I think the big play potential, and he's going to make enough big plays, is going to be there so that they're still going to be able to move the ball. And this is why I'm worried about the leash on him, because people expect him to just come out like gangbusters, and I don't think that's what we're going to see. But I think that they're forgetting. The 49ers last year did not come out like gangbusters, guys. There was a ton of times, in fact, 11 times last year, including the playoffs, where they scored 10 points or fewer in the first half of games, including 6 in the first 8 games. Yeah. They came out, and they were not lighting it up on the scoreboard with Jimmy Garoppolo. And if Trey Lance does that this year, he's going to get replaced, which is totally unfair.
Robin, some of your latest work for Niners Nation, you do think that there's a chance that this splits the locker room with Jimmy Garoppolo there as the backup quarterback. And you did set some precedent toward the end where you said Pete Carroll did a pretty good job building the Seahawks culture in 2012, and players on that team nearly revolted after Russell Wilson lost his first game as a pro. Obviously, Matt Flynn was the backup there. But haven't Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch shown that the culture is pretty damn strong over there in Santa Clara?
Yes, it is. It's probably the biggest asset that they have built since they have come. But the players ultimately do not care about that. They care about winning that week's game. It's why Jimmy Garoppolo had so much support in the locker room in spite of some of the poor performances we saw with him. Because all they knew is, I am busting my butt, right? I'm playing hurt. I'm playing tired. I'm working all the time to win these games. And when that guy starts, we win. And that's what it's going to come down to. Imagine if they lose to Justin Fields the first week.
Oh, my gosh.
It's going to be incredible. And so the fact that the 49ers have signed up for this just, again, shows me that there is something about Trey Lance that they are not 100% sold on.
Hey, Rob, you lived up to your moniker, Stats on Fire. You on fire here on the roast. We can't wait to do it again. I don't know if you're going to be in Chicago, but if you are, hit me up. I'll be out there, and it's going to be just – I just can't believe I got the image of Jimmy Garoppolo running out of the tunnel at Soldier Field wearing a 49ers jersey, something I did not foresee happening for the 2022 season. It's going to be fascinating, though. Trey Lance, Jimmy, and the 49ers with the Super Bowl roster. Can't wait to see it develop. Rob, thanks for the time.
Thanks for having me anytime.
Thanks a lot, Rob.
Rob Guerrera, Niners Nation. Quick thoughts on that, because I want to get to the calls. The calls just lit up here. Yeah, people want to talk, man. This is a story that's not going to die anytime soon.
No, I think he put it. I made his point eloquently, and he's essentially saying, "Look, man, like I can agree with the sense of." Like when, for example, Josh Allen, we were always comparing Trey Lance to Josh Allen. Like the reason I thought Josh Allen had a chance to thrive because he was not good in his 2 years. If Trey Lance were to have the performance that Josh Allen had in 2 years, Niner fans would want to run him out of town. But the thing is, they didn't have another option as a backup quarterback. I believe was Fitzpatrick there as a backup his first season. I can't remember when they first drafted.
Could have been Matt Barkley.
Matt Barkley, yeah.
Who knows? Could have been something.
So I do think that this creates a lot more pressure for a 21-year-old than maybe you'd want, because we haven't really seen it too much with guys like Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson. So I agree with him in that aspect. I don't know. Like, who knows what's going to... Like, this is why I can't wait for the season to start, Bonte.
Yeah, we all can't wait.
Because it's all talk, man.
It's all talk. Wait. But we're going to get a lot of action. And every throw, I'm just sitting there, and before I went to bed, I'm like, I'm looking at Ann, I'm like, babe, we're going to be out there at Soldier Field.
Yeah.
And the first 3 throws, Trey may start 0 for 3. And I'm thinking positive, right? But I'm like, it's just going to be... So every single play, there's going to be so much stress based on every single play. I do want to get to the lines before we get to the before we hit the break and then save that thought. Let's get to the lines real quick, because there are a lot of people talking. Priscilla in San Jose. Priscilla, what's happening? Start us off. You're on the roast.
Good morning.
Good morning, Priscilla.
I just feel like everybody who's dating Trey Lance are the same people who have participation trophies. I mean, we had the same situation with Steve Young, Joe Montana. You know, he got hurt in a playoff game, almost came back, didn't make it. Next year, Joe Montana wins the Super Bowl. Competition's healthy for you. Got to have it. I mean, the fact that we're already like, he's going to do bad. Oh, no, we need to W down the playbook. We are ready to win a Super Bowl, and that means the best man is going to take us there. And if that's not Trey Lance, that's not Trey Lance.
Yeah. You're right, Priscilla. You're right. Let's go to Rob and Bruno. Rob and Bruno, real quick, before the break. What's up, Rob?
Man, folks need to stop and relax. Man, Trey Lance is the better quarterback. Kyle Shanahan knows this. If you play Madden, right, you try to play with Jimmy Garoppolo, you playing against another good Madden player, your playbook is limited, okay? Kyle Shanahan knows what he got in Trey Lance. Jimmy Garoppolo is in his best position he's been. He's a great backup. That's why he's making $6 million now, okay? Let's calm down. This is what gets me. We putting all this pressure on Trey Lance and doing all this, but this pressure wasn't on Jimmy. Why are we putting all this on Trey? When Jimmy got here, there wasn't no pressure on him to win a Super Bowl. He's proven he can't do it. He can't make plays to win, so why are we tripping off him? To me, Trey Lance is built that way. He's built that way. It's no competition. If it was competition, Trey Lance wouldn't even be starting. He wouldn't even pick 2 first-round picks. So, in my opinion, people calling thinking Jimmy Garoppolo going to take this job, it's not going to happen. Brandon Ayuk ain't having that. He ain't having that. It's going to be problems. So, at the end of the day, from what I've seen from last year's camp and this camp, Brandon Ayuk is a different guy. And what I saw was that he didn't think Jimmy Garoppolo gave him an opportunity to be a receiver. He said that a few times, like, let me be a receiver.
Yeah.
So I feel like, I'm not worried. Trey gonna hold it down. You know I'm a believer in Trey. Big arm, and he got the personality for it. So he has instinctual football.
No doubt, Rob. Hey, Rob, we got to run. Thanks for the phone call. It's good to hear your voice. You know, football season's back when Rob is calling. Jay and Jonathan, we'll get to you on the other side. Langford, I want to pick up on your thoughts on the other side as well, but we got to hit the break here. We're a little late. 888-957-9570. The lines are wide open. Jonathan and Jay will get to you on the other side. Jimmy Garoppolo, Trey Lance. A lot of people are split with this. Boy, this is going to be a fascinating dude. It's just, I can't believe Jimmy Garoppolo's back. I still can't believe it.
And I'm thinking about the Phil Simms interview and the preseason stats that we talked about.
Yeah.
I want to correlate that with something I saw last night on Hard Knocks and talk about that on the other side.
No doubt. We'll do that, and that'll be sponsored by Fremont Bank Full Service Banking, no compromises.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity Gateway.
Breathe new life into life at home with IKEA Festival. 10 topics, 1 purpose. To get more out of the homes we love. What are you passionate about? Art? Dance? Music? Food? Fur babies? Get inspired, create, and share with us. With celebrations, giveaways, IKEA family offers, and live streams with expert advice. It's all happening at IKEA Festival. Join us from August 26th through September 10th online or at your local IKEA store. Learn more at IKEA-USA.com.
Okay, you know those amazing spots only the true San Francisco locals are in on? Like that place with the square pizzas? Or Mama Hoo-Hoo? The spot for sweet and sour chicken that's anything but so-so.
Order up!
You know, with the Granch dressing. And all the other spots the real SF locals know without us even saying them. Yeah, they're on DoorDash. San Francisco gets it. DoorDash has it.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
T-Mobile believes customers deserve to get more without paying more. Everything from entertainment benefits like Netflix on Us to travel benefits to Scam Shield protection, all with taxes and fees included. So the price you see is the price you pay. When you're a T-Mobile customer, you get over $225 in value every month in benefits with our Max Family Plan.
That's like paying for nosebleed seats and getting to sit in the front row.
That's right. At T-Mobile, your family gets over $225 worth of value and benefits with our Max plan each and every month. Plus, with our Price Lock Guarantee, we won't raise your rate plan price for talk, text, and data ever.
That's like paying for a cab and getting a stretch limo.
At T-Mobile, you get value beyond the expected.
Qualifying service required. Value based on included monthly benefits. Sales tax and regulatory fees included in Max's monthly price. Price Lock guarantees rate price of talk, text, and data for new accounts with qualifying service. Exclusions apply. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Progressive presents Don't Do It Yourself.
Okay, fixing a water heater. Easy peasy.
Oh yeah? So you know how to secure the skiff joint?
Yeah.
Detach the steam pump?
Takes 2 seconds.
And fasten the dew bolt to the pressure tube?
Yeah, my dad taught me how to do that.
Oh, that's interesting, because I made all those things up. Look, we should just bundle our home and auto with Progressive. We could save big, then pay someone to do it for us.
That's cool. This double's the wrong size anyway.
Save when bundling home and auto with Progressive and use the money to, not do it yourself. Coverage from Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
Pink Floyd's Roger Waters. This is not a drill.
We're doing a show in the round. It's something new. I'll look forward to the challenge.
Featuring his songs from the golden era of Pink Floyd. Friday and Saturday, September 23rd and 24th, Chase Center in San Francisco. Tickets on sale now at rogerwaters.com.
This is not a drill.
Produced by AEG Presents.
Whether you're buying a new car or used one, it's a big investment, which is why you should choose Pennzoil Platinum. It helps extend the life of your engine and protect it up to 15 years or 500,000 miles, whichever comes first, guaranteed. That's because Pennzoil's base oil is made from natural gas and 99.5% free from engine clogging impurities. The proof is in the Pennzoil. Enrollment required. Keep your receipts. Other conditions apply. See pennzoil.com/warranty for full details. Find it at Firestone Complete Auto Care.
In Menlo Park, we're looking for sunny skies, highs near 77.
Weather brought to you by the Odyssey app.
Did you know you can get your local news, traffic, and weather for free on the Odyssey app? Download the Odyssey app so you're always a tap away from the news you need to keep you moving throughout your day.
Now batting, Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with incredibly fast and powerful supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers all the bases, and then some. And strike out billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you safe at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas.
I love Law & Order because it's the same episode every single time.
John Mulaney is bringing The Lost back to the Bay Area, September 17th at the Concord Pavilion. For your shot at tickets, listen to Willard Dibs every morning this week at 10:30.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Oh, this is a banger. Damn, Craig Mack. Damn, Craig Mack. You got me going, Craig Mack.
I want you to picture a 13-year-old nice guy Steven.
Bumping this.
With a boom box in his room, bumping this as loud as possible.
Come on, give it to me, Lightford.
Trying to do where the hood at? Oh, I can't do it with the timing. Where the hood? Okay, whatever.
Where the roasters at? 888-957-9570. Where the roasters at? Where you at? 888-957-9570. Uncle Phil Sims joined us at 7:30. Said a lot. Said, hey, this could potentially divide the locker room. Guys are going to be talking because they know they won a lot of games with Jimmy Garoppolo at quarterback. Trey's going to have to hear that. However, if Trey can't handle this, then he's not the guy. He's not the guy that you're going to move forward with. So, 888-957-9570. Another question here, 415. Teams don't carry 3 quarterbacks. Why do you think they kept Purdy? The plan has always been to deal Jimmy Garoppolo, and it still is. He will be dealt ASAP. I'm not so sure about that, buddy. I'm not so sure that Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be dealt.
No, I'm not sure either. I think the Brock Purdy edition is interesting, but back to what you were saying about Phil Sims, like we get these texts. It's more of just these evergreen type of texts. It's not anything specific, but it's saying everything that's within the locker room is media, media driven. It's all just a fake narrative. Well, Phil Sims said, "Oh no, it's real." It's not
real.
like it can be real. I mean, come on, we're all humans here. It's not like we're just robots and Jimmy's just going to accept being the backup. Like Jimmy's going to want to start because he's a competitor, and Trey Lance is going to feel him breathing down his neck because that's just natural based on where they're at.
We'll get to Jonathan in just a second. Do you remember going into the 2018 season, the hype around the 49ers after Jimmy Garoppolo had that run? The hype was real, right?
Oh, yeah.
A lot of people were picking the Niners to go to the playoffs.
Man, you got Jimmy, you got your quarterback, you got your head coach. Like, you are set right now. That's what it was like in 2018.
Okay. So as soon as they got to Kansas City, and as soon as Jimmy Garoppolo tore that ACL, the season was over because of one player, Jimmy Garoppolo.
Mm-hmm.
Because the backup situation was trash. Let's be on Nickel Nick, Money Mullins, whatever you want to call him. CJ Beathard, your season was done. So I get why the Niners would say, you know what? We got a damn good thing here right now in San Francisco. We do. We really, really do. You get that situation in 2018, Niner football was unwatchable once we turned the calendar over, flipped the calendar to October. It was over. It was unwatchable.
Right.
They were terrible. Right? You had the Battle of the Bay. Remember Levi Stadium? 2 bad football teams on the Thursday night. That was awful. It was awful. Even though it was Mullen's finest moment, it was still awful. So you don't want to get back. You don't want to be put in that situation because, look, I know a lot of people are fans of Brock Purdy. I'm done ripping Brock Purdy. He's on the roster. I'm going to root for him. I hope the young man does well. It's a great story. Last pick of the draft, you make a 53-man roster, and it's the 49ers roster that is loaded. Shout out to Brock Purdy. Cool. I don't think he's a great quarterback, but whatever. You cannot go into Chicago with him as your backup quarterback. You cannot do that. You can't. Not with Trey Lance and the uncertainty of whether, because he runs. He's, at times could be reckless.
I think there's two sides to it. One, you just saw Nate Sudfeld get picked up by the Detroit Lions. We saw Nate Sudfeld. Nobody liked watching Nate Sudfeld during the preseason. Nobody thought that he could be the backup for this team, that he's the bona fide number 2. We all thought, all right, you give him $2 million guaranteed, put him on the practice squad, no one's going to try and pick him up. They would. Brock Purdy probably would get picked up if you put him on the waiver wire, so maybe the Niners just want to stash him is just even more of an insurance just in case Jimmy G gets hurt. Jimmy G is the number 2, no doubt. But, you can't take away that there is a chance that maybe a star quarterback gets hurt on a contending team, and they'd be willing to give up some draft capital in order to get Jimmy Garoppolo here. Something higher than the third round pick compensation they'd get at the end of the year. So I think both, you can look at it on both sides there. I don't think we just got to wait for the season, Vontae.
Yeah, Jonathan in the city. Jonathan in the city. What's your thoughts on Jimmy being back?
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, remember I told you about a couple of weeks ago, it's starting weird, it's going to end weird, it's about to get weird, Vontae. Hey, what if I told you everything that's done by Jimmy's camp is by design because he wants to stay here? That's why he has a no-trade clause. He ain't going anywhere, Vontae. I feel like Jimmy feels like he's got unfinished business. Everybody's talking about, it takes at least 3 years for a guy to get a grasp of be an NFL quarterback, especially a Kyle Shanahan complex offense, right? So I think Jimmy's banking on the fact that, hey, either by injury or just a trade that's not getting the offense to where Kyle wants it. I think Jimmy's banking on the fact that, hey, at a certain point, I'm going to get my job back, and I'm not going to give it back to him.
There's some truth to that, Jonathan. There is. I think Don Yee won this situation for his client. He did the best he could for his client. Now everybody's going to point to the pay cut, and I get it. You give it up going from $24.2 million down to $6.5. Only $6.5 is guaranteed. I get it. Everybody said, "Oh man, $18 million pay cut, Jimmy, Well, damn, he's got $100 million in the bank in Subway commercials. Who's really laughing?
He does.
Who's really laughing? And he sets himself up by being a consummate professional. And you guys all know I'm not the biggest Jimmy fan anymore. I'm all about Trey Lance. I think Trey Lance is going to be a great quarterback. I really do. I believe in the kid. I really believe in the kid. Even though this situation looks murky, and I get why people say, this is an indictment on Trey Lance in his preseason showing or blah, blah, blah. And you heard Phil Simms talk about some of the accuracy issues.
Right.
I get it. He's raw. I get it. I get all that. That's why I wanted to play him last year to shed off the rust in that first season with a loaded roster so he could be ready to go for year 2. But that's hindsight 2020, right? That's neither here nor there. But I think Jimmy and Don Yee are in the best situation possible for this year. Then they get back out on the market. Jimmy has a couple good games, or if he's just on the sideline and he doesn't say anything, he's still going to get about $12 million per season next year when he hits the open market, and that's all Jimmy wanted.
Yeah. And also, like, to anyone who's saying, well, Jimmy showed his worth, the fact that nobody's willing to pay him over $6.5 million on the open market, because that was the talking point yesterday too. Right. Was, well, you know what? Maybe Jimmy's not that good of a quarterback if teams don't think he's worth $6.5 million. Some teams just don't have the funds. Not everyone can just give up $6.5 million, especially toward the end of a season when you still have roster spots that you're trying to figure out. It's a lot to put on a quarterback. Yeah. But he also, I'm fully going to say that, and I've been saying this for a while now, maybe the place that Jimmy would have had success to me would have been Cleveland, maybe Pittsburgh, maybe New Orleans, but Cleveland was the one for me because they got a great O-line, they got a great run game. I'm not really sure about how we'd worked with wide receivers, but the defense is going to be good in Cleveland. Like, they got an overall good roster, but you don't want to go to a team with Deshaun Watson who's waiting there just to get off his 11-game suspension and then try and face the Texans in Week 12.
The league told you. Nobody wanted Jimmy coming off that surgery. The league told you that. Now,
true.
Was it a good strategy by Donnie and Jimmy Garoppolo to delay the surgery? Because if they don't delay the surgery, what if Washington steps in? Because they wanted Jimmy. We all know that. They wanted Jimmy. Jimmy probably didn't want to go to Washington. Probably didn't want to go to that organization. Maybe he didn't. And the Niners have tried to do right by Jimmy Garoppolo. We heard that yesterday from Shanahan and Lynch. They tried to do right by him.
You're totally right with the Mitch Trubisky point. You made that yesterday.
Yeah.
But look at what happened with Mitch Trubisky. You know? Sits as a backup behind Josh Allen over there
2
in
years,
Buffalo.
$14 million.
And now he gets this deal with the Steelers. Teams are probably going to be willing to pony up a little bit more money for Jimmy G, just knowing where he's been at, because you can't really compare Garoppolo to Mitch Trubisky. Those guys are still the same. I mean, Shasky yesterday was making the point that, you know, Joe Flacco's able to survive under Zach Wilson. It's not like Zach Wilson feels any pressure, but I'm like, okay, but Joe Flacco's Joe Flacco.
Joe Flacco's
like 60 years old.
Yeah, Joe Flacco's cooked, which, you know, you kind of think like, damn, why didn't the Jets trade for Jimmy? What was the intel? You know, Robert Saleh and maybe, I don't. No market. Nobody knows, but Jimmy's cleared, folks.
Right.
What we heard from Shanahan and Lynch yesterday, Jimmy is cleared. He's going to be the number 2 quarterback Week 1 behind Trey Lance.
Now, where's from the 415 Comcast Business Text line? People need to make their mind. We are a Super Bowl team. We will not be trading Jimmy. Purdy's not winning a playoff game or a Super Bowl. We're so far from being a top franchise. We think we're a contender, but operate as if we're rebuilding.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
I don't agree with that either. I think they got a really good roster. And this actually brings me to a point, going back to Phil Simms and what he said. Because you've heard this with anyone who's an old school type of quarterback. A lot of the pros, you know, a lot of the analysts that we bring on here. It's that preseason stats, or not preseason, excuse me, practice stats do not matter. And I was watching Hard Knocks last night.
Yeah, bring that up.
And Hard Knocks, there was a moment where they were in 11-on-11s and the offense just took over. I think the ones who brought up the stats were the defense, and that was Aaron Glenn, the defensive coordinator. And he said, they went 16 of 18 against us. That can't happen. Whenever we're looking at practice stats, I mean, we're always focusing on Trey Lance. Oh, what are Trey Lance numbers looking like? Well, can't we give credit to the defense? Like, this defense is supposed to be a top 5 defense this year.
I mean,
this team is a top. Like, can't we give credit to the defense a little bit? I've never seen it when I've seen practice stats written. I have never seen. But the defense played it really well, and you got to give the defense credit here. It's always, we don't know if Trey Lance is going to struggle here. Does this mean that he's going to be a different quarterback? I think watching Hard Knocks last night, it changed my perception on that.
You know, that's a great point, nice guy. Nobody brings it up.
It's an excellent point by me.
Yeah, it is. I gave you a compliment. Damn, you didn't have to take.
No, I'm going to build on that, man. I get a compliment. I'm going to build on it myself.
I'll give you compliments all day, man. Take it a stride. No, I don't want to give you. I want to take it back. No, seriously.
Really?
In all honesty, no. It's a top 5 defense. Isn't that going to make Trey better? Like, he's going to see the Chicago Bears defense and be like, "Oh, Roquan Smith, okay, he's solid, but I don't see no Nick Bosa on this team. I don't see a Kinlaw. I don't see an Armstead. I saw Fred Warner Jr. all training camp. He tested me. Okay, I can do this. They don't have the pass rush that my team has. So I don't get why when we're looking at there's context to everything, right, Shasky? There's context to everything. There's nuance to everything. Well, there is nuance to this situation. You're a young quarterback going against this defense with Nick Bosa breathing down your neck. I think he's going to make Trey better. No wonder he, at times, was inaccurate. Nick Bosa's coming after his ass.
Bosa, you just named the front four. You just named the front four when the linebacking core is looking to be the best in the NFL.
Yeah.
If you look at any of the preseason rankings, like nobody wants to look at rankings, I understand that, but I'm a big list guy, Bonte. I don't know if you know this. I love lists. You give me a top 10, I'm gonna open it. It's a clickbait thing, but I love lists. Big list guy. And there was Mike Clay of ESPN who ranked his 32 position group or the position groups for all 32 teams. You know, he had ranked number 1 for linebackers.
Right.
Niners.
Wow.
The defensive line within the top 5. Like there's some really good D lines out there, you know what I mean? So and I think Kinlaw is one that not a lot of people talk about right now. I think he will be talked about through the season just based on his build and how he looked in camp and preseason. He was destroying dudes in Minnesota.
Shout out to my guy Ben the Wildcat. What up, Bernie? You still in Boston, Bernie? What's happening?
Bernie.
He's listening right now.
Bernie
Hashtag
Williams?
Trey area. Not Bernie Williams.
No?
The great Yankee. Not Bernie Mac.
Bernie Kosar?
Not Weekend at Bernie's. Not Bernie Kosar. My guy Ben. Bernie. Shout out Reardon High School. But he just tweeted at us saying, Jimmy G trying to solidify his legacy as the best backup quarterback in NFL history, chasing a record-tying 3 Super Bowl rings as a backup. Time to let this thing shake out. That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
I just can't sit there and imagine, though, that Jimmy's just going to stand idly by. Of course, he wants his team to succeed and he wants the team to win. But, man, you got $14.5 million of incentives on top of the $6.5 million in base money. I mean, if you're going to go in the game, I feel like he's, with that money that's involved.
Now that we've got the news and we've heard from Shanahan, and I can't wait for practice tomorrow. Practice tomorrow is going to be dynamic down in Santa Clara. Man, I may have to. Can I join? No, I can't. I can't even make practice tomorrow. Damn it! I want to go down there. Because I think this is going to bring out the best in Trey Lance. Again, I was on record saying, Langford, let Trey compete with Jimmy and just let him beat him outright. I thought Trey was better than Jimmy in training camp last year. I swear to God, I do. I believe that. My own 2 eyes, reports, well, whatever. He's raw. He's a rookie. You can't do it, blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's past. Made the NFC Championship game. You did some great things. I think the competition would have brought out the best in Trey, and I think Jimmy being there is going to make Trey Lance even better. I think he's looking at this like, okay, who's riding with me now? I know number 10 is behind me. I'm going to step my game up even more. So Trey's a gamer, man. We heard from his college coach, and I think people forget that. Trey Lance is a gamer. And I think we're going to find out week 1 against Chicago.
I think he's going to turn out to be a really good quarterback.
Yep.
I think he's going to be a really good quarterback. And I think there was something to what Rob was saying about how, there are going to be some growing pains. Well, growing pains, they're gone now that Jimmy's the backup. They are. You're not going to have any room for growing pains. I think we've established that. I actually said...
But no, hold on.
What?
It's not like they're going to throw the ball 40 times a game.
That's true.
This is going to be a defense that's going to stuff you.
Yeah.
You're going to have a strong running game with Elijah Mitchell, whether it's Trey Sermon, Jeff Wilson Jr., or Troy Mason, whoever it is, whoever's going to be the number 2 back. I don't care who's carrying the ball. Shanahan has showed you that no matter who carries the ball, they're going to produce in this offense. Doesn't matter. It's not like Trey Lance going to be in shotgun throwing 45 times a game.
Right.
Go look at the box score from RG3's first game. And I'll pull that up in just a second. Down in the Superdome, he threw it, I believe, 25, 26 times. That's going to be the template.
Yeah.
That's going to be the template.
Personally, I don't want to see Jimmy G play at all this year. Like, I don't want to. No matter what the noise is, like, even if Trey struggles, Bonte, we're going to be getting a lot of that. Jimmy needs to start. Like, I personally don't even want to see him start at all this year. It depends on the way that Trey's struggling, but I don't think Trey's going to struggle to the point like Rob had in his previous post, where in 2012 with the Seahawks, when Russell Wilson went down 0-1 in his first game after the first week, Seahawks fans are saying you need to get Matt Flynn in there. Like, the noise is going to be there. I personally don't think they should at all.
Week 1, Robert Griffin III, first game ever under Mike Shanahan and Kyle Shanahan with Washington. They beat the Saints down in the Superdome, 40-32. Robert Griffin III threw the ball 26 times, 19-26, 320 yards, 2 touchdowns, ran the ball another 9 times for 42. Alfred Morris, remember him? Former 49er, our boy Alfred. 28 carries in that football game. 28. Their running backs ran the ball 34 times in that football game on top of the 9 carries that Robert Griffin III had. That's going to be the template. 20 to 25 throws. control passing game.
Yep.
Dynamic plays. And that's what's missing in this offense. Big chunk plays that Jimmy couldn't help this offense get. Trey Lance is going to stretch that field. He's going to stretch that football down the field. I think he's going to be just fine.
And with the 11 attempts that he had over there against Houston, he had the one deep ball to Debo. Let's just say you give him 9 more chances to throw the football at least. You're probably going to get a couple of those chunk plays in there. And then once a big play happens, whether it be to Danny Gray, Brandon Ayuk, I don't know, Ray McLeod, Debo, whoever it is, fans are going to be like, oh, okay, this is something we haven't really seen.
This is the best weaponry Shanahan has had since he's been in San Francisco. The best set of weapons he's had since he's been in San Francisco. Brandon Ayuk is going to explode this year. We know who Debo is, and hopefully Debo stays healthy. Danny Gray has speed. Speed. He's not going to remind anybody of Trent Taylor or freaking Richie James Jr.
Right.
Then you still got George Kittle, the ultimate safety valve. So the weaponry that Trey Lance is going to be able to work with that control passing game, I think they're going to be just fine. Let's go to Bay Rob real quick in the city. Our boy Bay Rob. It's been a long time since we heard from him. It must be football season. Bay Rob, what's happening?
You know what time it is, guys. It is football season. Vontae, I'm going to see you in Chicago, baby.
Let's go.
I got a question for you, Vontae.
What's up?
Is you over Jimmy G? Is you over Jimmy G, Vontae?
I was over Jimmy G. Because Shanahan and Lynch, or Shanahan specifically, they basically told us that they're ready to move off of Jimmy by drafting Trey Lance and by flirting with Kirk Cousins and flirting with Tom Brady. So after a while, I'm just like, you know what? I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it.
Yeah, me too. So I'm at the same thing. So I'm ready to take my lashes with Trey. I ain't finna start whining and start doing all this to the middle of the season. We got to evaluate Trey and see what's going to happen with our own eyes. We know it's going to be a roller coaster ride.
There we go.
So we got to get ready for that. But I want to see with my own eyes. And Vontae, when it hit the fan, you know who I'm looking at. I'm looking at Shanahan, bro.
Yep.
He the one created this monster. So since he created this two-headed monster, let's see how he go handle it. That's all I got for you guys. Go Niners, Game 1 Chicago, baby.
Let's do it. Bay Rob, always fired up, and he's always on the move. He's always on the move. He's always in traffic hitting 90.
You were talking about the wide receivers that Trey's going to have. You forgot about Ray McLeod, who's going to be used in special teams a lot.
I like Ray.
Hey, this was something that I had when you were in Europe. This is my bold prediction here, Bonte. Because I was watching the top 100. Debo was voted number 19. I was watching the video of Debo. And they showed the clip of him. He's like, Debo's a do-it-all type of player. He can even throw, and then they showed him throw the touchdown. You know who's going to be that guy? It's going to be Ray.
Ray.
Back in Buffalo, he had two stints with the Bills.
Yeah.
And in 2019... I didn't know this.
That's good research.
This is good research.
This
dude was the scout team quarterback against the Bills in 2019, and I watched him in practice. Catching punts from the jug machine or catching kickoffs, whatever, from the jug machine. And I saw him throw. I had the Adrian Peterson. When I seen him throw that ball, I said, "Oh my God!"
I need that.
And then I looked up Ray McLeod, and I saw he was a scout team quarterback with the Bills. So my bold prediction for this year, I know we're talking about Trey and Jimmy, but if I'm gonna pick a receiver to throw a touchdown pass this year, maybe Deebo Samuel will be up there. But I guarantee you, Ray McLeod is going to be used at least once.
Can you bet on that?
I don't know. You seem convinced.
Yeah, I am convinced. I do want that shot. When I seen him throw that ball, I said, "Oh my God, Alex, you in trouble? You in trouble." That's how I felt in the first preseason game when I saw Trey Lance throw that ball to Trent Sherfield. However, it was even training camp, and the team's broadcaster, the radio play-by-play voice of the 49ers, the first Saturday practice Trey Lance had last season, guy looked at me, Shasky said, "This is the best throwing practice I've ever seen from an individual," and that was Trey Lance.
Yeah.
So we'll see. That.
He's a very easy guy to root for, too. I mean, just listening to him talk and seeing the way that he carries himself, both Trey and Jimmy, quite frankly, are easy guys to root for.
Yeah, no,
they are.
By the way, we're about to get the flex moment, the flex moment of the show. The YouTube chat, so funny.
It's going off.
They said it's so good to have the Niners back. Giants Talk had to chat under 87 listeners. We're back over to 200s,
Hey,
right?
man.
And then Lubman hits me with this breaking news in all caps.
Oh, boy.
All these exclamation points. It's official. The Padres and Giants will play a 2-game set in Mexico City. These will be the first Major League regular season games in Mexico City. I'm here to tell you right now.
And they say there's no reason to get excited about the Giants. Ha!
Nobody cares. No, you travel to Mexico City to go watch the Giants play the Padres? It's really about the Padres being in Mexico City with all their talent. Nobody cares about the Giants.
If you want to talk about the NFL and, NFL talk gets people going, well, if you want to talk about the NFL being a powerhouse, did you see that no game in the Christmas Day slate of games for the NBA, none of those games rated as high as Steelers-Lions over the weekend?
That's unbelievable.
The third preseason game.
That's unbelievable. I was watching Steelers-Lions.
I'm sure Hard Knocks has something to do with it. I'm watching.
Yeah.
I'm thinking
I was watching it.
I was watching for Aiden Hutchinson.
Yeah, they were looking physical. The Lions look physical, man. They're fighting Dan Campbell's.
Aiden Hutchinson's a beast.
He's a beast.
He can be. Number 97.
I sure wasn't getting worked up over the Giants getting swept in Minnesota. Why would you do that to yourself? Jeez.
Marco Luciano, I'm telling you, look up the Grand Slam, man. There's something there. We'll see him in 2024.
Seek help and miss me with the Giants right now. They're busy losing 6 in a row. They're cooked.
That's why I'm wearing green for the Eugene Emeralds.
Wake me. You know what? And this is why I said, yes.
Got the green mug, too. There's a little too much green.
Look, this is what's crazy. Because Niner season's about to start. We got the Warriors coming back. The Giants are going to have to do something massive for us to mention those dudes over the next 9 months.
Dude, the Giants could have signed Aaron Judge when the Niners said they were going to bring back Jimmy Garoppolo. And nobody would have even heard about it.
Listen. We may not mention the Giants until the opening day.
That might be a little hyperbolic, but you get
maybe.
it.
Oh, somebody would be Lubman and Shaska would have the fake optimism about spring training, and then we'll see the lineup for the first spring training game, and I'll say, wake me up opening day, and then after that, I'll say, wake me up training camp. That's where the Giants are at right now. All right, Craig Mack, you got it ready to roll? Let's roll. So, Evil Jimmy is
They don't blame me. They don't blame me.
No, trust me, Evil Jimmy. We're all blaming you. We blame you a lot.
They blamed Jaquaski Tark. You said it at the beginning of the show, Bonte, because I am Evil Jimmy.
Listen, so is that why you waited until March 8th to get the shoulder surgery? Why couldn't you get it right after the season? Was this your plan all along?
Bonte, you're reading my mind. We're mind melding. You know too much about Evil Jimmy. I held off that surgery so I would stick with the Niners because I knew this would be my best location to stay. You know what else I did this offseason, Bonte? You know what I did because I'm Evil Jimmy. You know what else I did? Hey, you know that report from Michael Silver that I ghosted the 49ers in 2017 to 2018?
Sounds like you're evil. Sounds like something you would do.
That's exactly what I did. I did that this offseason, and I told Debo to do that exact same thing when in talks for a contract extension. I taught him how to vanish from the 49ers. You know why? Because I'm Evil Jimmy.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
And
who was that? That was great to have Evil Jimmy in the studio.
Evil Jimmy, don't bring him back.
Why?
He's a little too evil.
Yeah, a little bit. Maybe.
Got Kyle Batson in. There's no Kruger. I guess after yesterday, Matt Higa probably was like, look. You and Mark Willard argued over semantics for 3 hours. Just took over the changeover. Look. Matson step in. Kruger take a break.
Guys. Oh, he lost, so he got suspended for the day. Larry will be back tomorrow. He lost the debate.
Wow.
Damn.
Yeah.
Who's the judge of that? You?
Yep.
And Mark just decided that, I guess.
He just decided that. All right.
Yep. You're out. We'll see you on Thursday, bro.
Giants lose 6 in a row, but I don't think anybody really gives a damn right now.
Honestly, I care more about the New York Giants than the San Francisco Giants right now.
Except for Sam Love.
Tell me how Daniel Jones looks.
I still watch, by the way. The game's still on. Like, something's got to be on while I'm sitting here prepping the show for the next day.
Well,
it's on.
3 innings was on, and then it was time for Game of Thrones.
I was watching when Jock put that ball in the water last night. I was watching. But my gosh, they are, yeah.
Hey, at least
just call everybody up. This should be looking for people to put on the IL. Dude. Call everybody up. I don't want to see any more of this anymore.
I was talking to Sam Lubman doing the show meeting at 7 o'clock, and it was right when Austin Slater got picked off. And Lubman goes on a 3-minute tirade. And Anna goes, tell Lubman to pump the brakes. We don't need that energy right now. I said, Lubman may be the only guy in a 3A span going crazy over a sweep against the Twins and over Austin Slater getting picked off at first base. I'm like, Lubman, seek help, please. And he's talking about, well, I'm going to be there Sunday for Star Wars Day. So it's like, you keep doing it to yourself. Why?
Star Wars
I'm an
Day
A's
on
fan,
Sunday?
dog. I don't blame Sam one bit.
I mean,
I watched part of A's Nationals last night.
Oh, boy.
Hell yeah.
Have a great time.
Hell yeah.
We got a text
Shane
today.
Langolier show.
We got a text today. Hey, Bonte, how about those A's, baby? I said, look at A's fans.
Split with the Yanks.
Strutting.
Split with the Yanks. Knocking off the other worst team in baseball.
Break.
Watch out.
Better record than the Giants to see All-Star break.
Oh gosh, yeah. No, as long as Aaron Judge gets his home run, I don't really care what the outcome of the game is.
Did you see Marco Luciano's grand slam?
Sure did.
Oh,
sure
boy.
did.
Come on, man.
Sure did.
He's holding that.
No, it's gonna be good.
Is he the
whenever
key to the
gets
playoff
here.
run?
it's gonna be interesting whenever he gets here for
In
sure.
high A.
But yeah, I'd call them all up. Evan Longoria wants to.
Championship on deck.
Evan Longoria wants to fight through his injury. I'm like, I know why you want to fight through your injury. You're trying to get your contract picked up for next year.
Get that
I don't want
13
you fighting through. Don't fight through your injury.
13 milli?
Yeah, sit down and pull up some other guys.
Yeah.
Brandon Belt.
Wants some check. He wants a check.
Much love. I like. It sounds like the career's probably over. He's probably going to have surgery. I hate that for him, but like anybody with a hangnail. Injured list.
Yeah.
Bring him up.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's September.
Unfortunately, Brendan.
Bring him out.
Joey Bart's on the IL now because of the concussion. That sucks.
Yep. Yeah. No, he can come back when he's ready. He can come back with anybody who might be a part of the future. Get him up. Bring him up.
If you look like a player who might play for the A's next year, you're on the IL. Longoria is definitely manning the hot corner.
That's it with the Giants. I don't want to hear about that anymore.
Let's talk about
the biggest
else.
news, Shanahan, Lynch, they spoke yesterday on a conference call. Wish we had the video. Wish they did the regular presser because I would love to see their faces. But it was a lot of Shanahan. Shanahan was talking yesterday. He was talking.
It's wild.
It's
just wild. I don't know how many stats. Rob Greer came on with you guys, and he said
he's not happy.
Well, I there's something he said that really I agree with because I had the same experience yesterday. It's like I don't know how many former NFL players need to come out and say the same thing before 49er fans realize what's actually happening. It's not that the on the surface of this point is not real. Yes, they now have more insurance. Yes, this makes them deeper in the quarterback room. Yes, they're big boys and they can all handle competition. That's all true. But the bigger point of this is, I don't know how many NFL players need to come out and say, the loser yesterday was Trey Lance because it shortens his clock, and if he goes 0-1 or goes 0-2, the locker room is all going to look at each other
You hear it
and
from
go,
Sims?
I've heard it from people I've talked to all day yesterday. They're all saying the same thing. If he loses 1 or 2 games, the veterans look around at each other and go, why is our starting quarterback holding a clipboard?
Oh, wow.
Why?
See, that's
why teams don't do what the 49ers just did. It doesn't mean anything about all of this other stuff we're making the quarterback room deeper. Kyle going, wow, couldn't believe he was available. There's a reason that no NFL team has done this ever. There's a reason. If you are all in on a guy, you got to get the other guy out of the way.
Yeah.
You just have to.
Now, Rob, in his latest piece, too, for Niners Nation, he said that in 2012, he goes back to when Russell Wilson started, and they lost their first game opening the season, and then Seahawks fans were just clamoring for Matt Flynn. I'm like, Jimmy G is a much better quarterback than Matt Flynn. I feel like if Trey ends up losing that opening game to the Bears, oh, yeah, they're going to be calling for Jimmy.
Direct quote, somebody who spent 6 years in NFL locker rooms. Quote, I think this is good news for everyone except Trey. He has 2 rough outings to start the season, and there will be guys in the locker room saying, quote, why is our starter holding a clipboard while we've got this kid on the field?
Well, Phil Sims.
The 49ers are making a big bet on their vibes right now.
They really are.
I mean,
so
this is somehow being translated as, oh, you guys are scared, and now you're anti-Trey. No, if he's a first-year starter, it stands to reason he's going to have bumps along the road, and if that's what the veterans in the locker room are going to say, because Jimmy's standing there. How is this being translated as okay or good? This is not good for Trey. And if it's not good for Trey, you'd think it's not good for the organization because he's the guy.
Yeah, no doubt about that. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget, you can watch us every single day on YouTube and Twitch. Phil Simms joined us at 7:30. I'm sure you guys heard a couple clips. We basically, about the situation, the Jimmy G situation. He said they didn't handle it well. It's just strange. It had to been uncomfortable at times for Jimmy and the team. Then he's confident. He is confident in Trey Lance. Say, hey, look, I believe Trey Lance will come out and he'll get off to a really good start and quiet everybody down. He'll quiet everybody down for that week. And then if he struggles, the noise will ratchet back up. But he said the narrative about, everybody's saying that the media, like I'm getting all the kind of tweets about you guys at the media creating this narrative and yada, yada, yada. It's like, okay, blame the media. That's good. That's very creative. Phil said it. The narrative's real. When he was in New York and Jeff Hostetler won that Super Bowl, guys were talking. He was like, you guys are talking about this stuff? He goes, talk about it at night. Who's going to be the guy? And a guy like Deebo Samuel, who showed us that he has DTs, diva tendencies. He don't get the ball the first few weeks, and they struggle. Deebo's already showed me his card. I saw a side of him I didn't think was in him. He's going to show some DTs.
We all do think that the Niners have like some one big group chat where everyone's involved and no one talks separately. Like that could happen. Teammates can talk. They do talk.
Trey Lance left that group chat.
And I know where it's easy for us as fans to fall into this because we're sort of we're buying into the story. Yeah. This is all storytelling, right? Yeah. Like it's a locker room and it's cohesive and it's love and it's all 49ers. Like they're all about that logo. How quickly was Deebo not all about that logo? They are these are massive egos, massive money, stats on the line, so much on the line for each of them individually every single week. And we're supposed to be of the mindset that if Trey Lance has normal first-year starter struggles, that all of them are just going to be like, it's okay. This is just where we're going to be patient with the young guy. We have an unbelievable roster. We can win the Super Bowl this year, but no. Let's hang out and put our bodies sideways on the line for something that doesn't look like it's working.
Well,
it's
honestly,
it's not realistic.
I think I may have been more blown away that Shanahan admitted that if Jimmy didn't sign, they're going to go into Chicago with Brock Purdy as a number 2 quarterback.
Is Jimmy Garoppolo looking over his shoulder at Brock Purdy for the QB2 job? That's what I want to know.
We might need to have a little intervention with you and Brock Purdy.
Listen,
no, you're not.
No. It's a great story.
It's a great story. Like you're fixated on a QB3. I've never been fixated on a QB3 in my life.
On him.
Yeah, you talk about him a lot.
I'm shocked he made the 53-man roster. They kept 2 quarterbacks last year, and Nate Sudfeld was one of them, right? So they're keeping 3 quarterbacks on this 53-man roster. And I'm just like, all right, he's the last pick of the draft. It's a great story that he made the 53-man roster.
He did some good things.
I've been a little too hard on Brock. Been going crazy because everybody hyped him up.
Bonte Hill yesterday.
Yeah, I mean.
And again today. I heard that at least once this morning.
But I was just like, damn, they were going to go to
How
Soldier
do you know he stinks? He's never played.
They're going to go to Soldier Field with him as a number 2 quarterback.
I don't know. It's funny. I think that this is something we all do about our own teams, but we would never do it about the NFL.
Yeah.
If I quizzed all you guys right now on who the best quarterbacks in the game's backups even are, y'all going to get an F. You're going to get an F.
Mason Rudolph.
I mean,
Kyle Trask.
Who's
Jacob Eason?
Who cares who's backing up Josh Allen?
Nick Mullins.
I don't care.
You don't care that Nick Mullins is backing up Kirk Cousins?
Do you even know who's backing up Josh Allen? Who's backing up Josh Allen?
To win a game for your life.
Matt Barkley.
To win a game for your life, do you want Mac Barkley or Nick Mullins? Go.
Ooh, Nick Mullins.
Oh, my God.
49ers legends.
Nick Mullins. Why do you think they kept Purdy on the roster, though? Because Nate Sudfeld instantly got signed by the Lions as soon as he was cut.
Right.
So Brock Purdy wasn't going to last
Blau,
there.
Yeah.
I mean, did they just get him as insurance to your insurance? Because I think the likelihood, I mean, if a star quarterback goes down and a contending team feels like they're willing to give up a pick higher than maybe a third rounder that the Niners would get at the end of the season, I'm not, like yesterday, I thought it was going to be 2 quarterbacks. I thought it was Trey and Jimmy, and there's no trade that's going to be on the table. But until the November 1st deadline, I'm going to think maybe there's a chance that could happen.
Sure. I think that's a piece of it. I mean, I think, first of all, I think he did some things that they liked. I think he did some things that they liked. But yes, there is a scenario, which is Trey comes out, like you just said, Bonta, and like Phil Sims. Okay, Phil Sims is right. Trey comes out and makes everybody feel comfortable right away. And in that scenario, then 3 weeks later, Kirk Cousins snaps his ankle. Okay, so now where are we?
Right.
Hey, Jimmy, you can go be the starter in Minnesota. We can get a second rounder in return for you.
Yeah.
And we need a backup quarterback. That's a scenario. Right. I mean, there's 40 scenarios, but you got to be ready for them all.
Yeah.
If you can.
Got to be ready. Let me throw this one at you guys. And Kyle, you can start this one. I threw this at Langford earlier, but a lot, Shasky loves bashing Don Yee. That's his favorite agent in the world.
Don Yee's a good agent.
But I believe Don Yee.
He loves bashing Don Yee.
Oh, he can't stand Don Yee. Can't stand Don Yee.
What did Don Yee do?
What weird beef to have.
If Don Yee were even in here, would Shasky know that was Don Yee?
Well, he's looked him up online.
Okay.
I'll let you ask
he's done
Shasky
the image
when he
search?
comes back.
All right.
I'll let you ask him when he comes back. Langford knows he's not a Don Yee fan.
He does not like
outside of Scott Boras, why anyone would be mad at any agent ever? I don't like. How do you anyway?
I got a Trey Rosenhaus dartboard in my
all right.
A David Mulligetta voodoo doll.
Next question.
By
All
the
right,
way,
go
Case
ahead.
Keenum is Josh Allen's backup up in
Great.
Buffalo.
All right,
whatever.
Yeah,
Case Keenum.
They're in a good
Houston
spot.
Cougars. Let's go.
Is Case Keenum the Kirk Cousins of Brock Purdy's?
Yes, that's well said. If I can understand it,
I feel like I nailed that.
Since you're replacing Dibs, that's 4.
Yeah.
Wow, thanks.
That's 4. But Don Yee, I think he did a masterful job here. Okay, everybody's going to fixate on the pay cut that Jimmy took. Well, he's already got $100 million in bank. Yeah. All right, $6.5 million, pretty damn good for coming in with no pressure. Right, as a backup quarterback. He's in the best situation he could possibly be in. Even starting in Carolina, this is a better situation for Jimmy Garoppolo playing on a contender. So, Kyle, I think Don Yee won. And now next offseason, when Jimmy's a free agent and he can't get tagged, I think he's going to get at least $12 million a year next year on the open market.
Minimum, especially if he backs up this entire season. If Trey comes out and he's fine and the Niners go 10-7 and they make the playoffs and Jimmy's backup all year, Mitch Trubisky got paid off hanging out behind Josh Allen. That's Mitchell Trubisky.
And
he doesn't have half the resume.
Jimmy said nothing. You were talking about the other day, Mark, about him not losing his cool, because I've said that over the last 3 years. It actually benefited him by not saying a damn thing.
Or he usually does.
Because other teams are going to say, he just became a great locker
room
room
dude.
The adult in the room. The players love him. The teammates love them. The fans, all of a sudden, I didn't know this many people love Jimmy Garoppolo. They came out of the woodwork.
Well, when you're not playing, everyone always loves you. That's the thing, because you're not putting anything bad on tape. I mean, the better comp for Jimmy may be Marcus Mariota. Like, that's all his best scenario this year is to get like one start and win it. You do that, you're somebody's
Matt Flynn.
You are somebody's $25 million quarterback next year. For sure.
Yes, and especially just
probably starting in Tennessee next year.
I mean, when you go around.
Willis will.
Well, Willis does. He's been interesting. That's true.
What if he's brought in to back up Malik Willis?
Oh my gosh! Right,
those are two different systems.
No, but
anyway.
but no, you look at Tennessee. Depending on how Malik Willis develops, you got New York. Who knows what's going on in Pittsburgh? Like, there's just all these. There's all these. Seattle.
Still Seattle.
There's all these situations.
A long-term option in Carolina.
Does Brady retire? What's going on with Detroit? We can do this with more teams than not.
Right.
To be honest with you.
So if you told me that Jimmy Garoppolo next year gets 2 and 50 on the open market, like, I would buy that for sure.
Yep.
And that's what I think the focus is for him right now. It's like, because his value next offseason will never be as high again as it will be in 2023. So
see, I think Don Yee helped his client out, and I think they played this so perfectly, delaying the surgery, knowing that, hey, Washington may be a team that trades for us. You don't want to go to that organization. That's a dumpster fire. They played this, and it was like, you know what? Yeah, they may seek the trade, but this is the best option, because if he does play, the players know, hey, we've won a lot of big games with number 10. 33-14 in the regular season, 4-2 in the playoffs. Won a lot of big games with Jimmy.
I don't think you're wrong, but it's based on circumstance. Again, this was nobody's option A. Option A was, Washington bought in 4 months ago and said, you're going to be our starting quarterback. And we're going to go ahead and pay you $18 million or whatever. You take a small cut. Like, that would have been option A. But whether it's the shoulder surgery, whether there's circumstances with a lot of the other teams, once that doesn't come to fruition, then I think you're spot on, because and they're showing it to you also with the no trade clause. The no trade clause comes into play because what they're saying is the last thing we can have this year is Jimmy end up on a bad roster where he is then going to put something bad on tape.
Right.
This way, yes, if Kirk Cousins goes down and you want to give me Minnesota's roster and the starting gig for 6 games, yes, we'll do that. Outside of that, give me the offense I know, the coach I know, the uniform I know, the Kittle I know, the Debo I know. Give me all of that. And if I only have to play a game or two, that's probably, or even none, that's probably going to go pretty well.
And the fans love him. The fans love him, too.
And the locker room loves
now
him.
they do.
Yeah.
They haven't for the last 2 years. Now they do.
It's funny how many positive Jimmy Garoppolo tweets I've seen. It's been the most positive I've seen people about Jimmy Garoppolo the last 2 days than I have in the last 2 years.
Do you guys?
Unbelievable.
Do you guys feel? And I. This is a little bit, Mark, what I want to get into.
Yeah.
But there's 2 aspects to this that I think they're all kind of getting lumped together, because the 49ers, but when they agreed to restructure Garoppolo's deal, got better. They are better today than they were on Saturday.
Yeah,
Like
I'll buy that.
That Jimmy Garoppolo is better than Brock Purdy and Nate Sudfeld.
I'll buy that.
Okay. So for 2022, like, I feel no different. I feel no differently about Trey Lance.
There's context, though.
No, totally. I feel no different about Trey Lance.
I do.
I think he's either going to be good or bad. I'm on the fence. I know we have to take a hard stance, but I'm firmly sitting on the fence.
We don't. That's facts. We don't know.
Yeah, right.
We don't know.
So I feel the same way, and I feel the same way about their chances to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So this changes nothing. But to Mark's point, like, long term, there's a definite problem here where if Lance does struggle a little bit, now he may not get a chance to work through it. And now we're looking at a scenario where we go into 2023 in the same spot.
I know.
Where we're going, hey, he only has 5 NFL starts and he's 1-4.
So what a lot of us are doing, though, right now, I think, is we're running scenarios. Okay, we're running scenarios, and then people are like,
"Here we go, yo!"
Right? Yeah, here we go, yo. Then now they're all gonna have sort of like opinions based on which scenarios we see as most likely. What I'm trying to do is get everybody to not look at future potential scenarios because we don't know what's going to play out. I want you to look at what just happened.
Yeah.
There's only one fact, and that is that the 49ers just did something that organizations don't do. They just did something that you don't do. You don't go all in on a guy. This is a quarterback of a football team. They said it yesterday. They think there are fewer than 32 of these people on the planet. This is an all-in 3 first rounds quarterback of football team in market 5, and we're all in, all in, all in. And then they just made a move before he even got started that every football player we can talk to is like, that's not good for him. You don't do that to your investment unless you think something's not right. That's the only reason you do this. You don't do this just because the face value that everyone's responding and going, well, let's make some better for this year.
So the scenario where Trey stinks is now closer to real to you than had they cut Garoppolo.
Based on their behavior. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because if you look historically at other teams that are in this position.
Which nobody is, by the way.
Well, no, I disagree. The Chiefs were absolutely in this exact same position. Sure,
Alex
they
Smith
were.
was tradable.
Okay, so the shoulder injury absolutely factors here. But in the absence of being tradable, you're still going to get him the hell out of the building for the very reason that we just stated, which is if my young guy goes out there and has one bad game, I don't want the veterans in my locker room calling into question who should start. They don't want to have patience. They want to win. They want to win every game. And so you've got to get the guy out of the building if you're all totally convinced that your new guy is your guy. That's the reason you only go with one guy. That's why. And that's what organizations do, and they just didn't do that. That's where I'm at. It's not about future scenarios. It's about what just happened.
So let me guess, you guys would be talking Niners today.
I mean, Evan Longoria, IL, what do you think? In or out?
Is Brandon Belt's career over in San Francisco? We'll ask Rob Ninkovich at 10:30.
Yeah. Ninkovich was good on this. Obviously,
he was one of the guys that was saying, like, if I'm a veteran in this situation, and we'll have the sound for you, and we'll talk to him, like I said, at 10:30. He's like, if you're a veteran in this situation, I'm going to the head coach. I'll go into the GM's office and be like, what the hell are we doing if the young guy's not playing well?
Anybody do that? I wonder, man.
I mean, Holmgren was on with us yesterday and
I heard
said,
he played the sound.
he literally said, he goes, this is when players suddenly think they're smarter than the coach.
Yeah.
I mean, they're all people. They're all people. They want to win. What are they going to say if Jimmy is standing there and they go 0-1? That's why that quickly.
Power rank the 3 players you think that would do that. Debo's one.
Debo's
going to do it.
Debo's
going to do it
halftime.
publicly.
You're doing it at halftime.
Debo's definitely going on IG Live.
Boy, Debo Samuel.
Like, that's happening for sure.
Yeah.
Debo.
Unfollowing Trey Lance.
George Kittle, a sneaky one.
I think
Yeah,
Trent
but
Williams
Kittle-
is a sneaky one.
Kittle's good on everybody.
I think Trent Williams is a sneaky one.
Kyle Juszczyk? Kyle Juszczyk's a little old.
Nah,
A little older.
Yeah, I can see that. Fred Warner Jr. I can see him doing that. Jimmy Ward.
Oh, Jimmy Ward for sure.
Eric Armstead, maybe.
Armstead wouldn't do that.
Kinlaw not tripping. He's just trying to get at the quarterback.
Jake
Kinlaw's
Brendel.
just trying to get at the
They're not,
quarterback.
they're not robots. They got opinions.
He said that.
Jake
All
Brendel.
right.
Is Jake Brendel part of the top 3?
Jake Brendel.
Yeah, Jake Brendel's in there for sure. Daniel Brunskill.
Mike McGlinchey. That's it.
Mike, get out of my office.
I gotta go, man.
Before you guys go, I just want to say that what's his name? Evil Jimmy. Evil Jimmy. Evil Jimmy sounds. I'm running this morning and I'm like, Evil Jimmy reminds me of someone, and then I figured it out. It's the bug from Men in Black. The Evil Jimmy is
I drink sugar and water every morning.
See, it's the
I
bug.
am Evil Jimmy.
It's the bug from Men in Black.
Bring Evil Jimmy back.
Yeah.
Man. I'm trying to. We don't want Evil Jimmy. We don't want him. You guys have fun.
More. First thing Jimmy said all year.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, I came in this morning and I asked you right away, who's the most important athlete in the Bay Area? I think there's only 2 answers.
I nailed it on the first
There's
try.
only 2 answers.
Go me.
It's not Austin Slater. There's only 2 answers.
Wilmer Flores.
Okay, and?
Klay Thompson.
All right. Like, imagine, and for whatever reason, you and I are both like decked in Warrior gear today.
Shout out to us.
It's a weird thing
4
to
months
do.
till camp starts. Come on.
Like, what are we doing?
Can't wait.
What are you doing? Why? I don't know. We just it's like
I
the
figured
Warriors.
if I was going to be on video on the flagship.
Yeah. All right.
What do you want from me, man?
No.
This is like my favorite jacket. I very rarely have
It's tight. I like
a occasion to wear it this time of year.
Yeah. No, you don't need to answer like I am not the fashion police.
Yeah, you better not be.
Yeah, like just you do you, man. I think you look fantastic.
Thanks.
And
Thank you.
we are all warriored out right in the middle of the NFL season getting started. And speaking of being on video, hey, Twitch and YouTube, how you doing? Glad you're with us. Get over to Twitch and YouTube, and you can see all of the Warrior gear that we are fashioning today, if you so choose. You can also just listen in. You can call in 888-957-9570, Comcast Business Text Line. You can fire away your thoughts there. We see them all. We will get to as many as possible. And Rob Ninkovich, just yet another NFL veteran who says, be careful here, because I guess that's my point. Trey Lance has not achieved what Steph Curry has achieved, but in a football sense and at his position, it doesn't matter yet. If you want to talk about who are the athletes in the Bay Area whose organization has the most invested in them, there are only 2 answers, Steph Curry and Trey Lance. If you are the Golden State Warriors, would you ever do anything, and I mean anything, if that thing represented something that was, quote unquote, bad for Steph Curry? Like, if it's bad for Steph Curry, it's bad for the Warriors. And my opinion is, if it's bad for Trey Lance, it should be bad for the 49ers. Unless you know something we don't know. That's your guy. The investment is there. The verbal side is there. The draft capital was there. Everything, that is that dude. Why would you do something a week and a half before week one that is, as I just read to you, quote unquote, good for everyone but Trey?
Because they've put themselves in a spot now where what's going on? Someone was just talking to me. What?
No, you're good.
Okay,
Keep going.
sorry, that
Keep
was
going.
weird. I hated that.
That's okay. Kyle Madsen, ladies and gentlemen, the voice that you're listening to in for Dibs today.
So I think they did this because for a few reasons. Kyle Shanahan is trying to win a Super Bowl, and if Jimmy Garoppolo being in the building gives them a better chance to do that, then they're gonna do it. And I think it's a little bit like I've not been in an NFL locker room. We've been talking to people in NFL locker rooms that say this is bad for Trey. But I think this would have been bad for Trey if the 49ers had just brought Garoppolo back sight unseen in March and just said, hey, we're keeping him at $24 million. But Shanahan even said yesterday, keeping him at $24 million was never an option.
No, nor do you have to. Why would you?
So if Garoppolo had said, I'm not taking a pay cut, they would have said kick rocks. They tried to trade him the entire offseason. Had he not had the shoulder surgery, he would have been gone.
Right.
And Shanahan said, very recently, we're trying to trade him. It's still on the table. So I don't take this as much as like an indictment on Trey Lance, because if Trey Lance stinks, that was going to be a bad look for the 49ers either way.
Okay, great. So I think we got to the bottom of this, actually. So here's what it is, because a lot of you are looking, and boy, that's too early. What are we going to do now for the next 2 hours? It's all sponsored by Golf Mart. Nope, gosh, there's still time left. Okay, we got to the bottom of this. Because Larry and I have been talking this out every show. We all talked this out for 24 to 48 hours now. And this is, I guess, what it comes down to. Those of you who are saying, look, the only decision is about what makes the 49ers most likely to win the Super Bowl this year, okay? Then I agree. Signing Jimmy is the best thing. But that seems to be based on the premise that if Trey Lance stinks, it's okay. And I guess my response is, no, that's not okay. That makes everything that just happened over the year and a half a disaster. So
yeah, definitely.
So there's a bigger picture here. I want everyone. I want you all to know that if your whole point is this makes the 49ers more likely to win this year, then I agree with you. But the underlying premise there is, if Trey's no good, then it's okay. You got to go win the Super Bowl. And I'm like, no, that's a problem.
But what's the difference? Because it's not going to be 2 starts. It's not going to be 2 games if Trey comes out and doesn't play well that Shanahan's flipping the spread and saying, we're doing this.
You sure about that?
Yeah.
You are?
Yes.
NFL players are like.
Is it a 49er? Is it Kyle Shanahan?
The locker room is going to be a problem, buzzing problem in 2 weeks.
Totally. And I get that.
If he doesn't play well.
But I think Shanahan, if after 2 weeks, one of the players we named goes into his office, he's going to tell him, kick rocks, Trey's our guy. Now, if they're 1-4 after 5 games, then that would have been a problem whether it's Nate Sudfeld or Jimmy Garoppolo behind him.
Well, right.
And now they can still potentially compete in 2022.
Yeah, it's a problem, but you handle it very, very differently, I guess is my point.
I have a question for you on the other
Okay, perfect. I got all kinds of questions for you, too.
It's a tease. I have a question.
And
Stay tuned.
It's not going to be what are you wearing, but I have a question for you, and it has nothing to do with Trey Lance. It has to do with Jimmy Garoppolo, the quarterback. All of this is coming up, and yes, wide open for your phone calls. 888-957-9570. Rob Ninkovich is going to join us in an hour. Kyle Madsen in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee, serving Northern California golfers for over 30 years.
Okay, those amazing spots only the true San Francisco locals are in on? Like that place with the square pizzas? Or Mama Hoo-Hoo? The spot for sweet and sour chicken that's anything but so-so. Order up! With the Granch dressing. And all the other spots the real SF locals know without us even saying them. Yeah, they're on DoorDash. San Francisco gets it. DoorDash has it.
Whether you're buying a new car or used one, it's a big investment, which is why you should choose Pennzoil Platinum. It helps extend the life of your engine and protect it up to 15 years or 500,000 miles, whichever comes first, guaranteed. That's because Pennzoil's base oil is made from natural gas and 99.5% free from engine clogging impurities. The proof is in the Pennzoil. Enrollment required. Keep your receipts. Other conditions apply. See pennzoil.com/warranty for full details. Find it at Firestone Complete Auto Care.
Pink Floyd's Roger Waters. This is not a drill.
We're doing a show in the round. It's something new. I'll look forward to the challenge.
Featuring his songs from the golden era of Pink Floyd. Friday and Saturday, September 23rd and 24th, Chase Center in San Francisco. Tickets on sale now at rogerwaters.com.
This is not a drill.
Produced by AEG Presents.
Bart is turning 50, and we'd love to celebrate with you. Get 50% off of your ride in honor of Bart's 50 years of service to the Bay Area when you pay with Clipper. That's 50% off Clipper Bart fares for the entire month of September. Add Clipper to your digital wallet for free. If you're eligible for other Clipper discounts like youth or senior fares, you get to take an additional 50% off of those too. Details at bart.gov/50 years. Celebrate Bart's 50 years of service with us this September. Let's go.
We all know someone who's all work and no chill. Trust me, that used to be me. But then I found Galaxy Z Fold 4, which allows me to do more things at once. Much better. Now I can take video calls from my phone and use it to take notes at the same time.
Wait, are you at the spa?
Or check my shopping list while ordering more scented candles and face masks on the foldable, expansive screen. Don't take your to-do list one line at a time. Multitask so you can relax.
Get the new Galaxy Z Fold 4 at Samsung.com today.
Are you ready for your palm reading, my dear?
Yeah, let's do this.
I sense that you crave something.
More reliable.
Right. You know you deserve better and want out of a relationship.
Yes, with my big name wireless carrier.
You're who now?
My big name wireless carrier. That's why I switched to Xfinity Mobile. Now I get unlimited with 5G for $30 per month on the most reliable 5G network.
Let's talk about your aura. It's so...
And get this. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, that's actually really impressive.
Yep, but you already knew that, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I definitely saw this coming.
Start seeing savings today. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line per month. Switch today. Xfinity Internet required. Price comparison for 2 unlimited lines under available 5G pricing plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds up to 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Most reliable based on root metrics. US report. Comcast analysis of mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data from Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q2 2022.
O'Reilly Auto Parts provides more than just the right parts for your repair. Our professional parts people can also offer free check engine light diagnosis. We can scan your vehicle and provide a list of possible fixes. Find the right parts for you or recommend a great local repair shop. Don't ignore your check engine light. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
O'Reilly. Improve fuel mileage with Chevron Techron Fuel System Cleaner at O'Reilly Auto Parts. A clean fuel system can increase your vehicle's performance and gas mileage. Get Chevron Techron Fuel System Cleaner starting at $9.99 and earn 10 times O Rewards points on your purchase. Get the most out of every gallon. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts or shop O'ReillyAuto.com today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Nachos! Yeah, your nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
Great. And some Frank's Red Hot.
Oh, nah, I'm good.
Oh, you're just gonna eat these dry, plain, boring nachos with no Frank's? Seriously? Frank it up. Frank it up. Come on, lady. Frank it up. Frank it up. Frank it up. Yeah! Hey, this guy finally gets it. Hey, Hey, look, we're on the Jumbotron.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
At Churches, we put it all on the table for less. Get 10-piece legs and thighs, 2 large size, 5 honey butter biscuits, and 5 jalapeno peppers starting at just $20. Churches Texas Chicken. Welcome to the great state of flavor. Offer valid at participating locations.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, a bunch of players have found new homes, starting with JaMychal Hasty. Cut by the 49ers yesterday. He will now be a member of Jacksonville Jaguars.
JaMychal Hasty.
Jaguar. The Jaguars.
Jaguar.
The Jaguar. Lot made yesterday of offensive lineman Alex Leatherwood, 17th overall pick in the draft last year. Cut by the Raiders. He has been claimed by the Chicago Bears. He will be trying to block Nick Bosa in a week and a half. Good luck.
The Bears might be the only team in the league with a worse offensive line situation than the 49ers.
You know what?
That's not true. That's underselling Trey Lance.
I'm not out. I'm not out on the 49er offensive line yet. I'm not out on them yet.
Okay. Sure, man.
Well, wait a minute. The premise is that we got to see everybody play an actual game with their actual teammates next to them.
I'm not writing them off, but that's a pin in the concern board.
Well, but like, so's Trey Lance, right?
Yes.
Okay.
1,000%.
And I'm not out on him at all. So I'm not out on the offensive line either.
Yeah,
let's see how it looks.
Sure.
Okay. Halftime of the Bears game, go nuts. Lose it. But until then.
If you're betting.
If I'm betting what?
The 49ers offensive line is good or bad.
If they're bad, their season's bad.
No, I know, but if you're betting, good is minus 210. Bad is minus 210. I did that the wrong way.
That's weird. That would be weird. I wouldn't bet with that house. That sounds like a weird deal. No, I think that they will be serviceable.
That's all they need to be. If they're serviceable, I think that's a huge win.
I think they'll be serviceable. The Browns have claimed quarterback Kellen Mond. The Browns quarterback situation, for as much as we sit here and we're going nuts over what the 49er quarterback room looks like, take a look at the Browns.
There was a fill-in host who was on this station yesterday.
A fill-in host?
Mm-hmm. Who was on this station show yesterday.
Go ahead.
Who, before the 2021 draft, said their ideal QB room for the 49ers would be Kellen Mond, Alex Smith, and Josh Rosen.
Yeah. I mean, look,
I didn't even have to. I remember that from memory.
Yeah. No, I love Larry, but Larry's too much of
I didn't say it was Larry.
It wasn't it? It was Larry. No one else would talk about that. No one else would talk about that. I love him. And Larry, if you're listening, I can't wait to have you back Thursday and Friday. But his brain is different than our brains in some ways. He used to be a scout. Like he actually used to be a scout.
Very much scout's eye for the game.
The funny, all you need to know about Larry with the way he looks at football, it's hysterical. Everybody on earth, I wish you the opportunity to be in a fantasy draft with Larry Krueger. It's hysterical. The rankings be damned. He drafts based on his scouting.
Right, which you can't
totally
do.
He's like, I saw that guy at Iowa. He's amazing. And so I'm taking him with my 4th round pick. And you're going to be like, he's not going to play this year. Doesn't matter. I saw him at Iowa. He was amazing against Ohio State. He's got a skill set. He's going to be it's just like, okay.
Right.
And then he'll find some people sometimes. Mm-hmm. And then other times he's drafting people in the 4th round that don't even make a team. It's absolutely bananas. He's just different. He's just different.
I kind of want to start a fantasy league just with Larry, just me and him.
He's all excited. He took that kid, Dameon Pierce, from the Houston Texans, who I think is going to be amazing. And he is going to be the starter and all of that. But he took him in the 3rd round, and he's doing a victory lap. And I'm like, well, okay, I know your scouting says that he's good. But 3rd round? I mean, like, that's weird.
I would defend. I think that's I think that's going to play out well.
It may play out well, but there's probably sure things sitting right next to him in the 3rd round and you're like, nah. No. I'm excited about Damian. Like, he gets excited. It gets into his blood when he sees someone that he thinks can play football.
Is there anything worse, speaking of fantasy, and to get this a little bit back to the 49ers, is there any team worse to be a fan of when it comes to fantasy football than the 49ers?
No. Well,
like, if you want to draft 49ers?
The Patriots. The Patriots are always,
Okay, that's fair.
the Patriots. But I'm glad you brought this up. This was literally a thought I had this morning. I think the 49ers are going to be terrible for fantasy football this year. I think they're going to be awful.
People, I'm sure this happens to you and anybody who works at the station. People, your family members or friends will be like, hey, what do you think of this guy?
Totally.
I'm like, dude, take him or don't.
Here's the truth.
Hard maybe.
Here's the truth. You overdrafted all of them. It doesn't mean they're going to be a bad football team, and it doesn't mean they're going to be bad players. But George Kittle's going to have days where he gets one catch. Eli Mitchell's probably going to miss half the season. They got 5 running backs in that room, and they think they can start any of them. Deebo Samuel, just because this is the way life works, is being drafted on last year's numbers, and I'd bet against that happening again. No different than what people said about the Giants last year. Like, that just doesn't happen again. Brandon Ayuk had a training camp that has people so flipped out excited that they're like, he going to go bananas. And Trey Lance has this skill set that makes you think, you're like, are you going to be the MVP of the league? But the truth of the matter is, he's a first-year starter, and they're probably going to go really conservative. What does that all add up to? My hope is it adds up to a team that's ready to go 11-6, but nobody's going to have a season where they're just like, wow, look at the individual numbers on that guy.
Yeah, they're going to be good NFL purposes,
like the Patriots,
which is different than being good for fantasy purposes. But like you just said, the Niners kept, and we can get into the roster a little bit, they kept 5 running backs, tailbacks, not including Kyle Juszczyk. They kept 5 tailbacks. They're going to have 4 tight ends. They announced yesterday after cuts, Tyler Kroft, the tight end, got cut.
He's coming back.
But then they're
going
to bring him back once Jimmy Ward
today
goes on
or
IR.
tomorrow. Yeah, exactly.
So he'll be back. So they're going to have 4 tight ends, 5 running backs. They're going to run the hell out of the ball. They kept 5 wide receivers. One of them will probably be inactive on game days. Like, they're going to run and run some more, but that doesn't necessarily mean draft Elijah Mitchell, because it could be Jeff Wilson or Trey Sermon or somebody else on any given day.
You should draft Dameon Pierce over Eli Mitchell for sure.
Yes.
I actually do think if I had to predict whose numbers will be better at the end of the year,
it's just volume.
I'll go Dameon Pierce. Yeah. By the way, you whispered this to me, probably because you didn't want it public, but too late. Now I'm going to say it out loud. You whispered this to me during a break that you wanted the 49ers to grab Alex Leatherwood away from.
I will say that.
Okay. All right. So
I just denied it.
I heard that a lot of people weren't claiming him because a lot of people around the league, apparently, this is crazy, believe he's not good at football.
Well,
so I don't know why you want to claim him, but somebody did. Great. You knew they would. He's the 17th overall pick in the draft last year, so he was good at football at some point in his life. I wonder what Larry thought a year ago. But anyway.
For what it's worth, the Bears claimed him. They were 7th in the waiver order.
The 49ers did just claim an offensive lineman. It just wasn't Alex Leatherwood.
Huh.
They have claimed former Browns guard Blake Hance.
That's not a real person. You made up a player.
Blake Hance.
H-A, like pants, but with an H?
No, not like pants, which you can put on 2 legs at a time. Why do we have that saying?
It's insane. If you
just
do,
lay
but
down
if you do,
no,
that's
you're
insane.
weird, but you can.
You've got to have your feet all kicked up in the air.
Right. No. Like, that's the thing. In fact, I think it's usually more of a thing for ladies, right, who want to squeeze into the really tight jeans. Like, guys I don't want my jeans tight, but like if you got the tight jeans and you want to put them on, you lay back on the bed and you wiggle those things on 2 legs at a time.
Totally.
Not putting those suckers on 1 leg at a time. You got no shot.
Totally.
Anyway, no, it does not. It is not spelled like pants. It is Hance. Hance.
You into Pro Football Focus at all? I've got his page up right now.
Oh, yeah, I am. What do you got?
Dominant in the preseason.
Yes!
83.8 grade in the preseason, 72.2 pass blocking, 84.7 in the run blocking grade.
Would you like to remake your statement about the 49er offensive line this year now? Huh?
Elite. I would call it elite. They've enhanced their offensive line. I'm looking now.
So bad.
I'm looking now.
It's so bad.
He was abysmal for the Bears last year.
Okay.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, but he was great in the preseason.
Holy
and
cow.
You just
However,
him next to Trent Williams, and he's just going to be good.
But that's the thing. Okay, so that's kind of the thing is he played tackle for the Bears. I'm guessing, or I said the Bears for the Browns. I'm guessing the Niners will have him.
Well, he's listed now as a guard.
Yes,
he's listed.
I'm guessing he'll play
listed
guard.
on Twitter as a guard.
Well, he played guard this preseason.
Yeah. So maybe he has found his lot in life. And so anyway, that's the newest 49er. By the way, roster-wise, you claim that guy off waivers. What happens now? Does that mean somebody who was on the 53 yesterday?
Yes.
Going to get knocked off?
Gone.
Right. Immediately?
Once they'll have to put him on the roster. There will have to be a corresponding move to get somebody off the roster.
Right. So we know that the two injured players will allow for Tyler Kroft and Jordan Willis, who
playoff hero.
Yeah, we're like, wait a minute, you cut that guy? No, he's going to come back. But now maybe there's going to be yet another roster move with the acquisition of Blake Hance. All right, I can't say this enough. But I don't have to say it anymore because everybody else said it. They said it yesterday. They're saying it today. We've got it from Phil Simms. We've got it from Mike Silver. We've got it from Mike Holmgren. We've got it from Peter King. Let's start with Peter King. Give me Peter King. This is from Damon and Ratto yesterday. How's Trey Lance going to process this Jimmy Garoppolo move?
If you were to say to me what concerns you most about this, and I don't care how nice and genial and welcoming and, hey, this is going to be great that Trey Lance is saying or he said to Kyle Shanahan or whatever, seriously, how would you feel right now if you were Trey Lance? You know, it's easy to sit here and say, oh, my God, this is going to be great. It's going to be just like last year. How possibly deep down could he feel that way? He's got to feel, to some degree, like they don't really have faith in me, and they got to backstop me with the guy who brought us to the playoffs last year.
I mean, that's what I don't get about people's reaction. Is it's so funny. It's 2022. Social media is everywhere. We're smarter than this. We know that when these people are speaking publicly, well, maybe not all of us, but we know when they're speaking publicly, they're not always telling the truth. There are certain times of year in sports that are literally called lying season. It's usually leading up to a draft or something like that. It's called lying season. Let me share a little secret with you. The whole 12 months is lying season, okay? So this idea...
Two-day period in August where they have to tell the truth.
Yeah, and it's not August 31st, by the way. So when Kyle Shanahan comes out yesterday and goes, yeah, I talked to Trey, and he was like, oh, bananas. That's awesome. I'm so happy you brought Jimmy Garoppolo back. Can we go out to Mexican food and have a fiesta? Because that's just, what are you talking about? Like, that's not how it went down. Even if Trey did say, awesome, coach, that's because it's his boss. He went home and called mom and went, damn it, they brought Jimmy back because he's a person.
Right.
And who would and so this is not good. That's why it's not good.
Unless it lights a fire under him.
He didn't strike me as somebody who needed a fire lit under him.
Yeah, but just in case.
He looked fiery already. He looked locked in.
Yeah, all right. Then this shouldn't bother him, right? Okay, let's back this up.
Of course it bothers him.
Hang on. It definitely bothered him.
Yes.
I think you're right. He definitely went and called his college buddy or his folks or whoever he calls to vent about work and said, hey, like, this sucks. Jimmy's coming back. But is that going to adversely impact his play? Like, I don't think it's going to. If he's going to go 14 of 28 with a pick against Chicago, he was probably going to do that whether Nate Sudfeld, Brock Purdy, or Jimmy Garoppolo was standing over there holding a tablet.
Right, but if you're a brand new player, wouldn't you like, and I can speak to this in my industry, as I bet on many of you listening can as well, I would like the backing to go mess up and have the boss come to me and go, no, we're riding this train. You mess up, you might mess up again tomorrow, and you are still my guy. That's not how this going to go.
Okay, and that's
not how this is going to go.
And that's now on Kyle Shanahan.
Yes.
Like this is
none of this is on Trey. None of it's on Trey.
This is on Kyle Shanahan, who vibes have been good in San Francisco. Like this is why I've always given Kyle Shanahan credit, despite his sub 500 record, and he blew the Super Bowl or whatever you want to whatever knock you want to put on him. The fact that they remained competitive, they won the last 5 games of 2017, in part because of Jimmy Garoppolo, but in part because those players were still trying despite a 1-10 start.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big deal. A lot of teams pack it in at that point, and maybe you win a couple down the stretch, but 5 in a row, that's nuts. 2018, Jimmy Garoppolo goes down. They don't win a ton of games, but at the end of the year, they beat the Broncos. They hung with the Bears, who were really good that season. They beat the Seahawks. Like, they were trying their butts off late in the year. And then again in 2020, they were battling all the way through. And I think that is because of the culture that Kyle Shanahan and the coaching staff have generated. But now this is the ultimate test of that, because Shanahan has to go to Lance and say, look, Jimmy's here, but you're the guy. Make your mistakes. You're our starter. You are QB1. And again, if they start 1-4,
until you're
that
not.
becomes right. That's a crystal clear delineation now, but the worse he plays, the more that blurs. And it might get into the locker room after 2 weeks, but Shanahan isn't pulling that plug after 2 weeks because George Kittle asked.
We'll keep, that's Kyle Madsen in for Dibs today, by the way. We'll keep giving you the 49er news and notes as they come in. Remember cornerback Quantrez Knight, who actually opened some eyes.
Yeah.
He has gotten through waivers. He will be on the 49ers practice squad.
Oh, good for him.
He's back. And speaking of other names that we brought up yesterday, and we were talking about Dameon Pierce, the reason he shot up everybody's board yesterday is because the Texans released Marlon Mack, got picked up by nobody. And he is joining the Houston practice squad.
Good for him.
Marlon Mack is 26 years old.
Marlon Mack's not that good of a player, man.
He was 2 years ago. I know he went through a major injury.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
He went through a major injury as a running back. And now he's old. He's like 26.
Yeah, that's true.
Tariq Castro Field, 6th-round pick, the only 49ers draft pick to get cut, claimed by Washington.
Oh, okay. All right, so he's gone. He's not coming through.
Gone.
Mike Holmgren was with us yesterday on this show, and this is what he said about the locker room dynamic when there are 2 big names at quarterback.
It's interesting. I think most guys in the locker room, the players, they rally for the team. You know, that's what their thought is, and that's what the coaches are going to be preaching. Now, if things don't go the way in the beginning, the way they want to, then the tough part is making the decision. Then you sit Trey down and then bring in Jimmy, if he can play physically, if he can play. And then what if that's not going so good, or he's a little rusty or whatever? Then you get into, then it becomes a very, very difficult season. And then you see a little bit more, perhaps, maybe not overtly, but you start picking sides. This is the way we should go, and all of a sudden the players now become smarter than the coach, which is never the case. You guys know that.
Yeah, exactly, says the coach. But that's what, again, every single person we talk to is going to tell you the same thing, which is that now Trey's got about 2 weeks to win the locker room. In other words, I guess maybe that's a cleaner way to say it. Trey already had the locker room because they had no choice. Now they've got a choice. Now he's got to go re-win the locker room.
Okay.
Okay.
So go play well.
Yes. Obviously, that fixes everything.
Yeah.
But I'm going to forever think this is naive for people to think that this is just on the surface. Like, we'd like a really good backup quarterback. The 49ers are not dummies. They know exactly what this creates, and it creates something that you usually don't want for your 22-year-old brand new big investment starting quarterback.
Which is why they've been trying to trade him.
Right.
Like they were trying to get rid of him and could not.
888-957-9570. How about Bobby in Oakland? You're on with Willard and Kyle Madsen, who's in for Dibs. Hey, Bobby, what are you doing?
Hey, good. Just listening to you guys here on vacation, so this is a good topic, and I'll tell you why. I'm a big Trey guy, but I have to recalibrate, man, what I saw in the preseason, especially at Houston. I think he needs another year. And I can't see if I'm on that team, if I'm a veteran, I can't see them holding Trey up for, I don't know, give it 2 games, give it 3 games, whatever you want. I believe Jimmy will be in there because he has to be in there. He led him to the end. I'm not a Jimmy guy, but looking at reality, you got to put Jimmy in. Let Trey learn. Let him get a couple games. I hope he can get 5 or 6. I think he's going to be a couple games. But yeah, I guess you got to go with Jimmy.
Bobby, I'm so glad you called. First of all, it's a good call. We thank you for calling.
Shout out to you for calling in on vacation.
Yeah, but also shout out to you for this. Do you see what Bobby just proved?
No.
In the minds of some, we've already got a quarterback controversy.
Sure. Well, why would a fan not think that?
Yeah. And not good.
I guess, okay, here's not
good. I don't want a quarterback controversy. Y'all left here January
hang on,
with a party about let's get Jimmy out of town. That's the end of that.
The door was open for Trey Lance not being good regardless of who the backup was.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes. I get that aspect of it.
And if they were 1-4 with Trey Lance, with Nate Sudfeld or Brock Purdy as the backup,
I get it.
It would be like, pull the plug, he needs another year. This guy stinks. Oh my God, this is a disaster. And now that's going to happen. And then they also have a backup who could conceivably win them some games.
Right. So I understand the move. I've always understood the move. I wonder if you all understand what it means.
Yeah.
Okay. And that I'm not over that yet.
Okay.
That is a massive bummer. The 49ers just told you that we spent every day with him for a year and a half and we're not sure.
Of course they're not. He hasn't played.
No, it doesn't work that way. Andy Reid was sure. He was sure. He hadn't played, and he was sure. He was absolutely, unequivocally sure, and I know this from people who were there. He couldn't
Patrick
wait.
Mahomes had played a lot more football than Trey Lance, though.
At
a higher level.
Not NFL football.
No,
Trey Lance had played more NFL football than Patrick Mahomes. But when you're with someone every day, you know. So that's all this is for me. We're here. It's August 31st, and he's not where they hoped he would be.
Yeah, I think that's probably right.
So that's to me what we're talking about. 888-957-9570. More of your phone calls coming up next. We'll let you hear from Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, Mike Silver, Brian Baldinger, Phil Simms, and many more. And also this, a quick San Francisco Giants note. Something is going to happen with them right out the start of the gate next year that's never happened before in the history of ever. We'll tell you what it is coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Breathe new life into life at home with IKEA Festival. 10 topics, 1 purpose. To get more out of the homes we love. What are you passionate about? Art? Dance? Music? Food? Fur babies? Get inspired, create, and share with us. With celebrations, giveaways, IKEA family offers, and live streams with expert advice. It's all happening at IKEA Festival. Join us from August 26th through September 10th online or at your local IKEA store. Learn more at IKEA-USA.com.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake and tire replacements, oil changes, and much more. It's the ultimate convenience. Easy booking, transparent pricing, on-time arrivals, and service right in your driveway. No waiting rooms, and direct access to your mechanic with friendly and reliable service. No middleman or upsells. They're so sure you'll love the convenience. Take $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50. Kirby, your driveway mechanic.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
Some fans gear up for game day, but some fans follow their team every day. That's why the Locked On Podcast Network has a daily podcast for your favorite NFL team. Every trade, every overtime win, every game. Our local experts cover the biggest stories around your team every day. Search Locked On plus your favorite NFL team on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts. The Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
Hey, I got a question. Do you hate bending over to put on your shoes? Wish you could just put them on standing or sitting without ever having to touch them? If so, then I have the shoe for you. Introducing new hands-free Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you don't need to touch to put on, and it's only from Skechers, the comfort technology company. With new Skechers Slip-ins, you just step in and off you go. You don't even need to lace up. And these are not your standard slip-on shoes. This is the next level slip-in technology, so it's even easier. How do Skechers Slip-ins work? Well, there's a special smooth comfort pillow in the heel that helps your foot slide right into place. And it also keeps your feet secure in heavenly comfort, which means they stay on just like a pair of laced-up sneakers, and you can even put them on with your hands full. What are you, rushing out the door with your kids? No problem. Just step in them and go. Look, we all hate bending over and struggling to put on our dirty, old, germy shoes, but now, just get Skechers Slip-ins and never touch your shoes again. Find new hands-free Skechers Slip-ins for the whole family at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Everyone knows how beneficial therapy can be, but traditional therapy can be overwhelming, confusing, and inconvenient. When scheduling in-person therapy, it can be difficult to find the right therapist near you, and it can take weeks to get on their calendar. We knew there had to be a better way, and that's where BetterHelp began. I'm Danny, co-founder of BetterHelp Online Therapy. When Alana and I started BetterHelp in 2013, our mission was simple: find a way to make professional therapy accessible, affordable, and convenient for everyone. BetterHelp works around your schedule and lifestyle. You can connect to a therapist by phone, video call, or even text message. You don't even have to turn on your camera if you don't feel comfortable. And if your therapist isn't the right fit, you can switch anytime with a click of a button, because BetterHelp is designed with you in mind. See why over 2 million members have trusted BetterHelp for online therapy. Go to betterhelp.com/youfirst and get 10% off your first month. That's betterhelp.com/youfirst for 10% off your first month.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I see y'all on YouTube. Drew Down says, gosh, Willard's always hoping for the worst case scenario. Yeah, I've always had trouble with that in my life.
Yeah.
Everyone around here at 95.7 The Game is always like, man.
Glass half empty guy.
Yeah, Debbie Downer, just always looking, always ripping on all the teams.
Yeah.
Gosh, just never sees the positivity in anything. So, anyway, as I said, whenever I see those comments, I'm like, I'm working on it. I'm just trying to...
going to classes.
I don't know, maybe have some more coffee.
Talking to some people.
Yeah, therapy. every other Thursday. So I'll talk to my guy tomorrow and be like, I don't know. What do I do about this constant negativity? I can't seem to escape it. It's just like I wake up and every day it's just clouds.
I love the idea. Like, therapy is great, and that's
Therapy is, yeah.
so I'm not trying to make light.
Suggested on
I love the
everybody.
idea of a sports therapist, though. Like,
Well,
you
there
sit
is
down,
that.
you sit down and not like for a player, like
Oh, for a
fans.
fan?
Like, you go in and you sit down and you're like,
That's amazing.
You're like, hey man, this Jimmy situation is just really getting to me.
I'm going to try that tomorrow with my guy. Because my guy, he absolutely, I think he checks in on the station, but he's a sports fan.
Mm-hmm.
He's not like one of us. In other words, he's healthy. Right? Like, he's not crazy.
It like doesn't ruin his day.
Yeah, he's not wearing it.
Right.
He's not wearing it, but he's aware of it. So I should try that. Gosh, Jimmy re-signed. I mean,
can we put this, that, and the other to the side for a minute?
I don't know. Right. Like, I know all the personal stuff we've been talking about for the last 2 years, but
I'm worried
Jimmy?
about Trey.
Yeah, like this just got really heavy.
And how does that
really
make you
fast.
feel?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I got to lay down. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Hey, real quick before we get out to the phones. So it's official. It had been rumored. It's official. The Giants and Padres. The Padres will play as host April 29 and 30 next year. 2-game series in Mexico City. First time ever, Major League Baseball games in Mexico City, and the Padres and the Giants will be the team. I wonder who the locals in Mexico City will be rooting for. The Padres, who come in as a party every day, and by the way, they will not have Tatis back by then, but they will have Juan Soto and Manny Machado. Or will it be the San Francisco Giants and their platoon system?
I think they're going to really love Joey Bart.
Yeah, they're like you have to play at least 2 games so that we can see the right-handers hit. Like, it has to be at least a 2-game series.
I'm hoping to see an opener.
Right.
Get as many pitchers as possible in there.
No, they better look like a very, very different team on April 29th and 30th than they do today.
There's a chance.
Big offseason.
There's a chance that I know you talk about the Padres and how loaded they are, but I think that shifts dramatically if the Giants wind up with Aaron Judge.
Oh, yeah.
Because that is the Yankees superstar. He's going to win the MVP. The Yankees are this global brand that if he was suiting up for the Giants, I think you'd get a lot of people on the Giants side.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, that would be a game changer. That would be a game changer. Go be the high bidder.
I think that's the case with Trey Turner.
Oh, yeah,
it is.
But Trey Turner makes you better baseball team. Who'd be more important?
Does Trey Turner make you better than? No, he doesn't. Aaron Judge makes you better than Trey Turner.
Trey Turner, really good baseball player.
He is. I don't want to turn this into a not like they'd be really good with both.
Aaron Judge.
Right, they'd be really good with
Trey's
both.
a lot younger.
¿Por qué no los dos?
No, exactly.
One of my all-time favorite players.
Exactly. That will be the question in Mexico City, April 29th and 30th. The question right now goes out to Brian in Palo Alto. And the question is, what are you doing? Hi, Brian.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Yeah, good morning.
Willard, I got to agree with you. I don't usually agree with your worldview, but I agree that the 49ers made a statement on who they're concerned that Trey Lance is.
I really don't want to take this conversation in some wild direction, but now I want to have coffee with you because I'd love to know. I want to know why you don't agree with my worldview. It's such a good view.
Negative.
It's such a good view. It's a good view of the world, Brian.
Usually I feel like you're a little bit too glossy on the local franchises sort of company.
Well, yeah,
now
that's
you're
my
too glossy.
right. But I'm Debbie Downer, too glossy. I get it.
Agree. Yeah.
Okay.
I think if Trey Lance is who the 49ers hope he is, then he's going to overcome this. If he's who they're concerned he may be, then he may not overcome it. And I don't think the 49ers are willing to bet the ranch that Trey Lance is something he's shown zero evidence to be, right? Like he's not shown that he. Somebody said that Mahomes played a lot more football, and it's true. Mahomes played a ton of college football, and we don't know if Trey Lance can read NFL defenses. And people think because he can run that mitigates the offensive line issues, but actually his time to release the ball is twice as long as it takes Jimmy to get rid of the ball. So it's actually a liability with two offensive guards who may or may not be in the NFL in a year. It's not, so like it's the right decision if they actually want to contend for a Super Bowl to go from Nate Sudfeld for $2 million to Jimmy Garoppolo for $6 million. Mm-hmm. And the insurance that gives you is a no-brainer. And it makes a huge statement about Trey Lance, maybe about what they're concerned he may be, which is a guy that can't get it done.
We have texts, we have YouTube comments. They would like to know. Oh darn, he left. We're going to ask Brian how he would describe his worldview. Yeah,
that's it. Everything is taken with a light chuckle.
Yeah. Anyway, all right.
I honestly, he said something interesting there. My concern is less about Trey Lance reading the defense, because that I don't think is so much a concern as like when he reads the defense, does he throw? Steve Young's talked about this. You got to do two things to be elite. You have to make the correct read, and then you have to deliver the ball.
Yeah,
it's the delivery that I'm concerned. Like,
yeah, you have to know how to execute, and then you have to execute.
Can he consistently throw the ball
to the right spot?
Not necessarily the right player.
No. Like, can he hit that player?
Right. George Kittle's open. There's George Kittle.
Right.
Ball's 8 yards out of bounds. That's the biggest concern.
I think the concern flips right from Jimmy to Trey.
Yeah,
Jimmy was like, I think you're pretty accurate, actually, with where you're trying to throw the ball. We just don't know if you know where to throw the ball. Mm-hmm. And I think that was Kyle's frustration. There were times where, there were things he didn't see, like open players, and then there were other things he didn't see, like players who were wearing the other jersey, right? And
like
so,
defense.
like, whoops, didn't see that guy, right? But I think when he decided, I'm going to hit Kittle over the middle, and that's the right guy, boom, like quick release, very accurate in the middle of the field.
Except in the NFC Championship.
Thank you. So Trey's the opposite, I think. At least the word is. Trey, I think, might see it, but can he execute it and put it in? So that's all great.
And that's what I think is ultimately going to determine. Is not being able to make those throws, is that going to amount to a 59% completion rate? Because they can probably live with that. Is it 50%? That's going to lose them games.
Yeah. And so here's the other thing I want to say, though, because where these conversations inevitably end up is all of us throwing out 22 different scenarios that could play out starting on September 11th. And I get that for a lot of you out there, that's either going to sound like, oh, someone's hoping for something bad, you're predicting something's bad, or whatever, because there's 100 different things that could happen here. I am much more focused on what already happened. That's where my focus is not on rooting for Trey, rooting against Trey, predicting for Trey, or predicting against Trey. But I do want to say the 49ers just did something that teams don't do. Mm-hmm. Yes, there are circumstances that contributed to it. Contractual, shoulder, I get it. But there is a reason that at the quarterback position, when you are committing to somebody, that you don't bring this massive presence into the room next to him. There's a reason. Teams don't do that. And there is a reason.
Yeah.
So that's where my focus is, and that's why yesterday, I guess the day before yesterday, that's why it hit me the way that it did.
So you feel worse about Trey Lance now?
I feel worse about Trey because it looks to me like they feel worse about Trey.
Okay.
Than they're saying.
I'm of the mind that the reason I don't, not that I feel great, like, hey, he's going to be Patrick Mahomes, but the reason this doesn't change my mind is because I don't think that the 49ers were like angling to do this, and just as the offseason went on, they were like, hey, we really need somebody here that's not Purdy or Sudfeld. We need to figure out a way to keep Garoppolo. I just think that whether Lance was awesome in camp or not, I think this still would have happened. I think this signing would have the Jimmy Garoppolo signing would have happened whether Lance completed 90% of his practice throws or 50% of them.
We'll keep going with you at 888-957-9570. That's Kyle Madsen in for Dibs. Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game, all sponsored by Trimark. Also want you to hear this. Phil Simms this morning on with Bonte and Steven with regard to how this can go in the locker room.
Anytime there's any question about your quarterback, players are going to talk about it, and they're going to have opinions, and they're going to have, he's my favorite, I want this one, things like that. That talk will be in the locker room. You can't avoid it. For Trey Lance, it's not the greatest scenario going into this season for him. Of course it's not. But if he's tough, which he is, and you got to be mentally really tough and just go and don't worry about it.
Yeah, so I guess a lot of people will say that, and I heard that. Oh, Trey's got to be able to handle this. Sure, he can handle it. You're right. He's got to handle it, and he can handle it, and that's still not perfect. It doesn't mean you sign up for it. Like, who does that, right? Like a refrigerator falling on your foot when you're moving it. Like, you'll live, but I'm going to try to not. I mean, that's seriously. Like, I'm going to try not to hurt myself.
That feels like a very specific analogy.
I don't know. It just came up. Like, yeah. No, it's never happened to me. But I don't know why my mind went there. But I mean, I've moved a fridge.
Yeah.
Like a little bit, once every 5 years, you move it away from the wall and you find out what's going on behind it. Yeah, vacuum that sucker up and move it right back.
Totally.
Don't ever look again.
Never look again.
Crap going on back
really
there.
Bad.
All right, let's go to Matt. Let's go to Matt in San Jose. Hey, Matt, you're on with Willard and Kyle Madsen. What are you doing?
I'm on my way to Topgolf, man. You know the routine.
Oh, Matt, what's going on, man? How are you?
I'm hanging in there, man. Another day, another dollar. You know how it goes.
I do.
Okay, so look, I texted you when this happened, the whole Jimmy Garoppolo thing, and look, it's bonkers, dude. It's unbelievable how what's popping off here. But like the whole notion that this whole thing's about Trey is where I'm like confused, because if you have a situation where you have a quarterback behind an offensive line that has shown to be not as good as it's been in the past, and the running game as a result might take a hit, and the quarterback safety as a result might take a hit, it looks more obvious that you're going to need a backup quarterback at some point. Would you rather have Jimmy Garoppolo or one of the other two gentlemen who, look, they're just not. They're not Jimmy Garoppolo. They're not Trey Lance. So, like, that aspect of it makes it seem like it's kind of a no-brainer to take Jimmy Garoppolo. And if they had negotiated this $6 million thing months ago, they probably could have kept some of their guys that would have made the O-line stronger.
Yeah, like, I don't think, Matt, there's no question, and I guess this is where for a lot of us, the conversation ends here, which is, and here we go into scenarios again, but let's say Trey takes a hit in the second quarter in Chicago, and he's hurt. Well, of course they're in better shape with Jimmy Garoppolo on the roster,
right,
as opposed to Brock Purdy. But y'all understand this is way more complicated than that, right?
Yeah, there's a human element to this that goes beyond the gridiron.
This is a multi-billion-dollar company, and where their employees' heads are at matters. It's not that simple. And so, sure, that is one of tons of scenarios that could play out. But, there's a fallout to that. Again, do we need to hear from Sims or Holmgren or Ninkovich, who's going to join us in 15 minutes, or Silver or Jerry Rice or Brian? Which one do you want me to play? Who's telling you that the locker room is very likely to be split the second Trey struggles?
The one I care about is the guy in the locker room, Kyle Shanahan.
Well played.
Thank you. And I take everything he says at face value. He's never lied to me.
What do you think?
I will believe anything he says.
What do you think he actually thinks?
I think that this is a matter of, I think you're right to an extent. I don't think this is necessarily, and maybe this is not what you're saying, so please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that they turned to this Garoppolo option, whether this happened a month ago, 2 weeks ago, or 2 days ago. And I think they looked at it and said, hey, is this a possibility for us? And they're not necessarily saying like, yeah, Garoppolo's going to start eventually. We think Trey stinks.
No, I don't think that.
Right, but they definitely looked at it and went, man, it's on the table that the offense just can't quite get off the ground the way we want it to, and we can save our season. We can not waste 2022 by having Garoppolo here. Yeah. Also on the table is Garoppolo's a non-factor, and we're not talking about this by week 12 because the 49ers are
on the table,
8-3 right. and cruising.
Again, all scenarios on the table for sure.
But you're saying
I'm saying he's not where they wanted him to be.
Right. So the Lance failure scenario is more prominently displayed on the table.
More, not even, again, that being a future scenario. I'm here today. It's August 31st.
No, but the 49ers have to look at future scenarios. That's what I'm talking.
Sure they do.
And so that's what
But this move says to me that on August 31st at 10:19 in the morning on a Wednesday, he's not where they wanted him to be.
Right. So the scenario is on the table for them.
That's a bummer.
Where he's,
It's a bummer.
Yeah.
That's not what we were hoping for. We're yelling Trey area. There's towels. There's shirts.
We have signs with
95.7
the game on them.
Trey area. I got one.
Nice.
I got one in my room. Yeah.
Does your neighbor have one?
Not yet.
Oh, you're a jerk.
Well, do we have some more?
Yeah, we got a bunch of them.
Okay, give me another one. I'll give it to him. Yeah. Marty, are you listening? I got a sign for you. All right? Yeah.
No, don't promise that yet.
He's going to be... No, I thought we had more. Do we not have more?
We have more.
All right, he can have mine. Anyway, point being, he's going to be very excited. Hi, Marty. He watches on YouTube sometimes. I hope you're watching. Anyway, yeah, that's all it says to me. And that, to me, is hitting me in a certain way. Like, we've been very, very excited about this guy. I go all the way back to a year and a half ago when I've told you the slow motion of Roger Goodell announcing that it was Trey Lance and not Mac Jones is a moment that I'll never, ever, ever forget. I had roundtable, salami and olive. I was ready. I had a tray in front of me. Get it? I had a tray in front of me as I sat on the couch waiting.
You get your pizza off a tray?
Well, I did in that case.
That's insane. Use a plate.
Well, no.
Paper.
No, like a tray, like a table. A table in front of me, right?
Like a TV tray.
Yeah, but like in front of me, not on my lap. I'm not 88 years old.
TV tray stands up.
Like, yeah, just whatever. Like it was a table. It was a bench. It was a stool.
A tray.
Whatever. Right? And I'm like, please, Roger, don't let your lips come together. Because I knew because that's how you make an M.
An M.
Right. If your lips come together, I'm unhappy, and B, I'm walking to Levi Stadium because I had promised it. I said, if the 49ers draft Mac Jones, I'll walk to his first start from my childhood home in Foster City to Levi Stadium. It's about the distance of a marathon. I'm not kidding. I had promised this. and so thank you, BPA. So I really did not want those lips to come together. And when they didn't, and instead it was kind of behind his teeth where like the tongue hits the roof of your mouth to make a T, Trey, I was so excited for September 11th, 2022. And 2 days ago, the 49ers were kind of like, so, you might be good. That's not a great tease.
But that's
what it feels like.
So this is a you problem then.
No. No. No.
So
this is a 49er problem.
No. I'm talking. Let's peel this back and go.
Is this still about the tray?
It is.
Okay.
It's 2022. Get a coffee table.
Yeah. Well, no, actually, I do now. Okay. Yeah. It's usually covered with like drawings, though.
Right.
My son likes to spread out. He likes to draw golf courses.
So
anyway, go ahead.
He likes to do what now?
Draw golf courses. No joke. Draw golf courses.
Is he Alistair McKenzie? What is this?
I hope so.
He likes to draw golf courses.
Yeah, we're looking to retire someday, so I hope so. But anyway, he's into golf. He's into putting. He watches YouTube shows on golf. He makes little putting courses around the house. Draws them. Par 3, 163 yards. Draw it. No joke.
Huh.
Yeah, and it's all over the coffee table. So I can't put pizza there because we'll get grease stains on the golf course.
It's not grease, that's a bunker. In the middle of the green? No,
Go ahead.
No, but I think
why do I have a problem again?
Because you as a person set the expectation too high. The expectation was too high.
No, I don't like that word.
Because
the excitement. The excitement, not the expectation. I try not to do that. I don't want to do expectation. I have no idea what's going to happen.
So you're no longer excited to watch Trey Lance play quarterback?
Of course I'm still excited to watch Trey Lance play quarterback. But if the 49ers were making a trailer for September 11th, they just made an awful one. And I know where your mind just went. I
didn't have to go there. You made it. You did it.
Yeah, no, if they were making a trailer, this is what they just did. Coming on September 11th. Maybe. That's what they just did.
No, because Trey's going to start.
Yeah, he's going to start. And he maybe is going to be good.
It was always maybe, though.
I know, Kyle.
Maybe.
Right. I get life, but they're telling you that even they don't know.
Yeah.
No, they should know. Was
there anything that happened in this preseason that should have made them?
It's not about preseason. This is a football team. They're with someone every day. They're with him every day. They watch every little thing that he does, and then when they're done watching what he does, they go watch it on film. They don't sleep. They're nuts. They are maniacs. You know this about these people.
Totally.
They've got wives and kids. They'll meet them in a few years.
So it turns out the practice stats all mattered.
No. They know. They see every little idiosyncrasy, everything. So, yes, does that matter? Does their opinion matter based on what they've seen every day? All the stuff we don't see, all those little things. And they got done with 18 months and went,
As they should.
No.
He wasn't good enough in the preseason and in camp.
And that's disappointing.
Well, now he needs to play and develop.
Right.
That's always been the thing.
No.
And now if he stinks, they can still compete.
I disagree. I disagree, and I really disagree with you because I've been with you most of the steps of the way where you have wanted Jimmy Garoppolo, and I quote, get him the bleep off my roster. I think like week 12 last year.
Week 1 last year when he fumbled the opening snap.
So all of you Jimmy haters, you can't now all of a sudden get rational on me. I'm not going to allow it. You can't come to the table after everything you've said for the last year and a half and go, Trey, who knows? We'll see. He needs some time to grow or whatever. Well, if that's the case, then y'all were wrong last year and they never should have let Jimmy go in the first place. If it was that much of a who the hell knows, then you shouldn't have done 3 draft worth of first-round capital in order to get this guy, and you shouldn't have said that you were definitely getting rid of Jimmy Garoppolo at the end of last year, because this is just a big old feather in the wind, and who knows? Come on. This is the 49ers. I'm not putting my multi-billion-dollar future and my job, if I'm Kyle Shanahan, in the hands of, you might be good. What? And we're all acting like that's normal? It's
definitely not.
He's got to hit.
Yes.
Okay.
Unequivocally, yes.
And they're telling you they don't know if he will after being with him every day for a year and a half. That is striking me. And I think it should strike all of you. That's my take.
Okay.
Yeah.
He might suck. That's been the case.
And that's not okay.
Right.
Okay.
That's bad.
Well, that's all I'm saying. That's all I've been saying.
Yeah.
All right, Rob Ninkovich is going to join us next. That's Kyle Madsen, Mark Willard, 95.7 The Game.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetQL. While the marquee matchup tonight in Major League Baseball is the Dodgers and Mets, you can find ways to make money elsewhere. The White Sox and Royals are both starting pitchers with ERAs over 5, so there should be plenty of scoring chances even for these struggling offenses. The over is 6-1 in the last 7 games for KC and 4-0 in the last 4 meetings between these teams. With that solid trend, the 5-star BetQL play of the day is the over between the White Sox and Royals.
Staples has everything for school at great prices. So this year you won't go back to school. You'll be ready to move forward and master 5th grade math.
I can't do this. It's impossible.
Not you, Dad, your daughter. Staples will help her move forward.
Right.
Right now, Staples 1-subject notebooks are just 35 cents each. Plus, during the backpack clearance event, you'll save up to 50% on select backpacks, lunch bags, and water bottles. Staples, this year we're not going back. We're going forward to school. In-store only, ends 9/3, limit 30 on notebooks.
Hi, I'm
Marin, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Every search you make, every click you take, they'll be watching you.
Are you tired of being tracked online? There's a simple solution. DuckDuckGo. It's an all-in-one privacy app with a built-in private search engine, web browser, one-click data clearing, email protection, and more, all for free. Download the app today and get the most comprehensive privacy protection with the push of a button. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
Attention veterans. If you were stationed at Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you and your family may be victims of toxic water poisoning. You could be awarded financial compensation for your suffering. Cancers, birth defects, deadly illnesses have all been linked to the contaminated water. Congress is now holding the government accountable, but you must act now. Get your free case review. Call True Law at 877-560-8555, 877-560-8555, or visit sickvets.com. That's sickvets.com.
Tee it up at the Golf Mart for the next generation of drivers, where titanium ends and the carbon age begins. Introducing the new Stealth Carbonwood driver from TaylorMade, with 60 layers of carbon twist-based technology designed for better energy transfer and faster ball speeds. Come into the Golf Mart and get custom fit today. The Golf Mart is home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee, or shop us online at worldwidegolfshops.com.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
Realtors abide by a code of ethics. This is Article 9 in action. Beth, a first-time homebuyer, knew nothing about the home buying process, except that she wanted to buy a home. But her realtor had the expertise to make sure Beth understood every document, even giving her copies to review with her lawyer so Beth could close on her first home with confidence. Complicated things explained in simple terms. The difference between an agent and a realtor is real. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed using usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to kansascitysteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
At Churches, we put it all on the table for less. Get 10-piece legs and thighs, 2 large size, 5 honey butter biscuits, and 5 jalapeno peppers starting at just $20. Churches Texas Chicken. Welcome to the great state of flavor. Offer valid at participating locations.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay. Kyle Madsen in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. I've been trying to get to this for some time. It's a lot going on when we're doing the show and we're on like 14 digital platforms all at the same time. But like that's 2022, and I want to be in 12 places at once. And so I've been going back and forth with everybody on the YouTube feed right now.
Oh,
so,
nice job.
Yeah, so shout out to everybody on the YouTube feed. Our guy Drew Down had felt misquoted. We cleared that up. Rebel444 wants to know when Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys is going to be 3 episodes a week. I'm like, bro, which is
I need 7 episodes a week, Mark.
It's kind of funny time to be doing this. Like 3 episodes a week. Like, how about if we do 1 episode for every win? How about that? Okay? So if they win 3 times a week, we give you 3 episodes. But if they win 0, we're going to Cabo. Okay? How about that? So anyway, no, we're working on some good things with Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys, and I very, very much appreciate you listening. And so all the comments there, keep them coming. Speaking of comments, though, Rob Ninkovich, who, few things here now on Rob, okay? Currently an ESPN analyst, former Patriot, and former teammate of Jimmy Garoppolo. And we're expecting him to join us here shortly. And a part of the reason we really wanted to have him was because of these comments made yesterday on ESPN.
Hey, let's get Jimmy in here.
Who are you saying that to?
I'm going to the head coach. I'm going to whoever. I'm going to freaking Lynch.
You walk into the coach's office and say what?
We don't have much time here. I don't know how many more years I got. You know, if you're an 8, 9, 10-year player and you've never even experienced a playoff game or you've never been to a Super Bowl, you want to feel that. You want to get there. So, you know, this is a win-win, especially for Jimmy, because it gives him a little bit more control over the situation. And as a football player, you usually have no control over anything except for your play and your performance. So now it gives him a little bit more control. It gives him a little bit more time to rehab his shoulder with the people that he's been doing rehab with. So he had a shoulder surgery, probably affected his trade. Mm-hmm. You know, if you're another team and you're looking at a guy that just had a shoulder redone, maybe we'll pump the brakes on trading for him until we see him play. So again, now you have a veteran quarterback on your roster that the team loves, the locker room loves. Everyone in that building loves Jimmy G. And it's not just because he's handsome. He's a great teammate. Yeah. You know, so again, he's a great teammate. He's won. He's got a high winning percentage. He's a great quarterback, a guy that you would want on your team. So if Lance has an issue, of course you go to Jimmy G, a guy that's taken you to places you haven't been in a long time.
I can't believe we're here. I mean, that's the other side to this. I can't believe we're here. And so I think, have we effectively made the point today? I don't know. How many? Do you need more? Do you need a 12th person to tell you from inside an NFL locker room?
I'm not buying it.
No, you're not buying it? All right, who else do you need? Because we had Ninkovich. I read you that text I got yesterday. I'm going to keep his name out my mouth, but this is somebody who also has 6 years in an NFL locker room. Jerry Rice said it. Mike Holmgren said it. We can go to the media. Mike Silver said it. Peter King said it. Brian Baldinger said it. Phil Simms said it. They're all telling you that if there is the slightest struggle from Trey Lance, that the locker room's going to want Jimmy. And it's fascinating to me. I guess that's the best word for it. It's fascinating to me how many people who are 49er fans feel like that's a wonderful thing. It's like I get this one piece of your puzzle where you're like, yes, this is a high-level backup, but man, I've been listening to everybody for a year and a half, really, really want to move on from this guy. And can I bring up something that I don't think's been brought up yet? We are all acting like if Jimmy ends up in a game for the 49ers this year, that it's turnkey. I don't see how it is. The last time Jimmy Garoppolo played against a defense, it was January. All he's done since then is jog and throw to uncovered receivers. That's it. Oh, and he had surgery. So Kyle's right. Not you, Kyle Shanahan, when he says, who cares if Jimmy has a playbook? I don't have a playbook. But can I get a little something for, dude, are you even in the flow? Like, you haven't practiced? You haven't anythinged, okay? You've done nothing but jog on the sideline in shorts, and we're all acting like if he pops into a game in a week and a half, he's just going to look like Jimmy. I don't know that. I don't know that at all. Yeah. So this is wild. It's so wild. The backup quarterback dynamic in America is one of the heaviest things that's out there in sports. Because the second he puts a baseball cap on, you love him. And the minute he plays, you hate him.
Yep.
It's wild. Wild.
Yeah, I don't want him starting 17 games for my team. But if he has to play...
Sounded like it yesterday.
But if he has to play 6 games, Trey gets a high ankle sprain, and Jimmy's in for 6 games.
That's the good side.
Right.
That's the good side.
Right. You go 4-2 or 5-1 instead of 1-5 or 2-4, and now your season's over.
Yeah.
So that's here's something that stuck out to me yesterday. Kyle Shanahan said, now I was looking for the exact quote, but him and John Lynch talked a lot yesterday. There was a lot of long answers, so I couldn't find the specific quote. But he basically said, no, we dealt with this last year, so we can deal with it again. Like, coach, this is not the same situation.
Well, no, A, it's not the same situation, and B, if it was, Garoppolo said at the end of the year, I would not wish this on anyone.
Right.
So, like, I just, it's funny.
We dealt with this. No, you didn't.
It's funny
you
when
1,000% didn't.
It's funny when we decide to humanize people and when we don't. We just decide to humanize them when we want to.
Boy, this is a can of worms.
Right? Like, the human side of this story yesterday is being ignored, in my opinion. You all want to look at the football side of it, and I get it. That's what we're doing here. We're rooting for a football team. And so, sure, they're deeper and they're better today. The human side of this?
Yeah, no, pending.
Wow.
Not pending.
Wow.
A potential disaster.
Totally.
But I guess my thought is that if Trey Lance sucks, if he's just not good at football, that is an issue for the 49ers, whether it's Tom Brady, Jimmy Garoppolo, Nate Sudfeld, or otherwise behind him.
Sure.
And if Trey Lance stinks, that was always going to be an issue. So if it was Nate Sudfeld and they were never going to go away from Trey and Trey just got to play out a 5-12 season, it was going to be panic time. And if Lance is 1-4 and they go to Jimmy, it's going to be panic time. So I guess all it does is accelerates the panic button. But that was going to get hit anyway. He needs to be good. Trey Lance needs to be good. He needs to make Jimmy Garoppolo a non-factor. And I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah. So I guess in the end is whether you want to buy or sell this statement from Kyle Shanahan yesterday.
Competition always pushes people. I don't think Trey needs much pushing. So it's like, this wasn't anything like, hey, our team has to get this, or we have to do this for Trey. This was, oh my God, Jimmy Garoppolo is available as a backup quarterback for us, and that makes sense for him and it makes sense for us. What else is there to think about? So I don't really put it into any other situation except as we never believed this ever possibly could have happened, because there aren't 32 starting quarterbacks in this league, and we believe we have 2 of them now, and that's really rare to have them in this situation, and that's why we didn't have him in meetings. That's why we didn't put him out to practice, because we, nor Jimmy, or really probably anyone else in the league, believed that was how the outcome was going to be, but it ended up being that way, and we feel fortunate that it did.
Well, okay, so there are pieces I believe, which is I don't think anybody thought that this would go this way. Like who, and I've been trying to ring that bell all summer. How on earth does somebody not want Jimmy Garoppolo? Is he one of the best 20 quarterbacks on the planet? There's no question, zero question. And so how did we get here? That part's fair. But this idea that it just, like the idea just popped into their head for the first time on August 12th. They're like, hey, you know what? I mean, stop me if this blows you away, but I hadn't even thought of it. What if we keep him?
I think that's kind of what happened.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of what happened. I want to address something East Bay Funk 2 said on the YouTube chat. Shout out to the YouTube chat, youtube.com/957 the game to watch. No panic time. 49ers were 3-5 last year. Get out of here if you panic at 1-4. Coach, this is such a significantly different situation. And I'll remind you, by the way, on this radio station at 3-5, it was panic time for a lot of people. It was pull Jimmy. He's not good. Get Trey in there.
Football, there's panic time by the third quarter.
Yes, correct.
There's 17 of these games. You freak out every Sunday.
And if you think the 49ers starting 1-4, where one of their wins is either Seattle or Chicago, and then they lose to the Broncos, and then they lose to the Rams, and then they go to Carolina and lose. If you're going to be sitting there going, last year was fine, Trey's fine, everything's fine, we're okay, this is good.
Stop it.
That's not going to happen.
No.
Maybe, and you know what? I shouldn't say that. For me and for a majority of the people working at this station and who will call this station and interact with this station, it would be panic time. If East Bay Funk is such a zen person that he's like 1-4, man, not that busy, man, hanging out. Shout out. I respect and love that.
Rock and roll.
And I would like to be in that mindset. Me personally, I'm not.
No,
I'm an insane person.
And you'd be heading into what is unequivocally the meat, the thick of your schedule. So if you're 1-4, again, as you threw out there, you lost some bad games.
Right.
And the next stretch of 5 games
at Atlanta
is at Atlanta, but then you get the Chiefs, then you're at the Rams, then you get the Chargers, then you're going to Mexico to play the Cardinals, then you're home to the Saints, Dolphins, Bucks. Okay, there's no days off in there. You throw your best pitch, or you're done and the season's over. Yeah. Right? So, man, the idea that there's ever a time to say no panic in the NFL, come on, we're panicking by the second quarter if it's not working in Chicago. Second quarter, forget the third.
I was going to give it a drive.
Yeah.
They had all offseason to prepare.
It's not 7-0 after 2 minutes.
Came out and this is what it looks like.
James in Napa.
James Garoppolo?
By the way, coming up at 11 o'clock, John Heyman sent something out yesterday that is of note. If you're a Giants fan, if you're a Barry Bonds fan, if you're an Aaron Judge fan. And so we're going to get to that in 15 minutes. Doc Pandia next hour as well. But James in Napa, you're on with Mark Willard, Kyle Madsen in for Dibs. Hey, James, what are you doing?
Hey, guys, I'm just driving and listening to the best talk show in the Bay Area.
Well, James, thank you very much.
I have 3 points to say about the quarterback situation. Number one is all the scouting that the Niners did. I mean, they could have had a lot of different quarterback options or none and waited for another draft, but they made the decision to go up and get Trey. They have confidence in him. Number two, Kyle Shanahan is kind of an ass, and he has deep convictions in his beliefs, and he will not be swayed. And just as he wouldn't move from Jimmy at 3-5, he will not move from Trey at 1-4, because that's admitting he made a mistake. And his salary is guaranteed. So he doesn't have to move Trey, and I don't think that he will. It's not his nature to give up on someone that he put so much of his prestige and his decision-making into a quarterback. And number three, I think that if Jimmy's salary was $6 million instead of $25 million, this would never even be a discussion, because we would have said all along, oh, well, Trey's the next quarterback, he's moving up, and Garoppolo is the second stringer. And I think that we're confusing love and money. because it was really all about the money the entire time.
Well, it's always to a degree about the money, and keep in mind the $6.5 million is A, biggest backup contract in the NFL, and B, it can quickly become $16 million if he ends up playing this season. But I want to focus in on point two that you made with regard to the idea that Kyle Shanahan is a man of conviction, and therefore he's not changing for anybody unless he believes it. To a degree, yes, but let me ask you this. Why do you think the 49ers, week one last year, clearly had a package inside the red zone especially for Trey Lance, right? Remember the opening drive, right? So why do you think they had that? And then suddenly...
Because he broke his finger. And he couldn't throw it.
No, because there were definitely games where he was healthy. There were definitely games in the first 10 weeks of the season, 12 weeks of the season. After he got healthy, came back, played against Arizona.
He broke his finger in the preseason.
Right.
And he said it impacted him all year.
Well, sure. And Jimmy and they all have things that impact them all year. If that's the case, then why'd they put him in week one? He threw a perfect pass and a touchdown. Okay? So there were absolutely times he even started. There were times throughout the year where that would be on the table, the use of his legs, third and short, whatever. But it just suddenly, firmly, like heels dug in, we are not putting Trey in to a Jimmy game. My read on that is that Kyle Shanahan listened to his locker room. And the locker room was like, we can't have two guys. We can't have two leaders. We can't be 1 foot on each side of the fence. Jimmy doesn't like this. We like Jimmy. Jimmy's our leader. We can't do that. And that's the only, for me, that's the only legitimate reason we would get to, hey, we're going to do this year, and then all of a sudden, we're not doing it anymore. And they never did it again, unless Trey was starting.
They did it against Green Bay in week 3.
Thank you.
And the most important snap of the year to that point, by the way, the last play of the first half, Jimmy wasn't punching it in, so they put Trey in. They ran behind Trent Williams. He scored a touchdown.
Right. But by the time they got to week 4, we never saw it again.
Yeah, the Shanahan explanation of this is too hard. Like, bro, it's not too hard.
Right.
Like that, I never quite bought that.
We don't know how to prepare during the week because there's this playbook and that. And come on.
Shanahan has his locker room right now. And if that's the case, if they're 1-4 and Shanahan goes, nope, we need to see more, I'm not pulling the plug yet. Like, you run the risk of losing a locker room and messing up a culture that you've fostered over these 5-6 seasons. And that's something I know we talk about Kyle Shanahan's ego, and he's a psychopath, and he hates everything, and he hates everyone, and he wants it to be his way. It's like, to an extent, he's also not stupid. If the Niners are 1-4, and George Kittle and Trent Williams and Nick Bosa and the team captains come and knock on his door one day after practice and go, dude, put Jimmy in. He's not going to say, like, he might say no for that week.
I mean, I actually think, Kyle Shanahan, much more than so many other coaches, like, and we've seen this, we've watched it, all the way from Emmanuel Sanders being acquired and talking about the Yeezys. Like, Kyle, did you see him interact with Richard Sherman a week and a half ago on the field? This is one of the guys. He is. Like, he's the leader and he's the coach, and he keeps that distance, but he's also right there with those guys. Like, he meets them on their level. This is not someone who's going to be like, it's not Belichick. Get out of my office. Who are you?
Right.
It's not that. And so there are major veteran players, Juszczyk, Williams, Kittle, on this offense. If they're not feeling it, then that is going to be a discussion. I keep making the point, this is not about scenarios in the season, it's about what already happened. Mike Silver, who you're going to hear on this show a lot throughout the football season, with Damon and Ratto yesterday, on what Lance did or didn't do that led the 49ers to this moment.
Trey Lance had that entire offseason to substantiate that belief. They saw him in OTAs. They saw him last year at practice. I was told that in the offseason that Sometimes the accuracy was there. Sometimes it was glaringly not there. That was concerning. There were times he couldn't throw or was not allowed to throw during some sessions, and that the arms seemed to be worn out from a change in throwing motion. And then training camp started, and I know the games aren't real, and I know joint practices aren't the end-all be-all, and just to the naked eye, it followed that pattern. And so you've got a team built to win now. You've got a great game planner and schemer who's going to put Trey Lance in the best position to thrive. But I think in the end, Kyle just decided, here's an opportunity. Yes, it will create more drama, and yes, it will potentially add some stress to an already stressful situation for a young player. But that's worth it to me because now I have a hedge.
Okay, now I have a hedge. I think Mike said something else that's important in there for all of us to know. Like, teams don't like drama. They don't want that. Like, do we all agree? NFL teams do not want drama. And we seem to think that the 49ers buy their statement. John Lynch opens up their conference call yesterday. This was a great day for the organization. They are fully aware of the drama this creates.
Either that or they're dumb.
They do not do this without knowing exactly where the conversation is going to go for the next 10 days. It's not what they want. There's a reason that they did not think of this or try to do this all off season. They know what it's going to create, and they sign up for it anyway, which has got to mean something. It's got to mean something. So it's very, very fascinating. And to have that come all in the midst of cut down day. I mean, that's another thing. Like, we haven't even talked about this. Remember, it was supposed to go up to the buzzer yesterday. It was supposed to go right up to the buzzer cut down day, but it comes out the day before and then the 49ers cancel practice the next day because they know that they're going to have to work their way through this thing that they just created. So I just find this really, really important today to go through all of the words of all of these different people who are essentially telling you the same thing about the inner operations of a football locker room.
There's one more totally insane thing Kyle Shanahan said yesterday that I want to get to.
Let's do it.
Go ahead. This is Kyle Shanahan talking about how the quarterback faces pressure regardless of who the backup is.
I just think that's the reality of that position in this job. I mean, when a quarterback has a bad game and has a 3-pick game or loses a game, that's coming Monday morning and during the game regardless, and it's going to last the entire week until they play again. And that's why I don't know how anyone can be successful in this business if they get caught up in that stuff. Yeah, that's part of our fan base and why our sport's so popular, but I don't believe that stuff has an effect on whether a guy succeeds or not. I think it's what he does in here and what he does on the field.
Like, I get what he's saying, but you're telling me that the outcry against Trey Lance, if he struggles, is the same with Nate Sudfeld or Brock Purdy behind him?
Of course it's not.
Right, which is ridiculous.
He's also talking about the outside noise, and I'm talking about the inside noise.
Right.
Inside noise. It's not, don't get caught up in that. Don't get caught up in that. You're getting caught up in yourselves.
Right.
I'm not asking you to turn on 95.7 The Game and go through the journey with. I mean, it'd be great. Like go ahead and turn on the show, but like you're going to go through the journey with the fans. Sure, I'm talking about inside the locker room.
Right, and I totally get that. But I'm gonna Shanahan saying you can't let that get to. But it's like you're asking a 22-year-old. Mm-hmm. This isn't 1961. It's not. I don't read the papers. Like, it's not that. It's Twitter, it's Instagram. And if you think a 22-year-old who has grown up in the social media age is just going to be like, yeah, I'm not on that stuff. I don't hear that stuff. Like, of course he's going to hear and see it.
Absolutely. All right. Plenty more time for your reaction. 888-957-9570. Comcast Business Text Line. Keep it coming on Twitch and YouTube as well. And also, coming up next, if you're a Giants fan, a Barry Bonds fan, an Aaron Judge fan, you're going to want to hear what John Heyman threw out there on social media yesterday. We'll have that for you coming up next. Kyle Madsen's in for Dibs. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Odyssey knows that football fans can't get enough football. That's why we've got nonstop football coverage on the free Odyssey app. Podcasts and live shows dedicated to every pro team. NFL play-by-play and enough game talk for the most diehard fans. Local radio stations talking football, interviews with star players and coaches, and football fans being fans.
What kind of play calling was that?
Listen to everything you love about football, live and on demand with the free Odyssey app. Get in the game and download today.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge.
But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $69.99.
You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
When a nasty cold keeps you up all night, Vicks NyQuil Severe gives you powerful relief from your worst cold and flu symptoms, which changes a night that sounds like this into a night that sounds more like this. That's better. NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, sore throat, stuffy head, aching, fever, best sleep with a cold medicine. Use as directed.
95.7 The Game has your tickets to see The Who October 24th at the SAP Center. For your shot to win, head to our contest page at 957thegame.com.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
But it's Kyle Madsen in for Dibs today, and it is all sponsored by Ask Me. Want to mention also the John Mulaney tickets that we often do right around 10:30. We'll do that coming up in about 15 minutes, okay? So be with us. In about 15 minutes, John Mulaney, one of my favorite comedians, is coming to Concord Pavilion September 17th. Want to send you to the show. So in about 15 minutes, we'll be giving away a pair of tickets to the show. What you need to do is stay tuned for the sounder. Do we have the sounder? There, that's the sounder. And as soon as you hear that, we'll give you the directions on where to call and be caller 5, and that'll be your chance to win, courtesy of Live Nation. Other news and notes, some people were surprised that guard Jason Poe, who became a really kind of good story in 49er camp, was cut yesterday. He has cleared waivers, and he will return and be a part of the 49ers practice squad.
Yeah, not a surprise.
Not a surprise, but I think good.
Yeah,
good.
Definitely good.
Liked some of the things we saw from him, and depth at the offensive line on your practice squad this year. Sign me up. I'm in.
Well, he's the perfect practice squad player. He's a little undersized, so teams aren't probably going to be clamoring for him. He can get in there. He can develop at one of the guard spots. And if he plays well and practices well, he goes into next offseason with a chance to compete. If he doesn't, he's on the practice squad.
And then Sony Michel, who Patriots, Rams, was he in Dolphins camp, I think, this year?
Yeah.
And so Mike McDaniel cut Sony Michel yesterday. He is signing with the San Diego, and I will forever call them that, the San Diego Chargers, which is a little bit of an odd spot for him. That tells me he didn't have a lot of great offers, because is Sony Michel getting any carries in Los Angeles? Unless there's weird injuries, because not only do you have Austin Eckler entrenched, they drafted Isaiah Spiller this year. Mm-hmm. I'm told they really, really like him. And then Joshua Kelly is still there. How far down? I think he is.
Isn't he with the Browns now?
Justin Jackson's the one who's gone. Tell me, am I wrong on Kelly? Maybe I'm wrong on that, but even still, you're at minimum, you're going to be down the depth chart to at least.
No, he's with the Chargers.
Yeah, I think he's still with the Chargers. So you're sliding in at 3/4 as a spot for Sony Michel with the Chargers, who the 49ers will see this year. So anyway, that's kind of interesting, and you can do whatever you want with that with your fantasy rankings.
Don't do anything with it from a Sony Michel standpoint.
You're down on Sony, huh?
He stinks, dude.
Well, when you're on your 4th team and how many years has he been in the league? I feel like 4?
A lot.
4,
a lot
5?
of years.
That many?
He was on the Patriots' last Super Bowl team.
Right. That wasn't that long ago.
Against the Rams? Is that 2018? Is that his rookie year?
Sony Michel. He has had a nose for the Super Bowl. He's only 27. And
yeah, but that's 40 in running back years.
Let's see. 2018 was his rookie year.
Yeah.
4 years ago.
Yes, he's in his 5th season, right?
Yeah. So, anyway.
Yeah, he's done. toast.
There you go. All right. So he signs with the Chargers. All right. We're going to go back out to the phones in just a little bit. But give me the John Heyman tweet.
This
John
made me so mad.
Baseball Odyssey Insider. We love having John on the show. His tweet yesterday, inspired by yet another big fly from Aaron Judge, was...
Opinion. If Aaron Judge tops Roger Maris, he will be the real single-season home run champion. We can't honestly count the 3 guys who use needles and or cream, plotted PED regimens, and transformed their physiology. Now, can we?
Yeah, we can, John, because we have no choice.
Yeah, we 1,000% can.
So, in fact, we have to.
If you're going to put a caveat on the steroid era, then you have to put a caveat on the era where players are just openly allowed to use whatever drugs they wanted.
Right.
The era where black players were not allowed to play.
Yeah.
Like there asterisks are everywhere in baseball. If you're going to use one for Barry Bonds, you have to use one for every player of all time.
The problem with this idea is, and I know that it's never going to fully go away, but the premise that people are using, and it tends to be people who have been watching baseball for a long, long time. I'm not going to call them old, but it tends to be people who've been watching baseball for a long, long time, and you get very caught up in the magic and the majesty of the past. Mm-hmm. You notice that we don't do this in football. There's people who've been watching football for a long, long, long time. But if you get caught with steroids in football, it's like, we'll see you next month. Okay?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Miss your 6 games.
All right, there we go. Let's move on. But in baseball, it seems to make you this horrible human being who can no longer be involved in anything cool with regard to the sport. Fernando Tatis is dealing with that right now. Here's the problem. It's all based on the premise that the people who we haven't caught yet are clean. Now, am I accusing Aaron Judge of anything? No. And I'm certainly not accusing Hank Aaron or Roger Maris or Babe Ruth of anything. But here's what I am saying. I got no clue. I have no clue what's going on. So until we get to the bottom of what is everybody doing, what did they know, what did they not know, and you're never going to know. You're never going to know that. I mean, how many times, because there are guys in the hall right now who we stuck there and decided that we didn't want to buy into their rumors. Mm-hmm. Ivan Rodriguez and Mike Piazza.
David Ortiz is one of the most beloved baseball players of all time.
Right.
Because he was nice to the writers.
Right. That's all it is.
He beat the hell out of a bullpen phone with a bat, and nobody talks about it.
Right.
That's an insane thing to do.
Right. Well, it's an inanimate object. Inanimate object. Yeah. Right. Thank you. Yeah. So, whatever.
But hey, Big Papi.
Love it when you call me Big Papi.
That's Barry Bonds' problem. He didn't have a fun nickname.
Right. Right. And he wasn't nice to people. Like, by the way, you get the consequences. Because just be nice to people. Just be nice.
Right.
I don't know why that's so hard. But you get the consequences. It doesn't make it fair. I guess just in the end, when you talk about stuff like this, it's like it just feels so picky and choosy.
It is.
Like you're not allowed to do this. The bottom line is you didn't catch him red-handed at the time, and therefore you let this go. There's a bunch of culpable pieces here, baseball being one of them. Yes, Bonds being one of them. But the whole thing went sideways, and so now you're going to say, this guy's numbers count. Mm-hmm. This guy's numbers don't count.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
This one over here counts, even though you have no idea. So, John, you got to take the L, which is, did they cheat? Yup. Too bad. You didn't catch him in time. It counts.
What?
It counts.
Not to mention the steroid era saved baseball.
Well, there's that. That's a further part of the conversation, but I'm always fascinated. College football does this when they do. You ever hear they have vacated the wins? Bob, I was at the game. It happened. You can't vacate the win.
Reggie Bush won a Heisman. Whether you like it or not.
Didn't win the Heisman. I'm like, I was standing in the end zone when he leaped over that UCLA guy. I was about 20 feet away. It happened.
I was eating pizza at Aladino's in Brentwood.
It happened, and whoever his dad was talking to about a house ain't got a thing to do with his athletic ability. Yeah. So stop telling me that things that happened didn't happen.
Right.
They happened.
They 100% did.
And by the way, all the things that did happen that you still want to acknowledge, let me let you in on a little sports secret. Something bad was going on.
Very likely.
Something bad is always going on. This is big money. It's big money. It's big people. It's fame. It's dollars. It's attention. There is always, if I said to you, go to the top corner office of any major company, walk through a grocery store and look at all the labels. Go to the top corner office of any one of those companies, and there's a billionaire in a suit. You think he's doing it all honest?
Probably not.
Okay, that's the assumption we make because that's easy because it's some billionaire in a suit with a tie and we don't really care about him. But we assume that people who turn themselves into human bowling balls and run their heads into one another for our entertainment and for their financial gain, we assume that's clean until we're otherwise notified.
Yeah.
Come on. It doesn't mean
out of sight, out of mind.
It doesn't mean they're all evil and that we're all evil for watching. But no,
but don't get high and mighty about it.
There's stuff going on.
Right. If you want to be the guy, if John Heyman wants to be the guy that says Aaron Judge hit 62 home runs this year, he is the real cool
guy.
Dork. Like, cool, man. Like, awesome.
Yeah.
Like, and Godfather 3 was a masterpiece, or whatever you want to, whatever crazy take you want to have. I've never seen the Godfather movies, but that's just a bad take from what I understand.
Your spreadsheet last week shook me.
Yeah.
Shook me. Kyle's got a spreadsheet of movies, and part of it is that you're, I don't know, what are you, 12, 15 years younger than me? Like, part of it is that there's movies where it's just like it's
generation missed me.
It's not that it's not acceptable; it's just unfathomable. Like you haven't seen Shawshank. I don't know. Like, does not compute. I don't even get how that's possible. Like you have to have stumbled into this thing on TNT at least 28 times.
No,
but maybe you cut the cord. Do you have the cord?
Yeah.
Okay, you got the cord?
Yeah, just because it makes it easier for local sports. But
I mean, you should watch it. It's really.
But yeah, I don't watch that much TV, and I'm a guy that, like, when it comes to movies, when I'm going to sit down and watch a movie, I typically just rewatch something I know I like.
Yeah.
I'm super lame pop culture wise.
But you should make Shawshank that thing.
I should make every movie on that thing.
Yeah, no doubt. Okay, Travis in Vallejo. Doc Pandia, 15 minutes away. Brandon Belt, 49ers injuries. We'll get to all of it. Hey, Travis, you're on with Mark Willard, Kyle Madsen in for Dibs. What are you doing, Travis?
Not much, just waiting to play some golf. Thanks for having me on. I was thinking about this whole Jimmy G situation, and the way I view it is that he's just the ultimate, insurance policy. We all know that. But the 49ers are just like most NFL teams. When it comes to incentives and things like that, they don't want to pay that. They're not going to have a plan in place for a player to possibly get all those incentives. So to me, Kyle Shanahan's words kind of ring truth as far as them being genuine and not having any plan for Jimmy G to be there, but being lucky that they did grab him. And the only way I see Jimmy G ever coming into play is if there's an injury to Trey Lance. There is no competition. Trey fully has the keys to the offense. It's still going to be a run-heavy offense. Trey cannot do even half as bad as Jimmy G when he was quarterback. So I don't think there should be any panic.
Wait. So what's the statement, Travis? Trey Lance cannot do half as bad as Jimmy did, who, by the way, I think with a minimum, is it a minimum of 45 starts? I think he's got the 5th or 6th best winning percentage in the history of the NFL. And your statement is Trey can't do half that bad. That's correct? Did I get that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
All right.
Because I stand by it. I stand by it that the running is half the most of the offense. But don't get me wrong, Jimmy G has stepped up in big time moments, and he gets ripped for making a couple bad plays. He's been absolutely great for the 49ers. I personally believe Trey is definitely an upgrade to what Jimmy's done, and we're going to see that in time.
Well, here's the thing, Travis. I've heard this a lot now from a lot of people because I disagree with a lot of what you said. A lot of people are saying the only scenario where Trey gets in, the only scenario where Jimmy gets in is a Trey injury. Let me tell you something.
That's wrong.
No, it's not.
That's wrong.
Like, it's unequivocally wrong. And in fact, if this season starts exactly like last season starts, y'all are crazy if you think they're not switching to Jimmy. You're nuts.
And to that point, after week 5, so Trey started week 5, they lose to the Cardinals I think that dropped him to 2-3. And they had the bye week, and then the next week was Indianapolis. Shanahan has said that if Trey wasn't hurt, he probably would have started against Indy. And he said that after that 3-5 start, if they had gone to 3-6, it was probably pull the plug and they were going to Trey over Jimmy.
The Rams game.
Yes.
Jimmy had to do what he did to keep the job.
Yes.
And he did it.
Yes.
And he did it. So
and kept doing it, and then they go to the NFC title game.
Yep.
So that's on the table. It was on the table last year when Trey was a backup. It's 1,000% on the table this year.
1,000%. No, it's more on the table this year.
More on the table than 1,000%?
More.
1,010%.
Well, since 1,000% doesn't exist, why can't 1,001? But listen, there's a very, very clear difference between last year's dynamic and this year's dynamic. Here's what it is. Last year's dynamic is if you're going to switch from Jimmy to Trey, it has to be because the season is kind of lost, so why not get ready for next year?
Right.
This time, you're talking to a group of people who've already been led by Jimmy, and a lot of them have been led to some really good places by Jimmy. So you're not going to wait for the season to be lost. Mm-hmm. You're going to wait for the season to be on the brink. Mm-hmm. And if the season is on the brink, so let's go back to the exact same scenario. Jimmy, you get this Rams game, and that's it. Because if you don't, the season's over. So if this year there is a season on the brink Rams game, and it might be the Rams because it's right around the same week 4 or I think week 8. I think they've got him again. So if there is a season on the brink game against the Rams this year, who you letting start it? Yeah, it ain't Trey Lance.
Maybe.
I don't think so.
Maybe. It depends on how he looks.
That locker room.
Depends on how he looks.
And this whole, they don't let the players make the decision. Call the Warriors. How'd Kevon Looney start that playoff game?
Yeah.
Who told Steve Kerr to start Kevon Looney? Draymond Green did. And Steph Curry did. And Klay Thompson did. And so Steve went, you know what? You're my guys. And let's talk this out as men and as people and as leaders of this business. And we're going with Kevon Looney. I'm going to trust you guys. Mm-hmm. That conversation is not possible with Kittle, Juszczyk, and Trent Williams.
It definitely is.
Of course it is.
Definitely.
Of course it is. Oh, John Mulaney, one of my favorite comedians.
He is my favorite active comedian.
Is he?
Yes.
Oh, active.
Yes.
Who's inactive?
George Carlin. He's dead.
Like Don Rickles or something?
No, George Carlin.
George Carlin's your favorite, but he's inactive? Yeah, he has. Rest in peace. Anyway, that sound means that we're giving away 2 tickets to see John Mulaney September 17th at Concord Pavilion. You can meet Kyle. He'll be there with his
I hope so.
Warrior jacket on. Caller number 5 right now. Please use the contest line, not the regular line. Contest line is 415-951-2386. The number again, 415-951-2386. Caller 5 is our winner, courtesy of Live Nation. Good luck and enjoy seeing John Mulaney September 17th at Concord Pavilion.
It's going to be a great show.
I have no doubt that it will.
If I'm there, I probably won't be in a Warrior jacket. Just FYI. Hawaiian shirt. That's a Hawaiian shirt thing for sure.
It's in September. I guess, it'll still be warm.
It's going to be hot.
All right, I'll believe you. Adam in San Francisco, you're on the show, 95.7 The Game. Hey, Adam, what are you doing?
Driving across the Bay Bridge right now. Back into San Francisco.
Okay, welcome back to town, Adam.
Appreciate you guys. You're having my brain scramble right now because this Jimmy stuff is just exhausting, and we're just going to have to get to deal with it for even longer, which is great. What I wanted to call in about was to ask you guys, how is this going to make the front office look if Trey doesn't pan out? If Jimmy starts playing games again because of the locker room, whatever, what is this going to do? Because I think it's going to make you guys look really bad at the fact that you could have drafted a Micah Parsons or a Patrick Surtain or anybody last year. You didn't. You traded to get Trey, and then if Trey doesn't work out, it's like you guys have now whipped on multiple drafts. Like, yeah, there's Kittle and Warner and everything else, but it's like, but you're missing on some of the biggest hitters. So what do you think this is going to make the front office look like if this doesn't work out?
I mean, bad. Like there's no other way to say it, Adam. And in fact, that was the discussion back when we did this. How many times did you hear someone say, Kyle Shanahan, this is a bold move because they had a quarterback who could take you darn close, right? Has been to the Super Bowl, has been to 2 title games. You've got that, and they move off of him. And so it's a bold move because so many people at the time said, boy, if this doesn't work, Kyle is basically putting his job on the line.
Yes.
He's putting his job on the line. So now we're going to get here, and we're going to be like, well, Trey's not ready, and so, let's do Jimmy again. Well, that's an about face. You don't get to put the toothpaste back in the tube like that.
Right.
If they've put it all on the line for Trey Lance, then when they put it all on the line for Trey Lance, and if they're wrong after all of the things, some of which are unfair, but the resume at the quarterback position will read, didn't get Mahomes, you didn't go after Deshaun Watson, ... fine. Right, fine. You wanted Kirk Cousins, you didn't wait. You went and got Garoppolo instead.
Maximized Garoppolo.
Tom Brady wanted to come. You said no thanks.
I was in favor of that, by the way.
I was also in favor. You mean of keeping Garoppolo?
Yes.
Same. Like, I was with them. So this isn't like, again, I think some of these are a little bit contextual. Some of them are a little bit unfair. But they are the resume. You didn't go get Mahomes. You didn't get Brady. You stuck with Garoppolo. Then you finally left Garoppolo. You moved assets for 3 first rounds to go get someone, and then that person didn't work? If that's the way it plays out, woof. That's tough.
It's bad. It's bad. It's really bad.
That's tough.
Especially when you're known as the guy who maximizes quarterbacks. You had a chance to handpick your guy and you picked the wrong guy.
Yeah, that's tough.
Like, just the talent evaluation stuff goes out the window. Can I ask you a quick question?
You can do whatever you want.
Anything I want?
Anything.
Never mind.
I mean,
no, there's rules. There's rules.
Like,
yeah.
All
right, never mind that. I don't have a question.
No, go ahead. What do you got?
So, if I'm from the future. Hello.
Hi, future.
I can't remember anything about the football season in 2022 except that the 49ers won the Super Bowl. Who do you think quarterbacks that playoff?
Trey Lance.
I think so too.
I would say Trey Lance.
I think the scenario where the 49ers win the Super Bowl this year is Trey has a decent start and gets better, and by week 17 it's like...
I agree. Because I think in this moment where people are, because of the backup quarterback dynamic I've talked so much about, I think people are forgetting the things that frustrated them about Jimmy, number one. And number two, I also think that we're sitting here acting like if we see Jimmy this year, he will be the Jimmy that we've seen all the way in the past. And I don't know that. Coming off shoulder surgery, never practiced, no training camp, no nothing to get into flow with any of the potentially new dynamics with this particular offense, like none of that. He has not taken a snap against a defense since January. And we're acting like he's just going to come in and...
And the last snaps he did take weren't great.
Not great. How many yards did they get there in the final 10
-6.
minutes? Yeah, negative. So, I buy your scenario.
Thank you.
For sure. Okay.
$12.
Time for more of your phone calls still ahead. And Doc Pandia on 49er injuries. How about is Jimmy Garoppolo turnkey if we have to see him at some point in September? How about Brandon Belt's career? Is it over? We'll get to all that and more with Doc Pandia coming up next. Kyle Madsen is in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Breathe new life into life at home with IKEA Festival. 10 topics, one purpose. To get more out of the homes we love. What are you passionate about? Art, dance, music, food, fur babies. Get inspired, create, and share with us with celebrations, giveaways, IKEA family offers, and live streams with expert advice. It's all happening at IKEA Festival. Join us from August 26th through September 10th online or at your local IKEA store. Learn more at IKEA-USA.com.
Attention veterans. If you were stationed at Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you and your family may be victims of toxic water poisoning. You could be awarded financial compensation for your suffering. Cancers, birth defects, deadly illnesses have all been linked to the contaminated water. Congress is now holding the government accountable, but you must act now. Get your free case review. Call True Law at 877-560-8555, 877-560-8555, or visit sickvets.com. That's sickvets.com.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions.
Even easier than choosing Slash to be in your band.
Next up for lead guitar. You're in.
Cool. Yep, even easier than that. With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, is it even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Like bones, your teeth lose density and become weaker over time, which can lead to tooth decay. And that can make your visit to the dentist feel like this. But if you want your dental visit to feel like this, try Crest Densify. Crest Densify actively rebuilds tooth density to extend the life of teeth by remineralizing enamel. Densify from Crest, the #1 toothpaste brand in America. Smile, Crest has you covered.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT, and make us your last stop.
Every search you make, every click you take, they'll be watching you.
Tired of companies like Google and Facebook watching everything you do online? There's actually a simple solution. DuckDuckGo. It's an all-in-one privacy app with a built-in private search engine, web browser, one-click data clearing, email protection, and more. All for free. Download the app today and get the most comprehensive privacy protection with the push of a button. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Ceremony Ford is your Bay Area pre-order headquarters for your next Ford. Customize your Ford today and take delivery later. No markups, no additional fees. Pre-order the 2023 Ford F-150 through July 31st and save $1,000 off MSRP. Only at Ceremony Ford. Expect delivery fourth quarter 2022 to 2023.
This advertisement is paid for by Lacuna Ventures LLC. For terms and conditions, visit yourrights.legal. Attention. If you or someone you know spent time at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina prior to 1988 and developed serious health conditions such as non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, lung cancer, bladder, breast, or kidney cancer, you may be eligible for significant financial compensation. Call Camp Lejeune victims to discuss your case now at 800-873-8202. Leaking underground tanks contaminated the drinking water with benzene and other highly carcinogenic chemicals, up to 280 times acceptable levels. Marines, their families, contractors, or employees who spent at least 30 days at Marine Corps Base Camp Lejeune prior to 1988 and developed a serious health condition, called to determine your eligibility for financial compensation. If you don't win, you pay nothing. It's critical to take action and call now. 800-873-8202. That's 800-873-8202. Again, 800-873-8202.
The Stadium Tour is rocking the Bay Area. September 7th at Oracle Park, featuring Def Leppard, Motley Crue, Poison, and Joan Jett and the Blackhearts. For more info and tickets, visit livenation.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Before we get to Doc, the Eagles are sending wide receiver Jalen Reagor. This is a first-round draft pick from 2 years ago to the Minnesota Vikings. In exchange, a 2023 seventh-round pick and a 2024 conditional fourth-round pick that will fall to a fifth if certain statistical marks are not met. And the wide receiver room in Minnesota is full. So I don't know if Jalen Reagor is going to get a whole lot of numbers unless somebody gets hurt. Let me think. We got Justin Jefferson.
Good player.
Got some Adam Thielen action going on
Decent
there.
little player.
I think you got KJ Osborne. Good.
That's a player.
Yeah, WR3.
BC Johnson just got hurt.
Right. So maybe he slides in as WR4. But the Eagles, who went first-round receiver 2 years ago, then did it again the next year with Devontae Smith, and then go out on the market and major bag alert for A.J. Brown, clearly did not like this selection.
Yeah, but this is just more weapons for Nick Mullins. So.
Yeah.
The Eagles, I think the Eagles are loaded, dude.
Oh, no, the Eagles, I think we've been leaving them out of the conversation too much.
I think so, too.
The Packers, Bucks, Rams thing that everyone does in the NFC, 49ers, if they get good quarterback play, the Eagles might need to be in this conversation. How about a conversation with Doc? It's time for Cleared to Play. Take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Associate Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. Doc, how you doing? Who plays sports tonight?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, tonight's, I think we'll just say that we're going to talk about sports tonight with the Trey Lance, Jimmy G stuff.
Okay, perfect. So let's start with Jimmy G, actually, Doc, and let me ask you this. Are we being silly with the idea that if Jimmy Garoppolo has to play at some point in September, no training camp, no defenses, shoulder surgery in the offseason, is it just turnkey? Does he immediately come back and look like the Jimmy we've known?
I think, from a physical standpoint, in terms of like his shoulder and the structural healing, absolutely. He's at the point now where everything structurally should be healed. Now, the little nuances, is timing a little bit off? Is he potentially going to have to respond to his shoulder getting kind of thrown into the ground? Those little things may come with time. But I think overall, if Jimmy had to come in week 1, week 2, I don't think we'll see that big of a fall off. You may see a little issues in terms of passing and timing and maybe long balls, but I don't think with this kind of injury you would necessarily see anything major if you were to go out and play, and you should hopefully see the Jimmy G we've seen last year and the years before.
So it sounds like the 49ers are going to be without free safety Jimmy Ward. They initially said maybe through week 1. Now they're going to put him on IR. That means a minimum of 4 weeks he'll be out. Is that indicative of some kind of setback, or is that just kind of the proper way to deal with a significant hamstring injury?
Yeah, I think, a lot of it has to do with it. At what point did they get an MRI? For most hamstring injuries, you usually just say, look, you pulled your hamstring, there's a little bit of a strain, but if it's not necessarily responding, or you're like, look, this is an athlete who's really important, let's go ahead and get an MRI. And then the MRI actually shows that this is, I think what was reported a grade 3 injury, which means that it's a full tear. So typically for your garden variety hamstrings, they're usually kind of grade 2s, grade 1s. You're talking a couple weeks, that kind of fits that week 1 timeline. But if you have a full tear, that is where you start getting into the 8-9 week from the time of injury timeline. So given the fact that they said it was a significant tear and probably felt that they needed an MRI, it does make sense that he would be coming back potentially week 5, week 6. So it's not concerning in the sense that he's going to need surgery, but I think that extra time does fit with the fact that they said it was a significant hamstring strain. particularly in a team that's very familiar with their athletes getting these kind of injuries.
Doc, we do this a lot with NBA big men. We're like, lower body injuries, like we're doing it with James Wiseman right now. What about offensive linemen? These are not small human beings. Mike McGlinchey with the knee soreness. He had the quad last year, saw some practice video. He just returned, and it was like, didn't look like he was moving perfectly. What's the concern level there?
I think in general, the concern level would be a little bit higher. I think if you look at NFL players who've torn their quad tendon, and it's important to understand this is an injury you usually see in like 40 and 50-year-olds. So when that tendon is torn, it's a very large surgery that has to get done. And then basically you're dealing with this tendon that basically powers your knee. There's soreness basically coming from where you had the surgery done. And then that tendon is a little bit weaker, so then you're basically then going to get knee soreness and inflammation, which is what it sounds like McGlinchey's dealing with. I think the important thing for fans to understand that the fact that he's even back on the field is pretty remarkable. If you look at NFL players who've had this type of surgery, only 50% of them actually even make it back on the field. And you can see why. It's just a hard thing to basically deal with when this big muscle and tendon is torn. So I think this season, particularly in the first several weeks, there may be times when McGlinchey's knee is sore, or he may not be moving as well. I think that's just the natural course of dealing with this kind of injury. Clearly his tendon is healed enough that he's able to go back and play on an NFL field. But it's something this next year we may see off and on, and people shouldn't necessarily get worried if, okay, McGlinchey's going to rest for this week and then he's back next week, because it's just such a large surgery. And he's a big player, so you're going to put a lot more stress on that area.
Deebo Samuel coming off that big extension. He hasn't been practicing in the lead up to week 1 because of a bruise behind his knee is what I was reading. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so it can be, when you get these bruises behind the knee, it can be one of two things. The one that would be more concerning would be if the bone in the back of the knee is bruised, and that's when you're thinking about a bone bruise, where that could be, that's more troublesome. You're thinking 3 to 4 weeks, this is going to be a pain generator, or is it simply that you got, the muscles in the back of the knee basically got bruised? And there are a lot of different muscles back there. You've got your hamstrings, you've got your calf muscles that kind of run in the back of the knee. If that's generally the area that's sore, then I wouldn't be super concerned about it. So I think they're more describing this general area, just it has a lot of soreness and inflammation. And barring us seeing any kind of play that comes up where he got a big impact, this probably is just more bruising kind of in the calf and the hamstrings in the back of the knee, and this shouldn't be an issue. But I think, once again, whenever we start Deebo kind of getting these soft tissue injuries, it does make you a little bit worried, if this is already happening when the season starts. But hopefully it's just kind of one of those one-offs, and he'll be nice and healthy as the season goes on.
Real quick, Doc, I don't want you to diagnose, but second opinion was as bad as the first. Brandon Belt is apparently making a surgery decision probably sometime today. I don't know. This sort of feels like we might have seen the last of Brandon Belt.
Yeah, I think it is concerning, and I think it was even Kapler said in I think in an interview was talking about this is the same quote-unquote cartilage issue he's been dealing with. And when it's ligaments, and kind of isolated meniscus tears, we have really good, ideas in terms of how to fix it. But when you have a cartilage issue and it's very diffuse, and someone who's had multiple issues with their knee, you do worry about, is this really kind of the end of this player's career? Because it's so hard to deal with cartilage issues and get them to heal really quickly. And when you're 34, 35, and you're dealing with kind of just a knee that's beaten up, there's not too much to do that gets you back in a quick enough period of time. So hopefully they can get something done, and you get surgery done, and potentially can be back next year. But in general, for an athlete of his age, it doesn't bode well with this kind of injury.
Interesting stuff. Hey, Doc, thank you as always.
Absolutely, no problem. Thanks a lot, guys.
All right, there he goes. Yeah, Doc Pandia. The proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. We'll get back to your calls here in just a minute. I want to go back to what we were just talking about with Jalen Reagor because, and I know sometimes defensive players in football, it doesn't resonate the same way offensive players do. We don't know defensive players as well because of fantasy. But Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, who the Eagles acquired yesterday, is a very, very, very good defensive back. And you and I have been talking up the Eagles a little bit, just starting to look better and better. Look at the draft compensation that took place in that deal and the Reagor deal. So here was the full deal. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson with the Saints. The Eagles also get a 7th-round pick. They give up a 5 and a 6. So you give up a 5 and a 6, you get a 7 and the player. All right? So keep that in mind. You gave up a 5 and a 6, but you got a 7. So now, what do you get in return for Jalen Reagor? A 7 and a 5 that could become a 4. That kind of completely offsets the 5 and the 6 that you lost in the previous deal. So essentially, you traded Jalen Reagor for Chauncey Gardner-Johnson.
Right.
Which is unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's like
Gardner-Johnson's a good player.
We're going to give away a receiver we're not going to use, who may be the third best receiver on our team, but maybe not.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to get a really good defensive back in return. Howie Roseman is the name, the Eagles GM, and he just crushed it.
He has been for the last couple of years.
Yep.
For sure. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, I saw somebody refer to him as the Patrick Beverly of the NFL, and that's so accurate. You watch a Saints game, and he's just chirping at everybody the whole game. There was a play in the Niners-Saints game in 2019, the George Kittle 4th and 2 play, but there was a play before that on that drive where Chauncey Gardner-Johnson got up and he defended George Kittle and got up and did the locked up motion, and then he was the one George Kittle was carrying 40 yards down the field.
Yes.
My lasting memory of Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. But he's a really, really good player. And this is interesting because the Saints are a team that I was kind of hey, they might be sneaky good this year. If Jameis has it figured out and they don't miss Sean Payton too much, I think they might. But if Jameis figured out a little bit, their defense is really good. But now their defense a little bit worse without him.
I actually do think they could be a little bit of a sneaky team.
Yeah, definitely.
The Bucs are supposed to win. There's interesting stuff going on there, but
especially with Tom Brady's face.
Yeah, that was different. But anyway, yeah, they could easily at least be the second best team in that division. All right, coming up next, we've been talking so much about the QB room. We've left this out. We'll get to that, plus your phone calls, 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs. Kyle's in for Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
One of the biggest Bay Area rappers in the game, P-Lo, joins the Morning Roast live in studio tomorrow morning at 8.
People just know, you know what? Not even just LeBron, but people just be hate. Bro, what? What are y'all?
Get hyphy with P-Lo on the Morning Roast.
I'm about that action, boss.
Tomorrow at 8 on 95.7 The Game.
Visit Total Wine and find your favorite Cabernet. And with their incredible selection and expert guides, you might even find yourself a new favorite. Always love what you find at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly. B21.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Everyone knows how beneficial therapy can be, but traditional therapy can be overwhelming, confusing, and inconvenient. When scheduling in-person therapy, it can be difficult to find the right therapist near you, and it can take weeks to get on their calendar. We knew there had to be a better way, and that's where BetterHelp began. I'm Danny, co-founder of BetterHelp Online Therapy. When Alana and I started BetterHelp in 2013, our mission was simple: find a way to make professional therapy accessible, affordable, and convenient for everyone. BetterHelp works around your schedule and lifestyle. You can connect to a therapist by phone, video call, or even text message. You don't even have to turn on your camera if you don't feel comfortable. And if your therapist isn't the right fit, you can switch anytime with a click of a button, because BetterHelp is designed with you in mind. See why over 2 million members have trusted BetterHelp for online therapy. Go to betterhelp.com/youfirst and get 10% off your first month. That's betterhelp.com/youfirst for 10% off your first month.
Fremont Bank. If there's one thing we understand more than anybody, it's that it takes a local bank to really get the needs of local businesses. And more than anything, local businesses need access. Access to a knowledgeable banker and access to a full suite of business services. Can't come to the bank? We'll come to you. Our devotion to our clients ensures your business never misses a beat. That's why Fremont Bank remains the right choice for local and family-owned businesses. Learn more at fremontbank.com. Member FDIC.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
That's the sound of a crack in the ceiling found at a home inspection. But with a Realtor by your side, a newfound leak might only cause minor worries. With their expertise, a Realtor can suggest a credit at closing and even connect you to a contractor to help you shore up that leak and alleviate your worries. When it comes to cracks in your plans, the expertise of a Realtor can make all the difference. The difference between an agent and a Realtor is real. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
In San Rafael, sunny skies, highs near 81.
Weather brought to you by the Odyssey app.
Get your favorites on the free Odyssey app. Listen to local and national news stations, plus your music, sports, and podcasts for free wherever you are on the Odyssey app.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
We haven't talked about the running back room yet. I'd like to, but real quick, we didn't get to this today. See, Logan Webb used the word complacent last night.
Oof.
After the game. So the sound is a little bit wonky, so let's just sort of paraphrase. Logan says, I feel like we've been kind of complacent this year. And then when there's a follow-up question about it, he says, complacent might be the right word. And then he struggles, admittedly, to find the right words, but settles with, I just don't really feel like we've had that fire that we need. Now, Gabe Kapler, for a day game, was just asked, how do you feel about Logan Webb using the word complacent about your clubhouse? Gabe, again, to paraphrase,
in the voice,
we feel that it is great that Logan Webb is starting to learn how to be a leader on this team. So, okay, Gabe's great with it. I did wonder if you're going to say, boy, we just haven't had that fire. And Gabe Kapler's a guy who has the reputation of, remember just a few weeks ago, it's like, dude, are you ever going to get thrown out of a game? Mm-hmm. Are you ever going to, like, right? Do you handle everything by saying, yeah, it's a consideration and we're great and everything is fine and we're calm and if that's how, is it A to B? Was Logan pointing out Gabe Kapler? I wasn't sure myself, but
it feels like it.
It's a consideration.
It's a consideration for sure. No, it is, because attitude reflects leadership, right?
Oh.
Julius Campbell, Remember the Titans. So that's a movie I have seen 60 times.
Well played.
Thank you. But it feels a little bit like if the help me out here, follow me here. It feels a little bit like the way some people are handling the Jimmy Garoppolo returning situation. I'm sitting here, maybe I'm complacent going, that's probably fine. And you're like, no, this is not okay. This is bad. And it feels kind of like the same thing. And I think that comes back to Kapler because it's not on the players necessarily to be the ones. Like, that's the manager's job. You are managing the team. And I 1,000% think that there's a personality that this team has, and it is Gabe Kapler's. And by August 31, like at some point, you need a kick in the ass.
It's a fair question right now with Gabe Kapler as a manager. It goes well when it's going well, but what happens? What's the reaction when it's not?
It was a question all last year.
Yep, and I think it still is. I think it still is, and I wonder if, and Logan was never, even if he had been pressed on it, he was never going to be like, yeah, so I'm talking about Gabe Kapler. Like, he wasn't going to say that. But that's a concern. I mean, yeah, there was clearly a lack of a reaction, the lack of an adjustment. Mm-hmm. When things started to go sideways for the Giants this year, there just was not like, okay, let's adjust and do this. It never came. Never came at the deadline or anywhere else.
It was a reliance on the system, right?
Yep.
It was, this is going to work. And Kapler even said it to us. Like, we look at 162 games. There's going to be some times where it's good and sometimes where it's bad. But we feel that when we stick with this and we believe in our players and we believe in our players, like that this works over 162 games. And if that's your philosophy as you're cratering in early August and going, just wait, that's fine. Just let the play. Like, while you're pulling guys out of the lineup and putting them back in and taking them out of big spots. And I imagine the frustration level is probably pretty high.
And we've seen it. I mean, Logan Webb has, expressed frustration walking off the mound after being taken out because we don't want to have you face the lineup the third time through. I mean, we've already watched that. And so are we extending this somewhere that maybe I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. Those were the words he used, and you can decide for you where you want to place that lack of fire. But yeah, we noticed too. Mm-hmm. And so, Logan, I thought that was really, really interesting yesterday. All right, before we get to the running back room, how about Jim in Redwood City? Thank you for calling, Jim. You're on with Willard, Kyle Madsen. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. I'm just taking a little break for lunch and listening to you guys and having some food.
Shout out. What are we having?
Yeah.
Wait, we're having, right now we're having some hard-boiled eggs and a banana.
Strong. Very nutritious.
Boy, yeah, you are.
All the food groups are represented.
Yeah, you are less than 200 pounds, aren't you?
I am. I'm 6'2" and 195.
Yeah, but he's like solid.
Like, yeah, exactly. Go ahead, Jim. What do you got?
Okay, I just wanted to follow up on something that one of the last callers during the whole Garoppolo Lance debate was talking about. But first, before I get that, I just wanted to ask a point of clarification from you guys. I thought I had heard that you both, Kyle and Willard, said you were in favor of keeping Garoppolo over Brady. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, in the 2020 offseason, yes.
I thought, in fact, I'll go so far to call myself out. I thought it was a no-brainer. A no-brainer. You had a younger quarterback who had already been in the system, who put up better numbers than Brady had the previous year. I thought Brady. I thought the end was near.
We were wrong.
Yes, we were wrong. We're wrong, but that was my take then.
Everybody's wrong about Brady, right? Okay, I just was wanting to clear that. Okay, so now what the other caller said, at paraphrasing, is that what did he say? It was like he said, Trey can't help but do at least as well as Garoppolo. And Willard, you took issue with that, and I wanted to just, I think I know where he was kind of coming from, but he didn't articulate it that well. And I wanted to just kind of fine tune it a little bit with what my feelings are. And
he actually stated, Jim, that Trey couldn't be half as bad as Jimmy was.
Okay.
But then went on to talk about all the great things Jimmy did for the Niners. But anyway, go ahead, Jim.
Okay. Well, and that's the thing with this whole debate. It's not like, I mean, everybody's trying to make it Trey versus Jimmy, and it's like, aren't we all about the team winning and wanting to get that ring, and that's whoever takes us there, and then God bless them, right? So I kind of see both sides of it, But so what resonated with me to this comment is that during the regular season, this is how I perceive Jimmy G's performance with the Niners. During the regular season, he's been very good at times, and statistically very good. 2019, he was 69% completion percentage, and we've all seen this, we've all witnessed it. But every game, he's got those 2 to 3 passes that he throws that you're scratching your head, and it's like, what the heck was that? And then it gets worse in the playoffs. Because when you look at when the Niners get to the playoffs, some teams, like Roger Craig used to talk about turning it up a notch. And that dynasty team used to be able to, even if they struggled during the season and maybe barely made it to 10-6, they could turn it up in the postseason and then just dominate people. With Jimmy, he just doesn't handle the pressure.
Well,
whether it's the pass rush or the pressure of the moment.
Yeah. Jim, thanks. I think that the playoff career for Jimmy Garoppolo has been weird. It's been weird. He's never had what you would consider a great playoff game. Then again, you could come right back and say 2 things. One, in the first run, when it was the Vikings and the Packers that he beat, he wasn't really asked to do a whole hell of a lot. Like, if he doesn't drop back to throw, then he can't put up quarterback numbers. So there's that. But they won. And he was doing what he was doing into the second half against the Chiefs, and they had it, and then it went sideways. So no great games there. And then last year, that playoff run, I would argue, or I bet he would argue, that he only had one healthy half, and it was a good half. And then the shoulder injury happens in Dallas, and he does not play great football from that point forward. So fair, he's never had a great playoff game. But also fair, there have been some circumstances. There have been.
Yeah, but that's also, those circumstances are part of the reason they're moving on.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. I get that.
The ultimate irony would be the 49ers are moving on from Jimmy Garoppolo because he couldn't stay healthy, but then Trey Lance gets hurt and Jimmy Garoppolo steps in and wins the Super Bowl.
I mean, Trey Lance played last year 2 games and had 2 injuries. And people's like, Jimmy is injury prone. Well, so then what's Trey? So we'll see. Steiny and JD are jumping in. Before you guys speak, though, I wanted to do this all day with you, Kyle.
Oh, no.
This is real fast. Real fast. So Eli Mitchell is your RB1.
Yes.
They kept 4 other guys.
Yes.
Let's hear it. Who's RB2?
Wilson.
Who's RB3?
Sermon.
Who's RB4?
Davis Price.
Who's RB5?
Mason.
Are you sure?
Yes.
On all of those?
Yes.
You are?
Nope.
Okay.
I wasn't going to change my answer.
Right. No, those are definitive answers, but I could almost believe anything. If Eli Mitchell gets hurt against Chicago, who's coming in? Are you sure it's Wilson? Could it be Sermon?
Probably the favorite. JD, you were at practices.
Peter King said Sermon.
And Peter King, what does he know?
Hey, guys.
I'm just making sure we're appropriately brought in before.
Yes.
Before I answer.
Steiny is here. JD's here. Hi, guys.
What's going on?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
What's unbelievable?
The tell will be which guy is inactive, or which maybe
Sure.
2 are inactive. But I would say Wilson is 2, and I don't know about Sermon 3, but I would say Wilson's 2.
Yeah. What's the matter?
Your question to Kyle was on the running backs? Or?
Yeah, well, I'd been wanting to do like we did, obviously, a lot of stuff on the quarterback room today. I just wanted to know, because keeping 5 was A, interesting. That's a lot.
Right.
And then B, I mean, you could make sort of weird arguments for any one of them. I mean, obviously, they really like Mason. They were impressed enough to keep him.
Gotcha.
TDP is a brand new draft pick.
I was going to do a bit. That's all.
Oh, sorry. Did I ruin a bit?
No, you did.
Wait, hang on. Yeah, he asked me about the running backs. We've been talking about it all day. Why?
Right, and I just think it's funny that you named 5 running backs, of which fullbacks are a part, and you don't even mention Juszczyk.
Oh, no, he's a fullback.
Yeah,
but that's a running back. That's under a big
not in the way I do it.
He's got his own.
Read my blog,
Yeah.
dog? NinersWire.com.
He's got his.
Thought I had one there, and you're gonna get it on a technicality.
That's like saying a D lineman is all the same, interior or on the edge.
A fullback's a running back.
The fact the Niners kept 5 running backs though,
Tailbacks.
They kept
Steiny's
6 running
here.
backs.
Yeah.
There, thank you. That's all I'm asking for.
They kept 6 running backs, 5 tailbacks.
I know he doesn't run it a lot.
Right.
But if
They
you
have
get
5
a couple carries.
Oh my God.
The part that I wonder
Can we talk about Garoppolo,
They
please?
have 5 tailbacks. They're going to run.
Debo is your RB2.
No, I wonder, like Sermon being on the team, is that where he was drafted, or is that the fact that he has done a lot of the zone read stuff and they're going to do a lot of the zone read stuff?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, they'll tell you that he had a really good camp. They'll tell you that they like him, but they tell you a lot of things. They told us a lot of things yesterday. No,
They sure did.
They're best players in camp.
It's a great day for the 49ers.
Nothing to see here.
We have achieved a quarterback controversy. It is a great day.
Let me start this way, because the more you think about this, the more thoughts that come to your
bigger
mind.
it gets,
It's absolutely incredible. There's a reason we're going to talk about this today. There's a reason we're going to talk about this the rest of the week.
Yep.
There's a reason we're going to talk about this 4 games into the season.
Next week.
It's because this move by the 49ers is so unique and so unprecedented that it demands we talk about that theme of this season. It's not going away. It is not going away.
The only way it goes away is if Trey Lance is awesome.
Or Jimmy's traded.
Or Jimmy gets traded.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Which only probably happens if Trey Lance is awesome.
Right. And Jimmy says it's okay.
So here's one I'll throw out that I just thought. So
a lot of factors all of a sudden.
Whoa.
Explain this to me. Just some of the things, something that caught my mind. So yesterday, Kyle Shanahan says, and a month ago we go, oh my God, we could get Jimmy Garoppolo, right? Well, wait a minute. You had him on your roster. You fielded calls ostensibly all season long. You turned down deals that you didn't think were good enough, probably.
As reportedly.
So, but the point is,
I don't know if I buy that.
I don't buy that.
You saw it coming. I mean, of course it wasn't a surprise.
Well, of course.
But I mean,
surprise,
they made it sound like on August 3rd. Wow, geez, no, you should have seen this building all summer.
I think the surprise was A, that there were no trade suitors, and B, that Garoppolo, and this I think came a lot more recently in the last couple of days, that Garoppolo agreed to move off that 24.2 to stay.
But I think Steiny's point is there's no way you can wake up on August 1st and go, wow, we're having a hard time drumming up interest for Jimmy. No. February, March, April, May, June, July, August. The shoulder injury has been there the whole time. You can't wake up on August and go, you know what's bananas? I don't think anybody's going to give us anything for him. Like, the reality has been the reality the entire time. So I'm with you. The idea that this just occurred to them out of nowhere, and by the way, right as that's all happening all summer, they're also, I believe, not seeing some things that they wanted to see from Trey Lance.
Do you know what else happened about a month ago?
Yes.
Deshaun Watson got suspended for 6 games.
Yeah.
And I think that is when they went, oh, Cleveland's not going to want him.
Also surprised nobody.
But here's another
surprised nobody.
Well, I think they thought it was going to be a whole year, and then there would be some action.
What you're saying.
Right.
Like 6 was a disappointment to the Niners.
But you also knew, but you knew immediately it wasn't going to stay at 6. I mean, we knew within 48 hours the NFL was going to appeal.
Right. Okay. And then so it's at 6, and they go, oh, well, Cleveland's probably not trading for him. Okay. Well, man, are we just going to keep him here as a backup? And then it gets to 11, and they call Cleveland, and Cleveland goes, no, we're good. I don't know. I don't.
And the $24 million's huge too, because I mean,
but that was never going to stay.
Well, hold on.
Anywhere.
Do you think there was ever an offer? Because here's the thing, you're not just looking for a 6th round pick. You're getting a 6th round pick and moving off $24 million. So,
well, no one was ever going to pick that money up.
Right.
Agreed. And they probably knew that early. How early were they
February.
Jeez. Okay.
Yeah.
So what's
Lynch
the worst
said
deal?
at
What's the worst
owners'
deal we
meetings.
could accept? A 7th rounder. That's theoretically the worst deal you could accept.
Sure.
But they're still taking that contract. What if they said, you got to give us a 3rd and take that contract? Like, what if they just were asking too much?
Hard no.
Exactly. That's why
there was never a scenario where anyone thought anyone was going to take that deal in full.
Even with a 7th round.
Nope.
Well, okay, then when we were throwing around what's a Jimmy Garoppolo worth, I remember you saying something like, well, they ain't getting a 1 or 2. And I assume when you're saying...
when he got hurt, it was they ain't getting a 3 or 4.
True, but I assume when you were saying, well, they ain't getting a 1 or 2, even that was taking into account the new team was going to accept that whole $24 million. Like when you said, like if you would have said they might get a 5th.
Not necessarily.
In that assumption, I would think, and that new team's paying all of Jimmy's contract.
No, I think, at least for me, the assumption was all along, and this is why I will forever wonder. I would love to get Jimmy and Don Yee in a quiet room with no microphones and learn what their thought was throughout the summer. But the Niners having the leverage of being able to cut that contract and not pay a dollar of it meant all along that Jimmy Garoppolo was going to have to take a pay cut, because it's simply about what the market will bear. Like, play this out in your mind. If the 49ers cut you, what will the market give you? It certainly wasn't 24.
Right.
If he's fully healthy, maybe it's 12. Maybe it's 12. Maybe it's 15 in a perfect world. Then he gets surgery, and now it's like, well, now you're lucky if it's 10.
And he gets surgery, and the 49ers are still playing hardball, high ball. Like, I agree, the surgery didn't help, but it certainly didn't help if the Niners were wanting a lot. Because at that point, like, now he's got a shoulder too, and you want a 3rd round pick.
Right. Well, and I think that's what changed in the last week or in the last month with Jimmy Garoppolo was he already knew he wasn't going to make the $24 million, but it became apparent the best offers on the table to go be a backup or to go compete somewhere were going to be less than, let's say, the $6.5 million.
Right.
And at that point, I think is when the shift occurred toward, well, if I'm going to have to be a backup, why not try and get some money locked in so I'm not taking a 0 and then figure out what happens with this situation. Hey, I'm open to it because I think what changed was the belief that, well, he wouldn't do that. And doing right by Jimmy, the 49ers wouldn't ask him to do that. Hey, do you want to be a backup here? And then once we got to within the last couple of weeks, he became more open to it, but they became more comfortable even broaching the topic.
The pivot also, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM HD1 in San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app. Like, I also think that the pivot at a certain point, if you're Don Yee and Jimmy, is, you know what, this isn't about next year. It's about the year after that. Yeah. And as soon as it's about the year after that, meaning next season, it's about whatever contract, whatever I can put on film. This is how I've read that no trade clause that got thrown into this whole thing all along. What Jimmy really needs to protect this year is quarterbacking for the wrong team.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right? And so you can't put anything bad on tape. Yep. And if it gets to a certain point where even if Seattle's like, dude, we'll give you 8. Well, how about 6.5 to stay where it's completely safe? I may not play at all. If I do, it's going to clearly be the best version of me. Put that on tape, be a free agent next year.
Nobody's going to think anything less of me for saying like the 49ers.
Right.
Exactly.
Value will be maxed out. I have 2 questions for you guys. The first one, and I'm going to ask them separately because I'm a radio professional. The first one, if Trey Lance had lit it up this offseason, just completed 85% of his practice passes and in the preseason was awesome in his 5 series, do you think the 49ers still do this deal?
No.
I agree.
Steiny.
And it's not just the preseason. It's also everything they see off the field.
See, I think they might. The more I think about it, because what this really does is there's 2 scenarios with that Trey Lance. He could get hurt and he could stink. Well, if he gets hurt, fans still don't want to hear that crap.
Yeah.
So I think Kyle Shanahan says, if we can talk Jimmy into being a backup, we've got to, we'll make the playoffs. I mean, we know we can make the playoffs with Jimmy.
It increases the floor for the whole season.
Yes.
Yeah. They also gave guaranteed money to Nate Sudfeld at a certain point. So they were not. They were not.
I don't know what the answer is, but I would think maybe.
I guess when a team is putting together its salary cap and its roster, if you look around the NFL, There are very, very few teams, even the ones with great quarterbacks, who think, okay, now we need to plan for the scenario where our quarterback gets hurt. They don't do that.
Yeah.
They don't do that.
Although Shanahan may say, hey, that happened to us twice. We had 2 seasons.
Yes, he could.
Yeah, and he gets
wrecked.
killed for it.
We had
He
2
gets
seasons
killed.
wrecked.
Of course.
Otherwise, I'd have, and I'm speaking for him, every year except for the first year, we'd be a winning team and a playoff team.
But, now that I think about it, if Trey Lance were lighting the world on fire, probably not.
You don't do that to your guy.
Yeah.
All right.
You don't do it to your guy.
See, I think what we're going to find out is Kyle Shanahan's not really sure who the better quarterback is.
That's
They're kind of
1,000%.
They're kind of the same.
I think we already found that out.
Yeah.
We found it out, was it Tuesday, Monday
Exactly.
afternoon, about
Monday.
2 o'clock? Yeah.
Yeah, on your guys'
Now, some
show.
people were fighting that, though.
They still are. Yeah.
The second question, I'm from the future. I can't remember anything about the 2022 football season except that the 49ers won the Super Bowl. Who would you say quarterback their playoff run?
This is a fun one.
Garoppolo.
What do you think, JD?
I think it could be either. I really do.
Well, that's not fair. You can't do that.
I think it's Trey. And I think because in the scenario where the 49ers are winning the Super Bowl, in my head, the first thing I go to is, the Trey experiment worked. He came out and he developed, and by week 17, they had won 5 in a row, and he looked like a budding superstar, and they
and again, you can say I'm not taking a stand on it, but I could see both scenarios. I could see the Trey is awesome scenario.
Right, but
I could also see because I'm not really one that subscribes to the theory that Jimmy can't get it done. Or that Jimmy completely prevents you from winning just because he's your quarterback.
See, but here's what I think now. Here's why I said Garoppolo. Because the 49ers signed Garoppolo as a backup, to me is proof that Trey Lance isn't going to be special in year one and be able to be that player to lead him to a Super Bowl.
You're taking Phenom off the board.
I am taking Phenom.
Wow.
Yeah, he's not going to have a great first year.
Wow.
I mean, the other thing is Kyle Shanahan
is he more or less likely to have a great first year now that Garoppolo's the backup?
I mean, I tend to agree with you.
They don't throw a lot. Yeah, I just mean style.
But
they're going to run it.
I tend to agree with you. I guess my only hesitation is I've just heard too many times in sports, and this goes both directions. There are guys who are just amazing in practice. They're just amazing in practice, and then the lights come on, and it's just like, whoops, it's not there. And then there's the reverse.
Yeah,
there are
Jimmy.
guys. Well, you could say that, I guess. There are guys that when the lights come on, there's just something else happens to them. And I'm going to leave open for the possibility that Trey is that guy. But I will buy your premise, Steiny, which is that when the lights have been off over the last 6 months, there's something that they didn't love.
Mm-hmm. And especially the last month.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm kind of taking into the season. Like, okay, they got a quarterback who seems like he's just all right at this point.
Yeah, just all right.
Which is
probably
fine
good.
if you're a second-year quarterback, but it's not fine if you're a second-year quarterback on a team that thinks it can win the Super Bowl.
And the number 3 overall pick worth 3 first-round assets.
I mean, come on. This is incredible.
He has to get better.
This is
as he plays,
incredible.
for sure.
Kyle just said it's the most interesting 49ers season in the history of ever.
Well, I was saying,
But he
what's
also
the
means
biggest,
his
like,
life.
is this his...
right.
Yeah.
In the history of
This
since I
might
was
be
born.
as big as Durant signing with the Warriors.
Whoa.
It's certainly more unexpected. At least we were hearing, hey, Durant might go to the... like, this was...
I mean...
Boom!
First of all, I think you mean locally versus nationally, because Durant coming to the Warriors was all anybody in the whole nation talked about NBA-wise for a while. But
once they played the games, it was kind of a snooze.
Yeah, exactly. from
Unless you're a Warriors fan, then it was
I'm
awesome.
just saying,
from a Q rating drama standpoint, yeah.
That's kind of what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, when's the last time you went, holy, wow.
I said a bad word when I saw just because that was what just emanated out of my mouth. It was like, whoa.
I hope everybody gets, and this, whatever Kyle thinks, whatever this, that, whatever. We're 1 week away from a quarterback controversy.
I think it's one series.
One. If even Chicago, even if it's Niners win 17-14,
and it just doesn't look great.
That's it. That's all it takes. 1 week.
Do they win by more if Jimmy's the quarterback? 888-957-9570.
1 week.
Well, and that's the part that bothers me is I think there are fans out there that are only seeing the positive, oh, wait, now we got the best backup in the league, and we got this, that, and the other thing.
Sign another one.
Like on same people that are also saying Jimmy stinks, by the way.
Exactly.
Totally.
But does anybody believe that we're going to go 18 weeks without a quarterback discussion?
No
exactly.
chance.
So,
He could be 14-0 as a starter, lose that 15th game, and it'll be like, oh man, are the lights too bright this late in the year?
I don't know.
Well, and the other thing that's interesting is, and we're going to talk about this, Niners were 3-5 last year, and Kyle stuck with Garoppolo, even though that was when Lance was a little banged up, but he stuck with Garoppolo, and Garoppolo brought it home. If that happens, will he stick with Lance?
Yeah, probably not.
Shorter, as much, or longer?
Probably not, because you're 3-5 last year. There's no veteran that comes to you and says, we need to switch to Trey Lance. Zero. But this year, totally. Totally.
It's not going anywhere.
No. I'm totally with you. And neither are you guys. Steiny and JD next.
He brings the passion.
For what?
Really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Okay, wait a minute. Hold on one sec. I know the 49ers went out and restructured Jimmy Garoppolo's contract, okay? And he's the backup quarterback. Trey Lance is the... Now, we know at some point we may be talking about who plays, who doesn't. But JD, I mean, what are we really... Come on, you got to give Trey Lance some time, right? So, like, in theory, what's the earliest you think the fans would say, I think Garoppolo should start for Trey Lance? What's the earliest? Come on.
Well, the earliest he should say, it would be week 2 as far as should start, because Trey Lance is going to start week 1. But as far as maybe making a change at the quarterback position, to me, I could see a scenario where the 49ers are in Chicago week 1.
Okay.
Trey Lance throws a pick 6, struggles. They're down 17-3 to a Bears team that many believe is the worst team in the NFL. And at halftime of that game, the question is, does Kyle Shanahan go to Jimmy Garoppolo right now?
So halftime of the first game.
So I answered specifically because you said start.
Sure.
So that answer would be week 2. But as far as making a quarterback change, to me, the scenario where if Trey is bad enough in the first half of the first game and they're down and need a spark, it'd be on the table right then. Game 1.
That's incredible. So in other words, you're starting the Trey Lance era and saying, don't make any mistakes. We know you've only played 2 NFL games. We know you're young. Don't make any mistakes. See that, and that's the part where I get Garoppolo improves your backup quarterback position. But there is absolutely no doubt, because it's Jimmy Garoppolo, it changes the dynamic. And you know what, JD? It's not just me, a radio guy, saying it. Every quarterback we've had on the show, and we're going to play some of this sound, whether it was Warren Moon saying, look, this is weird. Okay, that's not nobody. Phil Simms saying, yeah, I don't like it. Like, these are legitimate Hall of Fame great quarterbacks who are looking at the 49ers situation saying, it's risky.
This ain't nothing.
This ain't nothing. Thank you. So, if you thought Kyle Shanahan kind of raised the stakes for himself here, JD, because he's creating a situation that nobody thought would be created and hasn't been created yet.
Yeah, it's all fun and games to say everything's cool and essentially we think our culture can handle this, because I think there was a lot of that oozing from the conference call yesterday with John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. That's all fun and well and cute to say until you actually have to go out and play the game on September 11th in Chicago. From that moment, the clock starts on Trey Lance. And the reality of the situation is Trey Lance has much more pressure on him now in week 1 than he would have had Jimmy Garoppolo been cut 2 days ago when they had to trim the roster down.
No, I agree with that, because that part I agree with, because if Jimmy Garoppolo is playing football somewhere in the NFL other than San Francisco, you can't really hold him up to Trey Lance. I mean, I know we'll be looking at the Seattle or wherever he goes, but no, I'm with you there. With Garoppolo on the sidelines, it's going to be easier to say and keep Trey Lance on a shorter leash. Here's the other thing I think was a little bit of a factor. And I'm not saying it was, because I don't think any one thing was the reason the 49ers did this. And I'm not, and I don't think the 49ers were scared. But if you start looking at this situation logistically, had they waived Jimmy Garoppolo on Tuesday and he became a free agent, the two teams that were said to be interested in him were Seattle and the Rams. Now, I'm not saying the 49ers were scared of that, but look, the bottom line from a practical standpoint is if Seattle were to get Jimmy Garoppolo, they'd be a little better, and you know what? Maybe they beat you one time. And for the Rams, if the Rams get Garoppolo, that means Stafford could get hurt, and they still are going to be pretty darn good. So that part I do think was a little bit of a fact.
No, it becomes a question of, would you rather risk that or pay him $6.5 million to be your backup quarterback? The key, though, in this whole thing is Jimmy Garoppolo's willingness to do it.
Right.
I do think that's where the turning point occurred in this thing, where there was a shift. It was either the 49ers refused to broach it with Jimmy because that would be viewed as not doing right by Jimmy, but it's also Jimmy's, like, there's no way, like we talked about it for months, there's no way Jimmy wanted to do that. There's no way, and I think Jimmy didn't want to do it until it became the last option of two options on the board. They at least talked it through and were able to hammer something out as far as him staying with the team and not hurting his value and all the things that go, locking in some money, because the question was never, is Jimmy Garoppolo going to make $24 million? The question was, if I'm Jimmy Garoppolo, am I going to make zero?
Right.
Or what can I recoup of that $24 million? $6.5 to be the backup in San Francisco, as opposed to,
well, here's the other thing. And quietly, we've heard the number, but we don't know what it's going to take to get there, that he's got $10 million in incentives. So Jimmy Garoppolo may be looking at those incentives that we haven't seen. He also may know Trey Lance ain't that good, and we got to win. Like, I'm going to play 8 games this year, which means I'm going to hit $13 million.
And the incentives play both ways for Garoppolo in terms of if he gets the job here, but it also plays if he gets traded week 8, because the only way he would get traded week 8 would be if there's an injury. And obviously the 49ers are willing to part with him, but an injury in another place, which means Garoppolo would be going somewhere where he's going to play, in all likelihood, the remainder of the season at that point, which means he gets to hit those incentives on the back end of the schedule with his new team.
510, it's a win-win for the Niners. Can you say that definitively? It's that. I guess that's the part that I struggle with. You can't say it's a win-win. When you can. No, you can't, because it may work, but it's not a win-win, because I got great quarterbacks who played the game telling me they're in a weird situation. It's weird. It's strange. So there is a risk if it's a one-of-a-kind situation.
It's a win-win, though, for the Niners if either Trey Lance is so good that it doesn't matter. They don't have to play Jimmy Garoppolo. I agree with Kyle's statement and the changeover as far as that's concerned. It's also a win-win if Trey Lance either needs to be replaced or gets hurt, and Garoppolo comes in and they are able to function and win at the level that they've been able to win with Garoppolo. You, in essence, don't lose anything, right? But the only way there's an added component to that, Steiny. If it's not just that alone, it's Trey Lance's ability to handle and not have his career derailed in any way by the fact that Jimmy Garoppolo is taking over, especially if Garoppolo is taking over because of ineffective play by Trey Lance. So it's a win-win if all of those things happen.
Right. No doubt about it. I mean, it's risky. How can you be a football fan and not acknowledge that it is at least risky? Come on. We've all seen quarterback controversies brew out of nowhere, and this one we can see it coming. Here's another thing I want to talk about on the other side. 888-957-9570. We got full phone lines. We are going to get onto the phones on the other side. But one of the things that I was thinking about in terms of this move is I think there's an element of Kyle Shanahan being selfish, being very selfish in this move. I'll tell you on the other side what I mean.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for you? What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity Gateway.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
By now, you know that sound. It's the sound of the Home Depot. But what about those sounds? Those are the sounds of the Samsung Bespoke Refrigerator's Beverage Center with internal water dispenser and built-in pitcher with flavor infuser for crisp, refreshing water. Making this the sound of savings on top brand appliances. The Home Depot. How doers get more done. Save up to $1,201 on this Samsung Bespoke Refrigerator at the Home Depot. Offer valid August 25th through September 14th. See store or online for details.
It's time to turn up your summertime fun with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea is a smooth, refreshing, real brewed tea with 5% alcohol. So whether you're camping, fishing, or at the beach with friends, don't forget to fill your cooler with those bright yellow cans. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
95.7 The Game has your tickets to see The Who October 24th at the SAP Center. For your shot to win, head to our contest page at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
John Dickinson in for Daryl the Guru Johnson along with Matt Steinmetz. I mean, Daryl the Guru Johnson, root canal. Root canal. He made that announcement official yesterday. I'm a little worried about the Guru. He was in pain yesterday, seriously. So
you got to go out there and last couple of days, apparently.
I know. He's been gutting it out. So all our best to Guru, as always. The San Francisco 49ers have done something that has caught the attention of anybody who likes football. Jimmy Garoppolo is a 49er. They restructured his deal, $6.5 million guaranteed. He becomes the 49ers backup, and he becomes Trey Lance's backup. And it's such an unusual situation that I'm asking 49er fans, well, if we know that there's always talk among quarterbacks and between quarterbacks and who should start and who should be playing more, what's the earliest we're actually going to be calling for Garoppolo if Trey Lance doesn't play well? I mean, what are we talking about here? Because you're unveiling the Trey Lance era. It can't be short, right?
I mean, it can be if Trey Lance doesn't play well. That's the simple answer. And look, the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan have asked for this. With no doubt. With the decision to, bringing Jimmy Garoppolo back does not come without a cost. And the cost is an immediate quarterback controversy from the moment that the season is kicked off in Chicago in week 1 on September 11th. Now, Kyle Shanahan can double and triple down along with John Lynch and say, Steiny, we think our culture can handle it. We think Trey can handle it. Jimmy's such a good guy that he's going to help Trey and do and say all the right things. You can make that statement, but once the ball is kicked off September 11th, all bets are off. All bets are off at that point, and Trey Lance is going to have to play better, in my opinion, than he would have had to have played had Jimmy Garoppolo been unemployed or newly employed by another team right now.
Warren Moon, Hall of Fame quarterback, was on with us yesterday. And for those who are already proclaiming this a win-win, this is all I'm saying. Take a listen to Warren Moon, who knows what he's talking about.
Unique was just something I use for the radio. It's really weird.
Wow.
This whole situation is just weird to me. I remember when I was with the Oilers and got traded to the Minnesota Vikings. We were coming off a 12-4 season. We ended up getting beat in the divisional round, and they traded me the next year. I mean, they traded me that offseason because they thought they had the replacement for me and Cody Carlson. So I've kind of been through that before, but if they would have asked me to stay around, I would have never done it.
So that's Warren Moon. Warren Moon is saying there's risk involved here because it's weird. So, look, buckle up, 49er fans, because to me what this ensures is there's going to be a lot of action this season. There's just an interest. Let's get started here, JD. Let's go to Bobby in Oakland. What's going on, Bobby? How you doing, man?
Hey, how you guys doing, man? Thanks for having me on.
Sure.
You know what? It's already a done deal, in my view. I mean, it's just a matter of time. I don't think the veterans are going to be that patient before, getting Jimmy in there. And maybe it's the right move. He's looking at Trey. Maybe he doesn't need another year. But here's the other side of that down from a long-lasting effect, potentially. I don't know Trey, but you never know how athletes think down the road. You remember when Gordon Hayward was in negotiations with Utah Jazz, and then like 2 years later, it didn't go well. 2 years later, he left, and Reese White left because they didn't give him the fifth year. He held on to that. So, you know what I'm saying? If Trey becomes that guy down the road, that's the risk involved down the road. He may wind up leaving when his contract is up because of this, but just something to think about. That's all I want to say.
Appreciate the call. Trey Lance, you've acquired Jimmy Garoppolo. All right. See, let me get into this selfish part that I think you, and I'm not saying,
sure.
I'm saying there's an aspect of selfishness here. It is clear what Kyle Shanahan does not care about is the specter of Jimmy Garoppolo having some kind of negative impact on Trey Lance. He doesn't care about that, even though history has shown it can be an issue, and even though there are tons of respected quarterbacks out there who have played the game who say this is really hard to make work. So the fact that you go get Jimmy Garoppolo, I think ensures that, you know what, Kyle thinks, you know what, we can make the playoffs. We can make the playoffs. And you know what, I can make the play. If Trey Lance isn't good and he's affected by Jimmy Garoppolo in any way, I can still salvage the season. We can make the playoffs, and I can withstand the Lance criticism that maybe it was a bad pick.
And then reset next year and go all in on Trey in year 3 at that point, and then push is going to have to come to shove as far as where, like, Trey Lance in that scenario would have to be even better next year than he would have to be this year in an attempt to avoid what would be a catastrophe. I don't think Jimmy Garoppolo is going to have a negative impact on Trey by anything of his own doing, meaning Garoppolo's doing. His mere presence, though, on the roster, lurking over, even though he's doing and saying all the right things, might have a negative impact on Trey. And I know a lot of people out there probably saying, well, if that is the case, then damn it, JD, Trey Lance didn't have what it takes to be a superstar quarterback to begin with. I'm not sure I would necessarily go that far, but you're putting a lot of belief in the fact that the kid isn't going to be that way, that he can handle it, but you're also putting a lot of belief in the fact that if he doesn't handle it well, he's still salvageable.
Yeah. Not 510. What if Lance balls out and Jimmy never sniffs the field next season? Where's that narrative? That's great, but that would be great. But clearly, 510, the 49ers don't feel like he's going to ball out, or they're not betting on it. That's all I'm saying.
At that point, if Lance balls out and Jimmy never sniffs the field, then okay. Then that's awesome. Like
right.
That's in some ways that's a win.
Yeah. And I'm not saying this can't work out. Just don't tell me it's not risky. That's all. Cynthia in Vallejo. What's up, Cynthia? How you doing?
Hi, good, thank you. Hey, I just wanted to give my thoughts. I'm kind of tired of people complaining about Jimmy on the team, and I would like to ask those same people, would they be happier if Trey and Purdy were our quarterbacks and Jimmy was in Cleveland, and a season can end our season, or if Jimmy was actually starting this year and we did not make the Super Bowl or win it, would he be happy? I think this is a great option forward with Trey playing and Jimmy as our backup. I just don't understand. It sounds like people would rather have Jimmy off the team, and I don't believe that's true.
Thanks for the call. Well, the danger is that you've invested 3 firsts into Trey Lance, and you get 3 games into his career, essentially, and you've got a big part of the fan base saying, can we please go back to the other guy? Like, I get that that's not quite the end of the world, but it's also not good. It's not good at all. And there's 2 things. One is the sign it sends now that he's not ready, and the sign it says maybe he's not going to be the guy that we thought he'd be. And also, if push comes to shove and the 49ers fall behind the 8 ball a little bit, guess who's not going to be able to overcome that adversity, turn the season around? Trey Lance, because he's going to go to Garoppolo. So you know how we always talk about, hey, the thing about Garoppolo is, he makes a mistake, he comes back and he really makes up for it.
Sure.
We won't be able to say that about Trey Lance.
No.
Because he'll be making a mistake, but he's only going to be able to make a mistake 3 or 4 games before Shanahan says, I got to go to Jimmy. When does he go to Jimmy? Under what scenario?
To me, it's if Trey Lance is playing awful, he could go to it immediately.
Even if he's not, 49ers lose week 1, 24-3,
there's an
2 picks.
There's an immediate question of who starts week 2. There is an immediate question. There's no doubt. I'm not saying he goes to him at that point, but it's a question on the table. It's all we're talking about on this radio station. It would be a question in the press conference in Chicago. Bottom line,
okay.
Who's going to start week 2?
49er fans, do you believe that's the case? Do you believe the case is that essentially Trey Lance on the clock right off the bat? Right off the bat. There's no growth period.
Well, and does Shanahan give Jimmy, or does he give Trey the same benefit of the doubt that he gave Jimmy? Because he did give Jimmy a benefit of the doubt last year. There were times in those first 8 games where they were 3-5 and things weren't going well, and Shanahan came out later, Steiny, and said that they were basically 1 game away. Like, if they had lost 1 more game, they would have gone to Trey and it would have turned into more of a developmental type thing. I'm of the belief that Trey Lance will not get as long a leash as Jimmy Garoppolo got last year. To me, if it's 2-4 and he's struggling, to me, he's going to Garoppolo at that point. And I think, and we've had a few people on the Comcast Business text line reference this, if this team is struggling and Trey's not playing at a certain level, the veterans in the locker room who believe in Jimmy Garoppolo may go to Kyle Shanahan and say, hey, give him a shot, because he'd be just as good, if not better, than what we've seen to this point.
Yeah. That's a danger, too. A danger is that the team knows Trey Lance is still not as good as Garoppolo, but he's playing Trey Lance. Rob in Pinole. Hey, Rob, what's going on, man? What do you got for us?
Guys, we got to pump the brakes.
On what? On what?
Nah, it's like we think that Kyle Shanahan actually cares what the fan base thinks.
Okay, fair.
He told Jimmy last year, look, this is your ship. We're going to ride you all the way out. Barring any major injury, you're going to go in. Trey Lance is not going to be an issue. And that's exactly what happened. He could have pulled him. He knew his thumb was bad. He knew his shoulder was bad. He could have pulled him and gone with a healthier guy, but he let him ride it out. Now, this is the same thing just the following year, just a flip-flop. Right now, he told Trey, this is his year. You're going to go all the way out no matter what, barring injury. And he's going to go ahead and perform. Luckily, what's working here is that Jimmy Garoppolo has the demeanor to actually be respectful, not to be like a Brett Favre with a Aaron Rodgers, and they openly hated each other. It's just a different guy. It only works because Jimmy has that demeanor to understand his role and not cause a problem. Because he causes a problem. He causes a problem with the entire locker room.
Hey, Rob, I think that's a great call. A great call. And I will acknowledge I'm not saying this has no chance, JD. Yes, that would be, you know what? Yeah. Maybe Trey Lance is the guy this year. He goes 3-5, and Shanahan goes, you know what? I gave it to Jimmy last year. I'm going to give it to him this year. And you know what I mean? There's a million scenarios that can happen.
I don't, and I'm going to say it. I don't think he gives Trey Lance that same benefit of the doubt, or as long a leash as he gave Garoppolo last year.
And what I'm saying,
because you know what you've got now in Garoppolo.
Right. And
if you go to him, he didn't know what he had in Trey Lance last year.
Yeah.
If he went to Trey Lance,
Steinmetz, be honest. You love this, and your cohort. Of course, I love this. Why wouldn't I love this? Are you kidding? This is incredible what's going on. The 49ers are doing something that is virtually unprecedented. The 49ers are doing something that people think is crackpot. Some people think it's crackpot. Yep. I'm talking about Hall of Fame quarterbacks. And guess what? We get to watch how it plays out. You're damn right. I love this. This is incredible. And here's what's even best. I don't have a vested interest in the result. Like, Niner fans need this to work. I get to just kind of watch it, JD, and it's just fascinating to me where we're at. It's like sometimes you hear about a quarterback controversy. It's like, come on, man, people making stuff up. It's like it's not as big a deal as no. This is a big deal right now, and it's going to continue to be a big deal unless the 49ers start running the table early. Bottom line.
Absolutely.
So that's why, I love it, because this is great.
And as far as just a quick nugget on Josh Dubow of the AP, he put out the note a couple of days ago, and he did the research that Jimmy Garoppolo would be the first quarterback since Eric Kramer for the 92 Lions to start a conference title game one season and then be a healthy backup for the same team the following season. So we're talking about 30 years in terms of just the exact circumstances.
Incredible. It really is. Austin's in Redwood City. Austin, how you doing, man?
Hey, fellas, I'm in San Jose.
All right.
About Redwood City. How you doing, man?
Good.
Hey, fellas, listen, good conversation. I'm like you, Steiny. I'm enjoying the whole spectacle. This kind of reminds me a little bit of Shanahan and his father in D.C. with RG3 and Cousins. A little different in experience, but he drafted Cousins, remember, in the third round after they picked RG3. And I'm just wondering how long it's going to be before Jimmy's saying, you like me now? You like me now? I almost see that scenario playing out if you think about it. And the other thing I wonder about is Jimmy. Everybody says Jimmy's this great guy, but to me, the best in the business don't settle for situations like this. I mean, why would Jimmy settle for being a backup, to your point, when he led a team to almost to the promised land? It just doesn't add up. And then the final thing, guys, yesterday's press conference, I don't know about you, but that press conference, man, if that didn't come off as being something that was totally canned and those guys didn't sound like they were real prepared, Lynch is starting to look like a real amateur. If this thing ends up being a botched deal, I think you look at Lynch, man, his inexperience and him not handling this whole thing very well. It's just my input, guys. Thanks.
Appreciate
it's Shanahan. It's Shanahan. Shanahan is the number one in the organization. Shanahan's going to have the say as to quarterbacks above every other position on the roster. Direct that toward Shanahan would be my. But do not direct it toward. Look, I'm as stunned as anybody, by the way, that Jimmy would do it. Right. But it is a testament to Jimmy being, I think, a practical guy.
Right.
One,
I agree.
But Jimmy is also, and not everybody has the ability to do this, but Jimmy Garoppolo is the kind of guy that I think in one vein can be fuming that he's even in this position, but also be humble enough or have enough humility to walk back onto the practice field tomorrow and help Trey Lance and be a pro and be the backup, while maybe knowing in the back of his head or believing in the back of his head that Trey Lance is either going to get hurt and I'm going to get a shot, or Trey Lance is not going to be very good and I'm going to get a shot.
I mean, I get that Garoppolo has been thrown on the side here and there, but yeah, I was just thinking about this. Let's say 49ers have practice today?
Tomorrow.
You don't think that Jimmy Garoppolo is going to run out onto the field tomorrow at practice and the team's not going to be, hey, Jimmy, my man, here he is, he's back. We knew you weren't going to, you know what I mean? It'll all be good-natured, but it'll be clear the team's happy he's back. But there's a starting quarterback who sees all that. Now, again, I'm not saying, he's going to wilt, but that presence changes the dynamic for a quarterback who you're asking to start for the first time in his career. Phil Simms, Austin from San Jose was talking about he wasn't crazy about the way the 49ers handled the entire situation. Here's what Phil Simms said earlier on 95.7 The Game.
I don't think they put enough into the thought process of the backup quarterback. And when you have a good roster and your window of opportunity is there, you got to buy some insurance. You can say whatever, Brock Purdy, great career at Iowa State, all these other things, but is he going to be the guy that comes in case something happens that doesn't go well, your quarterback gets hurt, and still take the team and accomplish what you want? And the answer, of course, is no.
So Phil Simms is saying this is a move that they made kind of out of desperation because they didn't address that situation earlier.
And said from the point of view of a starting quarterback who was replaced because of injury and the backup went on to win a Super Bowl.
That's right. Let's go to Joe in San Jose. Joe's in San Jose. Wants to talk Shanahan. Hey, Joe.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, man.
I mean, I don't understand why you think that Shanahan wouldn't give him the same rope as he did Jimmy G last year. He's the third overall pick. They put all their money into this guy. I just think he gives him the most rope, and I think Jimmy G only sees the field if there's injury this year. I really do. If he struggles, then they're all with it. They're here for development for him, in my view.
You don't keep Jimmy Garoppolo on the roster if you're here for development. Like that's just reality. I mean,
you can't. I mean, if this team's 2-5, but you got the extra playoff team that you had last year. Jimmy turned it around from 3-5. If you're looking at 2-5, and you don't think, and obviously Shanahan last year thought Garoppolo gives us a better chance to turn this thing around than Lance. Okay, well at 2-5, are you? I don't think they're going to be 2-5. Trey Lance not playing well. Well, you know what? We're just going to be 5-12.
No, and I don't even think it would. To me, it would happen before they're 2-5 if Trey Lance is not playing well. Like that. That's the rat on the table, Steiny.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Shanahan ain't going to let it get to 2-5 if it's not, unless Trey is slinging it and clear cut. The reason why, not the reason why they're losing, but how would the 49ers be losing? In what world would the 49ers be a losing team and Trey Lance isn't the problem? Like, to me, that's almost the only way they are a losing team.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Which is another point to, well, why not try to keep Jimmy Garoppolo if he's open to it, which suddenly he became open to it, in part because, yes, he had nowhere else to go.
925, say the 49ers are 3-4 and Trey gets hurt.
It's a great one.
Jimmy comes in and wins 3 straight games. Yeah. Who starts when Trey is healthy?
Jimmy.
It's just that's what we're talking about.
What do you think? I say Jimmy unequivocally. Like, to me, it's that scenario, and that's the beauty of this, is we can do scenarios all day, and we can do scenarios for weeks and months. But in that scenario,
right,
it's Jimmy.
You might be right. And here's the thing. Well, you guys are doing hypotheticals. Let me tell you something. There's going to be a hypothetical.
Exactly.
There's going to be a hypothetical. We might know what it is, but we got to try to figure out what it might be. And certainly a hypothetical you ask yourself is, what if Trey Lance isn't that good? Then what happens?
He stinks. Shanahan's given himself an escape valve. He is. He's given himself a little check down. If he's given himself a check down, if Trey gets his shot, if Trey doesn't have it, there's a way to salvage the season. And if that means kicking the development down the line to the next offseason and 2023 having to be Trey's year, so be it. Because at that point, it would be worth it, Steiny, because the belief would be that Jimmy Garoppolo can win enough football games to where it won't really matter at that point that Trey's struggling. You can kind of worry about that later.
Exactly. I kind of liken it in a little different way to Barry Zito and the Giants. Like, they signed him to a terrible contract, which would be the equivalent of if Trey Lance is a bust. Well, the Giants won titles during the time when they made that big mistake. So I'm with you there. If Trey Lance is not very good and you go to Jimmy Garoppolo and you get into the playoffs, it buys you some more time. It gives you a little more wiggle room. Who's not against or who's not for a little more wiggle room? Hey, incredible food leads to unforgettable times. So Lucky California has the deals that pave the way to a spectacular Labor Day weekend. Red or green seedless grapes are just $1.47 a pound, limit 6 pounds. Lucky California, the golden state of eating.
One of the biggest Bay Area rappers in the game, P-Lo, joins the Morning Roast live in studio tomorrow morning at 8.
No, people just know, you know what? Not even just LeBron, but people just be hating. Like, bro, what? Like, bro, what are y'all?
Get hyphy with P-Lo on the Morning Roast.
I'm about that action, boss.
Tomorrow at 8 on 95.7 The Game.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No. We tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our client's best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep. We have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
Breathe new life into life at home with IKEA Festival. 10 topics, one purpose. To get more out of the homes we love. What are you passionate about? Art, dance, music, food, fur babies. Get inspired, create, and share with us. With celebrations, giveaways, IKEA family offers, and live streams with expert advice. It's all happening at IKEA Festival. Join us from August 26th through September 10th online or at your local IKEA store. Learn more at IKEA-USA.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee, serving Northern California golfers for over 30 years.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
Realtors abide by a code of ethics. This is Article 9 in action. Beth, a first-time homebuyer, knew nothing about the home buying process, except that she wanted to buy a home. But her realtor had the expertise to make sure Beth understood every document, even giving her copies to review with her lawyer so Beth could close on her first home with confidence. Complicated things explained in simple terms. The difference between an agent and a realtor is real. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
Imagine a world with endless possibilities. I'm talking endless saving and endless hot showers. Yeah, you heard me right. Endless hot showers. With Navien, that dream is now a reality. Navien tankless water heaters deliver a continuous flow of hot water for as long as you need it. No waiting for a tank to reheat more water, wasting time and energy. The compact design saves you space and money in comparison to traditional tank water heaters. It's time to make the switch and make your hot water dreams come true. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
This is a Reese's Peanut Butter Cup sound experiment. We're looking to find the perfect way to hear Reese's so you'll buy more of them. Here we go. Reese's, 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 Reese's. Hey, get out of here, you little stinker. Reese's,
Reese's. Reese's.
Peanut Butter Cups. That breathy one sounded very creepy, am I right?
Nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
And some Frank's Red Hot.
Nah.
You're just gonna eat these boring nachos with no flavor. Frank it up! Frank it up! This guy finally gets it.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
If you don't know your numbers, you don't know your business. That's true when your business is growing fast, and even more true when there's a lot of uncertainty. Inflation is running rampant, supply chains are clogged, and the labor market is tight. What does that mean for margins? But not every business is in the dark. Over 31,000 businesses know their numbers because they use NetSuite by Oracle, the #1 cloud financial system. NetSuite gives you visibility and control of financials, planning, budgeting, and of course, inventory, so you can manage risk, get reliable forecasts, and improve margins. Everything you need, all in one place. In 2022, profit is the new growth. So NetSuite helps you identify rising costs, automate your manual business processes, and see where to save money. Know your numbers, know your business, and get to know how NetSuite can be the source of truth for your entire company. NetSuite is offering a one-of-a-kind flexible financing program. Head to netsuite.com/radar. netsuite.com/radar.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What is going on? Matt Steinmetz in with John Dickinson. Daryl the Guru Johnson with a little root canal, and we are talking about all things Jimmy Garoppolo, Trey Lance, San Francisco 49ers. Here's what we know. The 49ers restructured Garoppolo's contract on Monday. $6.5 million, a one-year deal. He's going to start as the backup. He's going to start out as the backup. But for how long? How long? Does Kyle Shanahan give Trey Lance as much leash as he gave Garoppolo? The same? Does he give him more because he's starting his career? How does Kyle Shanahan coach these two players right now? And here's the other thing I was thinking of, JD, and it's just the way things broke. You know, a lot of fans out there who really think Trey Lance is going to be a great quarterback. Are they a little more worried at this point that, you know what, this is a sign that maybe our guy isn't going to be a superstar?
It has to be a tell. Just the fact that Jimmy Garoppolo is kept, that Shanahan hasn't maybe seen what he has wanted to see in the last month or throughout the offseason from Trey Lance. That you want to have that escape valve beyond just an injury. And so I think that's absolutely in play. I mean, Kyle Shanahan, he's betting here that Trey Lance can handle Garoppolo's shadow hanging over and play well enough to win. He's also betting that if he has to go to Garoppolo, that Trey Lance is solid enough and the 49ers culture is solid enough to where that type of thing isn't going to start a path toward maybe wrecking or altering his career arc as a whole.
Exactly.
It's like, hey, he can handle it. It's twofold. He can handle it and play well, and we believe in that. Also, though, if it doesn't go that way, that he can handle it and bounce back, even if bouncing back maybe is kicking the can to 2023 because you have to go to Garoppolo now.
888-957-9570 is the number. This is a topic that's not going away. There's just Kyle Shanahan ensured there was going to be a lot of quarterback talk this year. That's what he did by restructuring Jimmy Garoppolo's contract and having him back. Here's the one thing I want to throw at you, JD, and it's something I thought about, okay? It's something I just thought about. Might not mean anything. So last year, before the season started, Kyle Shanahan, we thought, was committed to kind of a 2-quarterback system.
Sure.
And we're going to have a Trey Lance package.
Right.
All right? That never came to fruition.
He didn't like it.
Because he didn't like it. He didn't like because he thought it took him out of rhythm. And obviously, he knew Jimmy wasn't crazy about it. So who's to say this whole idea isn't something they'll move off of in some way? In terms of he could change his mind. Like that. I guess what I'm saying is that's why I do leave the door open for Trey. Maybe Jimmy would start week 2 if Trey Lance is that bad.
That's the extreme,
right?
But it is on the table. And look, if Trey Lance plays solidly week 1, maybe a touchdown and a pick, 185 yards, 49ers win the game, let's say 23-6, something like that, or 23-13, then Trey Lance is starting week 2.
Sure.
And then you just kind of go from there. If you're winning and he's solid, he continues on into the next week, and there's nothing to see here. Like even that level. But the moment that he's solid and they lose, or he's bad altogether and they lose, and I actually think he could be bad and maybe they win, and that could still factor in.
Well, that doesn't get you out of the woods either.
You're telling me, Steiny, week 1.
Okay.
Trey Lance throws a pick 6 in Chicago.
Down 7-0.
49ers come back, get a field goal. Bears go down, score another touchdown. Lance throws another pick. Night. Bears kick a field goal. It's 17-3 at halftime, and Lance has got 2 picks and a pick 6. You're telling me at that point, Kyle Shanahan wouldn't be considering going to Jimmy Garoppolo in the second half of week 1. Forget about week 2 in Seattle in the home opener. But you're telling me that the Fox broadcast wouldn't be showing Jimmy Garoppolo every other play, standing on the sideline with the headset on, getting ready to go in.
JD, here's where I always wonder, what is wrong with answering, I don't know. I don't know what he would do. Down 17-3 at half of the first game, and Trey Lance isn't looking good. I don't know.
And in a way, it doesn't matter what he would do. But the point is that there is a controversy right there for the second half. Like that's how I don't think people realize how fragile it really is. And forget about,
I agree,
because some people can say, well, that's just the media saying this, or that's just the fans saying this. The love that a lot of the 49er veteran players have for Jimmy Garoppolo, if it's that bad, even they would be wondering, are you going to go to this? You going to go to this guy?
No doubt.
One thing Jimmy Garoppolo could do, if you remember, was win in Chicago.
True. Ryan's in Irvine, California. Hey, Ryan, what's going on, man?
How you doing, sir? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Sorry, I was on a run. I'm a little out of breath.
Oh, that's all right.
I was thinking about like the fragile mental status, and I've been hearing a lot of fans, say if Lance is going to be bothered by Jimmy G backing him up, then he's not the guy to begin with. He needs to have more mental fortitude and all this stuff.
Sure.
But how did Tom Brady handle it when Jimmy G, the same guy, was backing him up in New England? He didn't like it, and that's the GOAT. He got him out of town. He orchestrated a deal to get rid of him. And, I mean, we're talking about the greatest of all time and how he handled that situation. We're talking about a 21-year-old kid. I mean, just because you're, mentally mature for your age, sometimes you got to think about what's best for this guy, not what he's capable of or what he's telling me, but what is really going to be the best for him. And I just have a hard time thinking that this will have zero impact on Lance's performance on the field, especially if he's struggling early.
Yeah. Well, that's well said. Thanks, Ryan.
Very
Appreciate
well
the call.
And I'll say this, too, just real quick. I'm not going to hold it against Trey Lance if Trey Lance did feel some kind of way about it. If Trey Lance was put off by Garoppolo being out in the mix or maybe just didn't play as well. He's a young quarterback. Like, the expectation should not be, well, Trey Lance better be able to handle it or he's not the guy. That's garbage to me. Like, that's just garbage.
Well, and also let's think, I mean, what if this thing did come about a month ago, then that means Trey Lance thought he was going to be the starter without a Jimmy Garoppolo on the team all summer, and then right before the preseason games, they said, we may bring Jimmy Garoppolo back as a backup, Trey. And now all of a sudden he doesn't have a great camp.
Who said he didn't have a great camp? Oh, wait.
I brought that up yesterday. You said at some point, maybe a week before the last preseason game, Trey Lance ain't having a great camp. So, and that's one of those things that I think easily got shot down by a lot of people that just wanted to shoot it down. Well, guess what? When Jimmy Garoppolo is kept, now it reopens the door to, well, maybe the coaching staff didn't believe that he was having a great camp. It's like a little piece of you died. Exactly. Let's go to Supervillain. Supervillain is in the city. What's up, Supervillain? How you doing?
Steiny and JD, things are great. Love listening to you guys. And I think that Kyle Shanahan, Cannaspam, and Lynch, this is an indictment on them because I don't think that Shanahan deserves this great reputation of being a quarterback whisperer and all this other stuff. It seems like they're desperate to try and make sure, like JD said, they gave themselves a check down to keep their job so they can say we snuck into the playoffs whether they get eliminated or not, because the fact is they don't have a great record. They've got 2 playoff runs, and on top of that, they've badly botched so many personnel decisions. Solomon Thomas, Reuben Foster, the Ayuk drama last year, and then overpaying Garoppolo as if he was a top-tier, #1 superstar quarterback at the time. And he's nowhere near that. And now you're kicking out and saying we're not even concerned about developing Trey. If we start losing, we're pulling the plug right away. This is just a way for them to cover their tracks, and it reminds me an awful lot of Washington Redskins with Kirk Cousins and RG3, even though Kirk Cousins was drafted there. But still, it's the same kind of mess that we're seeing. Welcome to Washington, San Francisco fans.
Thanks, Supervillain. Wow. I got to tell you what, I'm dead serious. The calls have been terrific today. Everybody's made. Thanks, Supervillain. Appreciate the call. Listen, there are great points on all sides of the argument. That's why this is going to be such a fun season. And see here, there's some of that. I should share this sentiment because there's a lot of this kind of stuff. I'm sorry, guys. Trey's going to come in and shut all this talk down. Trey's going to play all 17 games and be very successful. Okay, that's cool. Let's see.
You know what, though? I'll say this to that. He's going to have a harder time doing that now than he would if Jimmy Garoppolo wasn't on the roster. He may very well. Like, I'm not discounting his ability to do it.
Right.
But it's harder now with these set of circumstances than it would be otherwise.
619. What about this being another 1-year bridge? Lance is still only 23. Also, clearly it may be.
Might turn into that.
And all that means is Trey Lance wasn't ready to play his second year, which probably isn't their best case scenario.
You kick the can down the road in terms of Trey Lance's development to next year.
Listen, it's a different kind of kicking the can down the road, but the Warriors kind of are doing that this offseason by letting everybody play it out. They'll deal with everything. They'll push it down the road. They'll deal with everything down the line next offseason. And in the meantime, we still can get another championship. I think that's another part of it. I think that's a great point by the caller is, you know what? You kick the can down the road, and you still give yourself a chance with Garoppolo. So from a coaching standpoint, you feeling like you just, put one of your thumbs in the dike. Let's go to Chris. No, Chris? My bad. Yeah. Oh, I'm doing this now. Did you know that?
I wasn't paying attention.
You guys both
my
hit it.
bad.
That's all right. Joe in
Call
South
back, Chris.
City. Yeah, Chris, call back, buddy. Joe, what's
how's
up?
it going, guys?
Yep. How are you, buddy?
How you guys doing today?
Good.
I'm good. I think with Jimmy G coming back to the Niners, I think the competitive edge is going to give him and Trey Lance. It's actually going to help Trey more than it would hurt him.
All right.
Born athletes, they got to love competition. You know what I mean? If you have some competition, that's going to make you the top tier. That's what makes you try hard. That's what makes you want to be that guy, I don't think that they're going to give a short string on Trey Lance. I think they got to at least give him 6 games. I mean, if he goes 3-3 in 6 games, but they're seeing improvements as he's going, I think that's a great sign for him. I think they got to just keep on going with Trey. I mean, you have 2 guys that are Hall of Famers that had terrible first years. You go with Peyton Manning, you go with Troy Aikman. Absolute garbage first years. But after that, look what they did. They're Hall of Famers, So these are young guys. Only had 400 snaps between college and NFL. That's not a lot of snaps for him to get in there,
True.
No doubt.
It's so funny because the texts are great. And you look at the text line, and that's how you know you got something here. Why is everyone reaching? Why can't it just be what it is? Jimmy's a better quarterback than Trey Lance. See, that's why this is incredible, is because...
Well, the flip side to that is why
So
can't it
many
just be that
facets.
Jimmy's a better backup than the other backups?
Right.
Like that plays both ways.
Yeah. You brought up something earlier that I want to bring up too, and I don't know if it goes... Well, I'll throw your words back at you. I'll give you a chance to expand on it. You said the 49ers culture can handle this. They think their culture can just handle this.
That's their bet. Their bet is that the culture is so good that everybody's going to be behind Trey Lance, that Trey Lance is going to be able to handle it, that Garoppolo's going to be a pro and help Trey Lance, that Garoppolo's going to stay ready if there's an injury or Trey Lance is ineffective. And if Garoppolo goes in, it'll be seamless because everybody loves Garoppolo and believes in Garoppolo to begin with. And then if they go to Garoppolo, there's a belief that because their culture's so great, Trey Lance will be able to handle the fact that he's getting demoted and not have it completely derail his career. Kyle Shanahan is betting, and John Lynch to a certain extent, both, they are betting that regardless of the scenario, regardless of which one of these hypotheticals we're talking about today, regardless of what happens, their culture can handle it, and it won't create a calamity of a season or a calamity for the career arc of the quarterback that they spent 3 first-round picks to move up and get a number 3.
And that's where I think there's an arrogance, is the assumption that, it's almost like the dismissal that this could be an issue. You know what I mean? It's better to say, you know what, we're doing something a little bit crazy here, a little bit kooky. But you know what? We think it's going to work out. Yes, Jimmy might start some. You know what I mean? I know you can't do that, but boy, I think there's no doubt. I think they think they're going to pull this off.
Yeah,
without any ramifications, and they might, but they might not.
What would you say though, Steiny, to your belief of their culture to this point? Don't you believe they've handled?
No.
Okay, because
I'm not saying they're a bad organization.
Sure,
but they have kind of pictured themselves as a player friendly, players want to play here. Is there a chance that Jimmy, to me, if I'm Jimmy Garoppolo, there may be a scenario in which, you know what, UMFs didn't even try to trade me. You didn't even try to trade me like you said you were gonna. In fact, you're asking for something that you know you're not going to get. I mean, for goodness sakes, Matt Ryan only got a third and a third conditional. You're asking for 2 seconds. Like, you're not doing me any favors here.
They believe that they know that they have high-level enough humans, I think, in their and Jimmy Garoppolo's part of that, to where he's not going to bring that attitude in. Or if he does bring that attitude in, he'll check it at the door.
No, he will check it at the door. But what I'm saying is, that's not doing right by a guy.
No,
like,
but
you could make a case the 49ers haven't really done right by Jimmy.
You could also make the case that they have done right by him to guarantee him $6.5 million in the worst case scenario.
Here's what I'm saying. What happened with Deebo Samuel this summer? Obviously something happened where, whatever, whether Deebo was immature or not. All I'm saying is, I don't think we can say definitively, like, it almost feels like people are saying that the 49ers culture, it's like the Warriors culture.
Well, I think the 49ers believe that.
Well, it's not. It's not, because I don't see Steph Curry on the San Francisco 49ers. And Steph Curry is the main part of the Golden State Warriors culture. So, like, that's the part I don't get. Why have Lynch and Shanahan, who don't even have a 500 record, why can they even use culture? Like, who are they to even use culture? A first-year coach who ain't even 500 after 5 years.
Well, they would tell you it's the people that they have in the room. One, they would tell you that they were, and I'll attest to this as somebody that covered this team more regularly than probably anybody should have. When they were 0-9 and 1-10 in 2017, and just an awful football team, they were the happiest group of they were the happiest awful team I've ever covered in my life. Like, and there is something to that, and it extended into 2018. After Garoppolo got hurt and that season went awry to a point where they were not a very good football team. Like, usually teams like that, it's just yikes. Like, being in the locker room is just gross.
Right.
And it's ugly, and you can feel it. And that wasn't the case. And I think that they would tell you that even that was the foundation. They would tell you that being 1-10 and having Garoppolo come in and having the rest of that group with Garoppolo go 5-0 is an extension of the good vibes that Shanahan brought to the table.
I'd say you're kind of reaching, but
they'd tell you the adversity. I'm playing devil's advocate. But they'd tell you, 2019 speaks for itself, right? As an extension of what they had built in 17 and 18, even when they weren't winning. They'd tell you in 2020, again, playing devil's advocate, they'd tell you 2020 getting booted out of the freaking state because of the COVID protocols and having to go live a month plus down in Arizona and holding it together and not complaining. And I know they didn't win because they were playing Nick Mullins and C.J. Beathard, but they would tell you that was tight-knit, high-level, good culture stuff. Being 3-5 last year and not folding the tents. High culture stuff. That's what they'd tell you. Again.
Okay. I'm not going to answer with the sarcasm that people think that I would.
Do it.
That's all just window dressing.
Sure.
You are what you are.
Okay.
That's all. Chris in Oakland. Point is yeah, you can. You go ahead, Chris, because you're the one we cut off accidentally. How you doing, buddy?
I appreciate
it.
Yeah. Good. So I think it's just a calculated offer. Think about it if you strip it down to the deal. They made the best offer for the best available backup. And then they'll sell the politics later to the team, right? Who wouldn't make that deal for your backup if it was some different personality? I'll take my answer off.
Yeah, no, and listen, I don't want to keep saying everybody's hitting on why it's fascinating, but everybody's hitting on why it's fascinating. You're absolutely right, Chris. You're absolutely right. Jimmy, they have the best backup quarterback in the league right now. It's just too bad his name isn't Harry Smith. That's all. And
the question,
we're going to have to watch this play out.
The question, though, is did they have the best backup quarterback in the league right now because he was available? Or did they go and make sure that they got themselves the best quarterback in the league because they believed they needed to have the best backup quarterback in the league?
Yeah, that's a tough one to answer.
That's why we are where we are.
Yes. Andrew is in San Jose. Hey, Andrew, what's going on, man?
What's going on, you guys?
Hey.
JD, I have to ask you this because your comment about how you covered the team during the 2017 season. So I have to disagree and agree with Steiny in the sense that I don't think that the 49ers have that established culture that they think that they do. I think you're totally right in the sense that the 5-0 run solidified them, brought them all together as a group. Then 2018 injuries happened. I think what I'm trying to say is this is the first year that the fan base has legitimate expectations, and I'm just curious to see what happens that first game that Trey does struggle, because I'm a season ticket holder. I sit up in 407 where you're on the surface of the sun and nobody's happy ever because it's so hot. So this is the stadium that cheered for Blaine Gabbert to come in over Colin Kaepernick.
Right.
This is the stadium that thought Nick Mullins was the next coming of Brett Favre. So I don't think that culture is there. I think the first game that we hear the Boo Birds come out for Trey, I think Jed's going to get a little shifty in his seat. He might not come at Kyle right away, but once Jed starts coming at Kyle, I don't think Kyle has the lack of pride to let Jed do that to him. So I have to disagree, and I'm very curious. I'm with you guys. I think it's going to be fun. I think it's going to be great. But, JD, in your opinion, as someone who I consider you a genius, what do you think?
Well,
I don't think you're crazy. Well, go ahead, Steiny.
Well, you were just saying the 49ers would say their culture, not that you necessarily believe. Yeah.
I tend to think it's a little overblown. I think you think it's more overblown than I do.
Well, I think culture in general is.
Sure. But I do think they have – I see what they see in a sense. Like, I see how they believe that it is a certain – but I'm with – as far as the rest of it for to me, if Trey Lance struggles, if he really struggles, like is playing badly, the fans are going to be calling for Garoppolo. There's no question.
Hey, we're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube live. Go to twitch.tv/957 The Game and youtube.com/957 The Game to subscribe for all the latest content. Well, here's a new one. Is Adam Schefter breaking NBA news? Warriors news? Apparently he is. We'll tell you what it is on the other side. On 95.7
Everyone knows how beneficial therapy can be, but traditional therapy can be overwhelming, confusing, and inconvenient. When scheduling in-person therapy, it can be difficult to find the right therapist near you, and it can take weeks to get on their calendar. We knew there had to be a better way, and that's where BetterHelp began. I'm Danny, co-founder of BetterHelp Online Therapy. When Alana and I started BetterHelp in 2013, our mission was simple. Find a way to make professional therapy accessible, affordable, and convenient for everyone. BetterHelp works around your schedule and lifestyle. You can connect to a therapist by phone, video call, or even text message. You don't even have to turn on your camera if you don't feel comfortable. And if your therapist isn't the right fit, you can switch anytime with a click of a button, because BetterHelp is designed with you in mind. See why over 2 million members have trusted BetterHelp for online therapy. Go to betterhelp.com/youfirst and get 10% off your first month. That's betterhelp.com/youfirst for 10% off your first month.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT, and make us your last stop.
Are you ready for your palm reading, my dear?
Yeah, let's do this.
I sense that you crave something.
More reliable.
Right. You know you deserve better. and want out of a relationship.
Yes, with my big name wireless carrier.
You're who now?
My big name wireless carrier. That's why I switched to Xfinity Mobile. Now I get unlimited with 5G for $30 per month on the most reliable 5G network.
Let's talk about your aura. It's so...
And get this, they can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, that's actually really impressive.
Yep, but you already knew that, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I definitely saw this coming.
Start seeing savings today. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line per month. Switch today. Xfinity Internet required. Price comparison for 2 unlimited lines under available 5G pricing plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds up to 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Most reliable based on root metrics. US report. Comcast analysis of mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data from Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q2 2022.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge.
But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $69.99.
You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
The Labor Day event from Dell Technologies is here. End the summer strong by starting up a new season of productivity. Your business upgrade begins with up to 48% off top-rated laptops, like Vostro, taking performance to the next level with 12th Gen Intel Core processors. It's time to push your growing business even further. What's next for you? Upgrade today by calling 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake and tire replacements, oil changes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
The Labor Day event from Dell Technologies is here. End the summer strong by starting up a new season of productivity. Your business upgrade begins with up to 48% off top-rated laptops, like Vostro, taking performance to the next level with 12th Gen Intel Core processors. It's time to push your growing business even further. What's next for you? Upgrade today by calling 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
This advertisement is paid for by Lacuna Ventures LLC. For terms and conditions, visit yourrights.legal. Attention! If you or someone you know spent time at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina prior to 1988 and developed serious health conditions such as non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, lung cancer, bladder, breast, or kidney cancer, you may be eligible for significant financial compensation. Call Camp Lejeune victims to discuss your case now at 800-873-8202. Leaking underground tanks contaminated the drinking water with benzene and other highly carcinogenic chemicals, up to 280 times acceptable levels. Marines, their families, contractors, or employees who spent at least 30 days at Marine Corps Base Camp Lejeune prior to 1988 and developed a serious health condition, called to determine your eligibility for financial compensation. If you don't win, you pay nothing. It's critical to take action and call now. 800-873-8202. That's 800-873-8202. Again, 800-873-8202.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Matt Steinmetz, John Dickinson with you today. Guru having root canal. Hopefully he'll be back at it tomorrow. And we're talking about Jimmy Garoppolo back on the San Francisco 49ers and all the aspects that surround that. Let me pass this along, though.
Well, breaking news. Are you hit the sounder?
Okay, why not?
Just for fun.
Although, this was an issue the other day.
Oh, never mind.
I don't think it's worth it. See, now, okay, there he goes.
95.7 The Game breaking news. Brought to you by the Beat the Streak podcast. Get an inside edge on how to win the $5.6 million prize every day this baseball season. Listen on Odyssey or wherever you get your podcasts.
Former LA Clippers lottery pick Jerome Robinson is signing a one-year deal to go to camp with the Golden State Warriors, per sources. Robinson played last season for the Santa Cruz Warriors and now will be competing for one of their remaining open roster spots. That's according to Adam Schefter. I do not know what
I'm gonna give you very quickly. I'm gonna give you what you hate. Nah.
Yeah, exactly.
Nah.
But I just said it, and
I'm not
that's
coming
that.
down your
No.
road, but I know. But that I think the
it was more for the tease.
No, I know. I think the JD applies to that.
Yeah,
appropriately. So don't get mad.
If somebody on the text, see, here's what that's not breaking news.
Of course, it's not. We're
having some fun.
We're having some.
We're going right back to what everybody wants to talk about, and that is Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance. And I'm going to start this with something. You know what? I'll tell you, the pressure's on Scott in Marin. Scott in Marin, the pressure's on you, and I'll tell you why. Is because you're starting this segment. I haven't even said a word about what we're talking about yet. So we're going to feed off you.
Okay. Well, here's my take on this thing. As a football move, it's a brilliant move. And I disagree with you saying that it's risky. They just eliminated a ton of risk with this. And the other thing is the story that, poor Trey Lance, what's it going to do to his psyche? You can't lead a football team in the National Football League in the quarterback position and have something like this derail you. You just can't do it. So, and I don't believe for a second he's that kind of guy. So to me, whenever I was challenged in business or in sports with somebody taking my job, that made me perform better. So, and if you don't, you're not in the right position in the NFL anyway. So that's my take.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, a lot of people believe that,
and I do to a small extent. Like, here's the thing. Of course, Trey Lance is going to handle it. Like, A, he has to handle it, and B, of course he's going to handle it. We already know he's pretty mature. He can look himself in the mirror, I'm sure, and say, and I haven't played that much in college, and Jimmy Garoppolo did take this. Like, Trey Lance isn't dumb. Like, he's going to handle it, and he's not going to throw his helmet around the locker room in front of all the veterans. So he's going to handle it. The question is
he going to play worse because of it?
Exactly. Is it going to impact him positively or negatively? And you know what? Just because it may impact him a little negatively, maybe it impacts him negatively for a little period of time. That doesn't mean, he's not meant to be.
Yeah, I hate that. I hate that.
Wait a minute. What if Trey Lance doesn't handle this thing well, okay? And he doesn't play well. He's not even here in a year or two, succeeds and says, you know what? I learned from my experience in San Francisco. I grew up in San Francisco. I thought that I should have been handed the job there. And you know what? I wasn't ready. I had to take a look. What if that's the scenario?
If he had a difficult time with it and conducted himself in an appropriate manner, meaning not, throw his helmet around the locker room in front of the veterans, which I don't think anybody believes he would do. But if it negatively impacted his play, which negatively impacted his development, I would totally understand that. Like, to me, that's, in a sense, that's not an indictment that he's not ever good enough to be an NFL quarterback. Like, that to me is hogwash. The problem, though, is that's part of the gamble. The 49ers it's not that he's not going to handle it, it's that he's not going to play well because he doesn't handle it. He'll say and do all the right things behind the scenes, but does it lead him to be a little bit tentative, Steiny? Does it lead him to be overly aggressive? Nobody knows. But both of those things could cause him to not be as effective. And if he's not as effective because of it, even if he doesn't know even if it's just something deep in his mind, that's on the Niners for introducing that into the equation.
Absolutely. So Jimmy Garoppolo, here's the other thing. I think people are saying, Trey can handle this, as if it's over. Like, okay, what's he handling? He's handling the 49ers are bringing Jimmy Garoppolo back.
Great
no,
point.
He's not. I mean, he's just starting this.
Exactly.
Now they start practicing together. And maybe Shanahan coaches these two guys differently. And one guy's not crazy about it. And look, am I looking for some imperfections now? Absolutely. But the reality to me is, what about from a practical standpoint, 49er fans, if Kyle Shanahan thinks he's got a hell of a backup. 2 starters is what he said yesterday. Doesn't it stand to reason that Trey Lance would be on a short leash? Like, that feels only logical to me.
Yeah, I don't know that he's
We'll
on.
see.
Yeah, we'll see. No, that's the best
Or
way
certainly
to
a
say it.
shorter leash than Garoppolo was last year.
I think he's definitely on a shorter leash than Garoppolo was on last year.
Yeah.
That's a no-brainer.
Leroy in Oakland. What's up, Leroy? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing okay, man. I'm doing okay, Steiny. Hey, you're going to get a kick out of this. So I'm going home when the story broke about Jimmy Garoppolo and the 49ers was keeping him. And you know, Steiny, I've always been of the mindset that if I were Jimmy G, the best job for me would be backup for the 49ers. And you and JD killed me. There's no way it's going to happen. There's no way they're going to keep him. There's no way. And they kept him. And I was just, I just predicted that they would. So patting myself on the back just a touch.
No, you don't get that, Leroy. Oh, hey, Leroy, I love you. I love you more than Kyle Madsen.
Yeah, don't pat.
Madsen hung up on you.
Yeah, don't
Not
pat.
me, Leroy.
Don't come in here and pat yourself on the back, but I'm going to just let you continue with your phone call. Like that's where I do disagree with
That's
you.
at least the second time he's called a show and done that. So
Leroy.
congrats.
Yeah.
Leroy, you did it.
Kyle's channeling his inner Spadoni.
That's I'm with Kyle on that one.
Leroy
and Spadone.
You hear that? You hear it. You got to clean. You better be careful, Leroy. You got to clean up your act. You know what? Here's where I'm at on that. You know what?
I'll give him a hat tip.
Let me tell you something. There are a lot of people that say they should sign Jimmy as a backup. They should. That's it. Here's the thing. Nobody thought it was going to happen.
Exactly. Nobody thought it was going to happen.
You know what? That's not a bad idea. It's not crazy, but it's not going to happen. You know it and I know it. Yeah, you're right. But that's what they should do.
Yeah, but Leroy called it.
Okay. He did. Yeah.
What's
Leroy. Let's go to Omari. Omari is in the city. What's up, Omari? How you doing, man? Leroy.
That's like saying the next card out of the deck is going to be the ace of spades, and you full deck, and you hit it. It's like a 1 in 52.
Yeah. What's up, man? Yeah, you're on, buddy.
Thank you for taking my phone call. I just want to say a couple things if possible. Number one, I never heard so much pessimism from 49er fans for a quarterback ever in my life. I've been a 49er fan since Cal State. And let's just go back to Alex Smith for a moment. Alex played as best as he could, but we know Alex was very limited under several OCs, and we've continued to give him every opportunity for several years. I see today, we know that Jimmy has probably one of the worst quarterback ratings in quarterback history. It's blasphemy, I want to say, when we say that Jimmy led, not managed, led a team.
Okay, fine, but okay, managed. Kyle is ruthless.
Okay, I'm not with Kyle on that one. That one could have gone a little longer. It's a fine line.
Between love and hate.
I take your all right as the trying to cut them off. So I did it for you.
He said he
does let him go longer than anybody at the station.
Mm-hmm.
See, I was thinking he said he wanted to make a few points, which that was the first. All right, Steiny, be on the lookout. And then he bogged down on one, and I was just going to try to hurry him along for 2 and 3.
Here's where you get the benefit of the doubt from me. If you're calling to gloat, you get a short leash. You get a hat tip, good for you. But if you're calling to make, like, I'm willing to roll with, all right, let the guy make a couple of more points. If you're just calling to make a couple of points or engage in a conversation, I'm good with that. Not that anybody cares.
Gotcha.
But if you're just calling to gloat, hit the pike.
All right, that's my bad.
enough.
Call back, caller, and make your other
I don't know
point
about
or
that.
two.
Yeah, we don't promise that.
Tomorrow. Call tomorrow. Guru will be back. Call tomorrow.
All right, 888-957-9570. The topic of the day is it's not probably going to be. The topic of the day will be the topic of the season, ladies and gentlemen. The theme of the day is going to be the theme of the 49ers season. Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance. Jimmy Garoppolo right now backing up Trey Lance, but for how long? How unusual is this move? And where are you, 49er fans, on it? Because it is unique. And here's where I'm at, JD. Like, this is where I've become way more sensitive about, okay, Steiny, do you like it? Do you like the move or hate the move? Well, it's neither. The first thing that hits me is this is gutsy. This is different. This is unique. This is a little bit kooky. So the fact that it is all those things means there's not a lot of comparisons to be made from the past where you can talk about how it may play out. It's that unique. And so I don't know how it's going to play out. And I'm kind of very thankful that in a way I don't care, but in fact I am fascinated by it, JD. And I don't know how it's going to work out, so don't ask me to predict because I don't know.
There were two thoughts that immediately came to mind when this went down. The first one was, wow. And the extension of the first one is there is exponentially more pressure on Trey Lance now to be good, to be effective, to win. The second thought was, and this one's selfish, and I think you've mentioned it, that it just from a content standpoint, the 49ers' whole season is exponentially more interesting now on a week-to-week basis because Trey's either going to play well and they're going to win, and that's good for business, let's say. Right. He's not going to play well and they're going to win, and there's going to be a quarterback discussion. The other part is, let's say he plays well and he gets hurt, they're still going to be relevant if he plays well and he gets hurt because Garoppolo they can still win with, so that inherently makes him more interesting. It's not as if they're playing well, he goes down, and the season's a wash now like it was in 2018. So exponentially more pressure on Trey, exponentially more interesting to talk about. And I think the Niners were already going to be pretty interesting to talk about.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's funny how you just think of different stuff, and some of it's important, some of it's trivial. So what happens when the 49ers go into Chicago and they're up 44-3 heading into the fourth quarter? Jimmy Garoppolo playing that fourth quarter?
Yeah, he's the backup.
Okay.
So
Jimmy Garoppolo's playing garbage time.
Well, I have a very literal answer to that.
Okay.
Which is, even though Brock Purdy's on the team as the third quarterback, Brock Purdy wouldn't be active on game day.
Right.
So
it's got to be Garoppolo.
It would have to be Garoppolo.
Okay. So this guy's so important.
You're not gonna,
but you're going to play him in a 41-point blowout. Yeah. Huh. Hate to see Garoppolo get hurt during garbage time.
That's the life of a backup quarterback. Well, they were prepared.
Man.
Steiny, they were prepared to have Brock Purdy be the 2.
I know, I guess.
Is Jimmy Garoppolo looking over his shoulder at Brock Purdy for the number 2 job?
Exactly.
Rich in Fremont. What's going on, Rich? How you doing? All right, Rich, sorry. Let's go to Will in Pleasanton. Hey, Will, what's going on, my man?
What's up, guys?
Hey.
Take a page out of your book, Steiny, from yesterday where you said that you should look at the stuff from every angle.
Yep.
So why I'd be nervous if I was Trey Lance. Jimmy G's been to the Super Bowl. He's been to the NFC Championship. And if we believe the reports from a couple weeks ago, he did nothing in the offseason. He didn't look at the playbook. He didn't try and get better. So this year, he looked like he wasn't even on the team. And he even took it up another notch. He didn't play in the preseason. He's probably going to go to the Super Bowl.
All right. I think...
Well,
I think what he's saying there is what?
I don't know what he's saying. I think he's being a smart ass.
No, but I get, he's saying, let's try to formulate an opinion of what he said, even though we may be wrong. I think what he was saying is...
Well, first of all, it's just wrong. First of all, he's just wrong that, he's putting it on Garoppolo, that Garoppolo didn't do anything in the offseason. One, he was hurt.
Right.
2, I think he was mixing stories of
I think what he's
back
saying
a couple
is Trey
years
Lance
to Garoppolo not having the Garoppolo didn't have the playbook because he wasn't going to be on the team.
Right. Trey Lance should be worried because Garoppolo shouldn't even be on this team, but they had to go back and get Garoppolo, who Hasn't done a thing. Whatever.
I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
On to the
it
next.
absolutely doesn't matter. You know, here's one thing I thought about. I mean, and I think this is, again, I think there's a million things that went into this. And let me tell you what I definitely think went into this. We're going to give you $6.5 million plus incentives. I mean, we can get into the incentives, and thank you, text line, for telling us, they're out there, telling me at least. But the bottom line is he can make another 6, 7, 8 million.
Sure, but he's got to play.
Right. And that's another thing that, to me, what if, I mean, for all we know, Jimmy Garoppolo's thinking, first of all, Trey's not going to make it through the whole season. Secondly, I know he's not good enough because I played against him last year. And in fact, I know if I get onto that practice field with him, I'm going to have to start because the team will know.
That's not crazy.
Like maybe Garoppolo thinks Trey Lance stinks and he knows he might be the start. He knows there's a chance he could be the starter in week 3. Maybe.
I think he definitely knows there's a possibility he could be the starter at some point.
No doubt. And did Shanahan talk to Garoppolo about how he would coach Trey Lance and how long a leash there would be on Trey Lance? In other words, did Shanahan communicate to Garoppolo that, you know what, okay, man, we want to re-sign you. We're going to go to you sooner rather than later? Or, listen, we as an internal organization, we're not telling this, but we're giving him 12 games no matter what, or 8. You know what I mean? Does he have a sense?
I'm guessing that conversation did not take place because it would be pretty dangerous to have it take place, even if you trust Jimmy Garoppolo to keep it quiet.
Right.
But
it could be a nod or a wink.
But the contract illustrates the fact that if the 49ers do have to go down that road, Jimmy Garoppolo will be well compensated for it, which makes it worth it. I mean, the worst case scenario for Jimmy Garoppolo in this, which is maybe why ultimately he did it, even though he didn't really want to do it, as late as maybe a couple of weeks ago.
Right.
The worst case scenario for Garoppolo is $6.5 million to not play at all.
Exactly.
And get healthy and have nobody think any worse about him as a quarterback. And you go into next year and you roll with it. Like that I got to believe for Garoppolo is a hell of a lot better than going and making $1 million to play for Seattle and maybe get your head kicked in and be 4-13.
Yeah.
And have people think you stink because you threw 18 interceptions and 15 touchdown passes.
Yeah, I do think he doesn't want a quarterback for a team where he could look bad. And the 49ers are not one of those teams because we've seen him do what he's doing for 5 years. What's up, Alex? We got Alex in Burlingame. Hey, buddy.
Hey, guys. Great show. I'm not sure if we disagree or we agree. Let me start off by saying that I've been watching the Niners since John Brody, and I don't think that Jimmy G is the next coming of Montana, and I get just as frustrated as the next guy when he throws those air balls up, at the critical time, and thank God a lot of them have been dropped by the defense. However, he is not a defensive player, and he wasn't playing defense with 7 minutes to go in the Super Bowl. It's not on him that it's just, he's not Jaquaski Tart. He didn't miss the ball. He put them in a position to possibly win the Super Bowl, and they didn't. And I would say that championship windows are only open for a very short time for teams. It's, of course, the whole team, right? And our defense is ostensibly very, very good right now and ripe and ready. So no one promised him a safe space when he got hired when they moved all that draft capital to pick him up and said, don't worry, we're going to coddle you, this and that. I graduated from Cal. I was screaming from the mountaintops that they should have taken Aaron Rodgers when they took Alex Smith. They didn't. Alex, as you know, Aaron had to sit for several years, and he still had a pretty good career and has been MVP, won a Super Bowl. So I would say that when JD says, well, he'll handle it right, he'll say the right things, but we don't know if deep inside of him, that he'll perform work. Too freaking bad, man. Too freaking bad. Man up And we have a team that is ripe and ready right now, and Jimmy is the best possible backup we could possibly have. That's my start.
Appreciate the call.
A lot of people feel that way. And they're entitled to that.
Yeah.
A lot of people, and I think a lot of football fans in general have that mentality of suck it up, be a grown-up.
Right.
Next man up, own it, and if you can't, you're too weak. We didn't want you anyway.
Yeah, to me, it's obviously not that cut and dry.
It's a little.
I think it's actually cut and dry.
It's a little meatheady in the thought, but that's part of the NFL culture.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's especially a part of the NFL fandom.
Exactly. Exactly. He said no one offered Trey Lance a safe space. Yeah, that's true. But the thing that's amazing, like, listen, I don't know if Trey Lance can handle it or not. And you know what? Here's the thing that you don't know. No quarterback ever has had to handle what he is looking at. There hasn't been a quarterback who's looking at what Trey Lance is looking at to start his career. So who knows how he's going to handle it. But you got to acknowledge it could be a factor how he handles it. You got to put it in the equation. In case you miss any of today's show, download and subscribe to Steiny Guru on the Odyssey app. You can listen anytime, any day, all in a single tap. Find Steiny and Guru plus all content from 95.7 The Game on the Odyssey app today.
One of the biggest Bay Area rappers in the game, joins the Morning Roast live in studio tomorrow morning at 8.
No, people just know. You know what? Not even just LeBron, but people just be hating. Like, bro, what? Like, bro, what are y'all?
Get hyphy with P-Lo on the Morning Roast.
What about that action, boss?
Tomorrow at 8 on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Bart is turning 50 and we'd love to celebrate with you. Get 50% off your ride in honor of Bart's 50 years of service to the Bay Area when you pay with Clipper. That's 50% off Clipper Bart fares for the entire month of September. Add Clipper to your digital wallet for free. If you're eligible for other Clipper discounts like youth or senior fares, you get to take an additional 50% off those too. Details at bart.gov/50 years. That's bart.gov/50 years. Celebrate Bart's 50 years of service with us this September. Let's go!
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits, including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
You can't get much for $5 these days. Unless you go to Wendy's for a $5 Biggie Bag. Get your choice of double stack, junior bacon cheeseburger, or crispy chicken BLT. Plus 4-piece nugs, fries, and a drink. All for just $5. You got that bag. You got that Biggie Bag. You got that bag. That was smooth, wasn't it? That's how you're gonna feel when you get that Biggie Bag at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes 4-piece nuggets, small soft drink, and small fry. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Starting Stronger starts at AutoZone, where they've got battery solutions in the form of free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes them America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, John Dickinson with you. 1 hour to go. Darryl the Guru Johnson hopefully is in tomorrow. And we are talking about, and I've been thinking about the adjective to put on this. Is it an incredible move? Is it unprecedented? Is it unique? Is it weird? Is it one of a kind? I don't know specifically what it is, but it has not happened in the NFL. What's going on with the San Francisco 49ers and how they're going about skinning the cat by restructuring Jimmy Garoppolo's contract and him back for one more year, JD.
Sounds like you're saying unprecedented.
It feels that way.
I'm leaning more unique and weird, only because I love the Warren Moon usage.
But I don't think unique conveys how unique it is. Like, I think it's more than just unique. I think it's, as someone says, confounding. Problem with confounding is that has a little bit of a judgment in it that I'm just looking for a word for the situation. Point is, we have ourselves a theme to this San Francisco 49er season. And as long as Jimmy Garoppolo is on the team and Trey Lance is healthy, it's not going away. We've got to be honest about that. 888-957-9570 is the number. Get in and talk about it. And there are branches upon branches, and it is just a fascinating one. Here's one thing I thought of, JD. As we were talking about he's going to, he'll handle it fine. And if he doesn't, well, then that just shows he wasn't the guy. Well, the idea of handling it doesn't mean, okay, I don't like this, but at some point the finger's going to snap and now I handle it. I went from not handling it to handling it at this specific time, and that's when it happened. It was a day after I found out about Jimmy Garoppolo.
Right.
That's not how it works.
No.
It lingers all season long. It will be something that he's going to have to deal with, handle, if you will, throughout the course of the season. Like that part's not going away. How will he handle if he gets replaced by Jimmy Garoppolo because of poor play?
Well, it's any scenario, really. It's he may handle it. He may play well and they win week 1. He may play well and they win week 2. He may go to Denver in a tough environment, throw 4 interceptions on Sunday Night Football. They lose. He's 2-1. Maybe still gets to keep his job at that point because he's 2-1, but the clock is officially started on would Kyle Shanahan make a move?
Right. And the mere fact that Jimmy Garoppolo is on the roster as opposed to 2 quarterbacks he didn't like maybe is the difference between Shanahan going to that quarterback week 4 instead of week 7.
The other part of it is, let's say he's playing average and he gets hurt and Jimmy Garoppolo has to step in and Jimmy Garoppolo plays well in the time that he's hurt or plays at a higher level than Trey Lance had played at that point. How does he deal with whether he gets the job back or not? And the questions that come with that, the cloak of Jimmy Garoppolo. We've talked a lot this offseason, Steiny, about the shadow that's hanging over Trey Lance. Well, to me, there really wasn't that much of a shadow because at the end of the day, they won with Garoppolo. They didn't win a Super Bowl. He was an effective enough quarterback with everything else the Niners had going on, but he was going to be gone. So you can say there's a shadow, but there's really not a shadow to the extent that there's a shadow because he's still freaking here.
Yep.
It's completely different.
Yep. Absolutely. Every post-game interview, Shanahan will be asked the question. 925. Maybe not every single one.
Well, again, if Trey plays well and they win, then no.
Right. But those two things, I agree, have to happen. I mean, what if, and this is a situation, you're right, I can't imagine either. Not can't imagine, because you never know, but what if Trey plays well and the team's not winning? Well, then a reporter can say, I know Trey's playing well, but do you just put Jimmy in to get a spark or from everybody else? I don't.
That part would be confounding,
right?
Although I will say, I think in that particular scenario, Trey would keep his job.
What about polarizing?
Yeah, I think we're not there yet,
right?
Because there's a certain group of 49er fans that are like, "This is great, this is awesome, nothing to see here,"
right?
I think there's another with Garoppolo as a backup plan, right? And it's no big deal if Trey doesn't play well.
Right.
And I think there's also the other side of the spectrum, which is, well, Trey's going to be awesome, so it's not going to matter.
Right.
And so that but if the moment that doesn't happen, there's action.
Yeah, there is. Andy in Livermore. What's up, Andy? Talk to me.
Hey, guys. First time caller, long time listener, man. Hey, I wanted to bring a certain point up. I noticed that a lot of the calls about Garoppolo and Trey competing for the position. How about maybe they brought them both in, or they brought Garoppolo back as kind of like a bigger brother? I'll teach you the ropes. I'll teach you the game plan on the sidelines. And, Trey, of course, respects him as an older brother, and he takes that information and gets better ultimately because of it. and at the same time, Garoppolo kind of rebuilds his brand, as a leader and somebody who's for the team. I mean, I see this as a win-win no matter what.
Yeah, you know what, Andy? That's a great point, and we've heard that. And I won't take again. I think there's a chance this could work. The quarterback room got better.
Sure,
I believe that argument. Do you know what it is?
No, but no, I don't. Oh.
All righty. I'm going to ask for John Dickinson's immediate reaction. ESPN's Field Yates is reporting the 49ers have waived running back Trey Sermon. Trey Sermon has been waived, JD.
Okay, now it all makes sense.
Are you being serious?
No, I'm being like, I just don't think he deserved to be on the team on the original 53.
Okay.
So
why wasn't he a Tuesday casualty? Or I'm sorry, a Tuesday casualty.
It's a great question. I'd have to think about that for a second. But I just, it's like when we were talking about what was the depth chart going to look like and who's the 2 and who's the 3. And I don't know, my read on it was always, I feel like Ty Davis-Price and him were kind of redundant in a way. Like you have Ty Davis-Price, you like him. I mean, Mason is the young, the undrafted who flashed and played better in the preseason. You'd want to keep him. Like, I almost would have rather kept. I would have rather kept Hasty if you were going to keep all those running backs than Sermon. But I get feeling uncomfortable that you're going to cut a guy that was a 3rd-round pick. So I don't know. Man,
we got things left and right happening with the San Francisco 49ers. Trey Sermon has just been waived. Trey Sermon, their 3rd-round pick a year ago, who was beaten out by Elijah Mitchell. Nico is in Sacramento. What's up, Nico? How you doing, man?
Good, man. How's it going, guys?
Doing well.
I didn't come to toot my own horn because I saw Leroy get ran, so I'm going to come in with some new stuff. But I just want to know who came up with the narrative that Trey Lance is on the hot seat just because Jimmy G got re-signed. I mean, that makes no sense to me. I mean, I don't understand what Kyle could really do if he benched Trey Lance. Like, regardless of who's the quarterback at the end of the season, he's going to have a hard time looking John Lynch in his eye if you have a losing season or don't make the playoffs. So, I mean, it doesn't matter who the quarterback is, as long as you put your best team out there. And I haven't even heard him say that. Like, we're here to put the best team on the field. Because if you're here to put the best team on the field, a lot of people are saying it's Jimmy. I have no idea. But, I mean, if Trey Lance has to sit on the bench, he might as well hook up with Butcher Boy and go to Elevate Your Tailgate because he ain't got no seasoning, my dog. I love the show, JD. You have a good one, mate.
All right. I found this quote interesting from John Lynch. This was last week. It was on Trey Sermon. Trey Sermon's been waived, running back, 3rd-round pick last year. We really challenged Trey. He worked really hard, and he's had a tremendous offseason. It hasn't shown up in the games, but throughout training camp, he's been one of our best players. So we're excited about him.
Yeah.
You know what? I don't want to be a jerk, and I know these guys lie.
It's a good lie. Isn't that kind of the prototypical lie?
I mean, yeah, I guess he has to do it but my point is, what I don't like is because I'm so literal.
Sure.
But throughout training camp, he's been one of our best players. No, he hasn't.
No, that's false.
If he would have been one of your best players, yeah, right. So that's all. Yeah. That's all. But I did think when he wasn't waived yesterday, I thought of that quote and be like, yeah, they're giving him another shot. It sure sounds like it.
And I've had a chance to pontificate on it a little bit. The only thought, because you had asked the question, well, why today as opposed to a couple of days ago? So if you do it a couple of days ago when everybody does their cuts, then everybody goes through waivers. And every team is claiming people, building your practice squad. If you do it today, a lot of teams have their practice squad players set right? Or they start signing guys to their practice squads. They obviously, if you claim him, you'd have to go to the active roster of another team. A team that claims him, he would go to their 53-man roster. But in essence, you let everybody set their 53, and then you throw them out there after everybody kind of has it set. So you almost make another team make another move if they really want to get him. So they're less apt to maybe make that move, and then you have a better shot of retaining him on your practice squad.
Gotcha.
I mean, that's a little wonky.
Yeah, that's all right.
But I think that's...
I got you. You
got a better shot of sneaking him through today.
Sure. I get that. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about Jimmy Garoppolo, who we learned Monday was going to be a 49er again. He's still here. Here's a scenario. I think it's a hot take, but I'm here for it, and I think that is within the realm of possibility. Carlos in Concord says Jimmy's going to be traded before week 1. Mark my words, write it down. I don't know if it'll be before week 1, but I think a trade is still on the table for Jimmy Garoppolo.
No question.
Yeah.
I think because that is another part of keep all options open. But all options is all options. It's the options we've been talking about, but it's also an option like that. It's not crazy to think, hey, Trey Lance is awesome.
Right.
The 49ers are rolling. Another team loses their quarterback and wants Jimmy Garoppolo, and all of a sudden the 49ers are maybe able to get the draft pick in return that they couldn't get throughout the offseason. Now that's back in the fold, and they're doing right by Jimmy by allowing him to go to another situation where he could start and earn more money beyond his $6.5 million, because then he'd be playing, he'd start hitting some of those incentives. So there is still that component to this. That's fair. I don't think that's crazy at all.
Right. 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into the conversation. Countless tentacles to this move, and if you want to talk about one of them, 888-957-9570. You know, it's funny, we've been just throwing around scenarios, and we tend to do this. Well, if they start out 2-5, or, you know, and I get it, we go to extremes. I do that all the time. But what if they're 2-2? They're 3-4.
It's going to be.
They're 5-6. They're not in the playoffs yet, but now they're 5-7, and Trey's not playing well, and they're a game out of the playoffs. What do you do there?
See, I think it's
6-7. Well, now you got a biggest game of the year. You know, it's like,
to me, you're going to make a move earlier than later in that scenario, because if you deem you're out of it, and I know none of those scenarios you're laying out, they would be out of it. But if you deem you're out of it, then you might as well play Trey Lance.
Exactly.
Because it's about development. Like if they were, but the reason you have Jimmy Garoppolo on the roster is hopefully so you never have to be out of it. So if it is that bad with Trey Lance, 3-4, 4-5, whatever, the correct answer is it will be a question every single week at that point. If he's not playing well. And again, I keep coming back to how will he not be playing? Like the only way the Niners aren't good is if he's not playing well. Him not, that will have to be part of the, like there's no scenario where Trey Lance is playing awesome football and the Niners are bad.
You wouldn't think so.
Like that's at the bottom of the list.
Of course.
Given the way this team is built.
Right. Dirty in Alum Rock. What's going on, Dirty? Only if they had injuries to the defense and all of a sudden they're losing 41-38 games. But what's going on, Dirty? How you doing, man?
What up, Steiny? What up, JD?
Hey.
Great show. That's off top. Yeah, man, I'm bouncing off of what both of you said. What you said about the weird, crazy, ironic, it's all of that. It's unique, all of that in one. And I'm a Raider, not a hater. But I got too many Niner friends, and I got to tell y'all what they've been saying. One of them, one side loves the athleticism of Trey, right? But he just got handed the keys to a Ferrari. If you minus the quarterbacks from the league, the Niners are in a Ferrari. They got a Ferrari. They went to the Super Bowl, and they went to an NFC title game. behind Jimmy and Shanahan, right? You're handing the keys to this kid, and he ain't ready. He knows he ain't ready. He might be more athletic, and a lot of people might be excited about it. It's time to move on from Jimmy. He didn't get it done. But what do you really expect after this season? What you've been, what you've been expecting these last few? What are you really expecting from Trey? Now, one more thing I had to say, my last point, and I'll make it quick. Jimmy, I think, was re-signed because there's nowhere else to go. It was bad timing with the surgery, and now that he's back and he's with the Niners, somebody's quarterback might get busted up before the trade deadline come to the Niners with everything they got.
I believe that, yeah, good stuff, Dirty. Good stuff. I believe that, especially if the team thinks it's a contender. The idea of being out of it. So, the one thing that Kyle Shanahan, and this, look, Jimmy Garoppolo did most of it. Trey Lance won a game. But the 49ers won 7 of their last 9 games to get into the postseason. They were 3-5. So I think we can say you get to 3-5, it's not running the table, but you better get a move on.
Yeah.
He knows Garoppolo was able to do that essentially. So if it gets to that point, 3-5, that's where I think it could become dicey at various points, but that's a place where it could get dicey.
In that scenario, I don't even think it would get to that point before there's a change.
Okay, so let's go. You got the schedule?
Sure.
All right.
Yeah, I know the first 6 or 7.
All right, Chicago's a win.
Should be. Better be.
Then who?
Better be. Seattle at home. That should be a win.
Let's say it's a win.
It should be a win.
Sure.
Okay.
Next.
At Denver.
Let's say that's a loss.
All right. The Rams at home.
That's a loss. Let's just say so
you're 2-2.
For controversy's sake.
You're 2-2.
All right.
At that point.
Who we got?
At Carolina.
Got to win that game.
But
you got it.
Yep.
Trey, you got it. Big win.
At Carolina, at Atlanta. That's with the Greenbrier in between. I know you love that.
I do love that. Well, it's between 4-2 and 3-3 for the sake of controversy.
3-3.
They got beat at Atlanta, JD.
Wow, that would be really bad.
But they're 3-3. So what? Is he still starting? Essentially, all things being equal.
It depends on how he's playing.
He's playing.
I would lean toward yes.
He's playing like Jimmy, but not quite as well.
And
their defense is more dominant.
Right. Well, I would lean toward he's still playing at that point. Well, here's where
week 7.
Here's where it gets dicey.
Yeah.
Kansas City.
They lose.
3-4.
Okay.
At the Rams. So you're 3-4 going in to play the Rams. That's your pivot point.
Yes, it is.
It is.
I don't even want to go past there.
And you don't even have to.
Because if they lose, they're 3-5. It's good stuff. It's going to be. But you know what? Win at Chicago. Win your home opener against Seattle. Get 1 of 2 against Denver, the Rams. Now you're 3-1. Like, there is a point of the season. Like, in fairness, he can get separation on separation between wins and losses that will carry him the whole year.
No doubt.
Like, if they start 7-0.
Yeah, he's probably good.
Exactly. So that's going to be another facet. If we all acknowledge that Trey Lance is going to have bumps in the road, you know what? Hopefully they're not early.
But here's the other part of it. The first 2 games should be wins. So if they don't win those games, they likely don't win those games because Trey Lance is struggling. And so if they lose one of them, if they lose one of those first 2 and Trey Lance is bad, that's a red flag.
Right.
Because and now you're going to Denver at 1-1 and Trey Lance isn't playing well. You're probably not winning that game at that point. So to me, the first 2 are almost must-win games to avoid controversy. You lose either of the first 2 games, immediate controversy. At that point.
I think you might be right.
And by the way...
Because if they lose at Chicago, then it's on already. And if they lose their second game, well, people are just going to be saying, boy, they're now 1-1, and they got 2 tough games. You got to win. Now you got to win one of them. Right.
Yeah. Because then if you're 1-1 and Lance is struggling and you stick with him, which I think at that point, Kyle Shanahan would probably stick with him. Even at 1-1, I do think at 1-1 he's playing okay.
Sure.
I do think he probably sticks with him at that point. But then you lose to Denver and the Rams. Well, now you're 1-3.
Right.
Now you're 1-3, and let's say you're 1-3, and Trey Lance is struggling, and now you're going to Carolina. You're going to Atlanta. That's almost you better go to Jimmy because you can't risk losing either of those two games.
Right.
Like that. So I could see it. I could see it coming there.
I mean, it's all on the table. It's all on the table. And to me, the thing that, again, must be said is, and Kyle Shanahan knows it's on the table and knows he'll have to deal with it at some point, probably.
And the point also is that's because if Jimmy Garoppolo was not on the team, none of this would be a question.
Yep.
It would just be, well, that's going to take some lumps with Trey, just because you're not playing Sudfeld, you're not playing Purdy, so it just would be built in that, well, just have to keep grinding with Trey. Now that's not built in.
Right. Absolutely. All right, here's what's going on. Matt Steinmetz and JD in. Guru taking a little breather with, and I shouldn't say that. He's having a root canal. The big news today is the 49ers have waived running back Trey Sermon. So the 49ers waived Trey Sermon. They drafted him in the 3rd round last year. The big news is Jimmy Garoppolo is still a San Francisco 49er. And I'm going to ask this question, and then I'm going to answer it myself, but I want to know what everybody thinks. And you can text it and use the Comcast business text line at 888-957-9570. Can a monkey wrench ever be a good thing? Can a monkey wrench ever be a good thing? Mm-hmm.
Man, I slept.
New ZQuil Pure Z's Restorative Herbal Sleep is made for people who are tired of being tired.
I've never slept like this before. I've never woken up like this before.
A melatonin-free sleep aid made with a botanical blend that contains clinically studied and effective valerian root, hops, and passion flower, shown to help promote better restorative sleep. ZQuil Pure Z's Restorative Herbal Sleep. Sleep this good, feel this good. Available at retailers near you.
Now, local businesses can get closer to every customer in their city with fast, affordable shipping. Introducing USPS Connect Local. You want speed? We deliver same or next day. You want savings? We give you supplies at a flat rate. You want less legwork? We do free pickups. Move your local business forward with the United States Postal Service. Let's connect at USPSconnect.com/local. Specific markets, restrictions apply. Same day or next day delivery expected, but not guaranteed with entry close to final destination.
Ever since I got the new Galaxy Z Flip 4, I've been learning all these new tricks with my dog Finn. Like how to take the best selfies at the park. I just set my phone down, put it in flex mode, and capture hands-free pics from multiple angles.
Aww.
Or how to capture our training sessions for his followers. I simply wave my hand to start recording video. Good boy! Plus, the Z Flip 4 is compact and fits perfectly in my pocket.
Oh, wow. Visit Samsung.com today to get the new Galaxy Z Flip 4.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $69.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
The Labor Day event from Dell Technologies is here. End the summer strong by starting up a new season of productivity. Your business upgrade begins with up to 48% off top-rated laptops, like Vostro, taking performance to the next level with 12th Gen Intel Core processors. It's time to push your growing business even further. What's next for you? Upgrade today by calling 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Every search you make, every click you take, they'll be watching you.
Tired of companies like Google and Facebook watching everything you do online? There's actually a simple solution. DuckDuckGo. It's an all-in-one privacy app with a built-in private search engine, web browser, one-click data clearing, email protection, and more. All for free. Download the app today and get the most comprehensive privacy protection with a push of a button. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Golfers, tee it up this year at the Golf Mart for the hottest new arrivals from Callaway. Featuring the new Rogue ST drivers, Callaway's most stable driver ever, with tungsten speed cartridge, jailbreak speed frame, and AI flash face. Engineered for max speed and forgiveness. 4 different models to fit every golfer's needs. Think speed, go Rogue. Swing by the Golf Mart and get custom fit for the new Rogue ST drivers today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee, and shop us online at worldwidegolfshops.com.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
The Labor Day event from Dell Technologies is here. End the summer strong by starting up a new season of productivity. Your business upgrade begins with up to 48% off top-rated laptops, like Vostro, taking performance to the next level with 12th Gen Intel Core processors. It's time to push your growing business even further. What's next for you? Upgrade today by calling 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Heard my little sis is buying a car. You'll need my secret guide.
Gross, no way. I already used Capital One Auto Navigator.
I bet your credit score
Wasn't impacted at all, so ha. I got my real rate and monthly payment, had an amazing test drive at the dealership, and made the purchase.
Taking the easy way out. That's so you.
Still not getting it. That's so you. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms and conditions apply. Find out more at CapitalOne.com/AutoNavigator.
Straight Talk Wireless knows there are plenty of reasons you might need a new phone. But switching to a better wireless provider doesn't have to be one of them. Keep your own phone and save when you switch to any Straight Talk Wireless plan, like our $45 Silver Unlimited plan with unlimited high-speed data and 5 gigs of hotspot, plus nationwide 5G on America's best networks. Keep your own phone. Switch to a better wireless plan. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise. Requires a compatible unlocked phone and QIOP kit. 5G T-Mobile device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. See latest terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
In San Rafael, sunny skies. Highs near 81.
Weather brought to you by the Odyssey app.
Did you know you can get your local news, traffic, and weather for free on the Odyssey app? Download the Odyssey app so you're always a tap away from the news you need to keep you moving throughout your day.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, John Dickinson with you. Daryl the Guru Johnson. Little root canal. You got to go out there and be tough. 888-957-9570 is the number. Couple pieces of news. The big news, of course, is Jimmy Garoppolo. That broke Monday, but today, just a few moments ago, the 49ers have waived running back Trey Sermon. They've waived running back Trey Sermon. If you have a thought on that, 888-957-9570. Yes, JD.
Just also, the Niners have signed a bunch of players to their practice squad, as everybody typically does today.
All right.
Including, there's some good names here. Alex Barrett, Tayshaun Gibson, Taylor Hawkins, Quantrez Knight, Tay Martin, Marcelino McCrary-Ball. I know Larry Kruger's big fan of those last two. Jason Poe, everybody's camp favorite, the guard with the short arms, right? Okay. Willie Snead, Akeem Spence, Keaton Sutherland, Kamoko Toure, who had 5.5 sacks last year, and Malik Turner, who a lot of people thought was going to be the 6th wide receiver. 49ers only kept 5.
What about that?
I know, wake up from your nap.
No. What about, I can't remember his first name. Edgar Allan Poe. What about Poe?
Yeah, Poe. I said.
You said Poe.
Jason Poe.
Okay.
Yeah, he's the guard. He's the guard with the short arms.
Oh, gotcha. I would tell you what. I was focused on the Comcast business text line. Good one here. We haven't really put this. Put the rat on the table, says the 510. Shanahan has no excuse for not winning this year. He has Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo. If Jimmy had left, Shanahan could blame, blah, blah, blah. So, you know what? Maybe that's a way to look at it. Kyle Shanahan saying, bring the heat. We're going to win this year. Bring the heat. I'll bring that. You know why? Because we all know if Trey Lance gets hurt and we got to go to Purdy, I have an excuse why we're 5-12. Guess what? I don't want that.
Well, I believe that. I don't think Kyle Shanahan wants that.
No, I don't.
With this team being good enough to win a Super Bowl.
Right.
So that is where having Garoppolo on the roster helps you.
No doubt.
But they're also the pressure isn't the pressure to win because I think he believes they're good enough to win, especially with both of those quarterbacks on the roster. The question is more about both quarterbacks on the roster having the potential to screw with Trey Lance's development. Yeah. That's the risk here.
Right.
That and that risk may come with the caveat that you win more this year. Like, it's almost two different scoreboards in the sense that Jimmy Garoppolo may salvage your season in 2022, but it also may set Trey Lance back for 2023.
Imagine this. Trey Lance gets hurt. Garoppolo it was a morbid scenario.
Don't do that. Come on.
It wasn't a season-ending injury. It wasn't anything like that.
You are Mr. Season.
No. You're the one who said the pressure's going to be on at halftime of game one.
If Trey Lance throws a pick six and another interception and they're down 17-3 to maybe the 32nd best team in the league.
Here's what I'm getting at. Here's what can't happen this year. Jimmy Garoppolo can't quarterback the majority of this team's game and they don't make the playoffs. That cannot happen.
Yeah, that would be a miserable outcome.
Exactly. All right. I'm going to throw this out there. This is the way I'm kind of looking at the 49ers season, and you tell me, I'll invite you. Tell me to hit the pike. All right, so last year, the San Francisco 49ers gave up 3 picks, and they draft Trey Lance, the quarterback, even though they have Jimmy Garoppolo. And Garoppolo has taken the team to the Super Bowl, so he realizes that even though he's the starting quarterback, they've drafted a young player who they intend to be the starter. In fact, they gave up 3 firsts for him. So Jimmy Garoppolo, in a way, when they drafted Trey Lance, it's like threw a monkey wrench into the situation. Certainly for Jimmy Garoppolo. They certainly were sending a message to Jimmy Garoppolo. All right? I mean, he was not happy, obviously. They said that had talked to him. He said it was uncomfortable throughout the course of the season. So, yeah, when you give up that much to get a quarterback with no experience, that's a monkey wrench. So here's what I'm thinking.
All right.
49ers this year, okay, Purdy, Sudfeld, Trey Lance here, Trey Lance there. And you could almost make a case that Kyle Shanahan said, you know what? Where's that monkey wrench we had last year? Where's that monkey wrench we had at quarterback that defined the dynamic of the quarterback position last year?
Okay.
Let's bring it back. We got a different monkey wrench. Maybe not the same monkey wrench, but bring another monkey wrench in here. What is that monkey wrench? Hey, we're going to bring back our starter as a backup. Okay, let's see what happens.
To me, that's a much trickier calculus.
All right.
Because
you think monkey wrenches are wild cards.
They are.
Gotcha.
But to me, that's a much more difficult card to play when you're doing it with a young quarterback, especially somebody that's played as little as Trey Lance. To have I think there was a belief last year that having Trey Lance on the roster would motivate Jimmy Garoppolo to be better, work harder, whatever that is. Play with an edge. Something that I do think Kyle Shanahan believed maybe was missing from Garoppolo from time to time. So I think there was an added benefit to the way that everything played out. The primary reason you go get Trey Lance is because you believe he's going to be your franchise quarterback.
Right.
But for last year, the added benefit was, you know what? Kyle Shanahan was saying, I like a ticked off Jimmy Garoppolo. I'm fine with that.
Right.
That's a much different conversation than saying, I want to ticked off or upset
Tom Brady.
Trey Lance.
Oh, see, to me, when you say, I want to ticked off Jimmy Garoppolo or I don't care, that in itself is an acknowledgement that, you're not crazy about him. Because you wouldn't want to tick off Aaron Rodgers. You wouldn't want to tick off. So that in and of itself
but to me, see, I look
means
at it
they
the
didn't
other
value
way.
him.
To me, I look at it the other way. Like, to me, you don't want to do that to Trey Lance. Like, you want, at least I would want my young quarterback to be as comfortable as possible. The 49ers, though, are gambling here on their culture, on the dynamic of Trey Lance's demeanor and personality and professionalism, Garoppolo's demeanor and personality and professionalism. They're banking on the fact that it's not going to affect him, that it's not that he can handle that and handle it and play well and win. That's a risk that, frankly, I don't know that I would be comfortable with.
Right. Peter King was on with Damon and Ratto yesterday. And just playing off what you just said, JD, take a listen to what Peter King said yesterday.
If you were to say to me what concerns you most about this, and I don't care how nice and genial and welcoming and, hey, this is going to be great that Trey Lance is saying or he said to Kyle Shanahan or whatever, seriously, how would you feel right now if you were Trey Lance? You know, it's easy to sit here and say, oh, my God, this is going to be great. It's going to be just like last year. How possibly deep down could he feel that way? He's got to feel, to some degree, like they don't really have faith in me and they got to backstop me with the guy who brought us to the playoffs last year.
Absolutely. And you said it, and we just played that. And that is where I think that's when the old school mentality, JD, well, you know what, if you can't handle it, he was not meant to be anyway, and that is where that is far too strong for me.
Yeah, it's me too.
Because what you got to understand is he may have to handle it countless times in the next year.
Yeah, you can handle it week one,
right?
But then are you 1-3? And then can you handle it when you're 1-3? Can you handle it when you're 5-5? Can you handle it when you're 5-7? Like you nailed. That's a great point, and I apologize for jumping in on you there. But it's can you keep handling it, because it doesn't end until the season ends,
and it might not end there. Trey Lance starts the season, he's doing okay, or maybe even he's struggling. You go to Garoppolo. Doesn't even matter what Garoppolo does. You go back to Trey Lance. Then you go back to Garoppolo. Now, all of a sudden, Trey Lance has finished his second year, and he's like, I ain't into this. I just ain't into this. Well, you're not that good anyway. Well, I could maybe be better somewhere where we get this albatross out of here. Drop of the hat, Matt. He's in the Bay. What's up, Drop of the hat?
Hey, how y'all doing, man? I love the topic today. See, I think that if Trey Lance doesn't make it, the pressure is not on Trey Lance. He wasn't on anybody's radar to be the number one pick. The Niners actually gave up 3 picks to pick him. Yep. So there's not a lot of pressure on him. You know what I mean? It's really pressure on John Lynch and Shanahan that gave us the 3 picks to get Lance, and that's why they have to put him in there. So if Trey Lance struggles the first 3 games, they can pull him back, and they can say, oh, he's not ready, and that's when they got who else but the savior, Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy Garoppolo knows he's the savior. That's why he took the deal of restructuring the contract. Because there's players, teammates in their locker room that's telling him, we need you. Because if the ship falls, we need a savior. You know what I mean? And Jimmy Garoppolo, and when you look at the record of Shanahan, he's the reason why Shanahan won all these games. And I got a question, right? In the Shanahan offense, is the quarterback allowed to call an audible? Because nobody's putting the blame on Garoppolo for none of the losses. But then they're giving all the credit to Shanahan for all the wins. Well, what was the take on that? You know what I mean? So I like Lance, but he hasn't done nothing to earn the job. But the fact that he's a 3 first round pick, that's why the pressure is to start him over Jimmy G. That's my take.
Appreciate the call. How about I think this is one fair criticism, and I don't know that anybody would deny this. Maybe there would be people who deny it. All right, so you've made it clear you want to move off Jimmy. That's fine. He has surgery. That's fine. Lengthens things a little bit. But now he's okay. Why wasn't he at camp? Why wasn't he around all off season? Because if you had a sliver of an idea that he could be a backup or remain a Niner, you're saying, Jimmy, we got meetings. We got stuff. So I think there is a scenario in which you could if Trey Lance struggles, okay, and you bring in Jimmy Garoppolo, you know what? I think you could say, what do they expect out of Garoppolo? He had no training camp. You know what I mean? If Trey Lance struggles early, 0-2, we're going to Garoppolo. Garoppolo hasn't even played in a year, had no training camp, but I know it's easy to say, hey, he knows the system. Okay, you better not be rusty or you're 0-4. And I know I'm getting down a certain kind of track there. But who's to say they're not going to pay a price for Jimmy not being around all offseason?
That's possible because they did carry out the offseason as if he was not on the team, even though he was still technically on the team.
Right.
It is absolutely a fair question to ask why, even forget about the offseason because he was injured up until I think the beginning of training camp or maybe right before. Why wasn't he, if you were thinking about it, it's fair to ask the question, why wasn't he on the practice field during training camp?
Right. Okay.
Whether it was running with the twos or whatever. And I understand why. I understand why.
Right.
But now that he's been kept, you could say, well, they botched that particular part of it because if that was even an option, you should have at least broached the fact that it was an option at the beginning of camp and that's within the last week where it sounds like this really gained some steam.
And that's where I define what they did as they're trying to make the best out of a situation they apparently never envisioned because they acknowledge they never envisioned it. See, and that's the other thing. There's proof they were caught off guard because they did tell him, just hit the pipe.
Yeah. You don't have to be in the meetings if you don't want to be.
So
okay,
that,
I won't because I'm not going to be here.
You could make a case that in and of itself, while it didn't play out good or bad, it's not good. You know what I'm saying?
No,
that might not hurt us, but you guys messed this up.
The other part is, and I'm sure this is a little bit of it, but it's this whole backup quarterback thing where Sudfeld's paid to be the backup. He's not great. Purdy comes on all of a sudden, preseason game 2. It's, there's a competition when nobody really thought there was a competition. And now you wind up with Purdy on the 53, which to me was a little surprising given the fact they kept Garoppolo. I would have thought Purdy would have been waived. They must have thought somebody would have picked him up. I don't know about that. But now Sudfeld's gone, which obviously he would have to be gone. But how much of this is also just being underwhelmed with the backup quarterback situation?
I think that's a part of it. I don't think there's any one reason. I think they weighed everything. You make a pros and cons list, they're both going to be pretty long. So,
and Sudfeld got picked up, right? I think he got picked up by the Lions.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
He did. I know a lot of people out there, and I'm kind of with you here. It's like, who cares what the media thinks? Who cares what the fans think? Okay, fair enough. But what about the locker room? Here's Phil Simms, 2-time Super Bowl winning quarterback.
Yes, although Jeff Hostetler played in the second one.
Anyway, so here's what he says about a quarterback controversy and how it may or may not affect the team.
Anytime there's any question about your quarterback, players are going to talk about it, and they're going to have opinions, and they're going to have, he's my favorite, I want this one, things like that. That talk will be in the locker room. You can't avoid it. For Trey Lance, it's not the greatest scenario going into this season for him. Of course it's not. But if he's tough, which he is, and you got to be mentally really tough and just go and don't worry about it.
But it's not easy. It's not easy. They're putting something on Lance's plate here. That I didn't know I was getting that. I'm pretty full. I'm pretty full already, but you know what? I'll try to eat a little bit more. I mean, that's really, they're just adding one little more dimension or facet to his job now. I mean, look, it's got to be like, how do you interpret it as any other way than we can keep him on a shorter leash and ensure that we don't have a terrible season? Like, I get that part. Like, that's the thing. There are many things I understand about what they're doing.
There's a value in it.
And I think one thing is, all right, Trey Lance, for whatever reason, isn't where they want him to be, isn't going to be Pat Mahomes right off the bat. So let's just acknowledge that.
Well, and I think they are acknowledging it.
Right.
They're acknowledging it by the move that they made, but then they're also saying, well, that's not what this is publicly.
True.
But that doesn't really matter.
And I get that. I get that.
That they have to do.
Jimmy in San Jose. Finish up. What's up, Jimmy? No Jimmy. I cut Jimmy off. Thank you very much.
Cut Jimmy.
man, you guys are going all over the place with this. Yeah, and you know what? We may have forgotten some places to go.
Every angle covered.
This is not going away. And here's the other thing, and a little chicken and an egg kind of thing, and I don't have the exact text here on the Comcast business text line, but it basically said, yeah, this is going to be an issue because you guys are going to make it an issue. I'll make a deal with you. I won't make it an issue until it becomes an issue.
That's it.
And I'm telling you, having watched quarterback situations, I think there's going to be an issue. I think there's going to be an issue because there always is. It just always is. Something's going to happen.
Something's going to happen. Either they're going to lose a game that they think they're going to win, or Trey's going to play really badly, or he's going to play okay and he gets hurt.
Right.
Like, to me, one of those things, like the scenario that I would bet the least on is Trey just gets it and goes and starts all 17 and plays well enough to keep playing. That, to me, is the least likely outcome.
Yeah,
Doesn't mean it's impossible.
To me, if I had a bet, and this would just be bet on on the most obvious thing is, well, he's not going to start all 17 games because that's hard for a quarterback to do, and it's hard for a rookie quarterback to do. Maybe he has an issue sliding. So what are we looking at here? I think he's going to get hurt at some point. Now, will it be 2 games, 4 games, or season ending? But that's how Jimmy Garoppolo, I think, is going to get on the field, through an injury. Not that, I mean, like, that's the other thing. How many teams do you think go into a season and just say, our quarterback's going to play 17 games? Like, you can hope for that, but deep down, you may have to use a backup for 2, 4.
Yeah.
Or either the season, at which point it's like.
I think some teams hope it's not more than maybe 2 or 3 games.
Right. Do you think teams look at it that way? Like, who's the back? Like, if we need a guy to win 2 or 3 games, it's this guy.
I think there's varying degrees.
Yeah.
Given on who depending upon where your starter a young quarterback? Is your starter an established winner? Like, to me, it depends on where you're at with your starter, the type of backup that maybe you're looking for.
All right, that's going to do it for JD and myself. It's going to be fun times. Fun times in the Bay with Jimmy G and Trey. I just did that off the top of my head.
Bars.
All right, one other piece of news I want to pass along before we get off the air. Trey Sermon, running back Trey Sermon, has been waived by the San Francisco 49ers. And Ratto and Damon Bruce, stay tuned. They've got Randy Cross. He's a Super Bowl champ. He's coming up at 4:45.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Attention veterans. If you were stationed at Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you and your family may be victims of toxic water poisoning. Cancers, birth defects, deadly illnesses have all been linked to the contaminated water. Congress is now holding the government accountable. You could be awarded financial compensation for your suffering, but you must act now. Get your free case review. Call True Law at 877-560-8555, 877-560-8555, or visit sickvets.com. That's sickvets.com.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Some fans gear up for game day, but some fans follow their team every day. That's why the Locked On Podcast Network has a daily podcast for your favorite NFL team. Every trade, every overtime win, every game. Our local experts cover the biggest stories around your team every day. Search Locked On plus your favorite NFL team on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts. The Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Whether you're buying a new car or used one, it's a big investment, which is why you should choose Pennzoil Platinum. It helps extend the life of your engine and protect it up to 15 years or 500,000 miles, whichever comes first, guaranteed. That's because Pennzoil's base oil is made from natural gas and 99.5% free from engine clogging impurities. The proof is in the Pennzoil. Enrollment required. Keep your receipts. Other conditions apply. See pennzoil.com/warranty for full details. Find it at Firestone Complete Auto Care.
Why do we find popping bubble wrap so satisfying? Why do we say boop when we touch somebody's nose? Boop? Why do we turn anything and everything into drums?
Honey, I need those pots to start dinner.
Why do we sing in the shower?
I'm taking a shower.
And outside the shower.
This conference call is boring.
Rick, you are not on mute.
Why? For the same reason we play scratchers from the California Lottery. Because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC-FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
Well, we start with roster churn. The NFL roster, think of it as a living, breathing document. It could change any moment of any day. There is never any finality to it. And today, it churns once again. And I'm just going to start, Ray, by telling you that if ever I leave you, it's not for another job in radio. It's because an NFL team has hired me to be their general manager. I see these things coming, and I kept on asking, why is Trey Sermon being talked about the way that John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan are going out of their way to talk about him? Talking about how he's been outstanding in practice, but once you actually watch a preseason game, there is not a drop of evidence to suggest that he might be even adequate at any of this. Today, the San Francisco 49ers waived running back Trey Sermon, a third-round pick that never looked good, honestly, Ray, in a single carry I ever saw him make in a 49ers uniform. There wasn't a moment, not one carry, where I thought, there's an NFL running back. When it's crazy, too, because he was a spectacular running back at Ohio State. He really, really was. But as we were talking about yesterday, there is nothing that you can do on a college football field that is any true indicator of what kind of professional football career you will have. The only thing that proves whether or not you can play in the NFL is the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, that's essentially it. I mean, I would have thought that given the way they talked about him, that they would find a place for him on special teams, if nothing else. But once again, I have been taught, though I should know this by now, that when a coach speaks, a coach lies. So, and I get that. You know, you don't want to dog your players while they're still your players, but it's the actions that matter, not the words. So one more example of how a press conference is never your friend.
And you can talk about how good someone is in practice, but if you're not putting it on tape, I don't really care. You know, practice all-stars, if you were on a high school football team, you would joke about them too. Practice all-stars. They're the worst. You got to put it on film. You got to do it in a game. You got to do it when the lights are on. And Trey Sermon hasn't done it with the lights on since they turned the lights out at Ohio Stadium and whenever his last game was with the Ohio State Buckeyes. It's a shame. It's a brutal sport. Just yesterday, he makes the 53-man roster, and today he is waived practice squad possibility if he clears waivers, so we might not have heard the last of him. But the 49ers have used his open roster spot now to claim former Browns guard Blake Hentz, who did start 8 games last season. And that speaks to another weakness on this roster. Ray and I, every single show, every single writer in this town, all of it has just been talking about that quarterbacking room for 2.5 days now. And rightfully so. Quarterback is the most regal, royal position in all of sports in America. There's no doubt about it. We focus on it too much. The unique story between Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo has doubled down on too much focus. And we're going to talk about them, I'm sure, throughout today's show, because that's just how it goes. But we're also going to get into the rest of this roster. And man, the 49ers invited us to start looking at the rest of this roster by making tweaks to this roster today. We talked about concerns over interior offensive line play. Well, they maybe addressed that concern today. Blake Hentz, again, he started 8 games last year for the Cleveland Browns. He's now a San Francisco 49er. They've also signed linebacker Blake Lynch. Lynch was cut yesterday by the Vikings, a former undrafted free agent out of Baylor who spent 2 seasons in Minnesota, and he is now on the team. So there you go. I mean, it's a constant moving picture when you're looking at an NFL roster. And I never understood, Ray, and please don't tell me the owners are just trying to save money, because we know that, but I never understood why they didn't just say, you know what, 60 men on an NFL roster. Why this, it always felt arbitrary number of 53. I never got it. To me, with an extra game, all you're ensuring is more cohesion, more consistency. Should somebody else get down or go down in a heap in an injury, you have more available in-house trained, caught up on your playbook players to throw at a football season, which just got longer.
Well, if you're not going to let me tell you that it's money, then I can't answer that, because that's all it is. The rosters used to be 45, and then it became an enormous effort to expand it to where it is now, which is 53. It took an enormous effort to get a practice squad. And the reason why they don't go to 60 is because, other than money, and might I add money, they say, well, you've got a practice squad. That's your expanded roster. So there you go. Of course it's an arbitrary number, but so was 45, and so would be 60.
You know, somebody says 7 extra men is millions of dollars per team. Not really. Maybe.
It's a few million. It's not a lot of million.
Well, but a few million to an NFL team is like me saying that'll be another 75 cents for avocado. That's all it is. By the way, you're not getting avocado for just 75 more cents. It's like a $1 excursion.
Yeah,
but you know what I mean? Like,
no, I know exactly what you mean, but owners and people who make those decisions are used to saving money, even if it's just a small amount compared to the, why is Google laying people off when they have more money than there is money? Because they can. And, the word arbitrary is the key here. It's just, we don't have to because we don't want to.
To me, though, the X marks the spot in doing it means your product is better. And if your product is better, more people come into the tent to look at your product. Like, to me, there's to cut off your nose to spite your face is always a very bad or questionable decision. And it just feels like expanding rosters to add a few more players to keep them around, to keep them ready, to keep them up to speed, to keep them in the playbook, to keep them in-house. It would make sense. And remember, $1 billion isn't $100 million. $1 billion is $1,000 million. To just give I've used this with you before, Ray. This to me, people don't understand it because the word billion gets thrown around so casually these days that you're like, oh, well, just a team's only worth $4 billion. That's, maybe you should keep that roster at 53. If I started right now and counted to 1 million for 24 hours in every day,
your wife would kill you.
And it would take me 11 days if I started to count to 1 million. It would take me around 11 days with the norm 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, all the way to 1 million Mississippi. Would take me 11 days. To count to 1 billion, it would take approximately 33 years. That's the difference between million and billion.
But here's the point, and you're not going to like this, but I'm going to say it anyway. Owners understand money only as a mass of things. And if you have a few less of those things, you're sad. Even though you've got reserves upon reserves. When they own a football team, the last thing they're concerned about is football. Because that's not their area of expertise. Their area of expertise is always money. And they're always going, well, I could spend $10 million more on the roster if we expanded to 60, but why would I want to? Because it's not the product that they're most concerned with. It's the take-home.
Again, not only would I be a spectacular general manager, I would have been an incredible billionaire. You should have seen multi-billionaire Damon. The amount of generosity and good decisions and not penny pinching in the name of bigger things to accomplish would have just been extraordinary. It's too bad we'll never, ever meet this man.
I'm weeping just at the thought of it. I mean, here's the thing. Because you have, in the NFL, you have 32 billionaires. Some of them will throw money around. Some of them don't want to. And the fact is that there are just enough that don't want to that keeps roster size down, that, worries about expenses more than, incoming money. I mean, it's all the money that they have, as billions as it could be or is, that's money that's already theirs. They're worried about that extra $3 tip that you left, and they're wondering why you left it when the service wasn't as exemplary as they'd hoped. I mean, it's the difference between, the owner that draws the free agent and the owner that doesn't. And, until you get 32 owners who will say, you know what, let's make the roster 60, you won't get that. And you only get it as a function of a collective bargaining agreement, because they hate giving players anything they don't have to.
What a great work environment.
Exactly.
We have an awful lot to get into today. We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Since opening their doors in July of 2021, BMW Fairfield has rocketed up to the #1 BMW, top-rated BMW dealer in the Bay Area by your own Google reviews. This isn't like, they're selling the most amount of cars, so now they're #1. No, this is you talking about customer service back to them. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. We are just getting closer and closer to all the good stuff that are NFL games, 49er games, Shark games, Warrior games. We even got Adam Schefter, of all people, breaking Warriors news. Yes, it happened. We got an awful lot of stuff to get into today. The Giants fell to 9.5 back last night. What do you know? The A's have fallen into a 3-game winning streak, and baseball might be falling in love with Mexico City. The Dallas Cowboys are about to. We got an awful lot of stuff to get into today. Randy Cross is going to join us at 4:45, one of the all-time San Francisco 49ers, a little bit later on. Are you a commercial property owner or manager working on painting plans for the upcoming year? Well, MB Jesse Painting offers full repaints, maintenance painting, carpentry, wood rot repair. Why wait? We even had them do our front door, and they did a wonderful job. 855-MB-JESSE today is the number. You want to visit them online, go to mbjessee.com.
T-Mobile believes customers deserve to get more without paying more. Everything from entertainment benefits like Netflix on Us, to travel benefits, to Scam Shield protection, all with taxes and fees included. So the price you see is the price you pay. When you're a T-Mobile customer, you get over $225 in value every month in benefits with our Max Family Plan.
That's like paying for nosebleed seats and getting to sit in the front row.
That's right. At T-Mobile, your family gets over $225 worth of value and benefits with our Max Plan each and every month. Plus, with our Price Lock Guarantee, we won't raise your rate plan price for talk, text, and data ever.
That's like paying for a cab and getting a stretch limo.
At T-Mobile, you get value beyond the expected.
Qualifying service required. Value based on included monthly benefits. Sales tax and regulatory fees included in Max's monthly price. Price Lock guarantees rate price of talk, text, and data for new accounts with qualifying service. Exclusions apply. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Circle K Fuel Day.
What's Circle K Fuel Day?
A celebration. 40 cents off per gallon. Look for the Circle K on the fuel pumps. Circle K Fuel Day.
That's right. September 1st from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m., Circle K Fuel is dropping the price by 40 cents per gallon to celebrate the long weekend. We're even helping out on snacks with special deals on in-store items all month long. Up to 40 cents off per gallon in certain states in accordance with applicable law. 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. only. Price on pump reflects discounted price during that time.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Def Leppard, Motley Crue. The Stadium Tour, a once-in-a-lifetime event. With Poison and Joan Jett of the Blackhearts. San Francisco, September 7th, Oracle Park. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. Def Leppard, Motley Crue, the Stadium Tour.
Alice in Chains and Breaking Benjamin. Live in concert this summer with Bush, plus special guests at Shoreline Amphitheater, September 5th. Get tickets now at livenation.com. Get up and get outside this summer with Alice in Chains and Breaking Benjamin.
We all know someone who's all work and no chill. Trust me, that used to be me. But then I found Galaxy Z Fold 4, which allows me to do more things at once. Much better. Now I can take video calls from my phone and use it to take notes at the same time.
Wait, are you at the spa?
Or check my shopping list while ordering more scented candles and face masks on the foldable, expansive screen. Don't take your to-do list one line at a time. Multitask so you can relax.
Get the new Galaxy Z Fold 4 at Samsung.com today.
The Labor Day event from Dell Technologies is here. End the summer strong by starting up a new season of productivity. Your business upgrade begins with up to 48% off top-rated laptops, like Vostro, taking performance to the next level with 12th Gen Intel Core processors. It's time to push your growing business even further. What's next for you? Upgrade today by calling 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Parents, are you tired of helping put your kids' shoes on? They're squirming, watching cartoons, anything but helping. Luckily, it's Skechers to the rescue. Introducing new hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Footwear you can just get your kids to step into and their shoes are on. You don't need to bend over. You don't need to sit on the floor and try to wrangle them on. Actually, you don't even have to touch them. With Skechers slip-ins, they just step in and go. Plus, they're so easy, they could be the first shoes your kids can put on by themselves. And Skechers slip-ins are great for older kids too. They're quick, easy, and fun. The secret is a unique comfort pillow in the heel that helps your child's foot slide securely into place and cradle it in comfort. Plus, they're available in all types of Skechers styles with and without laces. And most are machine washable, so you can keep them looking newer longer. Get Skechers slip-ins, the where have you been all my life shoes, for your kids or for mom and dad today. Find Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish shoes are sold.
At Church's, we put it all on the table for less. Get 10-piece legs and thighs, 2 large size, 5 honey butter biscuits, and 5 jalapeno peppers starting at just $20. Church's Texas Chicken. Welcome to the great state of flavor. Offer valid at participating locations.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit.
We are also brought to you by Trimark, partnering with Northern California restaurateurs for over 55 years. Trimark brings you innovative product solutions to help your hospitality business thrive. Visit TrimarkWest.com. Damon and Ratto, wonderful to have you here today with us. Always love talking to you. The number is 888-957-9570. For someone who is watching us on YouTube who said, Did you seriously just say Randy Moss is one of the all-time 49ers? No. Randy Moss is not joining us at 4:45 today. Randy Cross is joining us at 4:45 today. So thank you very much for listening and clearing out your ears. Randy Cross.
Maybe his internet just blinked out for a second.
Maybe it did.
His ears might be fine.
Maybe it did. Look at you making excuses for listeners.
Oh, yeah, they're my favorites.
People are saying that you looked like you're either sitting in the Cal student section today or possibly a bumblebee. Right.
Well, tell them all to bite me.
There you go. You just did. From the Comcast Business text line, very good point brought up here out of the 408 saying, Damon, you're thinking about this just in terms of one team spending a couple of $1 million. They're looking at it as a couple of $1 million times 32 for the remainder of football history. They're always thinking long term. It sucks for players. They do players wrong. Yeah, I mean, to me, well, beyond doing players wrong, I think they're doing their own franchise wrong by not having more men carried on an NFL roster. Somebody from the 408, though, totally doesn't get it, just saying those extra 7 men don't make the product any better. No one wants to see them play. Come on. Seriously? Depth. Depth is good. And not having to turn to a guy on a Sunday afternoon that you signed off the street on a Wednesday means the game's going to get better. It's going to look better. Guys aren't going to be missing assignments. Guys are going to know who their teammates are. The single greatest missing ingredient from football today is continuity. Continuity is hard to find. This is something that Steve Young has talked about. Steve Young went out there and worked with basically the same group of guys year after year after year to the point where he could close his eyes and know where Jerry Rice was going to be. He could close his eyes and understand where everyone on his football team was because he had taken so many snaps with all of them. That rarely happens these days. To stay anywhere in a football career for 3 to 4 seasons is a rare happening. Not only due to roster churn, which again today the 49ers did waive running back Trey Sermon, but due to the fact that the sport is brutal. I think the average career is what? It's 2.5, 3 years. It's all it is.
And again, the disconnect here is that you're thinking of a football team as a football team. They're thinking of a football team as a thing that they have to throw money at to get more money when they believe to their souls, well, all that money's coming in anyway because everybody watches us. So anything I spend that's extra it's gratuitous spending. They don't have your worldview of this.
People are so addicted to the drug that we sell, we don't have to improve the drug.
Essentially, yeah.
I mean, they're not wrong.
No, they're not. No. If you accept the fact that their definition of the world is correct, no, they're absolutely not wrong. In fact, if you accept their definition, they should lower the roster number to 45 again and just say that's how they did it when Lombardi was coaching.
Oh, hanging on Lombardi. Cowards.
Oh, absolutely they would.
So we got an awful lot to get to today. Randy Cross, Cross, joining us at 4:45. Again, the churn of this league is amazing. And, the day after you think, all right, well, we got rosters. The very next day they change. And that's sort of the beauty of it all. And the reason why I think you should just have more room for more guys. But, and what is the most important thing we're going to get to all day, Ray? Hands down, I buried the lead. I mean, we should have opened with this at 3:01 p.m. instead of waiting until 3:23 p.m. Our all-time favorite quarterback has a new home. Did you see the news today? Josh Johnson has signed with the Broncos practice squad. Schefter says he's been on a record 14 teams in 15 seasons, and I don't know if that was an updated fact or if this is now 15 teams in 16 seasons. He is one of the all-time, and I mean this with all respect possible. Josh Johnson is one of the all-time football cockroaches. You can't kill him. The entire league will be in a hospital, and Josh Johnson will be out on a poorly lit practice field just throwing with a ball boy. I mean, the guy is just one of the all-time collectors of jerseys.
Yeah, well, this is not a new team because he had signed a contract for $2 million with the Broncos earlier. So basically what they did was cut him and put him on the practice squad.
All right.
So the number of teams is still the same. It's just one more transaction under a guy's name that has now reached 60.
60 transactions. It was 59 yesterday, 60 today.
Yep.
It might be 61 tomorrow. I mean, that's how special this guy is. Nobody puts up transactional numbers in the history of football like Josh Johnson. Harbaugh knew what he was doing. Absolutely, he did.
How you threaded that needle can only be admired. Because that's not, I would never have thought that to be the thing. I mean, this seems to me to be a guy who has figured out that by throwing enough passes that you every time you throw the ball, it's $50,000 for you. That's pretty good. That's pretty good business.
He's football's ultimate gadfly. He just hangs around and hangs around and hangs around. Who's baseball's gadfly? Like, who's the ultimate baseball journeyman? Who's the baseball player who wore more uniforms than anybody else?
I'm drawing a blank on the pitcher's name. He was at the A's. He was.
Well, everyone was in.
Give me a thing. Yeah, I mean, Chucky Brown is the NBA guy. But let me think about this for a second. Vamp while I look.
Okay. I don't even know. I'm thinking about it so hard now.
Edwin Jackson?
That's
Jackson.
who it is.
There
Edwin
it is.
Jackson.
I was about to say, was it Dennis Martinez for a minute there?
Edwin Jackson is 14.
So Josh Johnson is even greater.
Yes.
No, well, 14
no,
teams.
Same.
Yeah. I mean, now we're going to have to start. Somebody's like Jesse Orozco, Jamie Moyer, Mike Morgan. Yeah, a lot of those names felt right. But there you go, Edwin Jackson. Thank you.
I was wrong about Chucky Brown. He was passed this year.
By?
Ish Smith.
Ish Smith. He's played for everybody. By the way, Adam Schefter is probably going to get a very terse email from Adrian Wojnarowski saying, "Get off of my turf. Get the hell out of my kitchen." Adam Schefter not only broke NBA news today, he broke Golden State Warrior NBA news. Adam Schefter says that former LA Clipper lottery pick Jerome Robinson is signing a one-year deal to go to camp with the Golden State Warriors, per sources. Robinson played last season for the Santa Cruz Warriors and will now be competing for one of the remaining open roster spots. He was the 13th overall pick in 2018. He was traded in the middle of his second season to the Wizards. And in 113 NBA games played, he's averaging 5 points on 30% shooting and 25% shooting from downtown. Not exactly the efficient player the Warriors are looking for, but there you go. Adam Schefter breaking Warriors news.
They were looking for something.
Well, something is what they found.
Yes.
Steph Curry, by the way, had his number retired by Davidson. Apparently, Davidson had retired several jerseys, but never a number. I don't know how you get around that, other than like you put somebody's jersey up in the rafters, and then you keep on issuing the number. But that seems a little defeatist. Anyways, Davidson retired Steph Curry's 30, and of all my Twitter timeline sound that I saw of this ceremony where Steph was up there, his family was up there, he had his kids around him. It obviously meant a lot to Steph Curry that this happened. His father, Del Curry, basically ended the proceeding with the biggest well-made point of the entire night when he said,
"To my son, I love you, man, and the next Hall of Fame, you know where that's going to be." All right.
Yeah, we know where that ends up for sure for Steph Curry. So there you go. Ray, have you ever had your typewriter retired by your high school, any newspaper you worked for?
I had it stolen out of my car once, if that's what you're after.
Nice. Like an actual...
a full-on lift.
Heavy typewriter.
Yeah.
Not a word processor.
No.
Not my laptop.
Never lost one of those.
Issue.
But yeah, somebody broke into my car and took the typewriter. And this was, 40 years ago, maybe 45 years ago. So that's how long ago it was that
Did you get your column out that night?
I wasn't writing a column then, so all I did was have to pay for the window.
Oh. Did you steal the typewriter?
I would have the kind of mental acuity that I would break into my own car and steal my own stuff.
Well, I'm saying maybe you took it from the Chronicle or whoever you were writing for.
Oh,
at the time.
No.
You seem like the kind of guy who might steal office supplies, is what I'm trying to say.
Oh, everybody steals office supplies.
I don't. I've never.
Well, no, because you don't need office supplies anymore.
Yeah. Oh, well.
But if they left a laptop out there for anybody to take, you'd be there.
Well, I need one just from a battery standpoint at this point.
Yeah, I mean, yours is spitting up blue smoke.
It really does. So congratulations to Steph Curry for getting his number retired, to our man Josh Johnson for finding yet another notch on his transaction belt. As we were saying earlier, the San Francisco Giants just aren't playing well, and they're dedicated to that. They're committed to that. And we'll get into how poorly they're playing this afternoon when that game wraps up. But it's a full-on meltdown at this point for our friends who play baseball here in the city. Logan Webb even getting frustrated with his own team, and he had something to say about it. We will get into it all a little bit later on. Hard Knocks actually got to Jared Goff last night. How about that? They decided it's episode 4. We might as well start talking about this team starting quarterback. It took 4 episodes to get to Jared Goff, but he got name-checked and he got an actual soundbite, like a little conversation going with Dan Campbell. And David Blau, who had gotten more screen time than Goff, I guess that was all for naught, because he got waived by the Detroit Lions. And what do you know? Another win for the Hoosiers over the Purdue Boilermakers. Blau went to Purdue. Sudfeld went to Indiana. Sudfeld is now a Detroit Lion. They signed him off of waivers. So Sudfeld is inked by the Lions. Blau gets cut. That's got to be an early indicator of this year's bucket game. Go Hoosiers over the Boilers. The only thing that I really took away from this episode of Hard Knocks, which I watched on tape this morning, was that the Detroit Lions coaching staff might lead the NFL in dipping Skol or Copenhagen. I mean, that every single time they got a camera in the corner of a meeting room, half the guys in that room got a spitter in their hands. They're just all working the dip. Good, healthy choices.
I would imagine that that's one of the things that would get them hired by Dan Campbell. You know, do you want to destroy your lower jaw for the good of the team? Yes, you're hired.
Well, look, he's not intimidated by deformity, Ray.
Doesn't matter if you have one ass cheek and 3 toes. I will beat your ass.
Yeah, that you're right. Deformity. That's what he's going for. I mean, that's why they're going to go 4-13 again. But you know, it doesn't surprise me that you got that many guys' jaw. Just
it happens.
It fits. I mean, if nothing else, Dan Campbell is consistent, and he hires consistently.
So, I am one of those rare marijuana users who has never, and I truly mean this, in my 47 years of life, Ray, I have never taken a drag, not a puff, off of a cigarette. I was so turned off by smoking early on in life that I never wanted it, and I just always thought it was gross. It smelled bad, didn't like it, didn't think it looked cool at all, none of it. And it served no purpose. Now, if you can smoke something and it actually affects you, now let's talk, obviously. But I never, ever, ever, ever smoked a cigarette, not even a puff. I did dip. I did. So I'm not going to tell you that I live this nicotine-free life or existence or anything like that. I used to dip routinely. Dipped a lot, as a matter of fact.
And when did you quit and why?
El Stroco Loco.
Oh.
I quitted. That's the only thing I've ever quitted cold turkey. Right, the day I went El Stroco Loco, I never had another chew. And the reason why is because there was one point in my life where I was wearing a Fitbit, and it tracks your heart rate. I would put a dip in, and all of a sudden my heart rate would track like I was running. And I thought, man, maybe that had something to do with it. So I stopped. But, man, I just...
I quit.
Yes.
I quit cold turkey just because I hate the taste
of
cold turkey.
Oh, you quit turkey.
Yeah, it's the worst.
You're more of a processed meat guy.
To the extent that I'm doing that, yeah, but no, turkey is what it is. It's badly constructed chicken.
We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, a properly constructed dealership if there ever was one. As a matter of fact, your 400 Google reviews say so. They have the highest rating of any BMW dealer in the Bay Area, starting at a 4.8. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. They've also got a career fair coming up in September. Go to the same website and find out all the details of that. If you are a young high school student thinking about what your future could possibly hold, maybe you get an idea for it there. So Hard Knocks has got maybe one more episode in it this year? One more. They have not really stood out. This has been about as bad a year of Hard Knocks as I can remember. Dan Campbell, hands down a breakout star, to the point where he is now on the list of greatest Hard Knocks breakout celebrities ever. Thinking about the greatest characters in Hard Knocks history, it's Rex Ryan, probably number one with a bullet. I'm going to go get a snack. Chad Ochocinco was fantastic when they were early on in the Bengals. Carson Palmer was a fantastic Hard Knocks character, only because you're like, damn, Carson Palmer. Yeah, he's been tucked away in Cincinnati. You forgot that he was like the super cool dude coming out of USC. Like, no one thinks about Cincinnati and goes, that's cool. He was really cool. Like the way that he would talk to his water boys, the way that he would talk and review the Gatorade bucket that day and how well the Gatorade was mixed. He was great. Herm Edwards, his whole Just a Kicker speech when they were doing the Kansas City Chiefs was great. Look, John Gruden. The camera loved John Gruden. That was pretty much where Hard Knocks went to die, went up to cover the Raiders up in Napa. But even Gruden was still interesting on Hard Knocks. And I got to have a special merit for Dave Campo, because it's the only time, Ray, when they were doing like a very early version of Hard Knocks and Dave Campo was a Dallas Cowboys head coach. He's the only head coach where you ever could not just hear, but see players roll their eyes at every single thing he said. It was so embarrassing for Dave Campo.
Yeah, I mean, when you said that Gruden ruined Hard Knocks, I mean, for whatever the camera did for Gruden punished HBO because he said, you're not getting any access for anything. And whatever you get will be dictated by us. And it was at that point that it jumped the shark. Dan Campbell notwithstanding. Because Dan Campbell decided he was going to be a cartoon character. Because if he does that every day, the players get weary of that quickly. And they may already be there. I don't know. But if that's all you got a bad television show.
Important question from the text line. If you don't like chicken, or if you don't like turkey, why do you like chicken?
I don't like chicken.
Okay.
I'm merely pointing out that given the choice between the two, I would take chicken. I would also take a shoe.
How do you feel about turducken?
Pointless slaughtering of birds who did nothing to deserve it.
Damon, could you please explain El Stroco Loco? Yeah. I had a stroke. In 2000, what was that, 17 now? Yeah. That was fun. 21 days in the hospital. Good times.
Here's something apropos of nothing. Mark Kreidler, who used to work here, longtime Collins, Sacramento.
Yes.
Son's getting called up by the Tigers tomorrow.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, that's fantastic. What position does he play?
Shortstop.
That's awesome. So, I can't think of many days of fatherhood or parenthood where you get to wave the I'm proud of my child flag as hard as you're allowed to wave it on the day your kid gets a major league call up. That's awesome.
Julian John Marvel's kid pitched for the Pirates last year, I believe, or the year before, one of those 2 years.
Why should I know the names Julian
Marvel was a PR person for the Warriors before Raymond Ritter was hired.
Okay,
John
I've
Marvel,
only experienced
John Marvel
the Ritter
worked
era.
at ESPN, and before that he was a sports writer here in the Bay Area covering the Warriors.
How's Whitey's kids? Are any of them professional athletes?
They're shiftless bums.
See, you just can't be nice to Whitey no matter what.
Well, after he tried to kill me by throwing that hat at me.
Congratulations to Kreidler.
Ryan Kreidler.
That's awesome. That's fantastic. We have our official. We're like, what is it? One Kevin Bacon away from being connected now to the Detroit Tigers.
We can get free tickets whenever we want, which I presume is never.
Tomorrow, you want to do the show from Comerica? No, I got to be here earlier in the day.
You actually don't. You could just take the day off.
No, I got it. I have things to do, Ray. Very important things to do for the station tomorrow.
Yeah.
Very important.
The fact that you only lasted 2 seconds before breaking out in laughter.
Yeah, no, there's
know.
important stuff happening. Important stuff happening. Do you want Monday Labor Day off?
I'm taking it off. I don't know whether I'm getting it off.
In order for it to go smoothly, I'm working a little bit more tomorrow, and there you go. When we do get on back here, though,
why don't you work 20 hours tomorrow, and I can take next week off?
It's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. When we do come on back here, we do need to get back into 49er concerns, but not about the quarterback. There is a whole... There are like a whole bunch of other things going on with this team right now. And we've been so Trey and Jimmy centric that we haven't even talked about how Deebo Samuel is starting this year banged up, even though he hasn't played in any single preseason game. And if Deebo turns into the often hurt, uber talented guy, that's not good. We got a lot of stuff to get into about Deebo Samuel. We got to talk more about this running back room. We got this offensive line, which was addressed today by a move that corresponded with another move in that running back room. Trey Sermon waived. Former Cleveland Brown guard Blake Hentz brought in. So we got some stuff to get to today here. And it's not just Lance. It's not just Garoppolo. It's a whole football team to talk about when we come on back here to 95.7 The Game. Damon and Ratto brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Grab the 3 points with the Gators. I'm Nick Ashew, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. And we've been talking about this weekend's Utah-Florida game all summer, and the number keeps moving against the Gators. Utah was -1.5 earlier in the summer, -2 over the past month, and now they're a field goal favorite. The BetQL model says now is the time to take the home dog. They like Florida +3 as a 5-star best bet. I'm Nick Ashew. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app today.
Staples has everything for school at great prices. So this year you won't go back to school. You'll be ready to move forward and master 5th grade math.
I can't do this. It's impossible.
Not you, Dad, your daughter. Staples will help her move forward.
Right.
Right now, Staples comp books and number 2 pencils are just 50 cents each. Plus, 2 pocket paper folders are only 25 cents each. Everything on your list at amazing prices. Staples, we're not going back. We're going forward to school. Ends 9/3, in-store only, limit 30.
Are you ready for your palm reading, my dear?
Yeah, let's do this.
I sense that you crave something.
More reliable.
Right. You know you deserve better and want out of a relationship.
Yes, with my big name wireless carrier.
You're who now?
My big name wireless carrier. That's why I switched to Xfinity Mobile. Now I get unlimited with 5G for $30 per month on the most reliable 5G network.
Let's talk about your aura. It's so...
And get this. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, that's actually really impressive.
Yep, but you already knew that, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I definitely saw this coming.
Start seeing savings today. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line per month. Switch today. Xfinity Internet required. Price comparison for 2 unlimited lines under available 5G pricing plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds up to 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Most reliable based on root metrics. US report. Comcast analysis of mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data from Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q2 2022.
Circle K Fuel Day.
What's Circle K Fuel Day?
A celebration. 40 cents off per gallon. Look for the Circle K on the fuel pumps. Circle K Fuel Day.
That's right. September 1st from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m., Circle K Fuel is dropping the price by 40 cents per gallon to celebrate the long weekend. We're even helping out on snacks with special deals on in-store items all month long. Up to 40 cents off per gallon in certain states in accordance with applicable law. 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. only. Price on pump reflects discounted price during that time.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Some fans gear up for game day, but some fans follow their team every day. That's why the Locked On Podcast Network has a daily podcast for your favorite NFL team. Every trade, every overtime win, every game. Our local experts cover the biggest stories around your team every day. Search Locked On plus your favorite NFL team on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts. The Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
Now, local businesses can get closer to every customer in their city with fast, affordable shipping. Introducing USPS Connect Local. You want speed? We deliver same or next day. You want savings? We give you supplies at a flat rate. You want less legwork? We do free pickups. Move your local business forward with the United States Postal Service. Let's connect at USPSconnect.com/local. Specific markets, restrictions apply. Same day or next day delivery expected, but not guaranteed with entry close to final destination.
If this were a Reese's TV ad, you'd be staring at a Reese's peanut butter cup. And sure, my voice is peanut buttery smooth, but still, you need to see the peanut butter cups, right? No? I can really just say Reese's and you'll go get some? Okay, Reese's. 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 Really working, actually. Reese's. Reese's. I'm on to something. Reese's. 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 Reese's.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome, Damon and Ratto. Not only are we on your radio, we're on Twitch, we're on YouTube, we're on the Odyssey app, and that's where you can find everything that happens here on 95.7 The Game. Download the Odyssey app today, and I'll stop asking you to do it. How about that for a nice deal that should make everybody walk away happy? Just download the Odyssey app, and we won't talk about it ever again. Just looking for 100% compliance. That's all. That's all we're looking for. And it was brought to my attention here, Ray, by someone in the 925, that indeed Deebo Samuel did play just a little bit against the Houston Texans. And in that little bit of play, he suffered what is a knee contusion, which has kept him pretty much out of practice this entire week. It's not considered serious, but man, the investment that they've made in this guy, I do not like to hear the two things that I basically heard more about Deebo Samuel than anything else about Deebo Samuel this offseason since reaching an agreement to return to the San Francisco 49ers. Nicked up, dinged up, and there's not a lot of early on chemistry between him and Trey Lance. And when we know for a fact that Deebo Samuel is this team's best playmaker, now that opens up that's more than just a wide receiver. I don't know if he's their best pure wide receiver, but playmaker, there's no one who makes more plays than that guy. But for him and Lance to still be, framed as, well, they're really not on the same page together. How could things go wrong early on in the season? That's one of the ways.
Sure. But, I think we're, I don't know how much farther along they would be based on the other things that Trey Lance has to get down. Because one of the reasons why quarterback is so difficult is because there are so many things to know, eventually instinctively. And I don't know that he knows many of them instinctively yet. And it is, how your receivers run their routes, when they will break them off, why they will break them off. And you can only learn so much of that in anything other than live game, when it matters, action. So his sync up with Deebo Samuel, like his sync up with George Kittle, Brandon Ayuk, name the name, that's going to come in 17 Sundays.
Well,
it just, there's stuff you can do in practice.
Right, but he and Ayuk are very much on that similar page where he just understands the man's tendencies and what him running at top speed really feels like to throw to, because they worked out a lot in Los Angeles together in the offseason, and it's paid off. I mean, as little as we've heard about Deebo, Brandon Ayuk has been the belle of the ball of the entire training camp.
Well, I never pay attention to any of that because the belle of the ball today can be tomorrow's waived guy. And I'm not saying that Brandon Ayuk would be waived, but I still think that there's an enormous difference between working out in the summer and the stuff you've got to know when somebody is,
of course,
checking you at the line of scrimmage. I mean, it's
right.
The difference between football practice and football game, I think, is larger than any other sport.
Right, and off-season workouts where you're throwing against air, shouldn't even count.
Well, I guess that's what I'm saying, is that there are so many things that Trey Lance has to learn that can only be learned when the chips are in the felt. That, I think he'll get it with Samuel when he gets it with Samuel and not before.
The other news today is that the 49ers have waived running back Trey Sermon. The third-round pick never looked good in a single game, a single regular season or preseason carry, but you heard about how great he was in practice. Now you want to talk about belle of the ball? He was the belle of the ball of practice. I think John Lynch even said he was one of the team's MVPs of training camp. Well, all that did was get him waived today. We'll see whether or not he ends up back on the 49ers practice team, practice squad, when it's all said and done. Maybe somebody
It is hard
comes
to take John Lynch seriously when he does stuff like that, by the way.
It is. Speaking of running backs, Elijah Mitchell did return to practice. He missed the entire preseason with a hamstring injury. This is a guy who not only led the team in rushing a year ago, had one of the great rookie years, maybe the greatest rookie year any 49ers running back has ever had. I love Elijah Mitchell. I think he is a fantastic running back, and I really hope that he is able to hit the ground running to the point where we're not talking about a hamstring at any point in time this year. Like, if he gets hurt, he gets hurt. I hope it's not a lingering hamstring issue. This team goes through its running backs. We do know that. As we get closer and closer, now 11 days away from week 1 in Chicago, a lot of eyes are on Mike McGlinchey's knee. His knee pain has been keeping him out I believe he just saw a specialist again yesterday trying to deal with this, and Colton McKivitz is going to get your start in week 1 if he cannot go. Finally, Kyle Posey of Niners Nation reported, and I don't know if you saw this, this actually came out a day or two ago, but Charvarius Ward, he's back at practice now after being sidelined with a groin muscle, and he doesn't really want to be called Charvarius Ward. He prefers his nickname, which is Mooney. Comfortable with another man's nickname being Mooney?
He gets to decide.
Absolutely. So, apparently, Charvarius Ward and Tavarius Moore, Kyle Shanahan keeps on getting them confused in press conferences, or when somebody asks about Tavarius, he hears Charvarius, or the other way around at times. So I guess Kyle Shanahan would very much like to go with nicknames as well. So Mooney Ward. I'm ready. I kind of like it. I'm not going to lie. Mooney Ward going forward. His entire family, Ray. This is amazing. His entire family has some really, really unique names. I mean, Charvarius. Have you ever heard of a Charvarius before Charvarius Ward?
No.
I had not either. By the way, here is Charvarius Ward talking about his siblings.
I'm Charvarius. My name is Mooney, obviously. I got a brother named Charvon. His nickname is Nunk. I got a brother named Bruvarius. His nickname is Stank. A sister named Bruvandra. Her nickname is Muffin. And a sister named Cornetius, and her nickname is Tweety. And two of my younger brothers that she adopted, one of them named Gabriel Bullock, and his nickname is DJ. He don't have a D in his first name, but we just had to give him a nickname, something simple, so he gave him DJ. And the other one is Michael Sean Bullock, and his nickname is Brubber. We just call him Brubber, because he like the homie. He like everybody homie, so we call him Brubber.
Guys, these are incredible names. I feel like Burt Reynolds in Boogie Nights. These are incredible names. They really are. I love how his younger brother, Gabron, wanted a nickname, so they just gave him DJ. Doesn't fit, doesn't make any sense. There's no origin story other than, he wanted a nickname, so we just gave him an easy one. DJ it is. That's incredible. His sister's name, Bravunda. I've never met a woman named Bravunda. Have you?
No, but
it's just I love a good name. I don't even know if these are good names, but they're certainly unique. Charvarius, tell me all about them again, please, if you would.
I'm Charvarius. My name is Mooney, obviously. I got a brother named Charvon. His nickname is Nunk. I got a brother named Bruvarius. His nickname is Stank. A sister named Bruvandra. Her nickname is Muffin. And a sister named Cornetius, and her nickname is Tweety. And two of my younger brothers that she adopted, one of them named Gabriel Bullock, and his nickname is DJ. He don't have a D in his first name, but we just had to give him a nickname, something simple, so we gave him DJ. And the other one is Michael Sean Bullock, and his nickname is Brubber. We just call him Brubber, because he like the homie. He like everybody homie, so we call him Brubber.
Brubber. I'm not going to lie. I want the entire Ward family in studio. I want to talk to all of them. And if we can't get all the siblings, can we just get mom and dad, who have about a creative and mental Rolodex? Your daughter's names are Bravunda and Carnitrix. That's incredible. I could dedicate the rest of the show to just that. It's incredible. These are incredible names. Phyllis, these are great names.
Well, they are unique. Great is a different thing.
There is some debatability.
And I'm hardly in a position to be judging other people's names, but you will not. You'll be able to say that you know no other people with any of those names
ever. It's fantastic.
And the fact is, they have the fact that they've got nicknames that are nearly as unique suggests that nobody will ever confuse the Ward family for anybody else.
Mooney, Nook, Stank, Muffin, Tweety, DJ, and Brubra.
Stank that's the interesting one.
Stank's fantastic.
That something tragic happened very early on with that lad.
What'd you do, Bravarius? How did you earn your stank? Okay.
How did you earn your stank?
These are important questions. These are very important questions. We have more from Mooney Ward.
That's my name. It's been my name since I was like a kid. Childhood name. It's a nickname. Everybody in my family got nicknames. Where everybody where I'm from got a nickname. Like nobody get called by their government name where I'm from. It's just a Mississippi thing, I guess. I don't know. My mama gave all her kids like really difficult first names. So they gave like a simple nickname. So Mooney is way easier than Charvarius, you know what I mean? I want you to call me Mooney. That's what I like to be called. Like even in school, my teachers call me Mooney.
I mean, that's amazing. Our parents gave us such difficult names that even they insist on going with a unique nickname for everyone because these original names are nuts right from the get-go.
Well, but the nicknames are also shorter, which also saves time.
Which is, look, that's without a doubt the whole point of a nickname. Like one of the greatest jokes ever told is Stephen Wright. Remember Stephen Wright, the deadpan comedian?
Oh, yeah.
And it's just, why is abbreviated such a long word?
Excellent question.
Welcome, boys and girls, to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
I'm always the coldest.
It's still our favorite nickname, though. That's not a nickname. That's, if I can quote Mooney Ward, that's a government name. The coldest. It's fantastic. Hey, the Giants were thinking about maybe winning today.
It was a consideration.
And then they thought about it a little bit more.
It's worth consideration.
And they decided not to. There you go. We got ourselves a final 5-4. San Diego Padres have come into 24 Willie Mays Plaza and have officially swept the San Francisco Giants, who are now 10.5 games back, and are, until they play tonight anyways, behind the Diamondbacks.
Yes.
The Diamondbacks have pulled even, and for at least the next couple of hours are ahead of your San Francisco Giants.
And, never mind.
What?
They've still got a good 5.5 games between them and the Rockies. So they still have something to shoot for.
It could happen. I mean, the way that they're playing right now, you had Ian Snell throwing 6 shutout innings last night to beat Logan Webb, who was good over 5 2/3. Blake Snell, not Ian Snell. Thank you. Let's get our Snells correct.
Your Stanks too.
Yes, Jock Peterson, just a meaningless splash hit. What do you bet that Peterson from here on out goes on an absolute tear? And now that these games essentially mean nothing, he will put together a robust home run number the way that he was tracking to do so early on in the year when it didn't feel like the games mattered. As soon as it felt like games started mattering, Jock Peterson couldn't hit a ball out of the infield. Well, I don't know why, Ray. I just don't like him. I don't like anybody who gets slapped by a Cincinnati Red and just takes it.
Okay, how many players do you know in history who have been slapped by a Cincinnati Red?
Just the one. And I do believe there was a Cardinal catcher who got one too, but that turned into a good old-fashioned brouhaha.
That was a 3-day story.
Yes, it was. That was a good fight. That was that was maybe the best last great Major League Baseball fight, when you had guys getting cleated up against the net behind home plate.
Yeah, that was they were playing the Pirates, as I recall, and the Pirates were wearing their all gold throwbacks. The Reds were wearing their all reds. It literally looked like a condiment table having a brawl.
See, I think we're thinking of two different fights, because mine definitely was between the Reds and the Cardinals.
Okay, maybe.
And like Yadier Molina, had a spike, he had somebody's cleat sticking out of his neck after that thing. It was ugly.
Well, that might have been one of his own. You can never tell. But
anyway, Jock Peterson goes deep, a meaningless splash hit. San Francisco is now, thanks to today's loss, dropped 7 in a row. They are 2-11 now in their last 13 games. They are 13-25 since the All-Star break. And there you go. The worst records in baseball through June 19th, since June 19th, are the Nationals, the Pirates, and the Giants.
The Jock Peterson homer was last night.
I know.
I thought you were talking about today's game.
Oh, I'm talking about both. They lost both games. It's all they do is lose baseball games at home now.
They're good at it.
Yeah, it's the one thing that they got down, no doubt about it. 888-957-9570. We've almost gone an hour. without it being a Jimmy Garoppolo, Trey Lance fest. But I do need to tell you that today Phil Simms stopped on by the Morning Roast to talk about how, if there is a little bit of a struggle with Trey Lance, Phil Simms understands how locker rooms do work, and he is just warning everyone that there would be a grumble through a locker room if the guy who they had started out with can't get it done, and you have a confidence in the backup in getting it done. And here's Phil Simms today on the Morning Roast.
Anytime there's any question about your quarterback, players are going to talk about it, and they're going to have opinions, and they're going to have, he's my favorite, I want this one, things like that. That talk will be in the locker room. You can't avoid it. For Trey Lance, it's not the greatest scenario going into this season for him. Of course it's not. But if he's tough, which he is, and you got to be mentally really tough and just go and don't worry about it.
And that's where I totally agree. Like, there's no amount of Trey Lance playing poorly that wouldn't have created the grumble anyway. So the fact that Jimmy Garoppolo represents some boogeyman, I just think is being a little bit overly dramatic, using a lot of old drama principles, if you will, about how NFL teams work and quarterback rooms work and all of this stuff. I could see where all of this anxiety is coming from. But I also think that the minute Trey Lance has some doubts, like, what is scored for you or against you, the things that are scored for Trey Lance so point to him being the starter and the guy that this coaching staff prefers, that I really don't think that there's that much of looking over the shoulder to worry about. The amount of merits that this team has put into their Trey Lance evaluation would far outweigh the demerit of, well, Jimmy's done this job before and he could come and do it again. Like, they've invested so much, the picks, the time, the transition, the year where we were told there's going to be a Trey Lance package, and then it turns out there wasn't because they just wanted him to look and learn and not expose himself to some injuries. I don't think that it's going to be this big pie fight of player drama that some are making it out to be.
No, it's not. Trey Lance's future is up to Trey Lance. Pure and simple. If he doesn't play well, it won't be because Jimmy Garoppolo is looking over his shoulder, unless he wants it to be. And I mean, without knowing what his makeup is, that should not be a consideration. What should be a consideration, what should be, the thing that he should be most concerned with is how well he grasps Kyle Shanahan's offense. And because that's the one thing that is a wild card here. If he doesn't play well, that's when he loses the job. It won't be because Jimmy Garoppolo suddenly is new and improved. Just because he's the backup quarterback and is maybe now beloved by more people than he was when he was the starter doesn't mean anything other than, good, you have something to grouse about in the tavern. But Trey Lance will either win or lose this job on his own.
Yeah, it's not going to be because objects in the rearview mirror are closer than they appear.
No. Every defensive player in the NFL that the 49ers will play has a better chance of taking Trey Lance out of his job than Garoppolo does.
I think that's very fair. This is Dave in Pleasanton. Dave, thanks for the call. You're on 95.7 The Game. Hello.
Hey, guys. I just wanted to talk on what you just mentioned and talk to the fans a little bit. I want to let them know that them chanting Jimmy because Trey Lance has a bad game isn't going to help anything. You're not going to convince Kyle to make the switch by chanting Jimmy. You're not going to do anything positive for Trey Lance. And I was watching an interview with Tyler Bray, who, if people don't know who he is, backed up Alex Smith when Patrick Mahomes came into the system. And then he also played on our team for a couple of weeks when Jimmy and Trey last season were in the quarterback room together. Their dynamic is fine, according to him. And he said the only way Trey is going to get better is taking snaps in-game, because he has to call the wordy play, read the defense, line up the line, make sure the receivers and the running back are on point. He needs to do that to get better. So the more you guys want to complain about we're seeing all these ups and downs from Trey. There's nothing positive that's coming out of that, especially in the situation that we have. I'm glad Jimmy's back to help Trey. I'm glad he's there if Trey gets nicked up for a couple of games. And there should be no other thought to it. That's all I got, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I thank you, Dave. I really think that if Trey Lance looks at this in the most level-headed way possible, it's just real simple. Who better than that guy to get this team through a rough patch should I go down? I mean, Trey Lance should look at this as a selfish signing because it's his team, it's his year. If both Jimmy and Trey are healthy day one of their first playoff game, Trey Lance is starting that game. So just reaching the playoffs by hook, by crook, by any way possible, no matter who is or is not available, that's what you got to do. That's what you got to do. I hate to be repeating myself, but when you talk about the same thing for 3, 4, 5 days, 5 months in a row, you tend to repeat yourself. The goal of training camp is to break it, 1, as healthy as possible, and 2, with the 53 best players that you got. They have done that. Mission accomplished. There is no doubt that Jimmy Garoppolo is better than Brock Purdy or Nate Sudfeld. And Purdy remains. So he still, can groom himself with Kyle Shanahan, watching the early parts of his career. He's in a great situation. I mean, find me a third quarterback. Find me a Mr. Irrelevant in an NFL draft who's in a better situation than Brock Purdy.
Yeah, fans want drama and they want conspiracies because they fall in love with the backup quarterback, whoever it is. I mean, how many more people have fallen in love with Jimmy Garoppolo since this happened? I'd say the number's probably the low thousands.
Well, he's never been more popular.
Yeah, I mean, that's my point. They want to know who the next guy is because the guy who's currently got the job bores the hell out of him.
Well, I also think that everyone looked at Jimmy and they thought, good quarterback. I just don't know if he should be our starting quarterback. There's no team, there's no fan base who could argue that guy's a backup quarterback isn't a hell of an asset. How you are framed goes a long way to how people look at the picture.
That said, this was never about anything other than this fan base, historically, is always dissatisfied with the thing they've got if the thing that's watching is even credible.
Sparkly.
I mean, there should have been nobody screaming for Steve Young, except there were thousands of people screaming for him. Going back to Brody and, Bobby Waters and Steve Spurrier and, the backup quarterback in this town has always been more popular than the starter. And it's a sign of brain damage, frankly. It's just, why would you think that? Because they haven't had enough experience with the McCowns of the world.
I'll tell you what it's a sign of. More calls and more Maximum Football around the corner. Damon and Ratto brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to ChiltonAutoBody.com, the Bay Area's leader in collision repair.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
Whether you're buying a new car or used one, it's a big investment, which is why you should choose Pennzoil Platinum. It helps extend the life of your engine and protect it up to 15 years or 500,000 miles, whichever comes first, guaranteed. That's because Pennzoil's base oil is made from natural gas and 99.5% free from engine clogging impurities. The proof is in the Pennzoil. Enrollment required. Keep your receipts. Other conditions apply. See Pennzoil.com/warranty for full details. Find it at Firestone Complete Auto Care.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, It really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Circle K Fuel Day.
What's Circle K Fuel Day?
A celebration. 40 cents off per gallon. Look for the Circle K on the fuel pumps. Circle K Fuel Day.
That's right. September 1st from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m., Circle K Fuel is dropping the price by 40 cents per gallon to celebrate the long weekend. We're even helping out on snacks with special deals on in-store items all month long. Up to 40 cents off per gallon in certain states in accordance with applicable law. 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. only. Price on pump reflects discounted price during that time.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Why choose proven quality sleep from Sleep Number? Because our Sleep Number 360 smart bed is really smart. It senses your movement and automatically adjusts to help keep you both comfortable. Plus, it's temperature balancing so you stay cool. It's even smart enough to know exactly how long, how well, and when you slept. Our smart sleepers get 28 minutes more restful sleep per night. Sleep Number takes care of the science. All you have to do is sleep. Don't miss our Labor Day weekend special where all smart beds are on sale. Save 50% on the Sleep Number 360 limited edition smart bed plus free delivery when you add a base. Ends Labor Day. To learn more, go to sleepnumber.com.
Heard my little sis is buying a car. You'll need my secret guide.
Gross, no way. I already used Capital One Auto Navigator.
I bet your credit score
Wasn't impacted at all, so I got my real rate and monthly payment, had an amazing test drive at the dealership, and made the purchase.
Taking the easy way out. That's so you.
Still not getting it. That's so you. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms and conditions apply. Find out more at CapitalOne.com/autonavigator.
Straight Talk Wireless knows there are plenty of reasons you might need a new phone. But switching to a better wireless provider doesn't have to be one of them. Keep your own phone and save when you switch to any Straight Talk Wireless plan, like our $45 Silver Unlimited plan with unlimited high-speed data and 5 gigs of hotspot, plus nationwide 5G on America's best networks. Keep your own phone. Switch to a better wireless plan. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise. Requires a compatible unlocked phone and KYOP kit. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. See latest terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
San Francisco weather tonight, partly cloudy and a low of 55 degrees.
Weather brought to you by the Odyssey app.
Get your favorites on the free Odyssey app. Listen to local and national news stations, plus your music, sports, and podcasts for free wherever you are on the Odyssey app.
The Stadium Tour is rocking the Bay Area September 7th at Oracle Park, featuring Def Leppard, Motley Crue, Poison, and Joan Jett and the Blackhearts. For more info and tickets, visit livenation.com.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
It's fantastic having you here, Damon and Ratto, this afternoon. We got your best 49ers coverage going up to week 1. You can find it all on the free Odyssey app. Download it today. We want everyone listening to the station, to feel good about the station, no hard feelings. And Ray, we generated some hard feelings with a listener who does not understand where this show is coming from.
San Francisco.
Says, you too, Bruce and Ratto. Do you know right now how you sound to black folks, which I am, like you're making fun of black culture, at least patronizing? Nothing like two white guys joking and laughing about black names. Way to go. Stop it. You can't go playing that race card against this show like you're running around like a soccer official handing out red cards or yellow cards. Stop it. This show has a long track record celebrating unique and awesome names in sports. We had a name game on this sport on this show, for goodness sakes. Since when I was in high school, two of my friends were Super Sada Madho and Anima Shauna Salahuddin. Since those moments, I have been fascinated with names that are unique and interesting. I always took great pride in the fact that my name was like an exclusively black name, and kind of still is. You're not going to meet a lot of white Damons out there. So don't give me any crap about disrespecting black culture, black anything. We weren't talking about anything other than the Ward's family choices. They are extraordinary. So please, stop. Stop it. Don't try to play that card with me. Do not. I won't have it, Ray. I won't have any false accusations of cultural insensitivities, because you need to know something right now. This show isn't sensitive to anything. This show has no sensitivities. We will laugh at, laugh with, make fun of, prop up, slander anything that we see fit. That is we are so not biased, anyone could fall into our crosshairs. So stop it. Stop it. Anything to contribute?
I think you summed it up.
Thank you very much. So, we wanted to keep on the Trey Lance, Jimmy Garoppolo conversation. Again, Phil Simms today was talking about how there could be a ripple through that locker room. He was on the morning roast.
That talk, of course, is going to be there. There's nothing you can do about it, really. This is, as you say, shatters his confidence. It does whatever you want to talk. Oh, it's really going to... Then he's not the man. Almost every quarterback is going to go through some unbelievably tough times. I mean, everybody's not going to live the charmed life of Patrick Mahomes with great talent, great coaching, players around him and all that. So there's always going to be tension, conflict, whatever. And you got to handle that. And is it easy? No.
You know, Ray, the way that I was thinking about this is that Jimmy Garoppolo's presence and Kyle Shanahan knowing that any struggles out of Trey Lance going to Jimmy would then be seen as a nuclear option. I mean, you're going right to DEFCON 1 in terms of ginning up all kinds of emotions. In a weird way, tell me if you think I'm right or wrong about this, Jimmy's presence might actually give Trey Lance a longer leash through his growing pains.
I don't know how to characterize this one way or another, to be honest with you. It depends on how Lance performs more than it does anything else. And if his struggles are so profound that the offense can't function, Garoppolo coming in is only going to be a statement that we still trust him with the offense more than we trust the other guy. If he just has like a bad game and gets pulled in the middle of the game because Shanahan wants a different look for a while, then that's a different thing. It's all based on what the individual circumstance is. If Lance is poor for a series of weeks, then yeah, it's a statement that they're dissatisfied. But if it's an in-game change and they're going back to him the next week, then it's probably not much at all. But, you know, again, all of that is up to Lance. And not only is it up to Lance, it has nothing to do with whatever drama the outside world can gin up. You can talk about it all you want. It makes no difference. Lance is going to win or lose the job on his own.
So Phil Simms finally on the morning roast today was, he pivoted to what Lance just needs to do to make sure that it's his job. The answer is kind of obvious.
Is he a naturally gifted passer of the football? No, he is not. But I've always said this and believe it. And Jalen Hurts, you name guys, when you stay in the NFL, every year you got to be a better passer of the football. Now, Trey Lance can throw. We know that. He's got a strong arm and all that. But he's got to control it more. And in the NFL, for quarterbacks, you got to be dead-eye accurate on all those short throws to make easy catches so they can get extra yards and things like that. And his throwing was, I would say, not, if I'm just going to judge, I'm being fair, I'm being honest, it was not good during the preseason. It just wasn't good enough. Too many balls that got away from him a little bit, off target, not perfect spirals, things like that. And the only thing that's going to correct that is practice and time on the field to get him more comfortable in an offense that's going to be more relying on the pass than he had at North Dakota State.
Look, it's not even practice time and on the field. It is game time. I mean, the amount of practices that Trey Lance has been through to this point so dwarfs the amount of games that he's been in to this point that there's nothing left to do other than play him. It's kind of like James Wiseman. Is he healthy? If the answer is yes, play him. Play him until he falls over. You have to play him. It's time. It is you-know-what or get-off-the-pot time for him. And we're not there with Lance, but it's on the way. It is on the way.
I mean, again, I'm just going to go back to this. Trey Lance will earn the playing time he gets. And if he doesn't earn it, you know, the whole argument about play him, at some point you have to make a judgment about whether it's worth playing him or not. That's why I say all the time, they have to earn their minutes. They have to earn their plays. And again, it's entirely up to him. You know, I mean, the 49ers have no vested interest in having him fail. But if he fails on his own or gets hurt, then they have a backup. It's all that happened here. There's no indication that they don't believe in Lance. They might believe in him a little less now than they did because he wasn't good in the preseason, but I think people expected that.
By the way,
guy with that little...
I'm not buying that he wasn't good in the preseason. He was very good in the preseason. We just didn't see much of him, and he was running for his life. He was good.
But I'm gonna listen to Phil Simms, who was looking at the way he was throwing the ball. I mean, that's not the precision that Kyle Shanahan insists from his offense. That said, he's already pot committed to Lance to the extent that, okay, we're going to give you the keys to the car now. Don't put this in the lagoon. That's it. Those are the marching orders. And like I said, it's entirely Lance's gig to win or lose. It's not his forever, and it's not his unconditionally. But, you know, Kyle Shanahan has to figure out how much growing pains is growing pains and how much is he doesn't get it yet. And Kyle Shanahan's the only one who can answer that.
I mean, if we're still stuck on he doesn't get it yet, he's not QB1.
I mean, I really know that when he stops being QB1. That's the point. There's no drama here. It's a simple matter of you got the job, can you hold the job?
Rob is in Pinole. Rob, thanks for the call. You're on 95.7 The Game. What do you got?
Good on, fellas. Well, yeah, you know, I hear what you guys are saying. You know, I honestly, I think it's a win-win. You know, I mean, no one wants to be, you know, on a Raider, you know, going into the playoffs. Next thing you know, the quarterback goes down and you got nobody to back you up, and now next thing you know, you're out. You know, and so I think it's a luxury that we have, and we should definitely embrace it. You know, everyone should stop hating on the fact that we got a competent backup. You know, I did want to say is, and I'm not here to tell you how to do your job, but it would be kind of cool to hear like someone like Ryan Fitzpatrick. You know, he's pretty much done this. He has very much the same demeanor as Jimmy Garoppolo. You know, and he's gone to the Dolphins knowing he's not going to be the guy for long. You know, same thing with the Washington, same thing with the Bucks. So he's been there. And knowing he's not going to be the guy, I'd like to hear his thoughts on you know, just that mentality of just being there with that notion it'll be quite interesting. For sure.
Well, I Rob, I thought that you were maybe calling to make a comparison between Jimmy Garoppolo and Ryan Fitzpatrick, and it's pretty good. I mean, it really is. Ryan Fitzpatrick maybe never had the successful team around him, but they are similar type of quarterbacks, where the Ryan Fitzpatrick life cycle and the Jimmy Garoppolo life cycle did look the same, where he plays well enough to where you really start believing in him. Then you put so much belief in him, you name him your starter. You almost then realize that, well, he might not be good enough to really be an everyday starter. Then he plays poorly again, and then all of a sudden you have lost your faith in him, and the minute that you lose your faith in him, he goes out and he has like a 350-yard day with 4 touchdowns, like Jimmy Garoppolo did that one day in New Orleans, and you're like, I'm back on the train. And that's the cycle of the Ryan Fitzpatrick. You ever see that diagram of the Ryan Fitzpatrick life cycle of doubt? It's like Jimmy and him kind of got caught up in that same life cycle.
Well, and the other thing about Garoppolo that people never got and don't get to this day is that he's not a fantasy league quarterback. He doesn't put up big numbers. He's not in an offense that A, requires it, or B, for the most part, is capable of it. If you want a fantasy player from the 49ers, take Deebo Samuel or take Elijah Mitchell, because they're going to handle the ball almost as much as the quarterback will. They're the ones who will make the plays. The quarterback's not going to make you rich. And as long as Kyle Shanahan's been here, that's been true.
But he's looking to change that.
He would like to, but that's going to take more than just changing the quarterback. He's going to have to change the offensive line into one that's more adept at pass blocking and holding a block longer than they've ever been asked to before. And it's probably going to take at least one more dynamic wide receiver, because the teams that throw a lot and throw well have 3 wide receivers and a tight end. 49ers do not have that yet.
By the way, speaking of offensive line play, did you see who former Raider first-round draft pick Alex Leatherwood signed on with today?
You're going to hit the button, aren't you?
The Bears still suck. The Bears still suck. The Bears still suck. The Bears still suck. They really, 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 really suck. Yes, the Bears still suck.
888-957-9570. AJ in Fremont. What's going on, AJ?
Well, good evening, guys, and thank you for putting up a great show all the time. And, I listen to you guys more than I listen to anybody.
Thank you.
And I believe in what you say. I believe that there's a very fine line between when you think that somebody's good or you believe somebody's good and you are confident in somebody's really good. So I believe that Kyle Shanahan believes and the team believes that Trey Lance is the guy to go. But are they confident about Trey Lance? The answer is no. And when they look around, is Brock Purdy the guy who would be a solution to a problem if it would have been a situation where we had only Trey Lance and Purdy as a backup quarterback? The answer is a full-fledged failure, for the season. I think Jimmy G is a great quarterback. I mean, we have liked Jimmy G and disliked Jimmy G based on the game basis. And if we look into his overall, situation and what the numbers hit, it's 33-14. He's a great quarterback.
Well, here's the thing, though, AJ. You said that Jimmy's a great quarterback. He's not. The teams that he has been on when he's been healthy with the Niners have had a degree of success. You could say one got as close to great as humanly possible by losing the Super Bowl. I think anyone makes it to a conference championship game, you've by definition had a good year. But Jimmy Garoppolo was never a great quarterback. He was good. And when all you have is good, you don't stop looking for greatness, and that's what brought them to Trey Lance. And the reason why Trey Lance, AJ, and thank you for the call, thank you for the listening, and thank you for the compliments. The reason that the 49ers got to Trey Lance instead of Mac Jones, even though to me Mac Jones totally fit what Kyle Shanahan is looking for. Accurate, classic pocket passer. The reason why he took Trey Lance is because even though Lance's floor had yet to start where Mac Jones's floor started, he thinks his ceiling is so much higher than Mac Jones that he's looking for greatness. And he's willing to go through a couple of years of good, or even maybe a year or two of less than good, if it's the journey to greatness. There's at no point where Jimmy Garoppolo is going to represent greatness at the quarterback position. He's a middle-of-the-pack quarterback, which, by the way, isn't a bad thing to be either. Because, you know, if you took this entire league and you split it into thirds, 1/3 of them has a really good quarterback. The other third are happy with who they got, but are kind of looking for someone better. And then the bottom third have an almost non-functional professional quarterback. That's the league. And we got quarterbacking talent that is better than ever. We have more guys coming out of college ready to throw NFL passes than ever before. You still can't find 12 great quarterbacks on the planet at any one given time. You can't.
No, and I'm not even sure that 12's the right number. That said, you create the offense you create based on your choice, not just at quarterback, but across the board. Kyle Shanahan did not devise this offense just because, well, I got Jimmy Garoppolo, so I can only do this. There are tweaks he can throw into the playbook once Trey Lance is fully formed. But for the most part, what you've seen is what you're going to keep seeing, because Kyle Shanahan is most comfortable with an offense that maintains the ball for 35 minutes so that his usually exemplary defense doesn't get too tired chasing around wide receivers because they're on the field for 36 minutes a game. This is who Kyle Shanahan is, because this is what Kyle Shanahan has been throughout. The only time he's ever thrown the ball with abandon was when he had poor teams, and that was the first 2 years.
Right, when there was just no way to move the ball.
Yeah, so it just said, go ahead and throw it up. What difference does it make? And we saw what difference it made. Not much.
Our lines are exploding, Raymond.
Oh, that can't be healthy.
Let's try to get through them as quickly as possible. We had Randy Cross ready to go at 4:45. I just asked Sterling if Randy could maybe join us closer to 5 o'clock so we can get to all these calls. This is Dave in Hercules. Hello, Dave. You're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. I'm looking at it from a different perspective. I think that the relationship that Jimmy G and Trey Lance have built together, we have a big ego or animosity towards each other for fighting over the position. I think that they're both really going to make the situation work out, and I'm looking forward to Trey Lance developing game by game. But I think Shanahan is really going to open up the playbook. We were 3 points away last year against the Rams, a team that we beat every game, and for some reason, with Jimmy G, we just couldn't get over that small hurdle, man. And I think that Trey Lance, our offense is going to open up a lot more, and we're going to be back in the postseason and possibly an NFC title game.
I mean, I hope you're right, Dave. I'll just be Mr. Realistic, and asking a first-year starter to get you to the NFC title game is a big ask. If the team around him is good enough to do that, then it's a whole football team pulling on the rope in the same direction. I don't think any one guy, but for a handful of quarterbacks in this league you could put me in any locker room, and that locker room is in the title game. Maybe Patrick Mahomes, maybe Aaron Rodgers, maybe Tom Brady. I mean, here's the thing. Tom actually proved it, kind of, didn't he? He really did.
Yeah.
But it's going to be so much more than just one guy getting this team anywhere. Well, I actually was talking about this today with people who work here, and I'm just like, look, I don't know if I can do another 3 hours on just Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo. I know that people love it and they're eating it up like soup, but there is so much more that's going to go into this team's success or failure, starting with the three guys who play closest to whoever the quarterback is: guard, center, guard. Like, it might not even matter who the quarterback is if they don't get guard, center, guard playing well or right this year.
No, that's exactly right. The offensive line is the most important component this year, followed by the secondary, which weirdly enough is what it was last year too.
Followed by that defensive front that, again, was good enough last year. Here's the thing. That defensive front last year was good enough to make a patchwork secondary functional. If you have a good secondary, that defensive front turns that secondary into ball hawks. Now all of a sudden you're creating the turnovers, and that was the best part of this entire team's preseason. The amount of turnovers that secondary, that defense created. And that, by the way, is how you steal a possession or two in a game where you got a young quarterback who might give away a possession or two. Yeah, see how it's all connected?
Yeah, but it's always connected. That's the thing, is the focus on the quarterback is an amusement. It is not an accurate portrayal of whether this team is going to do whatever it does. It's going to do what it does depending on how well it can block, how well it can defend against the pass, because most of their schedule is against teams who like to throw. And that's the dynamic here. Quarterback is about 4th or 5th on the list. You know, and that may sound like heresy, but that's how Kyle Shanahan has built this. They got to the Super Bowl because their defense was exemplary. They got to the conference final last year because their defense was exemplary. It has to be exemplary again. Offensively, the offensive line has to be better than it was. Or they have to be incredibly good at run blocking, because Kyle Shanahan is going to do the thing that works the best. And if it means Trey Lance can only throw, quick short passes and hand the ball off to Elijah Mitchell and Deebo Samuel, then that's what'll be done. You could theorize anything you want about football, but the football you get is the football you get. It's that simple.
Speaking of run blocking, the news today, no 49er offensive lineman is going to be run blocking for Trey Sermon. He got waived by the 49ers after yet another hard to find anything positive in a preseason game. John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan kept on singing his praises based on what he did in practice, but that still wasn't enough to save him today. The 49ers did claim former Browns guard Blake Hentz off of waivers. He started 8 games last season, so there is no doubt that they are concerned about this offensive line. They made a move today to address it. When we come on back, we're going to continue to address this packed bank of phone calls that we got right now. Every single line except one is available. Every single line except one is taken. You want to hop on that one? 888-957-9570. Your calls, Randy Cross. It is our longest commercial-free segment of the entire afternoon. It's around the corner here on 95.7 The Game. Damon and Ratto, we are brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by Bet River Sportsbook, your hometown sportsbook. Pro Football Week 1, Cincinnati, a 6.5-point home favorite against Pittsburgh. Waiting to see who a Pittsburgh starting quarterback is going to be. What I want is for Pittsburgh to start its rookie first-round quarterback. The number is going to climb to 7 or 7.5 if that happens, and if it does, I want to bet Pittsburgh in Week 1 in Cincy. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by Bet River Sportsbook, your hometown sportsbook. Check out the latest lines at betrivers.com. I'm Nick Costos. Keep it locked here for more throughout the day.
Is online casino and sports betting not yet legal in your state? BetRivers.net offers all of your favorite casino games and sportsbook free. Visit BetRivers.net and create your account today. It's 100% free to sign up and play. BetRivers.net offers a variety of games like slots, table games with live dealers, and so much more. You can share the excitement with other players online anywhere, anytime from your desktop or mobile device. Don't miss out on the fun. Create your free account at BetRivers.net today. BetRivers.net is a play-for-fun site for entertainment only. Must be 21 or older.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Breathe new life into life at home with IKEA Festival. 10 topics, one purpose. To get more out of the homes we love. What are you passionate about? Art, dance, music, food, fur babies. Get inspired, create, and share with us. With celebrations, giveaways, IKEA family offers, and live streams with expert advice. It's all happening at IKEA Festival. Join us from August 26th through September 10th online or at your local IKEA store. Learn more at IKEA-USA.com.
Circle K Fuel Day.
What's Circle K Fuel Day?
A celebration. 40 cents off per gallon. Look for the Circle K on the fuel pumps. Circle K Fuel Day.
That's right. September 1st from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m., Circle K Fuel is dropping the price by 40 cents per gallon to celebrate the long weekend. We're even helping out on snacks with special deals on in-store items all month long. Up to 40 cents off per gallon in certain states in accordance with applicable law. 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. only. Price on pump reflects discounted price during that time.
Are you ready for your palm reading, my dear?
Yeah, let's do this.
I sense that you crave something.
More reliable.
Right. You know you deserve better and want out of a relationship.
Yes, with my big name wireless carrier.
You're who now?
My big name wireless carrier. That's why I switched to Xfinity Mobile. Now I get unlimited with 5G for $30 per month on the most reliable 5G network.
Let's talk about your aura. It's so...
And get this. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, that's actually really impressive.
Yep, but you already knew that, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I definitely saw this coming.
Start seeing savings today. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line per month. Switch today. Xfinity Internet required. Price comparison for 2 unlimited lines under available 5G pricing plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds up to 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Most reliable based on root metrics. US report. Comcast analysis of mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data from Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q2 2022.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
The Who hits back. We don't get fooled again. San Jose, it's your turn. Pete Townsend, Roger Daltrey, The Who with an orchestra. SAP Center in San Jose, October 24th. With special guests Mike Campbell and the Dirty Knobs. Get tickets this Thursday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. The Who, live in concert. There's more at thewho.com.
I went to a rehab. I was there from December 18th until February 20th. I was there January 6th during the insurrection. Wouldn't have happened on my watch. Has there been one since I got out? Absolutely not. They wouldn't dare. They know Baby J is back on the streets.
From Saturday Night Live and his multiple Netflix specials, Emmy award-winning comedian John Mulaney brings his highly anticipated tour From Scratch to Concord Pavilion Saturday, September 17th. Buy tickets now at livenation.com.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had 2 challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to kansascitysteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Well, welcome to you here. We're getting into our 5 o'clock hour soon enough. If you are on hold, just stay right there. We're going to get to you in a moment, but Randy Cross is nice enough to join us here and now on 95.7 The Game, a 3-time Super Bowl champion with the San Francisco 49ers, the only professional uniform he ever knew, one of the truly great San Francisco 49ers of all time. Randy Cross on with Damon and Ratto. Thank you, Randy. How are you, man?
It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. Thank you. Thank you for the kind introduction.
We have been talking about how, even though we're all so focused on Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo remaining in the room, really the story of this season begins in front of whoever the quarterback might be, either QB1 or 2, because the biggest, most glaring weak spot on this team was center guard throughout the preseason. They have been telling us, even with a roster move today, they claimed a former Browns guard off of waivers, that they are still looking to improve that group up front as one of the great guards and centers that has ever played for the 49ers. Can you tell us about how crucial those positions are to lock down the right way?
Well, they are with a adequate to good offensive line, they're a Super Bowl team and maybe a Super Bowl champion. But if they're less than that, they're a playoff team. But that's what would hold them back. That's what would stunt the growth of Trey. That's what would stunt the growth of that offense and development of that offense. Which is kind of sad because you've got one of the best to ever do it at left tackle. You got a left side that I think is pretty doggone good. And yeah, there's nothing that's going to be able to do it. They've got to, and it doesn't matter who you put in there. They've just got to play with each other. And it's going to be, unfortunately, the first live bullets or whoever's going to be in there on a full basis is going to be against Chicago. We've got a pretty good front, by the way. So you're going to find out really, really fast, about how good they can be. But I tell you, that coordination and that communication, the paychecks and the all whatever teams are one thing, but it's that ability to communicate and function as one. The analogy is always the hand. It hurts like heck to get punched with a fist, but if you get poked with a finger, it's annoying. Well, if they can get 5 guys working as one, that's punching you with a fist.
Randy, we were talking about this earlier, that the biggest missing ingredient, maybe in all of sports these days, but specifically in football, is continuity. And, you played probably with the same 4 other guys for at least a year or two when you were playing. It just feels like there's so much movement now that the sophisticated coordination, especially of offensive line play, is hard to get down unless you got a lot of time worked together, because you do have to feel the other man's tendencies and instincts and, be able to count the same Mississippi in his mind, how long he can hold his block before you might have to start looking for a little help somewhere. I mean, it just feels like so many moving pieces up front in a group that there are questions about to begin with. And we're not trying to go sky is falling radio here, but that's going to be hard to overcome.
Yeah, I mean, we had 4 of the same 5 guys together for 7 years. And we changed left tackles. But that is so important. You're all over it. It's something that you just don't see that continuity. And I'm not really fully convinced that the value in all organizations is adequately high enough. I think that the best example of having an offensive line and having a Super Bowl team, hell, having a Super Bowl champion, and deciding to spend your money somewhere besides your offensive line is Seattle. Ask Russell Wilson how good his line was, and ask Russell Wilson how bad they got in front of him and how much he ran for his life. And that continuity went completely out of the window. I don't think it's impossible, but boy, it puts such a huge premium on your offensive line coach and your scouting and everybody else working hand in hand and being just incredible teachers, because you've got to sort of develop as you go, even more so. It used to be like that very much, but you've got to really be able to do that right now.
One of the other sort of wild cards in this offensive line is their ability to go from being a predominantly excellent run blocking team to a team that not only has to pass block a little better, but has to be a lot more mobile to help cover when Trey Lance breaks out of the pocket. How easy is that for a unit to do, and can it really be done effectively without changing personnel over the next 2 years or so?
Well, how mobile is mobile for a lineman? In today's game, I'm not sure if there's many linemen, period, that can go anywhere close to running with some of these guys at quarterback. It's one of the things, quarterbacks, in my opinion, Ray, they have to learn how to run the pass, not run to run. Because quarterbacks that run to run don't last. They get beat up, they get hurt. You got to learn how to run the pass. Your line's got to know that. So they've got to know, not only do you have to know where he's going to be, you're going to have to know where he should be once he starts moving and adjust back to him. But once he gets past the line of scrimmage, he's on his own. You'd love to get down there and help him block, but just the physics and speed of it tell you you're not going to be able to help too much. But I really think as your quarterback develops that ability to move and frustrate defenses with his feet and do that as he's getting ready to throw, I think that's when your quarterback's double dangerous.
Randy Cross here on 95.7 The Game, one of the all-time 49ers. How do you think this quarterback room plays out? It's a unique situation. I think the people declaring it, a failure on arrival are ridiculous, and I also think it might be a little ridiculous to assume, well, there's nothing there. Everyone's such a professional that it's going to be just fine. It's certainly unique.
It's very unique. And I think the reason it'll work is because of the two personalities mainly involved. I think Trey's going to be a pro about it. Trey's got the job. Jimmy G has already proved he can be a real pro about this. Garoppolo is the designated vulture. His job is to put on the Don Strock windbreaker on the sideline, have a little hat and the clipboard in his hand, and wait until something goes wrong. And sit there on the fence. And if something goes wrong, his job is to go in there and go. And his job isn't to take Trey Lance's job. His job is to come in and win. And as soon as Trey Lance is healthy, he understands he's going to be back in and playing. So, I think they're going to handle it, behind closed doors and in front of everybody else extremely well. I give both those guys a lot of credit for this. And I think the dynamics and the way that they've sort of couched it, I thought it was one of the smarter moves I've seen an NFL team make in a long time. Is swallow a little bit of whatever and say, look, this is going to make us a better team in case something happens. And, not everybody's willing to pay that. Not everybody, ask the Brown family in Cincinnati how much they want to pay for a backup.
You mentioned Don Strock, and I've been trying to find the closest historical parallel to this situation. Might that be it when he was with the Dolphins, or is there one that reminds you more of what the 49ers are doing here?
I'm not sure. I think it's fairly unique. It's I guess being the Niners, people want to say Young in Montana, but this situation isn't quite like that. No, I think it's very, very unique. If you looked at, I'll give you one that's kind of old school, Ray. Do you remember back when Pittsburgh first drafted Terry Bradshaw? Who was their quarterback? Won the Heisman Trophy.
Oh, I know. I see his face, and I can't think of his name.
Number 5, Terry Henry.
That's right, Notre Dame.
And and he was a guy that you knew could play. And let's be honest, a backup quarterback's job once you're a backup quarterback, your job is, if you can go in and your team can be 500 with you as a backup, you're doing a hell of a job as a backup. Because if you were a guy that was going to win every game, you wouldn't have lost the job to start with. So I think that's the benchmark. And $6.5 million these days in professional sports, that's a pretty cheap price to pay to know you got somebody that knows what it's like to play in a Super Bowl and NFC Championship game.
Randy Cross here on 95.7 The Game. Let's wrap up with where this conversation kind of began, where you were praising Trent Williams being one of the best linemen in all of football. What about him makes him that?
Well, God blessed him with all the tools you could possibly want, the size, the speed, and everything else. And, he has got that nasty to the way he plays you can't teach. It's also God-given. You have that or you don't have it. And I guess the kids love to call it the dog. He's got lots and lots and lots of the dog in him. He will knock you down and then knock you down again. And if you want to get up a third time, he'd be more than happy to plaster your butt one more time and put you in.
How do you feel about UCLA being in the Big Ten? Be honest.
The UCLA being the Big Ten? Hey, if you were an athletic department and had that much debt, you'd go there too for the paycheck. They're cashing the check, and it's going to be tough for them because we talked a lot about offensive lines and line of scrimmage. That's where they've been deficient the last handful of years, and that's where they're going to struggle in the Big Ten.
Well, I'll tell you what, Randy, it was nice catching up with you today. Thank you very much. I don't know what's for dinner in Georgia tonight, but go get it. We appreciate your time.
Salmon, actually. Salmon.
There you go. Salmon. Eating well. That's why he's just
heart healthy.
So freaking handsome after all these years. Randy Cross here on 95.7 The Game. Great to catch up with him. One of the all-time Niner greats. And, oh, by the way, welcome to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Now, here's how callers work when they know that they got behind an interview. A lot of people hang up. We still have William in Sacramento, but if you were waiting to talk to us, decided didn't have the time to hang out on hold, get back to us. We are talking 49ers, not just the quarterback room, but how this team is going to function and how Debo is going to look in week one and the lack of chemistry that you heard about. Will that translate week one, or will we not even be talking about it after week one with what he's got with Trey Lance? Trey Sermon was let go today by the San Francisco 49ers. He was waived. So all that you heard about how great he was in practice but still didn't see it in a game, well, that mattered. He must have been the 53rd man on the roster because he was the first asked to leave today. So the team could sign Browns guard Blake Hentz, who started 8 games last year. The Niners also signed linebacker Blake Lynch, who spent a couple of years with the Minnesota Vikings. 888-957-9570. William, Sacramento. The roster's churn. William, what do you got?
Hey, guys. Long time, first time.
Thank you.
Why is nobody talking about the elephant in the room? The only reason Jimmy G is still with the Niners is because nobody wanted him. Why are they trying to whitewash history and trying to tell everybody this is part of their master plan?
No. First of all, no one said that this was the master plan. This became the plan once it was apparent that no one was coming for Jimmy Garoppolo as is. So this is something that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch admitted to in their press conference yesterday. This wasn't the plan. We didn't think that this was going to be a possibility until it appeared to be a possibility, in which case Jimmy Garoppolo, as a starting quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers, held no appeal for anyone involved. But as a backup quarterback, now that created a sense of appeal in putting the band back together. So they did.
Yeah, this was just improvisation. That's all it was. This wasn't a blueprint. Maybe they thought about it as a fallback position, but it's not the preferred one. Or at least it wasn't the preferred one until it became the preferred one. And part of that was due to the fact that the other two backups they weren't in love with. And the other thing was that they still have some material doubts about Trey Lance, at least in the short term.
Well, I mean, I don't even know if they got material doubts. You just always want to have on your roster the best backup quarterback available. And that right there sounds like, a paradox. Like there's no such thing as a good backup quarterback, or else he wouldn't be a backup quarterback. Jimmy, I think, just represents to them an idea that they didn't even think that they would be able to tug the string on. And Kyle Shanahan said that yesterday.
Competition always pushes people. I don't think Trey needs much pushing. So it's like, this wasn't anything like, hey, our team has to get this, or we have to do this for Trey. This was, oh my God, Jimmy Garoppolo is available as a backup quarterback for us. And that makes sense for him and it makes sense for us. What else is there to think about? So I don't really put it into any other situation except as we never believed this ever possibly could have happened, because there aren't 32 starting quarterbacks in this league. And we believe we have 2 of them now. And that's really rare to have them in this situation. And that's why we didn't have him in meetings. That's why we didn't put him out to practice, because we, nor Jimmy, or really probably anyone else in the league, believed that was how the outcome was going to be, but it ended up being that way. And we feel fortunate that it did.
It's all business as usual until something becomes unusual. And this became unusual enough for them to circle back around to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's, did they think he was going to be there? No, of course not. But like I said, they improvised. And whether this improvisation works or not, we'll find out over 17 Sundays. But it was the best available option given the circumstances at the time that the roster had to be reconfigured. No more complicated than that.
Larry in San Francisco. You're on 95.7 The Game. Larry, what do you got?
Hey, I just got a few things. First of all, Trey Lance didn't come from Alabama. He came from North Dakota State, man. The kid is not 100% ready to play football. I mean, of course, the only way he's going to get ready is by playing. But anybody who thinks that Jimmy G is pushing Trey like into a depression or something, and you guys are tripping. This kid has faced adversity his whole life as a football player. There's a reason why Alabama didn't want him. There's a reason why LSU didn't want him. So this competition with Jimmy G, I mean, this backup quarterback with Jimmy G, it's not bugging him one way or the other. I think everybody likes Jimmy, and that's just the way it is.
Well, and look, I don't think you can hold a guy's starting point against him. I mean, there are a lot of really talented guys who slip through the recruiting process and end up at small schools and end up having very long and robust NFL careers. I was reading today a story about how Aaron Donald was born to be one of the great defensive tackles of all time. He was not a highly regarded recruit, and he ends up at Pitt. It's not exactly a school known for developing defensive tackles, but he ends up at Pitt, and what do you know? Now he's going to go directly to the Hall of Fame when his career is over. He's one of the greatest shop wreckers I've ever seen wreck shop. So, saying that this guy came from this school, that school, small school, he wasn't regarded as anything that's just a part of the process of football being an inexact science.
Ben Roethlisberger did not go to a big school.
Miami of Ohio.
Brett Favre did not go to a big school.
Jerry Rice.
Yeah, I mean, it's not about where you came from. But I think the question about Trey Lance is not where he came from. It's how long he's been doing it. Because he didn't play very much at North Dakota State. And he hasn't played almost at all here. That's the question. It's not, it's nothing. I mean, we're overthinking this in every way we possibly can.
Here's all you need to know. There's no one who had as much, hey, that guy can play pedigree coming out of a major college than Trey Sermon at Ohio State. Today he was waived by the Niners.
Yeah, but it's how much has he been doing this? And the answer is a year and change. Very few quarterbacks are great out of the chute. They need more than a year and change somewhere. And most of them need more than a year and change in the big leagues. So, that you're going to get people who want this all to mean something today. And none of it means anything except that circumstances changed and they got a backup. That's all they got. It's all that happened. Everything else is your little mind playing conjecture mania.
Right. Doing shadow puppets on the wall. What does this look like? What does this look like? Just relax. Just relax.
They're the same people who look at all the exhibition games and say, aha, this proves something, when almost none of it proves anything. Calm down. Have a drink.
An experienced, veteran backup quarterback who knows not only the playbook, but the players and the coaching staff and the league implicitly. Sounds like a great deal to me. Hardly a thing to have that much anxiety over.
But there you go, pretending that all is well when people secretly know that there's something afoot.
Well, and look, Peter King, he understands how football works more than anybody. And he is, saber-rattling that this, oh man, the doubts must be creeping in.
If you were to say to me what concerns you most about this, and I don't care how nice and genial and welcoming and, hey, this is going to be great that Trey Lance is saying or he said to Kyle Shanahan or whatever, seriously, how would you feel right now if you were Trey Lance? It's easy to sit here and say, oh, my God, this is going to be great. It's going to be just like last year. How possibly deep down could he feel that way? He's got to feel, to some degree, like they don't really have faith in me and they got to backstop me with the guy who brought us to the playoffs last year.
And look, I understand what he's talking about. I understand that everybody here is a human and every human's got a little fragility just built right into them. You wouldn't be able to find my fragility if I saw a team move multiple first-round picks of their future for me, little old me from North Dakota State. I'm sure, and I really do hope, in my mind, whether he was right about it or wrong about it, I hope that from the day that Trey Lance was drafted, the only thing that he was sure of is that he's better at this than Jimmy Garoppolo.
And I'm sure he does. The only question, I said it yesterday, was he is probably asking himself, at least to a certain extent, do they really think I'm good enough today? Not do they think I'm good enough down the road. He's got enough evidence for that. And if he doesn't believe that, then he's got a confidence problem that the 49ers can't fix.
Right. And you've got problems beyond who's playing today.
Yeah. It's about what does this mean today? And he can let it play in his head, or he can just say, well, I control my future for a while. So I'm just going to try to control it as quickly as possible. Again, it's overthinking the obvious. It's bypassing Occam's razor. It's Trey Lance is not going to be a fully formed quarterback. Everybody says they know that, but they're going to evaluate him as though he should be. And to the extent that you can understand that he will have stops and starts in the early part of his career will determine how well you can relax on Sunday with a beer in your hand. It's, do you think every pass is a referendum on his future? If you do, you'll go crazy, and you'll deserve to go crazy.
Oh, there will. It's the weekly power ranking crowd. Let me tell you everything I know about 1 week of football, about the NFL, and how it's all connected. It's nuts. There's 24-hour-a-day news has given us way too much time to talk and think about things. And having said all that, this is spectacular theoretical drama, and that's all it is until it becomes real drama. There's a guy from the 415 on the Comcast Business text line saying, guys, if you ever played a sport at a high school level, you know how easily something like this can screw up a locker room. That's high school. Those are a whole bunch of kids. These are professionals. Now, can quarterback controversies exist in professional locker rooms? Yes, especially toxic locker rooms. This isn't a toxic locker room. It hasn't been a toxic locker room since the minute they got Colin Kaepernick and Aldon Smith out of there, because those two guys hated each other. We're working against each other and had bad things and bad feelings to spread about each other, and we know that. And if you don't know that, you're just going to have to trust me. That existed.
But it doesn't have to be a toxic locker room anyway. You can have a locker room that isn't sure who their quarterback is, and that's up to Kyle Shanahan to take care of.
Right.
It's they're all adults, but this is a circumstance unlike almost any other, because Nobody we've talked to all week can come up with a historical parallel that they can point to.
Like George Kittle's not going to be walking around the locker room wearing a Play Jimmy G T-shirt.
No, I mean, but that's my point, is they will cope with anything you throw at them, but if you throw a lot at them all the time, then they'll start asking questions. That's not a toxic locker room. That's a confused one. And there's no evidence yet that Kyle Shanahan is confused about what he intends to do.
There's nothing wishy-washy about this team. Kyle Shanahan, the way it plays, the way it competes, never.
No, but it could be if the circumstances change. If Trey Lance isn't very good and Kyle Shanahan has to make the tough call about, do I pull him or do I stay with him? And the games are going to determine that. And part of Kyle Shanahan's big task this year is to determine in a clear and unambiguous way what it is, A, he expects from Trey Lance, and 2, what he intends to do about it if he's not getting it. That's it. And if he's forceful about it, the locker room won't be an issue. But if he's, torn with doubt, which he certainly could be, then you've got a potential issue.
Then the potential issue is you drafted the wrong guy, period, and that's where it all started going wrong.
Yeah, but that's what we'll be yammering about. It's in terms of the players in the room, they would like to keep it as simple and as linear as possible, which is, who are you putting back there today? And do we have complete faith that he can get us to the end of 60 minutes? That's it. I mean, just everything else is it's overthinking. It's trying to make this chess when sometimes it's actually checkers. If you do well, you win. If you don't do well, maybe you don't. And if you don't do well enough times, what does the head coach intend to do about it?
King me. Julian Concord, you're on 95.7 The Game. Julie, what do you got?
Well, first of all, I want to give both of you a huge compliment. I love listening to you guys. You're the only ones that I can listen to on 95.7 The Game. You make so much sense, and I know, Ray, you are not into compliments, but you as well. I compliment you as well.
Oh, knock it off.
Second, I just wanted to say what an awesome interview you just had with Randy Cross.
Well, thank you. Julie, check's in the mail. No, really, thank you very much. We appreciate you listening, appreciate the compliments, and I'm glad you enjoyed the conversation with Randy. We did too. Anything we do, by the way, you missed it, find it on the Odyssey app. You go ahead and download that sucker for free right now. This is Jose in Oakland. Hello, Jose.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. There's a couple of things. I've been listening to everybody, or quite a few people keep saying that the Niners actually did a favor to Jimmy G by bringing him back for $6.5 million when nobody wanted him. You know what? If Jimmy G really had wanted to play hardball, if it's my understanding that even if he got cut, he would have gotten $7 million from the 49ers. So it's not like he needed the money. I think he stayed because he is doing the reversal of Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant had a good situation and he walked away when he could have stayed. Jimmy G knows that staying with this team, he might actually end up getting a ring this year, whether it's through him or through Trey Lance. As far as Trey, I think the kid is the future. It's just sometimes it's just not the right time, and I think that he actually needs a little bit more practice on the field to correct his throwing motion. Because last year I saw him quite a few times when he threw the ball, it kept getting batted away. And it wasn't only one time, but it happened repeatedly on just one game that I remember. So he will mature. He will be the future of the 49ers, but like I said, he will be the future. We need it right now. We have that window to win the championship right now. And I think having both on the team.
Well, let me tell you what's part of that window, too. Jose, thank you so much for the call. What's part of the window, what's making the Niners this, sexy, under-the-radar Super Bowl pick is that they've got a quarterback on a rookie contract. And that is a good way to reach a Super Bowl by being able to put so much talent around a quarterback who's not taking up the lion's share of cap space that you can go and win with that. We just saw a breakdown. Like 9 of the last 11 Super Bowls featured a quarterback on a rookie contract, or you had Peyton Manning or Tom Brady involved. So unless you have Tom Brady or Peyton Manning, which, well, Manning's no longer available and Brady is obviously spoken for, you probably want somebody on their rookie deal. And by the way, when we talk about what the Kansas City Chiefs look like after this year, what a huge year it is for Patrick Mahomes. Let's see what Patrick Mahomes does and how good he truly is with a lesser team around him, because that's the situation that his economics have borne out for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, but the cap always goes up in the NFL. It hasn't gone down ever, as far as I know. So what happens to the Chiefs is not up to Patrick Mahomes' earnability. It's about how creative that front office can be and how creative Andy Reid can be.
Well, I mean, don't you think they would have been creative enough to figure out a way to keep Tyreek Hill around if they could have? But sometimes
I think they made a choice. They made a choice to move on from him.
Well, they did, but the choice was because of money, not the way he fit the team.
No, but the money he wanted didn't fit. And the truth is,
it would have fit with Mahomes making less money, which is the point.
Yes, but I don't know that, Mahomes should turn down or not try to get as much as possible, given what he's already done. It just, you can make choices anywhere you want. That's the thing. The cap is not insoluble. The only team as of today that's over the cap, and it's only by $400,000, is the Lions. And their problems aren't cap related. Everybody gets under the cap. So it's a matter of how you get under the cap. That's what roster construction's about. And can you replace Tyreek Hill? We'll find out. Because he's not the be-all and end-all of the wide receiver game. There are other great wide receivers, and Andy Reid has found as many of them as any coach. So, you take risks on some stuff like that. You rely on the guy with a history of finding great wide receivers. Say, find us another one.
James in Dublin. You're on 95.7 The Game, James.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. Just 2 quick points. Number one, the Jimmy G thing, it's all pluses. I mean, if the guy is the locker room glue that everyone claims he is, that George Kittle was standing up for, all the defensive guys, and he brought down his cap number that much, it's only a plus. I mean, at the end of the day, what was Brock Purdy going to do to add to the competitiveness of the situation? Nothing against Brock Purdy. The guy made the roster. Good for him. But at the end of the day, you want the guy who knows the playbook in your headset. So it's only a plus. Number 2, I'm not worried about all this accuracy, the supposed issues with his accuracy. Because like Ray said, we're not going to see the real Trey Lance until probably week 8. What I want to see more than anything, and what they better be practicing 15, 20 times in practice, is that bootleg right play action 50-yard bomb to Brandon Ayuk. That better be the first play they do against the Bears in week 1, because that's going to make Trey Lance's life infinitely easier. The Niners have faced 8, 9-man boxes for almost a decade, going back to Kaepernick, because nobody could stretch the field. Don't worry about the crosses. Don't worry about the short passes. Bomb it out there. Get that extra guy out of the box. Make Trey Lance's life infinitely easier. Stop trying to make him Jimmy G 2.0.
Well, James, and it's just all connected. Those crosses, the over-the-middle routes, should be easier to find and exploit if you've got safeties on their heels backing up. It's all connected. And, yeah, the running game, not having to look at a 9-man box automatically on first, second down is going to do, hopefully, wonders for the running game as well. Trey Lance represents threats to blades of grass that Jimmy did not represent. Once Kyle figures out he can now go after every blade of grass offensively, he's not going to want to go backwards. He's going to go through the growing pains for the guy who can attack every blade of grass. And that's where I think Lance wins what I'm sure right now would still be a close quarterback evaluation and battle. But this guy can throw it places that guy can't.
The question, however, remains, can he throw it in places where his guy is and the other guy isn't. And that's where the accuracy is important. Because a lot of guys can throw the ball far. That's not the debate here. The debate is, can you hit your guy in stride wherever he is on the field? Whether it's 50 yards down or a 10-yard curl. That's the issue here. It's not, look how far I can throw the ball. It's, look how well I can throw it to the guy I mean to throw it to.
Right. There's no, look, there are varying degrees of arm strength among NFL quarterbacks. It's really hard to find the quarterback with a rag arm. It just doesn't happen. The quarterback with a strong arm that doesn't make it, football's littered with them. Littered. Remember Kyle Bowler would go down on one knee at like a 20-yard line at Cal, and from his knee throw the ball through the opposite uprights? The guy had a cannon, a howitzer. How'd it do?
Well, I mean, that's kind of like working on your three-point shot from out of bounds. It's really clever, except it doesn't really help you during a game. But I'm not dogging Kyle Bowler.
You are. Lay off Kyle Bowler.
Okay. I'm sorry, Kyle, wherever you might be. No, this is about, and Phil Simms said it, it's about being accurate. It's, whatever the play call is, can you get it to your primary receiver in stride? Can you hit him in traffic? Can you do the thing that the play calls for? That's the part that Trey Lance has to prove. Not that he can throw it a long way. It's that he can throw it where his guy is and the other guy isn't. Because as much as people like to complain about Jimmy Garoppolo, he only had 9 interceptions last year. He was like 8th in the league in terms of interceptions.
Right, so, but of the 9, 7 were absolute horror show level interceptions.
Maybe but every interception's a horror show, unless it's 3rd and 23. Let's just wing it up for good.
Right, and it's effectively a punt on third down.
Yeah, I mean, there aren't that many interceptions that aren't horror shows. It just depends on what movie you happen to be watching that week. The fact is, he was accurate enough when he needed to be. I mean, they won tons more games than they lost when he was the quarterback, so he couldn't have been a horror show that often. But they're looking for Trey Lance to be as accurate as Garoppolo, only with more range.
Well, look, I really don't think that Jimmy's being replaced because of the games that he played in. I think he's being replaced because of the games that he missed.
And that may well be true. I mean, however that decision was made, by what criteria, it's been made. I mean, you're going to relitigate the Civil War over this? No. The choice has been made.
I'm taking the North.
Well, then we'll see how you do with the next one. The truth is, and I say that all the time, it's a bad habit that I have, but Trey Lance is going to determine how well he is at this, how good he is at this. And if he's not good enough, Kyle Shanahan will tell us.
We'll know.
Yeah.
We'll know.
We'll know because one guy's trotting into the game and one guy's trotting out. You won't need a whole lot of, analytics to figure that out.
Sean in Oakland, you're on 95.7 The Game. Sean, what do you got?
How you guys doing?
Excellent.
I want to ask you guys about that offensive line, because nothing's going to work if the offensive line is not good. And I believe that Trey Lance probably have a good season, because Jimmy, he didn't do too much, throughout the season, like throwing for 3,000, 3,500 yards, 38 touchdowns. He didn't do that. He basically managed the game. And basically, we're looking for a quarterback that can do more than a little bit managing the game. Hit a wide open Ayuk. You know what I'm saying? Don't panic when the game is on the line and duck down and throw the ball over your head for an interception. So I believe Trey Lance is going to have a good year if you don't hyperventilate, don't close his eyes and throw the ball when the game is on the line, and he can hand the ball off.
And Sean, hopefully he's not hyperventilating because he's running away from pressure every other play and a drop back. I mean, that's, you where you started your call was on the money, Sean. That offensive line will do as much to dictate the success or this failure of this offense than the quarterback will. There is no sizzle without the steak, and the steak is that offensive line. So that's where it begins. And again, today, they added another guard, Blake Hentz, who started 8 games for Cleveland last year. And they waived running back Trey Sermon to do that. They know that they've got problems up front. And they now have officially, let's see here, I wrote this down where can I find it real quick? They have 11 days to figure guard, center, guard out. Michael in San Ramon. What do you got, Michael?
Listen up, guys. So, Faithful, here we go. If we're going to win and win it all, it's just going to come down to that defense and the running game and the yak of Debo, Kittle, and Ayuk. I don't care who the quarterback is. Trey Lance, Lance Bass, Jimmy Garoppolo, Janine Garoppolo. It's going to be one. It's going to be one in the trenches and with the running game. And as long as whoever we have a quarterback plays like Brad Johnson of that Buccaneers team, Trent Dilfer of that Ravens team, or Jim McMahon of that Bears team, if they play, mistake-free or to a certain extent.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a legendary defense, I like your chances. Michael, I appreciate the optimism. Again, there's a lot of people just rubbing their hands together trying to, come up with doubts, and I love your optimism.
I want Janine Garoppolo to be the quarterback of this team.
Janine Garoppolo, interesting career on Janine Garoppolo. Really, she was a very, very funny writer. I mean, like Larry Sanders Show level in that circle of comedy. She did like 1 or 2 rom-coms and like started hating herself because she did that. And then she retreated so far into the shadows of the comedy world, she never really reemerged. I always thought she was spectacularly funny.
No, I mean, she still is spectacularly funny. She just she backed away from the rom-com world because it's not really...
It ain't her world.
It's not her world, and it's most stand-ups, it's not their world. But I still wanted to quarterback the Niners.
Would you keep Brock Purdy or Justin Fields behind her? Or actually, not Justin Fields, but Nate Sudfeld.
Oh, well, Sudfeld's already gone, and that's why I think the opening for Garoppolo is there.
It is there. Richard Sherman, podcast on the Volume Network, was talking about why the 49ers decided to keep Jimmy after all.
Why not have 2 engines? Hey, I got a Ferrari, and I just got this freaking brand new engine, 700 horsepower. Now, I got another engine that's about 500 horsepower. I know it. I've had it for years. I know exactly what I get. But this one can really take me there. Now, I don't know if it's going to blow out on the road. I don't know what's going to happen. But I know it's faster. They put that engine in. So why not keep the other one? You don't have to throw the other one away. Jimmy's happy with it. Trey's happy with it. The only people that aren't happy with it are the people on the outside. Like, hey, if he misses Kittle on this route, or Debo gets upset, or what if that happens in Jimmy's playing? If was a fifth, we'd all be drunk, blackout drunk. We'd be on the sidewalk.
Man, there's a lot of star wipes in that.
And I'll be honest with you, the idea of being blackout drunk is not a bad idea.
Not bad. Okay. Was that the sound that Kansas City Chiefs receivers made running past Richard at the end of that? Oh,
see, that was just uncalled.
That was a shot.
Yeah. That was just wrong. I mean, he was doing the best he could, given the fact that those guys were simply much faster than he was.
He was old.
Oh yeah, but you don't get to be old in football being bad.
No. Look, Richard Sherman was fantastic, and I love Richard Sherman. I'm glad that he bounced back from his bad moment, if you will. I really am.
Yeah.
That would have robbed lesser men of their careers, but that guy's got an awful lot established for him.
He's a smart guy.
Yeah, and he's comparing. So what? We got a 500 horsepower engine to the Hemi 750 that is Trey Lance.
Yeah. It's and that's another thing that's going to irk the hell out of me. The description of engine sizes, because with Kyle Shanahan, it's not how big the engine is; it's how well it drives. It's how well the cars gets handled. It's not how loud is its vroom. Kyle Shanahan shows you week after week what he wants the offense to be, and so he wants Trey Lance to be the guy who's easy handling in the turns. He doesn't need him to be a drag strip racer. He
By the
needs
way,
to be needs to be a Formula One guy.
You need a podcast.
I don't need a podcast
called "How Loud Is Your Vroom?"
I'm sorry I said that.
That's fantastic.
It's Formula One. It's not drag racing.
The Giants, their vroom was not loud today. It hasn't been very loud at all. As a matter of fact, the loudest anyone got at the park was Brandon Crawford, who got ejected in this game this afternoon.
Brandon Crawford was going to have to walk by the third base umpire, Blakeney, and they got into a conversation, and Brandon Crawford's tossed.
And they had a conversation going, and all of a sudden, he gave him the heave-ho. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Krug and Kipe, NBC Sports Bay Area. Look, the meltdown is official now. It's getting to guys. It's getting to players. The frustration is boiling over. Logan Webb basically called out the team to the point where he's like, who's fighting hard? Who wants this bad? Did we get complacent? And today, Gabe Kapler, before they lost this game, had this to say about last night's loss and the criticism that Logan Webb offered.
My feeling on that is great. Logan is here to express himself and to share frustration and to share disappointment. He's a leader on our team right now, even if he hasn't fully embraced that yet, in part because I think he's been concerned about maybe stepping on toes from time to time, maybe not feeling quite ready to take on that responsibility, but he is every bit a leader and a huge important piece of our future with a voice that needs to be heard right now and going forward.
Does Gabe Kapler understand that Logan Webb is criticizing him? Does he understand that? So the guy setting the tone for complacency, when you're talking about team-wide complacency, you're talking about the managers not getting it done.
He knows what Logan Webb said. He knows it very well. But again, he's not going to say anything about it. He's going to let it ride because that's who he is. And what's he going to do? Not pitch him anymore? Shake his fist at him? You just go, okay, fine. Because that's often what a manager has to do, which is bite his tongue. At least bite his tongue publicly. Maybe he calls him into the office and they have a heart-to-heart about this. Or maybe Kapler chews him out a bit. But publicly, he's not going to give anything up.
I think what's happening is this team's starting to chew Kapler out a little bit. Saying you need to be a little less stoic.
I don't know that they care about that. I think ultimately when they go home at night, they all know what the deal is. We're not nearly as good as we were last year. Last year they got nothing but career years. This year they're getting none.
Do we appreciate Buster Posey a little bit more in hindsight? Because I always thought that as great as Buster Posey was, as borderline Hall of Fame catcher as he is, and he's probably over that borderline. He should probably be a Hall of Fame catcher. It always felt like the fan base looked at Buster Posey's last couple of years and just said, all right, hang it up, man. It's time to go. It's time to go. And then
he had last year.
And it was a monster.
It was a tremendous year.
And look at what the first year of not him being around looks like. It's like everyone forgot how to be a professional almost.
Well, I mean, he was the center of the clubhouse, but more to the point is the things he took with him as a catcher. The pitching staff has not been as good. I don't think the pitch framing has been as good by and large because he was a superior pitch framer and a pitch caller. I mean, he was one of the smartest guys in baseball. And when you lose that, you're not going to replace it, whether it's Kurt Casale or Joey Bart or Austin Wynns or anybody. There's going to be a drop-off. But more to the point, all of them have had drop-off years. I mean,
everyone.
Yeah, maybe you could say that Logan Webb has held serve, but that's as good as it gets. Everywhere else, they've been slightly less than ordinary, which is why their record is 61-68.
They are now mathematically percentage points behind the Arizona Diamondbacks.
They're a half game behind the Diamondbacks. So, I mean, that'll be settled tonight, but
10.5 back as it exists right now.
Yeah. Oh no, that's gone.
It's gone. But by the way, you know where they're going? They're going to go to Mexico. Giants and Padres are going to be exported to Mexico next year in April. I believe this is the very first time the San Francisco Giants, they've agreed to go internationally before, but COVID shut that down. They're going to go to Mexico City. They're going to play in Estadio Alfredo Harp Helú Baseball Stadium. It's a 20,000-seat stadium that opened in 2019. April 29th and 30th next year, Mexico City for the Giants and the Padres. The first ever regular season game I believe the Giants will have ever played in outside of the United States.
And you want to find out
except for Canada.
Yeah, you want to find out what a humidor is? Because that's going to make Denver look like the Salt Flats.
Hey, they could use all the help. Get the ball out of there. Maybe somebody other than Jock Peterson will hit a home run. By the way, Jock Peterson now hitting home runs now that the baseball's meaningless once again. And I know that he had great postseasons. I even read a story from Andrew Baggerly in The Athletic today about how this is the first time there's not going to be Jocktober in baseball since Jock broke in. He is normally on a team winning a division or winning a World Series. This year, they ain't going to the playoffs, and he's a big reason why.
He's not a big reason why. I mean, it's
he sucked all year.
He didn't suck all year.
All year. His home runs were meaningless in the front, and now they're meaningless in the beginning, at the end, and everything in the middle stunk. He went from, like, the 4th of July till August without hitting a home run.
He hasn't been good in the last month and a half, or 2 months. I'll grant you that. But the first 3 months, he was pretty good. He was their best player.
Yeah.
Well, he was.
Yeah.
Who was better?
Rodon.
Rodon played every fifth day.
He was better. I don't know.
You're just mad at him now.
I'm mad at him now. I lost all faith and confidence the minute he let Tommy Pham slap him about a fantasy football thing. Like, you just, how about this? And this guy, I'm sorry, this goes for Chris Rock too. You're not allowed as a man to let another man walk up to you and slap you and do nothing. Even if the response you do is wrong, you're still better off being wrong in your response than doing nothing. I stand by that.
Well,
I stand by that.
At least in the Chris Rock thing, you are wrong, because Chris Rock ends up looking way better than Will Smith did. Will Smith is still paying for that.
Would have whooped Will Smith's ass on live television. Just taking him out right when he was going back to his seat. I would have tackled him right into Jada, and it would have been a free-for-all.
And his 4 bodyguards would have beaten you into a thin.
They were nowhere in sight. Nowhere in sight. No one's rocking with bodyguards at the Oscar Theater. Anyway, we got to go real quick.
Yes, let's go.
It feels off topic. I'm going to be honest.
Feels off topic?
Feels a little bit off topic. When we come on back, we might even have to eschew What If Wednesday to hear the latest from Kapler about today's disaster and take a call or two before the end of it. Unless it's so good, Grandy, we have to go to it. You let me know during the break. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. Make sure you go ahead and there you go. Odyssey app. That's it. Once again, just Odyssey app. That's all you need to know. Every single day. It's free. It's for you. Download it now. Odyssey app. Boom.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans.
When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. OnDeck makes it easy to apply in minutes. Apply for your loan today at OnDeck.com.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits, including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Okay, you know those amazing spots only the true San Francisco locals are in on? Like that place with the square pizzas? Or Mama Hoo Hoo? The spot for sweet and sour chicken that's anything but so-so. Order up! You know, with the Granch dressing. And all the other spots the real SF locals know without us even saying them. Yeah, they're on DoorDash. San Francisco gets it. DoorDash has it.
Circle K Fuel Day.
What's Circle K Fuel Day?
A celebration. 40 cents off per gallon. Look for the Circle K on the fuel pumps. Circle K Fuel Day.
That's right. September 1st from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m., Circle K Fuel is dropping the price by 40 cents per gallon to celebrate the long weekend. We're even helping out on snacks with special deals on in-store items all month long. Up to 40 cents off per gallon in certain states in accordance with applicable law. 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. only. Price on pump reflects discounted price during that time.
Why do we find popping bubble wrap so satisfying? Why do we say boop when we touch somebody's nose? Boop? Why do we turn anything and everything into drums?
Honey, I need those pots to start dinner.
Why do we sing in the shower?
I'm taking a shower.
And outside the shower.
This conference call is boring.
Rick, you are not on mute.
Why? For the same reason we play scratchers from the California Lottery. Because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
T-Mobile believes customers deserve to get more without paying more. Everything from entertainment benefits like Netflix on Us, to travel benefits, to Scam Shield protection, all with taxes and fees included. So the price you see is the price you pay. When you're a T-Mobile customer, you get over $225 in value every month in benefits with our Max Family Plan.
That's like paying for nosebleed seats and getting to sit in the front row.
That's right. At T-Mobile, your family gets over $225 worth of value and benefits with our Max Plan each and every month. Plus, with our Price Lock Guarantee, we won't raise your rate plan price for talk, text, and data ever.
That's like paying for a cab and getting a stretch limo.
At T-Mobile, you get value beyond the expected.
Qualifying service required. Value based on included monthly benefits. Sales tax and regulatory fees included in Max's monthly price. Price Lock guarantees rate price of talk, text, and data for new accounts with qualifying service. Exclusions apply. See details at T-Mobile.com.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
The Labor Day event from Dell Technologies is here. End the summer strong by starting up a new season of productivity. Your business upgrade begins with up to 48% off top-rated laptops, like Vostro, taking performance to the next level with 12th Gen Intel Core processors. It's time to push your growing business even further. What's next for you? Upgrade today by calling 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
A hot shower should be hot. A Navien tankless water heater makes sure your hot shower is hot or warm or mostly hot, but not quite hot, but warmer than warm. Whether you take it in the morning, after work, doesn't matter. Do you want a quick rinse or a full-on luxurious, I think I'm in heaven spa-length investment of time? Your choice whenever you want it. A Navien tankless water heater keeps your hot water hot. Backed up by Navien's powerful warranty. Get the hot water you need whenever you need it, period. At tanklessmadesimple.com.
At Churches, we put it all on the table for less. Get 10-piece legs and thighs, 2 large size, 5 honey butter biscuits, and 5 jalapeno peppers starting at just $20. Churches Texas Chicken. Welcome to the great state of flavor. Offer valid at participating locations.
Here's what happened today on The Game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. The Morning Roast from 6 to 9.
So, Evil Jimmy, is that why? They don't blame me. They don't blame me. No, trust me, Evil Jimmy. We're all blaming you. You said it at the beginning of the show, Bontek, because I am Evil Jimmy.
Willard and Dibs from 9 to noon.
When Kyle Shanahan comes out yesterday and goes, yeah, I talked to Trey, and he was like, oh, that's awesome. What are you talking about?
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
What's the earliest we're actually going to be calling for Garoppolo if Trey Lance doesn't play well? I mean, what are we talking about here?
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
Depth is good. And not having to turn to a guy on a Sunday afternoon that you signed off the street on a Wednesday means the game's going to get better. It's going to look better.
The best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Charlie Walter and Alan Stiles coming up next here on 95.7 The Game. You want to call him Chuck? You going Chuck? Chuck it is. I had a buddy of mine named Chuck. We had Chuck. That's all I can think of when I say Chuck.
You guys must have been real fun.
Chuck. Chuck was really high on the let's go to Vegas for the Indiana Arizona Wildcats game that is going to happen at the MGM Grand on December 10th. And he's like, we're going. All the boys start exchanging emails like, yeah, we're going. We're getting tickets. We're going. Book a room. We're going. Guess who dropped out first?
Yeah.
Chuck.
I knew where that was going.
Chuck. You dropped out. Chuck. Your wife said, no, Chuck. We hate Chuck.
Do you still hate Chuck?
Yeah, we hate him.
Okay, fair enough.
We love to hate Chuck. Anyways.
I don't like Chuck either, frankly.
Joe Musgrove struck out 11 as the Padres swept the Giants 3 games in a row. 5-4 was your final today. Kapler afterwards says, what matters is the one thing we're not doing.
We didn't win any of the games, so the only thing that matters is wins and losses, and despite a pretty good fight in all 3 games, it wasn't enough. So admirable effort, no quit, a lot of grind at the end, no matter the situation, but the only thing that matters in this league is wins and losses, and we weren't able to get it done.
Oh, you got that right. It is funny, though. Baseball, it really is. There's so much baseball that at times it's really not about whether you're winning or losing, but just how you're playing. It's a team having good at-bats. You can play a poker hand correctly and still lose. But did you play the hand correctly? Did you see the percentages? Did you get beat on the river? Well, that's called gambling. That's what happens. They are, though, all out of, how you playing? No, it's win or lose time. And right when it became win or lose time, I couldn't help but notice the amount of losing that they did.
Well, they're an ordinary team that did extraordinary things a year ago. But most of the last 5 or 6 years, they've been an ordinary team. And they are an ordinary team now.
Gabe Kapler continued this afternoon.
I think the life is actually always there. Sometimes it turns into results. I would say the evidence of that is, you have Evan Longoria, who is certainly not at his best physically. He's got a hamstring issue that he's dealing with, but he comes in and gets a big pinch hit. And then you have Austin Slater, who has a dislocated finger. He's willing to go out there and run the bases and play defense for us. If his spot comes up, we end up hitting Andrew Knapp and moving Lamont Wade Jr. to the outfield and having Andrew Knapp play at first base. Everybody's given everything that they have. And it's happening pre-game. It's happening early in games. It's happening at the end of games. It's not enough. It's not. We're demonstrating the fight that we need. We're demonstrating the effort that we need. We're demonstrating the pregame routine that we need, and it's just not enough right now. We're not winning baseball games, and that's all that matters.
What you didn't do this offseason was demonstrate the amount of money necessary to lure in players to compete with the Dodgers, who, by the way, have already crossed that threshold. They're at 90 wins already.
Oh, yeah, they're going to get to 110. The question is, can they have enough healthy pitching for that 111th win? Because that's the problem they've got now.
Gonsolin just went down?
Gonsolin's on the IL. No telling when he'll be back. They don't have Buehler. He's shut down for the year. Kershaw is, who knows? They might not have enough pitching to win at all.
This year, feel a lot like last year then, wouldn't it?
in many ways. Right now, they kind of feel a little bit like that Mariners team that won 116 and couldn't get past the Yankees.
So one of the things that we're going to have rolled over to tomorrow's show is some sound from John Gruden, who was at an event, and basically the rehab of John Gruden's image is beginning. And honestly, I'm not rooting against him. But there's some interesting things that we'll get to tomorrow. The one thing that I did want to share with you today, and we have enough time for this right now, is apparently on a Southwestern flight, there was people airdropping nudes to the pilot, and you got to be a little prudish if you don't. I mean, who doesn't like nudes, right? Just send me your nudes. I don't care what you look like. Send me your nudes. I'm interested. I think Jeff Foxworthy told a very good joke. I don't care what it is. If it's naked, I'll look at it once.
Okay.
Having said that, this pilot
got fired?
No, he was tired.
So here's the deal. This continues while we're on the ground. I'm going to have to pull back to the gate. Everybody's going to have to get off. We're going to have to get security involved. And it's vacation is going to be ruined. So you folks, whatever that airdrop thing is, quit sending naked pictures. Let's get yourself to Cabo.
Quit sending naked pictures to the cockpit because we're trying to get to Cabo and I don't want to look at any of you anymore. You're all fat, disgusting people.
Or I don't want to get fired because my phone is full of nude passengers. I like his move there.
How often do you hear that? I'm going to go back to the gate if you don't stop sending me your nudes. That hasn't been said often in the year 2022.
I'll bet it hasn't been said at all in 2022, and I like the pilot's play here.
We want to thank Randy Cross for joining us today. Sterling, thank you. Grandy, send nudes. Thank you so much. And please do remember that sports don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It